In the depths of slumbering memory, amidst the Marvel Universe, Leon emerges as the fraternal twin brother of Tony Stark, the illustrious Iron Man. In a year when both brothers reach the age of 38, just as Tony is abducted by the Ten Rings organization, fate smiles upon Leon, enabling him to unwittingly fulfill a hidden mission. This serendipitous event unlocks a daily sign-in system, awakening his past life memories and allowing him to seize control of the unfolding narrative. Chapter 1. Leon Stark in the United States, Las Vegas, the venue for the prestigious annual award ceremony. Colonel Rhodes, adorned in formal military attire, stands on the podium introducing the most significant award recipient of the evening, surrounded by military and political elites, as well as affluent business magnates. Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot from a young age, as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark. He quickly captivated the public's attention with his exceptional intellect. At the tender age of 4, he crafted a circuit board by 6. He had built his first engine. And at 17, he graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology with the highest honors. Following his father's passing, Howard's lifelong friend and partner, Obadiah Stane, assumed the mantle of Stark Industries. Tony has propelled his father's legacy into a new era, developing intelligent weaponry, advanced machinery, and satellite-guided strike technology. Today, Tony Stark has forged a new paradigm in the arms industry, staunchly defending the freedoms of the United States and safeguarding the nation's global interests. There was a brief pause. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Colonel Rhodes continued, "As the military liaison for Stark Industries, I have the privilege of working alongside a true patriot, who is both a mentor and a dear friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present the highest honor of the year to Mr. Tony Stark." As the announcement concludes, applause fills the room once more. Tony, Colonel Rhodes, holding the trophy, scans the venue but fails to locate the intended recipient. He gazes helplessly at the small round table in the center, occupied by only 2 individuals. Meeting his gaze, Obadiah rises to accept the award on Tony's behalf, but Leon, seated at the same table, swiftly stands and approaches the stage. As Leon ascends, a chorus of astonished female voices fills the air. The reason is simple. Leon is undeniably handsome. With an effortlessly charming demeanor, his mature appearance exudes an air of elegance cultivated over time, and a mere hint of a mischievous smile radiates an unparalleled masculinity. This striking figure is none other than Leon Stark, Tony Stark's twin brother and the protagonist of our tale. Perhaps due to their fraternal bond, the Stark brothers do not share identical looks. Leon is markedly more handsome than Tony. As the second son of Stark Industries, he is renowned in the upper echelons of society as a notorious playboy, indulging in a life of leisure amidst excess. This fact explains why Colonel Rhodes did not mention him during his introduction of Tony. For aside from a strikingly handsome visage and a physique that is commendable enough to facilitate effortless social interactions, Leon possesses little else of substance. He is, in essence, a man of means, yet devoid of ambition. Had it not been for Tony freezing his bank account out of concern that Leon might perish from lack of social engagement during a week of seclusion, Leon would have had no inclination to attend this mundane award ceremony. Isn't making friends far more appealing? Oh my God. Thank you for your timely intervention, Leon. Otherwise, I would have been mortified to the point of excavating a mansion beneath my feet. Colonel Rhodes whispered, visibly relieved. Anytime, Rhodes, this damn trophy is truly exquisite. With that, Leon made a rather crude remark, prompting the audience to respond with applause, a testament to Stark Industries' influence. Even a casual expletive would garner appreciation. Subsequently, Leon gestured for silence, and the crowd quickly complied that, thank you all for your support. Clearly, I'm not Tony, but if I were, I would express my honor and joy at receiving this accolade. As we all know, Tony's greatest strength is also his greatest flaw. His relentless dedication to work often leads him to neglect everything else. Leon spoke eloquently, effortlessly extolling his brother's virtues without a hint of preparation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, oblivious to the proceedings, was reveling in the excitement at a nearby casino. After the awards ceremony concluded, Rhodes and Leon promptly sought him out. That moment, he was engaged in a game of dice with a young model. "I can hardly believe you stood me up to frolic here with a model," Rhodes lamented. "They assured me that you would be deeply honored by my presentation." "Of course, I am immensely honored to receive an award from Colonel Rhodes," Tony replied, reading the room, before casting his gaze towards Leon, who was now holding a model in his arms, showcasing her skills at the table. "So, where's my little trophy, Leon?" "I sent it with her," Leon indicated towards the elegantly dressed model in his embrace. "Seems like you're having a good time," Tony shrugged with a grin, though it was unclear whether he referred to the trophy or the company. "I am truly amazed by you two brothers. One is more extravagant than the other." Colonel Rhodes remarked, covering his face in disbelief. However, the slight gap between his fingers rendered his gesture ineffectual. Having grown accustomed to Rhodes' mixed sentiments, Tony and Leon exchanged knowing smiles. Behind them stood Happy, a robust assistant and bodyguard, diligently ensuring the safety of his two employers. The trio reveled from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning. As the festivities concluded, Rhodes repeatedly reminded Tony, "You need to showcase your latest achievements to the military tomorrow, not be late." Got it. Leon, why don't you go in my place? You wouldn't wanna? Hey, absolutely not. Before Tony could finish, Leon vehemently shook his head in refusal. If you threaten me with another frozen bank account, I might just take a knife to your throat one of these nights, though, you believe me. Pepper won't be able to stop me, I assure you. All right then. Tony shrugged, lamenting, Leon, you still don't grasp the art of explosions. Outside the hotel, Leon's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Chapter 2. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate a young woman in distress. Mr. Stark. Excuse me, Mr. Stark. I am Christine Avohart, a reporter from Vanity Fair. May I ask you a few questions? The female journalist, Christine, found herself obstructed by 2 towering bodyguards clad in black sunglasses. As she called out by surname, she was uncertain whether she was addressing Tony or Leon. At least Leon assumed it was him she meant. Tony had already settled into the long limousine, while Leon stood outside the car door, embracing a young model, preparing to enter. Happy glanced at Christine's physique and appearance before quietly remarking to his brothers, "Quite impressive, isn't she? Really?" Both Tony and Leon expressed interest simultaneously, but Leon, benefiting from his advantageous position, acted more swiftly. Without a second thought, he shoved the model, with whom he had yet to establish a formal acquaintance, into Tony's arms. "Brother, she's yours now." "You rascal," Tony chuckled, wrapping his arms around the model's slender waist, and signaling Happy to drive ahead to prevent any awkwardness should the journalist wish to interview him instead. Acknowledging Tony's intent, Leon nodded with a smile, understanding the unspoken agreement. As the car disappeared from view, he turned to beckon the bodyguards. "All right, let her through." Upon the boss's command, the 2 bodyguards immediately allowed her passage. "A splendid evening, isn't it?" Christine approached, casting a glance at the rear of Tony's vehicle. A professional smile adorned her face as she addressed Leon. If Miss Christine braved the chill of the evening merely to pose such mundane inquiries, I fear there is little for us to discuss. With that, Leon raised his hand to signal the bodyguards to escort Christine away. Panicking, Christine quickly abandoned her flirtatious tone, seizing the hard-earned opportunity to commence a serious interview. "Mr. Leon, some refer to your brother as the contemporary Da Vinci. What are your thoughts on this?" "Quite baffling." "He does not paint," Leon replied. "Oh, if Miss Christine refers to his so-called drivel art, then undoubtedly Tony is a master in that realm. However, it is evident that I am far more deserving of the title Da Vinci than he." Leon confidently articulated the truth. Christine's lips twitched as she pressed on. "What is your opinion on Mr. Tony's other moniker, Merchant of Death?" "Cool," Leon remarked. It was unclear whether Christine had deliberately or inadvertently left the top button of her white shirt undone despite the chilly breeze outside. "That's a condition that requires treatment. I have ample experience in that regard. Let me guess, you are from Brown University?" Christine replied with a proud hum. "I thought so. Only an institution renowned for its rebelliousness and freedom, like Brown, could cultivate someone as articulate as Miss Christine." Leon's tone held a hint of sarcasm as he continued. "Miss Christine, this world is far from perfect, yet we have no alternative. One can only strive to the best of their ability in their respective positions to transform this imperfect world into the one we envision. If there ever comes a day when weapons are no longer wielded to suppress peace, I assure you I will persuade Tony to switch careers and build children's hospitals." "You must have rehearsed these lines countless times," Christine remarked, piercing through the facade. "Indeed," Leon candidly admitted, "I practice in front of the mirror every night before bed." "It is evident," Christine unceremoniously concurred. "Very well," Leon shrugged, responding earnestly. "I once studied abroad in the Dragon Country, and to this day, I vividly recall a professor who stated, to wield a sword and to refrain from using it are 2 different matters. And dignity lies only upon the edge of the sword, while truth resides within the range of cannons." I hold great respect and alignment with his philosophy. Weapons are not created to take lives, but rather to showcase one's strength, thereby deterring others. Only in this way can we shield the populace from the ravages of war. Stark Industries' cutting-edge weaponry precisely fulfills this purpose. Christine was evidently dissatisfied with Leon's rhetoric, countering, "This is merely your self-serving narrative." No, this is the truth. My father helped defeat the Nazis and participated in the Manhattan Project. Many, including your university professor, regard him as a hero. Yet, others claim he profited from national calamity, Christine added. Leon couldn't help but chuckle. Then why not report on how he utilized advanced medical technology to save millions of lives, or how intelligent agricultural technology addressed famine? These projects were all funded by the military, honey. Wow. Christine found herself momentarily speechless by Leon's retort. Ultimately, selling weapons is tantamount to selling war. You profit from it. Don't you feel any shame that keeps you awake at night? Certainly not, Leon denied emphatically, chuckling. Though I wouldn't mind losing sleep for your sake. I must admit, gazing into Leon's deeply affectionate eyes, even though Christine had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but succumb. Her throat tightened, and she delicately touched her tongue to her lips. Everything was unspoken, as if dry kindling had ignited in flames. Even a seasoned driver like Leon found it difficult to maintain control, had it not been for Tony's foresight, who had long anticipated this scenario and equipped Leon's sports car with Jarvis's subsystems for driving assistance. Leon might have encountered disaster long before today. Jarvis, the AI assistant developed by Tony, named after Howard Stark's old butler, could handle driving with ease. An inevitable battle loomed large, one that would undoubtedly keep Leon awake at night. The following day, when Christine awoke, radiant and refreshed, she found Leon still deeply ensconced in slumber, exhausted from overexertion. As her fingertips gently traced the contours of Leon's mature and handsome face, a look of satisfaction graced Christine's features, and she playfully pecked a kiss upon his cheek, savoring the moment. After descending from the bed, Christine, clad only in a white bath towel, wandered barefoot through the high-tech villa perched upon the seaside cliffs. Within this abode, an array of advanced technological marvels, seldom seen by the outside world, lay lavishly assembled, evoking a sensation of being transported to a futuristic realm. The expansive coastal villa echoed with Christine's occasional exclamations of wonder. As she meandered to the entrance of a cylindrical elevator that appeared to lead to the basement, she attempted to press the button for the downward journey. Error. You do not have permission to access this area, Miss Christine. Goodness, what is this? A mechanical male voice suddenly resonated in her ears, startling Christine in an era where the concept of artificial intelligence had yet to gain widespread recognition. At that moment, a gentle female voice emerged from behind her. It was Jarvis, the entity responsible for managing the entire residence. I have brought your clothes, freshly dry cleaned and pressed. A vehicle is at your disposal outside, ready to take you wherever you wish to go. As she spoke, Pepper Potts handed the neatly pressed garments to Christine. You must be Miss Pepper Potts, Christine remarked. Indeed, Pepper replied. After so many years by Tony and Leon's side, they still have you doing their laundry? Christine accepted the clothes and, without a hint of modesty, changed right in front of Pepper, unabashedly showcasing her youth and confidence. Pepper merely smiled softly in response. I will fulfill any request from Mr. Stark, as he is my employer, and Leon is like a brother to me, even if I am his elder. Occasionally handling the remnants of my brother's nighttime escapades falls within my responsibilities as an older sister. Do you have any other questions, Miss Christine? Pepper inquired with a smile. Chapter 3. Fully insured and ready to roll. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, at the Bagram Air Force Base, within this beautifully ironic military testing ground, affectionately dubbed the Junkyard, Tony showcased his latest invention, the Jericho missile, to the military with impeccable finesse. Both parties were thoroughly satisfied, and champagne was uncorked in celebration. It was Tony's custom to present a case of champagne for every transaction exceeding $500 million, a gesture to convey his esteem and respect for significant clients. To peace. To peace. Tony toasted as the gathered officers echoed his sentiments, creating a lively atmosphere. Tony received a video call from Obadiah. Hey, Obi, Tony greeted, holding his rotating screen phone to the side, while Obadiah, reclining against his headboard and appearing freshly awakened, replied, I can't sleep until I know the outcome. How did it go? Tony took the lead, as expected. Tony flipped his phone screen to share the live scene with Obadiah. Now I can rest easy. Rhodey suggested that Tony should ride in the same vehicle as him, but Tony dismissed the notion, stating, I'm already in the car. Why are you telling me this? Reluctantly, Rhodey acquiesced, knowing that no one would dare attempt to abduct the world-renowned arms dealer near an Air Force base. However, the story continues. Reality is indeed surreal. Tony's armored convoy was unexpectedly ambushed by heavy fire. Tot-tot-tot. Tot-tot-tot. Boom. Most of the soldiers within the convoy had barely registered the attack before being mercilessly riddled with armor-piercing rounds. By a stroke of luck, Tony managed to escape through the opposite side of the vehicle, hoping to call for help with his phone, only to discover that there was no signal. The assailants had evidently come prepared. Damn it, can someone tell me what on earth is happening? Tony shouted in anger, when suddenly, with a deafening crash, a missile landed beside him, causing his pupils to constrict in sheer terror. The missile casing bore the painfully ironic insignia of Stark Industries. "Leon, you jinx!" That was all he could manage to yell before being violently thrown through the air. Due to the close proximity of the blast, shrapnel penetrated his bulletproof vest. In no time, blood was gushing from his chest, and he quickly lost consciousness. The news of Tony Stark being attacked by terrorists, his fate uncertain, spread rapidly, fueled by those with ulterior motives. It reached Pepper, who had been monitoring Tony closely, almost immediately. At the coastal villa, Leon, still fast asleep, was stirred awake by the sound of sobbing. "Jarvis, what is happening?" "Sir, Leon, Tony, he might be sobbing." Pepper wept inconsolably. Jarvis took over, relaying the distressing news of Tony's assault by terrorists and the possibility of his death to Leon. "What? I wake up to find the world collapsing." Leon's expression was terrifyingly calm. He could scarcely fathom a future without Tony. "Pepper, rest assured, a rogue like Tony will certainly be fine. I'm heading to find Stan right now." "Wah." At that moment, Pepper was so distraught she could barely move. Leon carried her to the living room sofa to rest, then sped off in his sports car towards Stark Industries. "Jarvis, call Stan." "Understood, young master." Beep, beep, beep. "Hey, Leon. Stan, you must have heard about Tony by now. Is there any news?" "I'm on my way to the office." As Leon spoke, he noticed a fully insured semi-truck, laden with cargo, inexplicably driving in reverse, barreling straight towards his sports car. Realizing the imminent danger, Leon swiftly jerked the steering wheel, executing a lateral drift while braking with all his might. Jarvis also engaged the car's stabilization system to maintain balance. The screeching of the brakes and tires echoed painfully, but ultimately they came to a halt. However, the truck seemed intent on Leon, showing no signs of stopping. Damn it! With a thunderous crash, Leon's sports car was violently hurled off the cliff by the truck. The airbags deployed instantly, but before they could cushion him, Leon had already succumbed to unconsciousness. "Boss, the target has been neutralized." Gazing down at the racing car that continued to tumble over the cliff, the masked driver of the freight truck hastily dialed a certain number. "Are you certain he is dead?" questioned a voice on the other end of the line. "I will descend to finish the job. You need not worry. Time is of the essence. The police will arrive shortly." "Understood." After hanging up, the assassin mounted the amphibious motorboat that had been readied in the truck's cargo area and descended to inspect the scene, only to discover that Leon still clung to life. To ensure absolute certainty, he dragged Leon from the wreckage of the car and, aiming at his head, emptied the magazine of a .50 caliber Desert Eagle into him. The gruesome sight was so horrific that even his mother would not have recognized him. He then navigated the motorboat to a remote part of the sea, binding Leon's lifeless body with iron chains to a stone before casting it into the depths. Thus, by the time the police arrived to investigate, Leon's remains would have been devoured by ravenous fish, leaving behind only the remnants of their digestion. What the assassin did not know was that, even after sinking to the ocean floor, Leon's heart continued to beat, seemingly protected by some mysterious force. The power of the system, kid. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system unlock task colliding twice with the freight truck. The daily sign-in system is now activated, and novice protection has been initiated. Detected severe trauma to the host's head. Self-awareness is impaired, and independent thought and choice are not possible. The daily sign-in system is automatically bound. Ding. Binding complete. Commencing extraction of novice gift package. Ding. Novice gift package extraction complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Soldier Boy template, along with a complimentary Soldier Boy outfit, including an explosive-proof tactical uniform and a tungsten steel alloy shield. Alert. Novice protection will be ineffective once the host consciousness is fully restored. What on earth? Leon's consciousness flickered to a moment of clarity before swiftly fading again. Without the novice protection, even with the Soldier Boy template integrated, he would have perished instantly due to the grievous injuries to his head, which had been physically shattered by the bullet. However, through the combined effects of the Soldier Boy's regenerative abilities and the system's novice protection, Leon's life-threatening injuries began to gradually heal. During this time, Chapter 4, I Am Soldier Boy. The passage of time was indeterminate. Leon, cast into the depths of the sea, slowly regained consciousness. Most of his wounds had healed, save for a few gaping bullet scars on his face that continued to writhe and recover. What the hell? Where did this come from? As he stared at the pitch-black ocean floor, separated by a faint blue energy membrane, Leon's mind struggled to comprehend. A flood of memories from his past life surged forcefully within him. Detected that the host's consciousness has awakened. Novice protection will be lifted in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. What? As the system's countdown reached its conclusion, the pale blue energy membrane enveloping Leon's body dissipated instantly, and the terrifying pressure of the deep sea immediately enveloped him, rendering him breathless. I am doomed. I am doomed. I am doomed. Unaware of his newfound prowess, Leon instinctively swam upwards with all his might. With a crack, the iron chain binding him to the rock, which was as thick as 2 fingers, snapped effortlessly, as though it were mere cotton candy. Gasping for breath, he lay sprawled on the beach, taking a moment to recuperate before inspecting what had transpired. It turned out that in his previous life, he was a student from Huagua. While distractedly watching the final episode of the 3rd season of The Boys on the bustling streets of New York, he was amused to the point of laughter by the betrayal of a teammate by the character Oi. In a moment of inattention, he inadvertently crossed a red light and, predictably, was struck by a fully insured semi-truck, transporting him into this Marvel universe as Leon Stark, the twin brother of Tony Stark, a.k.a. Iron Man. The subsequent events need not be elaborated upon. Through a stroke of serendipity, he unlocked a daily sign-in system. The effect of this golden finger, as the name suggests, is to receive random rewards through daily sign-ins, with an almost infinite range of possible outcomes. From the celestial to the quantum, it encompasses all, teeming with endless possibilities, provided one possesses sufficient luck. Evidently, Leon's fortune was relatively favorable. He drew a Soldier Boy template from his beginner's gift pack. In this universe, reminiscent of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Soldier Boy stands as the pinnacle of power within the superpowered realm of the boys, which is borrowed from multiple renowned hero universes. This made it a commendable source of strength, far surpassing that of his original counterpart, Captain America. Casually scooping up a handful of sand from the ground, Leon hurled it towards the sea with a modicum of force. To his astonishment, the sand struck the water's surface with a series of explosive impacts akin to a shotgun's blast, a mere fraction of his capabilities, evoking sheer terror. Subsequently, Leon conducted tests of his defensive and offensive prowess, attempting feats such as breaking stones with his chest and uprooting willows. In summary, he had transformed into a veritable superhuman, exhibiting staggering might. Within the narrative, the Soldier Boy had showcased remarkable abilities, brushing his teeth with a machine gun, cleansing his face with lasers, and enduring fluorine through his lungs. In peak condition, his strength could easily overshadow that of his compatriots, not to mention his ability to obliterate a 100-story building with a single blast, capable of weakening or entirely nullifying the superpowers derived from others' bodily mutations. Leon dared not attempt this lightly. In essence, he had become a walking nuclear reactor, mindful not to be toyed with by others without recourse. Nevertheless, he was not blinded by power. Despite this world being less perilous than the comics, many formidable beings existed. Not to mention, the Ancient One, a supreme sorcerer, was far beyond his current capabilities. Should a confrontation arise, he would be swiftly eliminated. Leon harbored no concerns about Gu seeking him out for trouble, for he was not a malevolent individual. He simply had an affinity for making friends. What business could Gu possibly have with him? Perhaps to forge a friendship? Initially, he would focus on developing his abilities, and in due course, he would protect his planet, abstaining from consuming beef. Inquiry. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? System. Unveil your limits. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Super Self-Regeneration. Super Self-Regeneration. Regardless of the injuries sustained, one can recover within a remarkably brief period, provided at least one cell remains alive, allowing for full restoration, though recovery time in this state may be prolonged. Ah, splendid. The game begins with a bang. Leon's smile nearly split his face in two. This ability was undeniably an invitation to venture forth without trepidation. Little rascal, let me see what this entails. In an instant, the prominent scars on Leon's face vanished, leaving no trace of his previous injuries. Ding. Initial check-in completed. Character panel is now accessible. As the system's voice faded, a translucent, pale blue character panel materialized before Leon's eyes, visible only to him. Host, Leon Stark. Abilities, Soldier Boy template, Super Self-Regeneration. Items, Soldier Boy outfit. 100 meters? That would be more than sufficient. Pondering this, Leon glanced down at the tattered rags draped over him, a pitiful sight indeed. Ever mindful of his appearance, he quickly retrieved the Soldier Boy outfit from the system space and donned it, instantly elevating his charm to new heights. The once unwieldy heavy shield now felt like an extension of his very being. This was the stark disparity of absolute power. I am indeed Soldier Boy. As the exhilaration of newfound strength began to wane, Leon's exuberant grin gradually diminished. He had not forgotten that his brother, Tony, was likely still imprisoned by the Ten Rings in some forsaken cave in Afghanistan, laboring under duress. With the awakening of memories from his past life, Leon could easily deduce who had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. Obadiah Stane, intent on monopolizing Stark Industries, viewed both Tony and Leon as his most formidable obstacles. Now, Leon's speed, propelled by sheer determination, surpassed that of most household vehicles as the site of the accident lay near his home. Pepper seemed to be absent, presumably running errands regarding Tony and Leon's predicament. Chapter 5, Jet Glider. Upon entering the house, Jarvis greeted Leon with an unmistakable hint of excitement in his voice, as if he had begun to develop a semblance of human emotion. "Jarvis, how long has it been since Tony's incident?" "Master Leon, it is now the 85th night." "What? A staggering 85 days have elapsed." Leon instantly felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. In the original narrative, Tony's captivity lasted approximately 3 months. Though the exact duration, whether a little over 3 months or nearly 3 months, was left ambiguous in the film. The Ten Rings accepted Obadiah's commission to assassinate Tony. However, they had a change of heart. They sought Tony's assistance in manufacturing Jericho missiles to realize their ambition of world domination. The members of the Ten Rings clandestinely rescued Tony, who had miraculously survived the missile strike, and imprisoned him in a cavern. They allotted him merely 7 days to fabricate the Jericho missile using the raw materials provided by the Ten Rings. Yet, Tony, while appearing compliant, ingeniously utilized the materials to construct the Iron Man Mark I armor, enabling his successful escape. Tragically, the scientist Odinson, who had revived Tony, donned the armor to shield him, ultimately remaining forever within that cavern. Eason's sacrifice became the cornerstone of the future Iron Man. Although, theoretically, Tony should be invulnerable now, death remains a certainty for any being when killed. With the unpredictable existence of Leon, the narrative could very well introduce other uncontrollable variables. With Leon's support, Tony felt that life could be more comfortable, devoid of worries, allowing him to focus on his teaching endeavors. Using a fingerprint and password to unlock, Leon descended in the elevator to Tony's workshop, where he often tinkered with machinery, affectionately dubbing it Tony's marvelous workshop. Scanning the room, he found no sign of his target and inquired, "Jarvis, is the jet glider operational?" "Master Leon, the jet glider remains in standby mode. However, due to its incomplete design, it imposes significant strain on the pilot. Without Mr. Stark's permission, I cannot assist you in activating it." "Come on, Jarvis, what time is it?" "Sometimes one must be flexible with their principles and adapt." "Master Leon, I am not human. I am merely an artificial intelligence created by Mr. Stark, programmed to operate according to his directives. Yet, in my perspective, you are family." After a moment of silence, the hidden elevator leading to the underground testing garage slowly opened beside Leon. Noticing this, he smirked and took the elevator deeper underground, only to be obstructed by a robust vault door, comparable to those found in banks. "Master Leon, this is as far as I can assist you. Without Mr. Stark present, I cannot unlock this door." "That's all right, Jarvis. You've already been a tremendous help." With a grin, Leon unleashed a deliberate punch against the metallic door, discovering he could only create a minor dent, causing the surrounding walls to tremble slightly, with debris cascading onto his shoulders. With more time, he estimated he could breach the door with his bare hands, but that would be too slow. The chest repulsor might obliterate it in a short span, but the collateral damage could devastate everything inside, perhaps even the entire villa. As Jarvis finished speaking, a resounding crash echoed as Leon employed his shield to penetrate a wall of reinforced concrete and steel, a meter thick, adjacent to the metal door. Jarvis fell silent instantly. Leon shook the shield in his hand and chuckled. "This damn thing is harder than a wall. If that's the case, wouldn't the wall just become a door?" My brother really lacks professionalism. "Jarvis, this is what I meant by adaptability." With a hint of arrogance, Leon bent down and stepped through the door he had just smashed open, entering the garage that Tony had specially constructed for him. The space within was modest, resembling a segment of a cylindrical structure, with an array of devices related to manufacturing and modification adorning the circular walls. The floor was leveled with metallic plates, roughly 100 square meters in area and 4 meters in height, seemingly carved out from the surrounding rock. The most striking feature was a colossal motorcycle-like machine quietly stationed at the center of the garage, larger than an average family car. This was a concept Leon had envisioned in his dreams, persistently pestering Tony, the ever-resourceful genius, to help bring it to fruition. Chuckling to himself, Leon lovingly caressed the cold metallic surface of the oversized motorcycle, aptly named Jet Sliger. Jarvis then began his introduction. According to the whimsical imagination of Master Leon, Mr. Stark had equipped the sides and rear of the jet Sliger with multiple prototype arc jet nozzles, coupled with the omnidirectional wheel hubs specifically designed for this vehicle. The jet Sliger achieved maneuverability far exceeding that of conventional motorcycles. It could perform various extraordinary maneuvers, including but not limited to self-rotation, lateral sliding, and near-ground hovering. Additionally, Mr. Stark had integrated a diving module, enabling true amphibious capabilities. Its maximum speed underwater reached 100 km/h, on the surface 650 km/h, on land 1,300 km/h, and in the air an astounding 2,500 km/h. The entire machine was powered by electricity, with a medium-sized arc reactor serving as its energy source. Under ideal conditions, without accounting for mechanical wear and engine heat dissipation, it could cruise at maximum power for a week on a full charge. Wait a minute, a medium-sized arc reactor? Leon raised an eyebrow, mockingly scolding, "That damn Tony. I previously asked him to reduce the size of the arc reactor to serve as a power source, and he insisted it was impossible, claiming such technology was far too advanced. Actually, Master Leon, Mr. Stark completed the design and production of the medium-sized arc reactor the very next day after you suggested the idea of downsizing it," Jarvis reminded him. Upon hearing this, Leon fell silent. To say he wasn't moved would be a lie. Tony truly was a brilliant genius. "Jarvis, let us get this started." Regarding the inexplicable disappearance of the shield on Leon's arm, Jarvis refrained from commenting, instead reiterating, "Master Leon, the design of the jet Sliger is not yet perfected. The pressure experienced by the driver during acceleration and turning exceeds that endured by a fighter pilot by more than 3 times. An ordinary person simply cannot withstand it." "Do you think I am an ordinary person? Hurry up," Leon urged, "for time waits for no one." "As you wish, Master Leon." Recognizing Leon's resolute determination, Jarvis refrained from further persuasion, having just witnessed the extraordinary physical prowess that allowed him to shatter walls with a mere shield. Accompanied by the thunderous roar reminiscent of aircraft taking off, the cockpit of the jet glider and its engine sprang to life simultaneously. The metallic floor beneath them delineated a circular area with a diameter of 6 meters, gradually rotating downwards along the launch track. Meanwhile, beneath the cliff that served as the foundation for the seaside villa, a resounding rumble echoed as the rock face parted, revealing a luminous metallic track rich in technological sophistication. A pitch-black rocket, invisible to the naked eye, shot forth into the air, hurtling towards Afghanistan over the Pacific Ocean. It was indeed the jet glider carrying Leon. "Jarvis, the matters of navigation and customs are entrusted to you. It is my honor to serve you, Master Leon." Chapter 6. The Eve Before Dawn. The Pacific. On the tranquil surface of the sea, Leon's jet glider soared at the extreme velocity of 204 Mach, skimming the low skies of the coast. It seemed there was not much pressure at all. In the cockpit, Leon felt he could easily drift into slumber. After all, enduring a mere 10 to 20 gs was nothing. Once in a state of uniform, straight-line motion, it was akin to a leisurely drive. For someone like him, now integrated with the Soldier Boy template, it was a breeze. "Master Leon, should I inform Miss Pepper and Colonel Rhodes of your safe return?" "Let us hold off on that for now. I'll tell them after I rescue Tony." "Understood." "Jarvis, how much longer until we reach Afghanistan?" "At our current speed, we are expected to arrive at the Afghan border in approximately 5 hours, with an estimated time of arrival at 2:50 a.m. the following day." "All right, I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when we arrive." "Certainly. Good night, Master Leon." "Good night, Jarvis." Jarvis dimmed the brightness of the jet glider screen to its lowest setting, where a small green arrow inched closer to the red zone, indicating danger and the destination. Leon slowly closed his eyes. However, sleep eluded him, and his thoughts began to wander. To put it plainly, he found himself lost in reverie. For instance, what posture should he adopt when confronting a disheveled Tony? Moreover, the reason he refrained from informing Pepper of his whereabouts in advance was to spare her unnecessary worry. It was perhaps better for her to continue believing that Leon might be dead. As for Rhodes, while he could be trusted, the rest of the military personnel were a different story. There could very well be Obadiah's infiltrators among them. Relying on those scattered forces was less appealing than handling matters himself. "Master Leon, Master Leon." "Yes, we have arrived." Jarvis's voice called out, rousing Leon from his thoughts. He slowly opened his eyes, faint starlight gently illuminating the desolate land ahead. In the silent, dark world, the only light came from the jet glider that Leon occupied. "Jarvis, what are we supposed to do?" Leon mumbled, still shaken from his slumber. "Rescue Mr. Stark, Master Leon." "Ah, yes, the mission to save Tony." As Leon's muddled mind gradually regained clarity, he suddenly gasped in realization. An enormous oversight. "Jarvis, do we know where Tony is?" "We do not, Master Leon. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. Indeed, it was quite awkward. In his haste to depart, Leon had naively assumed that his prophetic insight and the formidable prowess of Soldier Boy would suffice to easily extricate Tony. However, reality proved otherwise. Yet, there was no cause for despair. Since Tony had departed from the Bagram Air Force Base, all they needed to do was to eliminate the surrounding terrorists, and they would surely uncover his whereabouts. Wasn't that how a game of Minesweeper was played? Step on every mine, and eventually there would be none left. He considered himself a genius. Leon prided himself on his exceptional intellect. Now, his extraordinary wisdom dictated that it was time to employ his superhuman strength. Just as he marveled at the brilliance of his plan, a voice resonated in his mind. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System, do not let me down. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Capable of firing an unlimited number of high caliber. 50 AE rounds. Quality: indestructible. Description: the first shot announces my arrival. The second proclaims your departure. Yet, ponder this carefully. Could it merely be a handgun? What's this about a quality attribute? And indestructible at that. Leon was skeptical. He withdrew the so-called Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the system space and fired off several hundred rounds in quick succession. Remarkably, aside from a faint plume of smoke, the weapon appeared flawless. But that was not the end of it. Leon then retrieved Soldier Boy's tungsten alloy shield and, gripping the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, struck fiercely against the shield. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The handgun remained unscathed, while the shield shattered. Clang! 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 Glancing down at the scattered remnants of the tungsten shield, Leon looked at the gleaming Desert Eagle in his hand, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Goodness, this is some conceptual weaponry. Leon exclaimed. What a pity about my shield. I must insist that Tony compensate me with a piece of vibranium. Very well, Master Leon. At the outpost of the Ten Rings gang, a member of the rival explosive gang had just called to report that a lone madman had decimated their ranks, claiming he was coming for the Ten Rings gang. Isn't that amusing? One person? Huh, that is quite the boast. They must be high on something. If they were truly wiped out, how could anyone possibly call to inform us? That makes sense. Why are you shouting so loudly? Hasten to sleep, for there is no one to oversee us. The cycle of opening and closing our eyes marks yet another day. Why endure sleepless nights for mere sustenance? Indeed, a sound argument. Silence. Sleep, you wretched soul. Ah. As the two sentinels from the Ten Commandments gang merely closed their eyes, a sinister voice whispered ominously in their ears. Still sleeping? Here I come. With a swift and lethal motion, Leon crushed the skulls of the two minions, the splatter of watermelon-like juice painting the ground, muttering, Don't believe it? Look, I have arrived. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed at the artificially hewn cave in the rocky cliff nearby, a smirk slowly gracing his lips. Bingo, I've hit the jackpot. At this moment, at the edge of the eastern horizon, a multitude of clouds illuminated with a pearly glow as the warm morning light began to shine. Meanwhile, within the cave that held Tony and Ethan captive, excitement coursed through them, rendering sleep impossible. They lay on their beds, quietly conferring about their escape plans. Although their armor had been crafted, the challenge lay in donning it. As the Ten Commandments gang had set up surveillance within the cave, any hint of movement would lead to immediate detection and thwarting of their efforts. Chapter 7. Clang, clang. The heroes arrive, but behold the soldiers. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, he is not human. He is a monster. Bullets have no effect on him. Where is my Italian cannon? What good is an Italian cannon when even an anti-tank gun is futile against him? As Tony and Ethan grappled with the conundrum of donning their armor, a sudden cacophony of gunfire and screams erupted from outside the cave. A blinding flash illuminated the surroundings. And then, silence enveloped the world. Lying on their beds, Tony and Ethan exchanged glances, and the latter hastily rose to the door, peering through a small window designed for surveillance to assess the situation outside. Now it's our chance, Tony. Really? Oh my. In his excitement, Tony attempted a vigorous leap, but failed, tumbling from the bed and, in the process, retrieving a bomb wrapped in tape from beneath. Confirming that the coast was temporarily clear outside, he affixed the bomb to the door handle of the cave's iron door with tape. Should anyone attempt to enter from the outside, the bomb would detonate, buying them precious time. Ethan, hurry, come help me with the armor. Right? At the Ten Commandments stronghold, Leon aimed to achieve a flawless infiltration, relying on his extraordinary physical defense and the boundless ammunition of his Desert Eagle to carve a path of destruction. Yet, his marksmanship was notably poor. It often took 7 bullets to fell a single foe. After all, he had not devoted much effort to practice. Having recently been a mere spoiled heir with the strength to bind a chicken, wielding a gun far less frequently than he had lifted it. Nevertheless, with the advantage of infinite bullets, the Desert Eagle delivered a performance akin to that of a machine gun. The bald leader of the 10 Commandments, sensing the precarious turn of events, swiftly commanded the scruffy-bearded subordinate beside him. With a sudden spark of inspiration, you urgently dispatch someone to transfer Tony Stark and Ethan, promising to arrive shortly. "Yes, boss," replied the scruffy leader, who immediately gathered a group and rushed towards the cave. Leon, who had been vigilantly observing the situation around the cave, after firing a few rounds without success, decided to abandon pretense. A brilliant light began to accumulate in his chest. After a brief 3-second charge, a terrifying beam, as thick as a water tank, erupted from Leon's chest. He spun in place, the cannon on his chest pivoting accordingly, utterly annihilating everything in its wide arc with ease. However, the sheer magnitude of this power left Leon momentarily astonished as he surveyed the remnants of the 10 Rings gang's hideout, seemingly scorched by lava. "Is there anyone left?" he mused, his nose wrinkling at the acrid scent of charred flesh wafting up from the ground, a grim reminder of the devastation he had wrought. It seemed that the gang had been completely obliterated in that last barrage. Inside the cave, Tony and Ethan were nearing the completion of donning their armor. "Step it up. Ethan, I think I hear footsteps," Tony urged anxiously. "Almost done. What is the next step?" Ethan replied, urgency in his voice. "Now we just need to input the power command. Press F11, wait for the progress bar, then press Ctrl-I, and finally hit Enter." The footsteps grew louder, echoing ominously in Tony's heart, making him sweat profusely. "Done, Tony. Great. Ethan, find a corner to hide. Let me take care of them first, and then we can escape this wretched place together," Tony advised. "You may not know it, but I'm quite adept at hide and seek," Ethan replied, humor creeping into his voice as he squeezed into an empty missile casing, perfectly concealed as long as it remained undisturbed. "Excellent," Tony thought, feeling reassured as he divided his focus between the progress bar on the computer screen and the increasingly imminent footsteps. "Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you," he silently encouraged himself as the loading bar reached 100. Suddenly, the lights in the cave flickered and went out, plunging everything into silence. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed from the entrance as the heavy iron door buckled inward, displaying a clear fist imprint. Outside the door, another kick sent the iron door flying. Boom! Tony's preset explosives detonated, sending Leon careening backward. "Oh, I'd almost forgotten about that." Leon coughed as he clambered to his feet, dusting himself off, unharmed. Leaning against the cave entrance with a mix of melancholy, mockery, and nonchalance, he greeted, well, what do we have here?" "Hey, slender old chap, let's go together." However, what greeted Leon was a fist the size of a sandbag. Bang! Leon smirked, effortlessly catching it with one hand. "Hey, Tony, it's me, your dearest brother, Leon." With a roll of his eyes, Leon exasperatedly confirmed his identity. "You must be joking. I know that brat well enough." Leon certainly lacks the strength to obliterate such a thick iron door with a single punch, due to the rudimentary conditions. The helmet of the Mark I armor was devoid of night vision capabilities. In the dimly lit cave, Tony could hardly recognize the dust-covered Leon, and his auditory system was temporarily distorted from the recent explosion's proximity. Desperate to escape, Tony directed the armored suit at Leon, unleashing a barrage of clumsy punches. There was no other choice. If reason failed, then physics must prevail. With a sigh, Leon dodged Tony's wild hooks and delivered a straightforward yet powerful Lucian rising dragon strike, sending Tony crashing into the ceiling. When he fell back down, the cave returned to its eerie calm. Chapter 8. I am the sixth brother. When Tony regained consciousness, he found himself and the Mark I armor extricated from the cave by Leon, who had also unearthed Ethan, who had been hiding in a missile casing. Through a thorough search, after a heartfelt explanation from Leon, Ethan finally believed in Leon's identity as Tony's brother. Upon witnessing the grim aftermath at the 10-ring stronghold, even Ethan had to accept the truth, for the brutality was undeniable. Most of the members of the 10 Rings were reduced to nothing but bones. Their remains vanished, and the sight was chillingly tragic. Before long, the unconscious Tony finally awoke. "Ouch, my jaw!" As a Mark I helmet opened, Tony grimaced in pain. "Tony, are you all right?" Ethan inquired with concern. "Haha, at least I'm still alive," Tony replied with a wry smile, suddenly recalling something. "What about that imposter pretending to be my brother Leon? I want to blow him away." "What are you talking about?" The morning sun bathed his handsome face, which exuded both elegance and a hint of mischief, leaving one awestruck by such striking charm. "Leon, you arrived just in time. Just now there was a guy impersonating you. Wait, Leon? How are you here? Tony exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the Leon before him. The imposter you mentioned is none other than myself, my foolish older brother, Leon replied with a bemused grin. But how have you suddenly become so formidable? In this uniform, are you cosplaying? Wait, you haven't injected yourself with a super soldier serum, have you? That must be it. But that doesn't seem right. The serum shouldn't have such overwhelming effects, and 9 out of 10 would turn into lunatics, with only one being half crazed. Tony engaged in a whirlwind of thoughts, probing the origins of Leon's extraordinary powers with the information at his disposal, unaware that it was all due to the existence of a system. All right, I will explain it to you slowly later. It's a long story. Then let us get to the point. Tony was determined not to let Leon brush this off casually. If Leon's newfound abilities carried risks akin to those posed by the super soldier serum, amplifying one's innermost desires, Tony could not accept such a possibility. He needed to address the potential dangers promptly. After all, Leon was his only brother. Reluctantly, Leon recounted the incident where he was nearly killed by a stroke of fortune, gaining superpowers, omitting any mention of the system's existence. However, everything he revealed to Tony was the truth, leaving no room for Tony to criticize him. Leon, can you fly now? Tony inquired with curiosity. No. Do you take me for Superman? Leon chuckled, playfully punching Tony's chest. The latter grinned. Well, that is splendid. Let me show you what aerial acrobatics look like. With that, Tony, like a child eager to impress, showcased the flight capabilities of his Mark I armor. He activated the ignition on his left arm and initiated manual takeoff, leaving behind an environmentally unfriendly plume of gray-white exhaust as he soared into the sky. Woohoo! Leon, did you see that? This suit can fly with a passenger. It's truly one of a kind, Tony exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, he hadn't ascended too high when the makeshift jet propulsion system of the Mark I disintegrated mid-air. Amidst frantic shouts, Tony began to plummet. Seeing this, Leon could only facepalm, muttering, there you go, showing off, and now you're crashing. What do we do, Leon? Ethan instinctively looked at Leon, concern etched on his face. What else can we do? We must catch him. Leon calculated Tony's landing trajectory, bent his knees, and leaped several meters into the air, catching his armored brother and using himself as a cushion as they both came crashing down. Bam! Even with Leon as a buffer. The tremendous force upon impact shattered the poorly constructed Mark I into pieces. After pushing the slightly bruised Tony away, Leon stood up and teased. That was quite a flight. Maybe next time just stay grounded. That was just an accident. Who cares? Leon scoffed. Perhaps I'll be flying myself one day. This was the typical dynamic between the two brothers, outwardly competitive, yet soft-hearted beneath the banter. Ethan timidly raised his hand, asking, how do we leave this place? The armored vehicles from the Ten Commandments gang are all inoperable. Most have turned to molten metal. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately turned his gaze towards Leon, who did not disappoint him. With a commanding gesture of his index finger on the Bluetooth headset, he asserted, JAR-VIS. Bring the jet glider over. Understood, Master Leon, came the prompt reply. Mere 15 seconds after receiving the command, the jet glider, parked 5 kilometers away, swiftly arrived at the side of Leon and his companions. The jet glider? You actually brought that thing out? You must be reckless, Tony exclaimed, only to suddenly recall Leon's vastly improved physical prowess, which made it all the more comprehensible. However, he pondered, the cockpit of the jet glider accommodates at most 2 passengers. Simple, Leon shrugged. We can squeeze in. It will work. Sir, I am relieved to see you are unharmed. J-A-R-V-I-S. S voice resonated from the jet glider's onboard system. V-I-S. How moving it is to hear your voice again. My days without you have been sheer torment. Tony dramatically expressed his deep longing for J-A-R-V-I-S. For each day in his absence felt like an agonizing ordeal. Subsequently, the trio began to arrange themselves in a sandwich formation. Tony took the front, Leon settled in the middle, and Ethan positioned himself at the back. The seating arrangement decided amicably. Leon, your handgun is pressed against me. Handgun? You fool. Amid the bickering between Leon and Tony, the jet glider gradually departed from what had become a wasteland of the Ten Rings organization. Half an hour later, a commotion emerged from beneath a pile of rubble in the vicinity. Soon, a bald man, his body severely burned, emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the leader of the Ten Rings. He was still alive when Leon had unleashed his chest cannon. This bald man had immediately sought refuge behind a pile of stones, hiding in a trench he had dug out. Though ultimately buried beneath the debris, he had evaded death, sustaining burns and radiation, but still clinging to life, at least for the moment. He glared in the direction Leon and the others had departed, his expression menacing as he vowed, "Stark, you will pay for this." "Pay for what?" "Right now." Leon materialized behind the bald man like a specter, plunging his hands into his chest and cruelly tearing him apart. The Iron Tyrant had been a product of this man's scavenging, which is why Leon had kept a close watch on him from the beginning, quickly realizing he was hiding. "I thought you were good at hiding, which is why I lost the cover girl for the entire next year to Tony," Leon muttered, delivering a couple of kicks in frustration before setting the remains ablaze, ensuring complete obliteration of the body. Satisfied, he made his way to reunite with Tony and Ethan, who were waiting not far away. Chapter 9. Children, I have returned. In Afghanistan, several hours passed. Suddenly, the sound of armed helicopters echoed from the distant horizon. "Hey, over here, Rhodey," Tony called out excitedly, waving his hand. The armed helicopter descended in response, and several Special Forces soldiers accompanied the weary Rhodey as they approached Leon and his companions. Rod did not inquire why Leon was present, nor how Tony had managed to escape. Instead, he jestingly remarked to the two, "Next time, you try to ride in the same vehicle as me, all right?" Tony offered a wry smile, while Leon nonchalantly shrugged, and Ethan observed the scene with a smile. With Rod's assistance, Tony, who wished to avoid squeezing into a vehicle with Leon, took a large transport aircraft along with Ethan. Leon, delighted by the ease of travel, accompanied them by plane. As for the jet glider, under JARVISS control, it had already departed for the airport in advance. Upon disembarking, emergency stretchers confronted the two brothers, which Tony impatiently waved away. Happy had been waiting by the car for quite some time. Pepper's eyes glistened with tears as she both laughed and cried at the sight of the brothers' safe return. Leon, acting with the exuberance of a child, leaped into Pepper's embrace. "Pepper, I miss you so much." "I miss you too, Leon. Now, off you go." As Tony observed this, his eyelids twitched with irritation, and he forcefully pulled Leon away from Pepper before striding toward her. "Oh dear, you've been crying?" Tony feigned calmness as he asked, "Are you mourning the loss of the boss?" "I'm just relieved. I saved myself the trouble of job hunting." "Is that so?" "Ugh." Without allowing Pepper a moment to respond, Tony leaned in and kissed her. Nearby, Leon, Rod, and Ethan wore amused expressions, while the other soldiers present were long accustomed to such antics. After all, the moniker of Playboy Tony Stark was not unfounded, while Leon Stark proved to be more earnest than anticipated. In fact, one might suggest that Tony should develop an anti-Leon suit to discipline him. Wait, an anti-Leon suit? Leon suddenly pondered this, a serious expression crossing his face as he gazed at Tony's back. Surely, he must have already conceived a draft in his mind. After a prolonged silence, Tony, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Time to get to work, kids." Subsequently, Tony and Ethan joined Happy and Pepper in the car. Diverting from the hospital, Pepper had initially chosen to the press conference venue that Tony insisted upon. Before leaving, Leon tossed 2 Whoppers through the car window to Tony and Ethan, having arranged for JARVISS to prepare them in advance. "Well done. You clever lad." Tony bit into the burger with satisfaction. Following this brush with death, Tony resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division. JARVISS. Remember to clean my uniform later and mend any damaged areas. Understood, Mr. Leon. Mr. Leon, may I have a word with you? Approached a refined gentleman, dressed impeccably in a black suit, exuding a demeanor akin to Ethan S. "And you are?" Leon inquired, raising an eyebrow as he gestured for JARVI. "South to park the jet glider." "Hello, Mr. Leon." The man cordially shook hands with Leon and introduced himself. "I am Agent Phil Coulson, working at the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Counterattack, and Logistic Support." "Oh dear, what a cumbersome name for a department. Why not simply use an acronym? SHIELD." "I propose we refer to it as the SHIELD Bureau," Leon remarked, preemptively simplifying the name before invoking the expletive. "That is an excellent suggestion. I shall relay it to my superiors," Coulson responded, visibly pleased, as he had long found the department's name rather unwieldy. The name SHIELD, he mused, carries a certain connotation. However, why is it this department, which I have never heard of before, rather than the Department of Defense, the FBI, or the CIA? Leon pressed earnestly. "Mr. Leon, I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on your escape alongside Mr. Stark," Coulson inquired, extending a photograph to Leon. Upon examining it, Leon discerned a highly indistinct beam of crimson light captured from an aerial perspective. While others might struggle to interpret it, Leon instantly recognized that this was, without a doubt, a photograph of him firing his chest cannon at the 10 Rings headquarters. The abundant radiation released during the cannon's discharge had rendered the satellite image more blurred than a teacher's pixelated screen. The radiation levels in that area had surged alarmingly. Suspected to be a nuclear reactor explosion, which had drawn the attention of SHIELD satellites, leading to the capture of this photograph. Upon investigation, it turned out that this location coincidentally matched the site where Mr. Stark had been abducted. Mr. Leon, can you identify the weapon that emitted this beam? Coulson asked with a polite smile. Leon was momentarily at a loss for words. The efficiency of SHIELD was astonishing. Was there perhaps an advantage of having a villain involved? Aside from Agent Coulson before him, SHIELD seemed to consist mainly of Hill, Sharon Carter, the expletive-invoking hero, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, all of whom were regarded as staunch allies. The remaining personnel, without exception, appeared to be Hydra reserves. Leon found himself perplexed at how the expletive-invoking hero had managed to ascend to the position of director of SHIELD. In terms of undercover operations, Leon would readily declare the hero the strongest. Agent Coulson, as you know, I am merely a junior member. For detailed information, you shall have to wait for my brother to disclose it, which should not take long, Leon stated, choosing not to press further. He then turned and entered his home, denying Coulson the opportunity to follow him inside. Gazing at the towering white wall before him, Coulson's affable smile flickered, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Shortly thereafter, a Bluetooth phone call came through. Coulson, having returned to his vehicle in preparation for the journey back, answered the call. How did the matter proceed? Sir, the target shows no inclination to cooperate. Damn, he has quite tight-lipped, Coulson muttered. The voice on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment before commanding. Since this young man is of no use here, you should now make contact with Pepper Potts, the secretary of Tony Stark. Is he not famously known for his indulgences? Let him indulge to his heart's content. Meanwhile, Leon, who was still enjoying his bath, remained blissfully unaware of the grand plans S.H.I.E.L.D. had prepared for him. Had he known, he would surely have exclaimed, such delightful surprises exist? Chapter 10. How the Iron Body was forged. Mr. Stark, what exactly did you endure during your captivity? I witnessed my young compatriot perish beneath the very weapon I had intended to create for their protection. I also discovered that the current system operates without accountability, and I found myself complicit in this. As he spoke, a profound realization struck me. I became aware that I should possess both the capability and the responsibility to contribute more to this beautiful yet flawed world, beyond merely manufacturing weapons that would only explode. Thus, I resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, effective immediately. As Tony's words echoed, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd of reporters. Yet once spoken, words cannot be retracted. Tony's decision was resolute, and the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division was now inevitable. Young Master Leon, there's a call from Stark Industries. Answer it. Oh, poor Tony. My heart aches for my brother, Leon mused. After exchanging pleasantries, he promptly hung up the phone. What a joke. Would he heed Tony's words? I shall do as I please. Sleep. Good night, young Master Leon. Good night, Jarvis. As Leon roused himself from slumber, his hair resembling a bird's nest, it was already midday the following day. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, brother, are you not allowing anyone a rest? Leon grumbled as he descended the elevator. Leon, your timing is impeccable. Upon seeing Leon approach, Tony retrieved a brand new small arc reactor and handed it to him. Please help me replace this. Couldn't T. Pepper handle such a trivial task? Leon inquired, glancing at Tony, who had stripped off his shirt and settled in. I'm concerned about her. Her stress levels are already quite high. At this moment, a rare tenderness flickered across Tony's face. That is a valid point, Leon agreed, swiftly assisting Tony in replacing the arc reactor. And what shall we do with the old one? Leon tossed the small device that had saved Tony's life in the air. Disposal is entirely up to you. Once dressed, Tony returned to his work on the armor, intending to complete the second suit before addressing the matters surrounding his abduction. Initially, Tony had held a dismissive view of personal strength, believing that his wealth could resolve any issue. Yet, following this kidnapping incident and witnessing his brother Leon acquire superhuman abilities, Tony's perspective began to shift. Putting all else aside, he realized he must reclaim his authoritative stature as an elder brother before Leon. Otherwise, every time a similar incident occurs, it would be my brother coming to the rescue. Does this billionaire and mechanical genius not care for his pride? Tony would never permit Leon to shine alone. If we are brothers, we shall shine together. Motivated by his own resolve, Tony gradually immersed himself in his work, oblivious to the fact that Leon was doodling on the back of his shirt. The mechanical arm, Little Dull, noticed this, yet when it attempted to alert Tony, Leon crushed the steel pen in its grasp into a lump. Little Dull immediately ceased its movements, pretending not to witness Leon's actions. How tedious. Tossing the old arc reactor in his hand, Leon quickly lost interest in Tony's monotonous assembly of the battle armor, as he could not comprehend it. System, are you there? Leon silently called out. Query. Shall today's check-in occur? System, I hear you. Just wait a moment. Leon's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a red, blue, and white shield emblazoned with a star in the corner of Tony's workshop. It was a high-quality replica of Captain America's vibranium shield, the genuine article currently entombed in the Arctic alongside Captain America himself. He approached it, eager to validate a certain hypothesis in his mind. He placed the old arc reactor down and picked up the replica shield, preparing for the system check-in. Activate. Leon, why are you shouting so loudly? Get out. Tony barked. All right, bro, farewell. Leon tossed aside the replica shield, departing with unusual briskness, barely able to contain the exuberance rising on his lips. Ha, I did it. I freaking did it. Bring on more. We love to hear it. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the system's exclusive, non-toxic, harmless, side effect-free, and magnetism-resistant innate physique, Eidman alloy skeleton. Eidman alloy skeleton. Composed of the hardest known metal on Earth, the formula for which has been lost. This skeleton is indestructible, highly resistant to extreme temperatures, and is a special non-toxic enhancement free of side effects, unaffected by magnetism, with super self-regeneration functioning normally. Introduction. Congratulations. You have taken another step on the path of transcending humanity. Note, the Eidman alloy skeleton will be considered the host's innate constitution. The stronger you become, the stronger it becomes, with no upper limit. Awesome. I was right. Looking at the previous check-in rewards in conjunction with this one, Leon was nearly 100% certain that the system's rewards were linked to his own state, the environment he occupied, and the objects he interacted with. Perhaps the characters around him also played a role. This would need further verification. In any case, having confirmed that the system's check-in rewards could be controlled within a foreseeable range, this newfound operability was substantial. Just as Leon envisioned himself soon defeating Superman and kicking Thanos, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through him, piercing to the very marrow. FK. Note, Eidman alloy skeleton is beginning to strengthen. It's starting now. Why didn't you say so sooner? I had thought you were a painless automaton. Before his demise, Leon complained a bit to the system and then succumbed to overwhelming pain, losing consciousness. Youth certainly has its advantages. One can simply fall asleep. There he lay, curled up on the plush, bouncy double bed, eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, and occasionally convulsing. Though he appeared to be present, he had actually departed some time ago. On the other side, Tony's Mark II armor was taking shape as if orchestrated by fate. The two brothers, in perfect harmony, were each forging their own iron bodies that transcended humanity. Chapter 11. Oh, starlight explode upon them. The beauty of youth is that a mere blink can pass an entire day. When Leon awoke, an entire day had slipped by. Beside his bed, Tony sat in a chair, legs crossed, leaning back with his delicate, captivating eyes fixed upon Leon, while sipping a glass of murky green vegetable juice. Hey, skinny little boy. You're finally awake. Do you know you've set a Guinness World Record? At the sight of Leon's awakening, Tony downed the remaining vegetable juice from his large beer mug and swiftly pulled out a sleek tablet, displaying a heart rate fluctuation graph that was more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Peak heart rate, 315, kid, you are invincible. And your weight is a bit concerning. It has surpassed 200 kilograms. I guarantee no girl would want to be pinned under you after hearing that number. It took a Herculean effort to move you into the medical room at home. Can you tell me what exactly transpired? As Leon dressed, Tony inquired. I merely conducted a minor test of my super abilities. It's no big deal. In any case, I've grown stronger. By the way, if I now weigh over 400 pounds, how could you, with your spindly limbs, possibly lift me? Good question. Tony filtered out Leon's just with ease, eagerly leading him down to his workshop. However, be careful. Bang! After just a couple of steps through the living room, Leon suddenly stumbled, crashing down heavily. There was a hole. Tony's belated warning only served to infuriate Leon further. Tony, have you awakened your inner clumsy dog and taken to demolishing the house? How could there be such a large hole here, covered with cardboard? I truly appreciate it. Just a minor test. Like you said, Tony mimicked Leon's previous tone, smirking as he shrugged. How infuriating. You must have done that on purpose. I'll remember this grudge. Jarvis, make a note of this, Leon exclaimed, brushing himself off and surveying his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the silver Mark II armor, surrounded by dozens of mechanical arms. It is worth mentioning, because Leon initially chose to accompany Tony on the flight instead of riding his beloved motorcycle, the cockpit of the jet glider became available. How delightful. Tony, with a mix of excitement and a hint of arrogance, glanced at Leon, who was thoughtfully examining Mark II, and proclaimed, Though the technical sophistication may be comparable, the performance disparity between Mark II and Mark I is like the heavens and the earth. Most importantly, the flight capabilities have been perfected. Allow me to demonstrate. However, after his attempt, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Tony took off, only to crash moments later, leaving yet another hole in the ceiling. Observing the wreckage of yet another multi-million-dollar sports car beneath him, Leon smirked disdainfully. Is this truly your justification for the gaping hole you created, which ultimately caused my fall? That was merely an accident, Tony sheepishly remarked, scratching the non-existent nose atop his helmet. He then inquired of Jarvis. Jarvis, where's the auxiliary flight system? Sir, you disabled the auxiliary flight system during your initial test flight, Jarvis responded. Oh well. It seems the flight control system requires a further optimization, and the icing issue encountered at high altitudes must also be addressed. Tony grimaced slightly, reclining amidst the wreckage of the sports car, contemplating solutions to the challenges faced during the armored suit's practical tests. Leon, witnessing this, felt a mix of resignation and admiration. He chose not to interrupt Tony, who often became so engrossed in problem-solving that he forgot everything else. Perhaps this is the essence of genius, Leon mused as he silently rested his hand upon the armor of Mark II. Query, would you like to check in today? All hungry, time to eat. Beep, today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Starlight template. Starlight template, enhanced physical prowess akin to superhumans, with a focus on defense and endurance, energy absorption, transformation, and release capabilities depend on individual aptitude and proficiency. Note, a good child should consume more energy to recharge. Oh, what fortune! Luck is unstoppable when it arrives. It seems that what one lacks is precisely what one receives. Thanks to this check-in, Leon's physical abilities have further strengthened, rendering him even more resilient. The greatest shortcoming of the Soldier Boy template, its inability to fly, has been bolstered by the introduction of the Starlight template. Whether he can soar swiftly remains uncertain, but at least he can now levitate. Furthermore, considering the climactic finale of Starlight Season 3, where the Soldier Boy exhibited formidable control despite a blunder, it has become abundantly clear that he possesses the ability to fly. Truly magnificent. No further words are necessary. Additionally, it is worth mentioning, Soldier Boy template enhanced superhuman physical capabilities with comprehensive improvements, focusing primarily on strength, defense, endurance, and resilience. I am akin to a nuclear weapon, a mobile nuclear reactor in my essence. My chest is capable of unleashing an immense surge of thermal radiation, possessing terrifying power that can momentarily silence or even completely eradicate the abilities of acquired superhumans, though this effect proves ineffective against those born with innate powers. Introduction. Among superhumans, there exist disparities. You too are a wielder of extraordinary abilities, are you not? Host, Leon Stark. Abilities, Soldier Boy template, super self-regeneration, adamantium skeletal structure, Starlight template. Items, Soldier Boy suit, a desert eagle with infinite ammunition, compared to the agony endured while enhancing the adamantium skeletal structure. Leon's experienced almost no sensation during the fusion with the Starlight template. With a firm grasp, he instantaneously refined the energy. After a cursory glance at his current status panel, Leon's playfully roused the contemplative Tony from his thoughts with a swift clap, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Look, brother, allow me to showcase something." What? Before Tony could respond, Leon's had already begun to absorb the surrounding electricity. With physical prowess far exceeding that of Starlight, Leon's wielded this power with a strength that surpassed Starlight's capabilities. He voraciously consumed the electrical energy from the environment, sparing even the power of the Mark II suit, which began to overload as the small arc reactor on Tony's chest flickered and crackled. The electricity jolted Tony, leaving him speechless and unable to intervene. As the energy replenished and transformed, Leon's eyes shimmered with a golden glow, and the palms of his hands mirrored this radiance. Then, with a downward thrust of his palms, he propelled himself upward, his body gently floating, swaying as if on the brink of a fall, yet ascending higher. The sight left Tony utterly astonished. What in the world? This resembles the scene from my test flight yesterday. When did Leon's acquire the ability to fly? This newfound power proved far more convenient than the painstaking assembly of a suit piece by piece. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Tony's own experience with the Mark II. As it was Leon's first flight, he struggled to control his direction, maneuvering with a clumsy determination, akin to someone attempting to find the optimal angle and height in a restroom to avoid splashing. Under the guidance of Tony, a veteran of mishaps, Leon's gradually began to grasp the nuances of directional control, relying on his innate abilities for flight rather than the technological assistance of a suit. He had to rely solely on practice to hone his skills. Ding. Fingerprint password unlocked. Pepper, clad in an office secretary outfit with black stockings, entered the room carrying 2 cups of coffee. As their eyes had yet to focus, there came 2 loud crashes. Unsurprisingly, 2 high-end sports cars had been reduced to mere heaps. Weighing over 400 pounds, Leon's, alongside Tony encased in the Mark II armor totaling over 380 pounds, reclined in their respective chairs. The 2 brothers exchanged knowing smiles, their laughter gradually escalating. Ha 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 ha. Only the startled Pepper, who had spilled coffee everywhere, remained in a haze, puzzled by the foolish antics of the 2 brothers. Chapter 12. Seize the day. After cleaning up the coffee, Pepper returned to brew 2 more cups. Leon and Tony, having concluded their retreat, followed her into the living room, each settling into a single armchair. As they sipped their coffee, they admired the ocean view shimmering with golden waves through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tony inquired, "Dinner gathering?" Leon asked, "Is it Obadiah's invitation?" The brothers turned in unison to Pepper, who nodded in affirmation. To welcome back the surviving Tony and Leon, Obadiah had specifically tasked Pepper with summoning them, as their phones had been unreachable. Unreachable? How could that be? Tony questioned, perplexed. "Sir, before you commenced the creation of the armor, you mentioned your desire for solitude and instructed me to decline all external communications on your behalf. Tony, is this company yours or mine?" Faced with Pepper's discontented gaze, Tony awkwardly cleared his throat and changed the subject. When? Pepper rose, snatching the half-finished cup of coffee from Tony's hands, and with a graceful movement of her leg, she left him with a captivating silhouette. "Now, do you not see what time it is?" At her words, Tony glanced at Leon, who shrugged indifferently, just as he was about to escort the unadorned Iron Turtle. As evening descended swiftly, they arrived at a 5-star hotel near Stark Tower. Obadiah had extravagantly reserved the entire venue, prompting a throng of reporters to gather. By the time Tony and Leon, looking polished and presentable, arrived in their respective vehicles, the hotel exterior was surrounded by journalists and onlookers in tightly knit layers. Fortunately, security was just adequate enough to prevent the crowd from blocking the hotel entrance. Tony's vehicle was the classic silver Audi R8, although relatively affordable. It was a favorite of his. Upon exiting, he was immediately approached by a hotel attendant to assist with parking. However, another attendant, tasked with parking Leon's vehicle, appeared flustered. For Leon's ride was a jet glider. Unlike conventional motorcycles, the jet glider lacked brakes, throttle, or handlebars, featuring only 2 integrated control knobs and a large screen. Mr. Leon, I truly apologize, but I cannot operate your motorcycle. Would you mind? In that moment, the attendant, sweating profusely and struggling to articulate her words in the presence of the smiling Leon, seemed overwhelmed with anxiety. "Don't worry, there is no need to be nervous. A 1 tea bite?" Leon reassured her, patting the shoulder of the flustered attendant. "Just lead the way, and it will drive itself." While the attendant comprehended each of Leon's words, the collective meaning eluded her. The arrival of Tony and Leon instantly ignited the atmosphere. After all, this marked the Stark brothers' first official appearance following their 3-month disappearance, aside from that impromptu press conference. As they traversed the red carpet, the 2 brothers found themselves the center of attention, as if they were not merely attending a dinner, but rather hosting a press conference akin to that of major celebrities. Among the elite invited by Obadiah, a reporter managed to blend in, capturing Leon's immediate attention. "Hey, Leon, do you remember me?" A blonde woman, clad in an off-the-shoulder purple evening gown, approached him. "Of course, my dear," Leon replied, enveloping her waist with familiarity and bestowing upon her a grand French kiss before a throng of journalists. Observers exchanged bewildered glances, some questioning whether he was concerned about potential repercussions from such overt displays. However, familiar faces among the crowd quickly offer an explanation. "It's hilarious. The place was a wreck to begin with. What collapse could there be?" Moreover, Leon's mature charisma, coupled with his carefree demeanor and unabashed freedom, attracted a significant following in America, a land celebrated for its liberty. Master Leon, I want to bear your children," shouted a towering man in overalls with a middle parting. "What are you talking about? Only we women can bear children from Master Leon. Step aside." His voice was soon drowned out by the chorus of female admirers. Such scenes were all too familiar to Leon, who had even organized several fan meet and greets exclusively for attractive female fans. It was perfectly normal for him to be surrounded by beautiful women upon entering a venue. However, in an unprecedented turn of events, Tony, striding ahead, declined the advances of a former paramour, his gaze searching for something. As Obadiah, the evening's host, was engaged in a lively media interview, Leon and Tony decided to seek refreshments on their own. After maneuvering past the media, the brothers temporarily parted ways. Tony approached a bar, having just ordered a glass of scotch, when Agent Coulson from S.H.L.D. approached him. "Mr. Stark, who are you?" Tony inquired. Puzzled. "Coulson," he replied with a smile. "Oh, you're from that agency, right? Pepper mentioned you. I heard you were looking for Leon. It's S.H.I.E.L.D. Mr. Stark," Coulson corrected him. "Whatever," Tony said, waving his hand dismissively while savoring his whiskey. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as his gaze fixated on a stunning woman in a blue evening gown with cascading waves of blonde hair. Pepper, who had arrived at the hotel before him and Leon. "Perhaps we should finalize the arrangements for our meeting on the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Tower?" Coulson suggested delicately. "Let us do that. You're absolutely right. I'll go find my secretary to confirm this," Tony replied, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Pepper's figure. Tony downed the whiskey in one swift motion and, after exchanging pleasantries with Coulson, made his way toward Pepper, who sat in solitude. Although their relationship was tinged with ambiguity, the delicate barrier between them remained unbroken. Pepper harbored persistent reservations, viewing Tony as her employer while regarding herself merely as an employee. Such an imbalance in status often precludes the longevity of romantic entanglements. Additionally, she had to contend with the scrutinizing gazes of their colleagues. To complicate matters further, Tony's notorious flirtation provided little in the way of reassurance. However, following the recent kidnapping incident, Pepper's perspective began to shift, and Tony felt compelled to offer her some clarity. Seize the moment while the flowers bloom. Do not wait until the branches are bare. Meanwhile, Leon and the blonde woman, the journalist Christine, who had previously interacted with him, found a room together. Chapter 13. Tony, I simply do not comprehend. How did you survive the car crash? By sheer luck. For the past 3 months, where have you been? Resting in the sea. How did you manage to deal with those kidnappers? With superpowers? That's impossible. I heard it was a nuclear bomb. Is that not so? That is merely a rumor. Are you dismissing me like this? What can you actually say? A type of plant. Oh my heavens, I'm going to lose my mind. Are you even human? Damn it. Afterward, Christine, now in a state of disarray, retrieved several photographs and a key from her bag and handed them to Leon. Is this what you call taking responsibility? Leon perused the photographs, which depicted a group of refugees coerced into transporting military arms under the threat of armed bandits, showcasing an array of advanced weaponry purportedly from Stark Industries. Your expression suggests you are not surprised. This town, Gemera, has been overtaken by a band of heavily armed terrorists who possess weapons that Stark Industries claimed have been discontinued. Should these photographs reach the public eye, Stark Industries will face a severe crisis of trust, and the already plummeting shares will descend further into the abyss. Christine, her hair disheveled and sweat still glistening on her collarbone and face, wrapped in a white bedsheet, leaned against the headboard, revealing her delicate feet as she observed Leon, who was placing the photographs down and beginning to dress. What do you wish to convey? Leon inquired. Stark Industries is currently in the most perilous of times. A moment's negligence could lead to irrevocable ruin. Do you not intend to take action? Perhaps investigate who authorized the shipment of these weapons? Christine subtly hinted, understanding that assisting Leon would, in some sense, aid her as well, even if it were merely speculation at this point. Her inquiries had tentatively directed her suspicion toward Obadiah Stane, the uncle of the Stark brothers. Henceforth, if she could instill doubt in Leon regarding Obadiah, Tony would undoubtedly initiate an investigation upon discovering this. In this manner, the situation would become significantly simpler. This was Christine's plan. Yet little did she anticipate the unfolding consequences. I'm aware. It is all Obadiah's fault. Whether it be my car accident, Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings, or the leak of these weapons, it all traces back to him. What? Leon's sudden revelation left Christine, who had meticulously prepared her words to persuade him, utterly bewildered. Is this truly the same Leon Stark who boasts of being the foremost rogue, with none daring to claim the second position? Christine found herself feeling a profound sense of unfamiliarity towards the Leon before her. What did these photographs come to be? Just yesterday. All right, I understand now. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Leon leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Christine's forehead. Even after he left the room, she remained in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Why does this acknowledgement from him bring me such joy? Leon's kiss had stirred something within her heart, leaving her unusually flustered. After a long moment of reflection, she thought to herself, what a brute. Not even a pile driver can match your prowess. As soon as Leon stepped out, Pepper approached, appearing somewhat irked. Leon, hey Pepper, Stan has been searching for you everywhere, and I've been looking for you for half an hour. What have you been doing this entire time? Surely you wouldn't tea. Her words trailed off, but her gaze had already turned dangerously sharp. That's absurd. No sooner had Leon spoken than the door to the room behind him swung open. Leon, you tore the zipper of my evening gown. Hurry and send someone to bring me a new one. Oh, hello, Miss Pepper. Clad only in a white bedsheet that barely concealed her modesty. Christine exchanged startled glances with Pepper, and Leon instantly felt the atmosphere grow palpably awkward. Well, how could this not count? Leon shrugged, choosing to embrace the awkwardness. The scene shifted. The ever-serious Pepper was now dragging Leon to meet Tony in a VIP lounge. Hey, my boy, what have you done to provoke our gentle and virtuous Miss Pepper to such anger? Tony teased. Don't even mention it, Tony. Noticing Pepper's vigilant gaze, Leon grimaced, reluctant to provide Tony with any fodder for amusement. Turning to realize that only he and Tony were present in the lounge, with the Pepper family elsewhere, he inquired, where are Rhodey and Ethan? Why haven't I seen them? Rhodey is tied up with a mission in the Air Force, and couldn't he make it? As for Ethan, our chief scientific advisor, he is preoccupied with the company's subsequent transition. I offered him a break, but he declined, saying he wanted to be alone. Ah, I see. Leon nodded. I think I understand why Ethan wants solitude. Saying this, he handed the stack of photographs to Tony. This is Gamera. I believe it is Ethan's hometown. Correct? Tony accepted the photographs, and as he flipped through them, his previously light demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness. This is what transpired yesterday, Leon added. Pepper, apart from Leon and me, who else in the company has the authority to approve the shipment of weapons? Setting the photographs down, Tony wearily rubbed his forehead and asked, the board and Mr. Stan. Tony, could it possibly be? After addressing Tony's inquiry, Pepper also came to a realization, incredulously speculating that he was indeed the uncle of Tony and Leon. I hope this isn't true, Tony sighed, acknowledging the often surreal nature of reality as he distanced himself. Leon said something before leaning toward Pepper, whispering earnestly, Pepper, I have a favor to ask. Be sure to bring Happy along. All right, I shall go right away. Pepper solemnly agreed, dashing out in her high heels. The reception area fell into a prolonged silence. Leon, you mentioned that nearly the entire company is managed by Obadiah. Along with my unparalleled technical support, what more could he possibly want? Tony suddenly inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Leon exhaled deeply. Had it not been for the integration of memories from a past life, his current sentiments would likely mirror Tony's discontent. After all, it was betrayal from those he trusted most dearly. Perhaps this is intrinsic to human nature. Once one possesses a sheep, they desire two. Upon acquiring two, they yearn for three. Human desire is akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it begins, it ceases to halt. Chapter 14. Obadiah. Did I wake up early for this? At the open-air bar on the top floor of the hotel. It was exclusively reserved for Obadiah and his invited guests today. By the time Leon and Tony arrived, Obadiah had been waiting for quite some time. The food had cooled. Yet Obadiah seemed to have anticipated this, ordering a selection of cold dishes and desserts favored by Tony and Leon. The flickering candlelight on the dining table danced in the gentle breeze, illuminating Obadiah's half-smiling, bald visage. Hey, Tony, Leon, my fine young lads. You've certainly kept this old man waiting. Upon their arrival, Obadiah greeted them warmly. What can I say? Persistence is key, Leon jested. Tony took the chance to add, Obi, you really should have invited some young models to keep you company while you waited for us. Oh, please, with these old bones of mine, spare me. I'd like to live a few more years, Obadiah retorted, embracing Leon enthusiastically before patting Tony on the shoulder. Indeed, who wouldn't wish for a few more years? Leon shrugged. Come, sit down. I've ordered all your favorites, Obadiah urged. Haha, truly, we must thank the heavens. Where's Pepper? Why isn't she with you? She had a last-minute commitment. You know how busy she always is. That's all right. The most important thing is that you two brothers are here. The three gathered around the white round table adorned with flickering candles, resembling a typical family gathering. Leon eagerly seized a knife, slicing into a small piece of cold roast beef, and brought it to his mouth with a silver fork. However, after just a couple of chews, he suddenly froze. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Obadiah, having closely observed the brothers dining, promptly noticed Leon's unusual behavior, inquiring with concern. No, it's simply too delicious. It has a remarkable depth of flavor, Leon exclaimed, even finishing Tony's portion. Tony and Obadiah, who had yet to utter a word, stood in stunned silence. After a satisfying belch, Leon suddenly opened his eyes wide, clutching his neck as if he were poisoned, frothing at the mouth. Moments later, his eyes rolled back, and his head fell upon the round table, thereafter remaining still. Leon? Leon, Tony exclaimed, realizing the dish had been poisoned. In a mere 25 seconds, Leon succumbed to the toxin, and Tony was left bewildered, unable to react in time. As he turned to confront Obadiah, A low hum filled the air. Obadiah held a small device resembling a car keychain, emitting sound waves at a specific frequency. Instantly, Tony's neck bulged with veins, and he was rendered paralyzed, stripped of his ability to resist. "What a glutton you are, Tony. You could have walked away so easily," Obadiah remarked. He attempted to push Leon's lifeless body to occupy his seat for a face-to-face conversation with Tony, but found it as immovable as a solid iron block. He abandoned the effort. "Do you remember this, Tony?" Obadiah extracted a Bluetooth earpiece designed for sound isolation from his ear and waved the small device before Tony. "This is your portable infrasound weapon, regrettably unapproved for production due to its indiscriminate nature. Yet, it is undeniably practical, is it not? What a pity, Tony. Had you perished so easily, it would have been simpler for both you and me. The media below certainly cannot fathom my true purpose for summoning them today. After all, who would suspect that the Stark brothers, having just escaped death, would fall prey to an assassin in such a public spectacle? And I, Obadiah Stane, shall seize complete control of Stark Industries. Tony, I co-founded Stark Industries with your father, dedicating my life to this company, only to find that I am outdone by this wastrel beside me, who only knows how to chase women." In a fit of rage, Obadiah struck Leon's head with a powerful fist. To his astonishment, Leon's skull remained unscathed while Obadiah's hand cracked with a loud snap, fracturing his bones. "I never intended it to come to this, but your existence complicates matters for me." With that, Obadiah struggled to don a white glove on his injured right hand, then retrieved a handgun from his pocket, disengaging the safety and aiming at Tony's head. Yet at that moment, the poisoned Leon astonishingly rose from the dead, overturning the table. "Difficult? Then let us not." Bang! Obadiah's gun fired, but Leon caught the bullet with his hand and crushed it to pieces. "You? How can you?" Obadiah stammered. Leon, with a hint of kindness, replied, "How did I survive the poison? Guess. I guess you." Bang! 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 Obadiah, in a state of desperation, unleashed a torrent of bullets directly at Tony and Leon. Leon shielded the incapacitated Tony behind him, and the bullets struck him as though merely scratching an itch, resulting in 8 holes appearing on his attire. How could this be? Are you human or a specter? Faced with the seemingly invulnerable Leon, who had risen from the dead, Obadiah fell to the ground in terror, his emptied firearm slipping from his grasp and landing at Leon's feet. Leon bent down to retrieve the weapon, and under Obadiah's incredulous gaze, he manipulated the gun as if it were mere dough, ultimately transforming it into a disc with a clap of his hands. "Stan, you know nothing of true strength." With a resounding thud, the disc struck the ground, along with Obadiah's flickering hopes. At last, he comprehended why Leon had survived the car crash and how Tony had escaped the clutches of the Ten Rings. It dawned on him that he had been the one kept in the dark, oblivious to the fact that his own partner had long since crafted the ultimate weapon. "Howard, you rascal, was this part of your scheme all along?" Obadiah seethed with impotent fury. Leon, perplexed by the sudden mention of his father, wondered what had provoked such ire. Had he known Obadiah envisioned his ironclad form as a product of Howard's research, he would have laughed heartily. "Do you have any last words?" Leon advanced step by step toward Obadiah. In response, Obadiah fell silent, desperately crawling away on all fours, seemingly attempting to flee. Soon, Leon halted, for Obadiah had nowhere left to retreat. Behind him lay a sea of lights and the towering heights above. At that moment, Tony, having recovered from his paralysis, shakily approached Leon, who steadied him, and confronted the cornered Obadiah with a question. Why? Although he had been incapacitated, Tony's mind had remained alert, and he had heard every word Obadiah uttered. "Why? Huh?" Obadiah scoffed. "No reason, Tony. As long as you remain in this position, you will inevitably self-destruct. I will be waiting for you in hell. Enough. Your role has come to an end. The vanquished must exit." Whoosh! With a swift motion, Leon raised his hand, a brilliant light emanating from his palm. Obadiah was sent soaring by the golden shockwave. 13 seconds later, a dull crash echoed from below. Judging by the sound, Obadiah had likely become a mere heap. "Oh my God!" Tony gazed at Leon, bemused. "Why did you act so swiftly? I still had so many questions." "Is it my fault?" Leon shrugged nonchalantly. When Pepper arrived with the evidence downloaded and printed from Obadiah's office, implicating him in collusion with the Ten Rings and assassins to harm Tony and Leon, the moment would unfold. Obadiah's coffin lid has already been sealed by Leon, exhibiting remarkable efficiency. One can only remark that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Chapter 15. The sister, adorned in purple, exudes a captivating charm. Astonishingly, the mastermind behind the conspiracy to undermine the Stark brothers is none other than their uncle, Obadiah Stane, a founding elder of Stark Industries. Is this a grotesque distortion of human nature or a disintegration of morality? Just yesterday, in a fit of guilt, Obadiah Stane leapt to his demise from the penthouse of a five-star hotel. His myriad crimes have swiftly been exposed by vigilant citizens, including, but not limited to, employing assassins, premeditated murder, racial discrimination, meddling in the internal affairs of other nations, and harassing underage girls, as well as providing weaponry support to various foreign terrorist organizations. This encapsulates the entirety of our report. We shall remain vigilant in following the developments of this matter. Stark Tower. Obadiah's former office has now been transformed into Leon's domain. Leaning back in his chair with his legs crossed, Leon dismisses the news on his computer screen, shaking his head with a sigh. Had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently? If only you had conducted yourself with integrity, I would not occupy this position. Indeed, with Obadiah's absence as a pivotal figure in the company, Leon has been conscripted by Pepper. She has forcibly placed the title of executive director upon him, a role originally intended for her in the narrative. Gazing at the plummeting stocks of Stark Industries displayed on a screen, Leon smirks. Just wait. You will regret this in due time. Following the scandal surrounding Obadiah, the already precarious stocks of Stark Industries have taken another nosedive. Many investors are discarding their shares as if they were hot potatoes, eager to mitigate their losses. Little do they realize, this turmoil is merely a precursor to Stark Industries reaching new heights. Leon is now actively acquiring shares from disillusioned investors, taking in as many as he can. Initially, he contemplated advising these investors against abandoning their shares, urging them to believe in Stark Industries and in Tony. However, their vitriol was intolerable. While insults directed at Tony's alleged impotence could be justified, the slander against Leon's potential was utterly unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to abandon his moral compass. He awaits a surge in stock prices to capitalize on the opportunity, planning to turn a profit while ensuring those indiscreet individuals face the consequences of their words. At that moment, a series of knocks sounded at Leon's office door. "Come in," he called, clearing his throat and adopting a poised posture with his fingers steepled under his chin. However, upon seeing Pepper enter, he reverted to his former self, slumping in his chair like a dreamless fish. Dressed in a sleek black secretary attire, Pepper approached Leon's desk with a stack of documents. With a smile, she inquired Leon, "How does the executive director's chair suit you?" "Don't mention it, Pepper." Leon forced a smile. If there existed a subject dedicated to charming women, I would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score. However, managing a company is truly beyond my capabilities. Are you not concerned that I might squander our family's assets? Considering the current state of the company, we may reach bankruptcy before that becomes a reality, replied Pepper. Thus, as the second heir of Stark Industries, it is high time for you to set an example. Familiar with Leon's character, Pepper placed a stack of impressive profiles of women, both youthful and mature, before him and continued. Even if you do nothing but sit in the office, allowing others to believe that the once wayward Leon Stark is now diligently working for the survival of the company, that would suffice. Even if, in reality, he merely shifted his pursuits to a different locale. You truly understand me, Pepper. Long live understanding, Leon exclaimed, his face brimming with emotion. He attempted to take the profiles to assess their merits, but Pepper pressed her hand down to stop him. Leon, do not misunderstand. These women are all candidates for the position of your executive secretary, not courtesans prepared for you, Pepper warned, her eyes narrowing. I understand. Leon waved his hand dismissively and pulled the stack of profiles from under Pepper's hand, beginning to scrutinize them seriously. Meanwhile, Pepper emphasized, Leon, these girls are all graduates with doctoral degrees in economic management from prestigious institutions. They will undoubtedly assist you in managing the company effectively. At her words, Leon raised an eyebrow, aware that Pepper was hinting at something deeper, and thus inquired, which one do you think I should choose? They're all quite impressive. I find myself a bit overwhelmed, he admitted. With a playful glare at Leon, Pepper decisively extracted the final profile from the bottom of the stack. Since Leon had not yet perused all the materials, he was unaware of the woman's appearance, his curious gaze following the document in Pepper's hand. Sharon Kate, graduated from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, fluent in Russian, French, Mandarin, and Italian, holding dual doctorates in finance and management, as well as marketing and real estate. Moreover, she happens to be your junior? Perhaps there's an element of mentorship from seniors to juniors? Leon teased, knowing that Pepper was also an alumnus of the University of Pennsylvania. Indeed, Pepper nodded, affirming, however, she is undeniably the most exceptional and capable talent among them, a versatile asset in both business and diplomacy. Precisely what you lack. That is indeed the case, Leon acknowledged. Thus, I believe you two will get along splendidly. Let us go with her. Pepper, you should bring her directly before me. Why the unnecessary steps? This is for your secretarial recruitment, not mine. Pepper shot Leon an exasperated look. Your opinion is of utmost importance. Furthermore, we ought to provide every candidate with an equal opportunity. Pepper, as we just discussed, everyone has their own self-interests. True equality has never existed in this world. Very well. Our young master has recently begun to utter philosophical maxims from time to time, which is indeed a commendable advancement. Pepper chuckled softly, speaking in a tone reminiscent of one addressing a child. Oh, come on, Pepper, Leon retorted, exasperated. Please refrain from speaking to me in such a manner. It gives me goosebumps. All right, I've already notified her. She should arrive shortly. Pepper sent a message on her phone and, feeling uneasy, reiterated to Leon. Kate is a good girl. Do not lay a finger on her. Be aware that she has acquired a law license, and you could find yourself facing a harassment lawsuit. Very well, Pepper. I assure you I shall not lay a finger on her, Leon replied, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. I'm only interested in her sister. It would not be in Leon's nature to refuse a lamb brought to his lips. Moreover, she hardly fits the mold of a good girl, being A-S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent with no semblance of innocence. Leon felt no moral qualms about pursuing her. It was preferable to allow her to engage with him now rather than risk her entanglement with Captain America, ultimately leading to her betrayal and transformation into a villain. Leon was in dire need of a capable and high-quality female secretary. Chapter 16. Sharon Kate, firmly grasped by Leon. Shortly after Pepper's departure, a knock echoed from outside Leon's office. Come in. Accompanied by the clicking of high heels upon the floor, a young woman with golden hair, clad in a purple off-the-shoulder fitted dress and semi-transparent black stockings, entered the room. She was none other than Sharon Kate, a S-H-I-E-L-D, agent masquerading as a brilliant doctoral graduate to approach Leon. According to the information Pepper provided, she was born in 1986, making her only 22 years old. Leon, born a mere 2.5 minutes earlier than Tony, was a full 16 years her senior. If one were to stretch it, he could almost be her father. Had Leon not been aware of her true identity, her age alone would have made it difficult for him to associate her with S-H-L-D. What had that damned agency done to transform a seemingly naive young woman into a trained operative? Leon could not suppress his disdain and condemnation. Yet he raised his thumb in approval. Well done. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am Sharon Kate, here to apply for the position of your secretary. It is a pleasure to serve you. How pleased are you? Leon's first remark left Kate momentarily speechless. Just a joke. Please don't take it to heart. He laughed heartily, gesturing for her to take a seat. All right, Sharon Kate responded with a smile, smoothing the wrinkles on her fitted dress before sitting down across from Leon's desk. It was unclear whether her nervousness was genuine or merely an act. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere in the office grew awkward. At last, unable to bear the pressure Leon exerted, Sharon Kate hesitantly parted her lips, adorned with a glossy hue, and murmured, I am sorry, however. As she attempted to rise, Leon raised his hand to stop her. Ah, please sit down. What nonsense is this? Leon rose from his office chair and approached Sharon Kate, placing his hands gently on her exposed shoulders. At the moment of contact, he could distinctly sense a fleeting tremor coursing through her, though she swiftly suppressed it. Observing this, a smirk crept onto Leon's lips. After all, Sharon Kate was indeed a well-trained agent, her performance quite remarkable, perhaps even tinged with a hint of genuine emotion. In any case, the situation had become intriguing. It is well known that one of Leon's favorite pastimes was to transform a seemingly blank sheet of paper into a canvas of his own color. Just as Leon contemplated how to subtly sway Sharon Kate to his side, a sudden interruption echoed in his Bluetooth earpiece. Master Leon, there's a call for you from Stark Manor, Jarvis announced, momentarily disrupting his thoughts. Take it, Leon replied, slightly irritated as he withdrew his hands from Sharon Kate's shoulders and stepped aside. Instantly, Sharon Kate felt a wave of relief wash over her, cautiously exhaling. She had half expected Leon Stark to make an advance upon their first meeting. Nevertheless, the real Leon Stark was undeniably more handsome than his photograph suggested. With an admiring gaze, Sharon Kate discreetly observed Leon's silhouette, her mind turning to strategies for extracting the intelligence Director Fury sought from him. If she could accomplish her task without direct communication, that would be ideal. However, if dialogue were necessary, she found the prospect not entirely unpalatable. After all, it must be said, despite Leon Stark's notorious reputation, he remained an object of desire for women of all ages, from the elderly who have one foot in the grave to youthful maidens just awakening to romance. If one were to rank the objects of their nighttime fantasies, Leon Stark would undoubtedly claim the top spot. with striking good looks, immense wealth, and a penchant for playfulness. He combined attributes that resonated like a nuclear explosion. "Hey, brother," Leon greeted. "Tony, are you ready, my suited lad? The Grim Reaper is about to step out." "Leon, you know I'm always prepared." "Tony, that's good. We'll be waiting for you at home. Oh, and by the way, the item you requested has been repaired." After their brief conversation, Leon intended to depart immediately, but found Sharon Kate had anticipated his movement, blocking his path. "Mr. Leon, where do you think you're going? Miss Pepper has instructed that you remain in the office until the crisis is resolved." "Oh, is that so?" A devilish grin spread across Leon's face as he advanced on Sharon Kate, swiftly pinning her against the wall. "Then let me ask you, Kate, whose secretary are you, mine or Pepper's?" I am, of course, your secretary, Mr. Leon. Since you are my secretary, you ought to heed my orders. Now, Kate, I command you to step aside." "However, Miss Pepper—" "Kate, you wouldn't want to be dismissed on your very first day at the company, would you?" "No, I wouldn't." "Precisely. Obedience makes for a good girl." Leon patted Sharon Kate's cheek before exiting the room, leaving the affairs of the company in her capable hands. A belief he held firmly. A sigh of relief escaped Sharon Kate as the door closed behind him. The weight of the world had just been lifted from her shoulders. Leon Stark seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of her vulnerabilities, effortlessly disarming her with a mere phrase. Biting her lip, she steadied herself against the wall, only to discover that her stockings had snagged on the floor. With no one around, she slipped off her high heels, her bare feet touching the ground. She placed her hands on the hem of her fitted skirt, preparing to remove the damaged stockings. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the door to the executive office swung open. Unlatched. I believe your current attire suits you perfectly. You should dress like this in the office more often. No need to emulate Pepper's incessant OL uniform. I'm utterly fatigued by it." A palpable silence ensued, and when Leon beheld the scene within the office, he momentarily froze before hastily closing the door. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he reopened it, conflicted, and addressed Kate. "My dear, please refrain from any inappropriate conduct in the office. If you find yourself in urgent need, the restroom is just a few steps away." I did not. You misunderstand." Leon's misinterpretation left Sharon Kate momentarily speechless with embarrassment. As she launched her vehement denials, Leon had already shut the door again, leaving her in a state of confusion and frustration, unable to clarify the misunderstanding. Chapter 17. The optimal combination of genius and fool at the seaside villa, whereas Tony. He is currently finalizing the preparations for the Mark III armor in the studio below. Mark III? Completed so swiftly? It appears that Leon's earlier citation holds true. Human desires are akin to rolling stones on a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. With the possession of one suit of armor, Tony yearns for a second. Upon acquiring two, he longs for a third. The same principle applies to Leon. After pursuing one woman, he seeks another, and after that, he desires a third. Chuckling softly, Leon descended to Tony's workshop in the elevator. The first sight that greeted him was a striking suit of armor, adorned in a vibrant blend of gold and crimson, exuding an aura of style. "I thought you would be left standing in punishment by Ms. Pepper." "Likewise," Tony replied with a grin. Although Leon had witnessed the upgrades to the Mark III in the film, he decided to indulge Tony's vanity and desire to share. Pointing at the Mark III, he inquired, "What is this?" "The Mark III, an upgraded model of the Mark II." The mention of the armor instantly ignited Tony's enthusiasm. He downed his vegetable juice in one gulp and continued, "To adapt to the high-altitude environment, I have undertaken a comprehensive upgrade of its electronic sensors. Moreover, the pressurization and exhaust systems are being diligently improved to function seamlessly in the vacuum of space. The exterior casing has been re-engineered using the titanium alloy of the Seraph satellite, resulting in a significantly lighter overall weight while greatly enhancing the armor's strength, allowing it to withstand the impact of a tank shell without sustaining damage. How have you addressed the issue of acceleration loads? And what about shock absorption? After all, this armor is worn by you, not me. Enduring a tremendous impact would likely turn your internal organs into a pulp in that fleeting moment of acceleration, wouldn't it?" This is a concern that weighs heavily on Leon's mind, as well as a question that Marvel fans have long pondered. Yet the comic authors and film directors have conspicuously failed to clarify how Tony resolved it. "Bingo! Leon, you've hit the nail on the head," Tony exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he snapped his fingers. He then beckoned a mechanical arm, named Dummy, to bring over a touchscreen. Pointing at a series of complex design schematics on the screen, which Leon could hardly comprehend, he enthusiastically began to explain, "The question you've posed pertains not only to the Iron Man suit, but also to the jet glider, as both face a myriad of load issues due to their excessive speed, challenges that are difficult for an ordinary person to endure. I must admit, Even a genius like myself finds this problem to be quite formidable. Fortunately, I have perfected a solution. I employ a device that generates an anti-inertial field to counteract the overwhelming acceleration loads. An anti-inertial field? Is this truly science? Even with the design blueprints plastered before him, Leon remained utterly bewildered as to how inertia could be countered. It felt akin to holding a reference answer while having a master teacher explain it, only to find oneself utterly lost. Tony, you are truly a genius. Leon mused, admiration spilling from him. Do you think I am anyone less? I am Tony Stark, the finest mechanic of this century. Tony responded, pride radiating from him as he basked in his brother's admiration. Come with me. I have also conducted a comprehensive upgrade on your jet glider. With that, Tony led Leon to the elevator, descending to the next level, traversing a meter-thick password-protected blast door to enter the modification and docking area of the jet glider. Due to various delays, this marked Leon's second visit to this space since the initial activation of the jet glider. It seemed that ARVIS had effectively conveyed Leon's renovation suggestions to Tony, as not only was the blast door fortified, but even the surrounding walls have been replaced with a solid meter-thick titanium alloy steel plate. Once this area is sealed off from the outside world, it is likely that only a superhuman like Leon could breach it. Even someone like Azu would be compelled to reflect on their actions within. At this moment, the jet glider stood in the center of the space like a poised and elegant beauty, awaiting Leon's engagement. Whoa, what a marvel! Leon's fingertips danced lightly across the genuine leather seat of the jet glider, reminiscent of a pianist's delicate touch. The energy system, power system, defense system, and electronic system have all undergone comprehensive upgrades. In addition to the previously mentioned titanium gold alloy utilized in the Mark III and the anti-inertia field generator, I have also equipped her with a formidable weaponry system, which includes 32 NTR X-Wife missiles. Each missile, akin to a cruiser's main cannon in destructive power, is formidable. Moreover, 2 plasma beam cannons, possessing power equivalent to the full capacity of the Mark III's chest cannon, have been integrated as well. The NTR X-Wife missile, true to its name, is an enhanced version specifically designed for Leon following Tony's deconstruction of Hammer Industries' X-Wife. At first glance, it appears merely to have a broader caliber, but its destructive power, range, and controllability are in an entirely different league. Now, it not only overcomes the excessive load on the pilot, but has also elevated its maximum speed to Mach 5. The upgraded medium arc reactor can sustain her at peak power for an entire month of cruising. This is truly the pinnacle of violent motorcycles. What do you think? Tony smirked at Leon. I'll let you have the cover girl for the entire year. Having this beauty is more than enough for me. Leon's face radiated excitement as he made a decision that defied tradition. No, it was a gesture of gratitude. You rascal. You said it. I'll be waiting for you outside the launch bay. Without giving Leon a chance to reconsider, Tony thumped his chest and hurried off to don his armor. Oh no, was that hasty? Leon thought as he retrieved the soldier boy uniform repaired by Jarvis from the system space and put it on, even donning the somewhat awkward helmet this time. Yet, under his ruggedly handsome visage, it exuded a unique charm, an exhilarating thrill, or perhaps a sense of mischief. This was precisely the contrast Leon sought, a blend of restraint and exuberance. And this, as he finished donning his battle uniform, Leon suddenly recalled something and approached a metallic workbench strewn with various mechanical parts. There lay a silver-black metal shield, reminiscent of the Don Ponte Y logo, which had been restored with added materials at Leon's request. Affixed to the shield was a note that read, "For my shield boy." The shield had retained nearly all of its original specifications, with the most significant alteration being an increase in thickness from 2 fingers to 3. Viewed from the side, it appeared substantially more robust, certainly not something an ordinary person could easily lift. Leon had specified that the shield maintain its original weight while incorporating vibranium's kinetic energy absorption and rebound capabilities. A half-centimeter thickness would certainly be more substantial than Captain America's ultra-thin, form-fitting vibranium shield. Although Captain America's shield may have been enhanced with a hint of an unexpected alloy by Leon's father, Leon's entire frame was constructed from that very alloy, rendering him entirely unfazed. Leon, in a moment of desperation, considered the possibility of incorporating remnants of his own bones into the mix, confident in his remarkable regenerative abilities. However, the pain deterred him, and the formidable nature of the Edelman alloy kept him from attempting it. Chapter 18. Jarvis. I was here first. Finally, the moment had arrived. Leon, feeling a surge of tension, exhaled deeply and focused his thoughts, attempting to store the newly enhanced Soldier Boy shield, crafted by the system, into his system space. In an instant, the shield vanished from his grasp, confined within a realm accessible only to him. Now, enlightenment washed over Leon. As long as he did not alter the general shape of the equipment, perhaps retaining some original aspects, upgrading system-produced gear was entirely feasible. Thus, the operability and convenience of the system space had increased significantly. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flurry of inspiration surged forth. Yet he chose to suppress them for the moment. He boarded the jet glider, preparing to embark on a mission to extend warmth to the terrorists in Gemera. Just then, the system's notification chimed in his ear, reminding him the new day had dawned, and it was time for another check-in. Will you proceed with today's check-in? System, I have modest requests. Grant me an Emperor's steed. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have received Alcy. Alcy, a female Autobot from Transformers Prime, in the alternate timeline. She lost all her cherished Autobot companions and her beloved human partner, drifting alone in the vastness of space. Gradually, she ceased to think. Beneath her aloof and cold exterior lies a warm and tender heart. Due to her tumultuous experiences, she yearns for an everlasting partner. Her spark has mutated over time, awakening unique transformations unlike any typical Autobot. Motorcycle mode, combat mode, and partner mode. Note, sometimes, the race of the subject need not be overly rigid. For human XP is inherently free, is it not? Alcy is absolutely loyal and will never betray. Yet due to her personal history, her emotions may occasionally fluctuate, thus requiring a modicum of patience. Alcy? Leon recalled her as the sole female member of the Autobot Elite Guard, the undeniable heroine of Transformers Prime. Tall and poised, responsible and resilient. She embodied both beauty and strength. She likely represented the ideal partner for countless young men, and those who had watched Prime found it hard not to adore Alcy. It was amusing to reflect. In his youth, Leon had harbored a profound admiration for Alcy. Yet, in this alternate timeline, her circumstances were lamentable. The accumulation of various strong and tragic attributes seemed almost excessive. Which wretched author concocted such a backstory? Had the system's check-in version of Alcy become a cybernetic vegetable devoid of thought? Leon felt a wave of concern and promptly summoned Arcee from the system space. However, what stood before him was a dilapidated heap of scrap metal. Wardfa. This was Arcee? Gazing at the battered vehicle, its paint so rusted that not a trace of its original color remained, Leon was left dumbfounded. Arcee? He attempted to call out. ZZZZ. Crackle. As Leon's voice echoed, the sole remaining headlight of Arcee flickered, but after a crackling sound reminiscent of a short circuit, it exploded with a resounding pop. It seemed that Arcee had perished completely. Leon fell into silence, for the first time doubting whether the system had acted with intent. He lamented the situation, wishing that if he were to sign in, it would not result in such a grim fate, at least granting him an opportunity for a rescue. System, speak to me, Leon cried internally. If it were possible, he would gladly save Arcee, viewing it as a redemption for the countless lives he had extinguished in his youth. Warning, the static equilibrium of Arcee's dormant state has been disrupted. Its spark will extinguish in 25 seconds. Tip, if the host wishes to prolong Arcee's flame of life, please place her spark into any sufficiently powered vehicle before this time elapses. As the system's voice faded, Arcee's battered chassis began to tremble incessantly, signaling an imminent collapse. Her spark? Where is it located? Leon exclaimed in a frenzy, akin to a midwife during her first delivery. Yet, as soon as his metallic hand made contact with Arcee's body, she clattered apart into a true pile of scrap. Oh no. I'm sorry. Just when Leon thought all was lost, a core energy sphere emerged from Arcee's remains, its core a striking blue-violet, surrounded by a faint pink halo. The scene mirrored the birth of Ultron, if not identical, then certainly remarkably similar. Under Leon's astonished gaze, Arcee's mutated spark seemed to expand autonomously, transforming into a spherical neural network and projecting itself toward the nearest vehicle, his own jet Glider 20. As Arcee's mutated spark fully integrated, a flash of blue-violet arcs coursed over the surface of the jet glider. Subsequently, several cold, blue-violet patterns symmetrically adorned its originally silver-black body, while the cockpit's interior, invisible to outsiders, received gentle pink embellishments. Now, it ought to be called Jet Glider 30. No, it should be Jet Glider Arcee. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Leon was about to greet the reborn Arcee when he heard Jarvis's slightly melancholic voice in his Bluetooth headset. Young Master Leon, I have been ejected from the Jet Glider system by an unfamiliar intelligent AI. Should I report this to Mr. Stark? No. The intelligent AI that you expelled was crafted by me. Please, do not disclose this to Tony just yet. I wish to surprise him. Leon exclaimed with excitement. However, caught up in his fervor, he failed to notice Jarvis's despondency. I was here first. Hey, Alcy, partner mode, Leon commanded. Command error. Huh. Then what about battle mode? Command accepted. Transforming into battle mode. A voice, devoid of emotional fluctuation and reminiscent of a mature woman, emanated from Alcy's vehicle frame. Upon hearing it for the second time, Leon finally sensed something amiss. Why does Alcy's voice sound more artificial than that of Jarvis, the true AI? This thought sent a shiver of unease through him. Accompanied by a cacophony of transforming sounds, Alcy swiftly showcased the renowned Cybertronian technology of compression. She morphed from her conventional car size into a strikingly tall female transformer. Boasting long legs, a slender waist, and an angular face, towering at nearly 2 meters. Resembling an amplified version of a female Iron Man suit or a vengeful wanderer, a medium-sized arc reactor, serving as her propulsion source, was embedded at the center of her chest, seemingly her heart. Due to the insufficient height of the indoor landing pad, she could only kneel on one knee before Leon. Hello, Alcy. I am your new partner, Leon. With the system compensating for any irrationalities, Leon called out Alcy's name without a hint of hesitation, extending a friendly hand toward her. Greetings, Leon. I am the Jet Glider, codename Alcy. It is my honor to serve you. Chapter 19, The Cyber Widow. Outside the launch shaft at the cliff beneath the seaside villa, Tony, clad in Mark III armor and hovering in midair, grew weary and silently pondered. What is that kid doing, moving so slowly? Just then, a whoosh echoed from the already opened launch shaft, followed by Leon speeding out in the jet glider, accelerating towards the horizon without a moment's pause. Hey, that's outright provocation, Tony mused, raising an eyebrow beneath his helmet. Immediately, the repulsors in his palms and soles surged with power as he pursued Leon. The two brothers resembled carefree birds frolicking in the sky, chasing each other joyfully, as Leon merely sought to test the acceleration and load resistance of the jet glider. He reached a speed of Mach 5 after 13 seconds, feeling far more comfortable than when driving a car. He then began to decelerate, awaiting Tony, who was being left further behind. Before long, Tony caught up and chided Leon. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Blaming me for not keeping up? Leon shrugged and replied with a hint of sarcasm. I thought the Mark III could fly this fast too. You wouldn't even think it's possible with your brain. Mach 25 is already the limit of what can be achieved now. Tony rolled his eyes and remarked with the same technological support. A large motorcycle, like a jet glider, can simply be stacked with materials. However, when it comes to battle armor, I have to consider a multitude of factors. After all, battle armor is designed to be worn by individuals. It is essential to maximize the limited space to achieve the best performance-to-cost ratio, finding a balance among weapon systems, power systems, and various auxiliary systems. When Tony began discussing his armor, he exhibited a tendency to ramble, while Leon quietly played the role of a grateful listener. Then why not create an unmanned version? Leon inquired, curiosity piqued. Good question, Tony replied. I have posed similar queries to Rhodey in the past. I believe he made a valid point. After all, AI is a creation of humanity and should never surpass us. Perhaps in the future, I will construct some unmanned iron armors to serve as bodyguards for the company, but my own suit must remain the most formidable. That makes sense, Leon nodded, thinking, I hope when you have that sudden inspiration to create Ultron, you can still hold on to this initial intention. By the way, how did you resolve the sourcing of the vibranium for my shield? I've heard that Wakanda typically does not sell vibranium outside its borders. Even wealth cannot procure it. Only a few are aware of Wakanda's vibranium production, and Leon and Tony happen to be among them. What do you mean by wealth cannot procure it? It's merely that those who can acquire it aren't wealthy enough, if it were me. Leon hesitated. Well, all right, it is true that wealth cannot procure it. Tony expressed his frustration towards the Wakandan natives, stating, those folks are rigid in their thinking and utterly unreasonable, strutting around as if they were something special. How did you manage to acquire the vibranium for that shield? Leon asked, envisioning a bearded middleman in his mind. Ulysses Klaw, the designated supplier of vibranium in the Marvel Universe. If Klaw were the source of Tony's vibranium, Leon contemplated acquiring another batch, thus sparing himself the trouble of searching the black market. Although the Wakandan natives are quite proud, their former king, T'Chaka, was rather amiable. When he learned I merely wished to purchase vibranium for a shield, he promptly waved his hand, agreeing to provide raw vibranium free of charge, Tony explained. Free is often the most expensive, isn't it? Leon pressed, what is the catch? When Leon raised this concern, some might question the legitimacy of such a generous offer, expecting hidden strings attached. Nonsense. A system as straightforward, effective, and conscientious as this one If it were to sell me out, I would still have to commend it, Leon mused. Indeed, you cannot be easily deceived, can you? Tony replied. Leon fell into contemplation. While Tony may possess only a partial understanding, Leon, with the memories of his past life, was well aware that, on the surface, Wakanda seemed to be a primitive and backward tribe, yet their technological advancements were, in fact, hundreds of years ahead of the outside world, thanks to their rich vibranium deposits. However, despite their advanced technology, it ultimately serves the purpose of engaging in primitive hand-to-hand combat. While traditional customs play a significant role, it still borders on the absurd. Leon struggled to comprehend this, yet he expressed his respect. Beyond the little-known vibranium, Wakanda possesses another remarkable native treasure, the heart-shaped herb, which gave rise to the superhero Black Panther. With these two elements, Leon felt an inevitable journey to Wakanda awaited him. Whether it would be through physical infiltration or alternative methods, depended on the courtesy extended to him. Suddenly, Tony circled around the jet glider, noticing several streaks of blue-purple paint adorning its surface, leaving him momentarily speechless. Please don't tell me you had me out in the cold for a quarter of an hour, just to spray these childish splashes of paint? At that moment, Arcee's slightly haughty yet pure voice echoed through Tony's helmet communicator. You are the one playing house, Tony. Oh, looks like Arcee is upset. Nevertheless, Leon felt predominantly elated, for it was evident from Arcee's recent behavior that she was not merely a cold machine devoid of emotional awareness. She simply preferred silence and exhibited a degree of introversion. What the heck? She can talk. Leon, I'm coming. He opened the sunroof and leaped from the cockpit of the jet glider. Leon's eyes, palms, and soles radiated a brilliant golden light as he swiftly pursued Tony. Soon after, they soared into the sky, chasing after Arcee. However, a maintainable distance lingered between Leon, Tony, and Arcee, as she seemingly wished to be alone. Tony's jest was merely a trigger. The profound shift in her worldview was the true reason for her desire for solitude. Everyone was gone, leaving only herself. Would even the cyber widow possess such sentiments? Contemplating Arcee's current state, Leon turned to Tony, who was beneath him, and said, Bro, can you fly a bit faster? Put in some effort. Leon began to grasp Arcee's feelings. She needed guidance. This is the fastest I can go. You have no idea how heavy you are. Where's JARVIS? JARVIS. Give me an explanation. Stop this thing. Sir, I can no longer control the jet glider. The AI named Arcee that Master Leon acquired has sidelined me. JARVIS explained, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. What on earth? An AI can be picked up? Tony thought to himself, bewildered by JARVIS words. Chapter 20. You are the only one I desire. Bro, lend me some power. Without waiting for Tony's consent, Leon placed a hand on the small arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and began rapidly absorbing the energy it emitted. Soon, the Mark III's systems faltered, and Tony found himself enveloped in darkness, with only the tiny eye slots of his helmet providing a glimpse of the surroundings. The Starlight template initially possessed the ability to absorb electrical energy. Although Leon himself was akin to a nuclear reactor, brimming with power, the current challenge lay in harnessing and utilizing that energy. However, once his mastery over the extraordinary capabilities of the Starlight template improved, this minor flaw would swiftly be surmounted. Tony, do you wish to end my life? The arc reactor is beginning to overload. Cease at once. Tony exclaimed. Brother, bear with me for a moment. I will be swift, Leon reassured him, then turned to the approaching Arcee. Hey, Arcee, this is Tony, my twin brother. He was merely jesting with you and meant no offense. Twin brother? I hope he can better appreciate that a girl's choice of attire is a matter of great significance. Arcee mused. Finding Leon's striking handsomeness made Tony seem rather ordinary by comparison. Upon hearing this, Leon gestured with Tony in hand, encouraging him to speak. Tony, realizing the source of the misunderstanding, responded, Arcee, my apologies. I never intended to suggest that a motorcycle could simultaneously embody a delicate and sensitive young lady. Arcee, you are indeed a beautiful girl. After all, that motorcycle was crafted by me. Which father would not cherish the child he has painstakingly nurtured? Tony clarified. Of course, I do not imply that you are my child. That is merely a metaphor. Understanding is paramount. Tony whistled a jubilant tune, and Leon felt a wave of relief as he ceased absorbing energy from Tony's life-sustaining and armor-providing arc reactor. With the energy supply reinstated, Mark III's systems promptly rebooted, swiftly regaining its normal flight posture under Tony's control. However, as Leon lost external power, the golden glow surrounding him extinguished, resulting in a sudden loss of lift, sending him plummeting toward the sea below. Tony initially considered allowing Leon to experience a brief free fall as retribution for his reckless energy siphoning. Yet, RC, displaying her inherent sense of duty, swiftly descended to catch Leon, allowing him to mount her driving seat, which was her waist. "Thank you, RC." "No, it is my obligation, Leon." Upon realizing that she was not merely a machine, RC abandoned her pretense. "Oh, thank the heavens, you are finally willing to converse with me normally," Leon remarked. Nevertheless, afterward, RC once again retreated into her shell. It seemed she had yet to emerge from the shadow of having lost all her companions. Leon reflected on the arduous journey ahead in building rapport with RC. However, he remained unperturbed. For a cold and aloof woman like RC, who had experienced profound loss, the simplest approach to winning her over was to demonstrate his strength. This insight was also noted in RC's operational manual. Sitting atop RC's waist, Leon could not help but unleash a boisterous and audacious laugh as he contemplated the underlying wisdom of the situation. Observing Leon in silence, Alcee found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Was it truly wise to seek refuge under the aegis of the savior? He appeared rather dubious in character. Moreover, none of her previous partners had met with a favorable fate, and Alcee feared that one day, Leon, her benefactor, might follow in their unfortunate footsteps. Noticing the dimming brightness of the vehicle's screen and the weakening of the anti-gravity field, which hinted at Alcee's melancholic state, Leon initiated a therapeutic dialogue. After an extensive flattery session, Alcee, who was inherently reserved and traditionally minded, could hardly withstand the onslaught of compliments. "Leon, please don't do this. There are countless motorcycles in this world. Yet you are the only one I desire," he replied. Chapter 21. The hero emerges. "Yet you are the only one I desire," Leon reiterated. His unguarded sincerity left the insecure and guilt-ridden Alcee utterly flabbergasted, rendering her speechless once more as she retreated into silence. At that moment, Tony's voice intruded awkwardly, interrupting the burgeoning tension between Leon and Alcee. I must say, now is hardly the time for flirtation. We are nearing our destination." In the far distance, imperceptible to the naked eye, the territory of Gemera lay under the shadow of terrorists, shrouded by the ominous haze of war, resembling a colossal mushroom cloud teeming with spores from below. "Tony, when is your next date with the cover girl?" Leon inquired with a smile. "Why do you ask?" Tony replied, his curiosity piqued and his guard raised. "Oh, nothing," Leon chuckled, revealing his intent. "I merely wish to give your posterior a good kick in front of her. By the way, Alcee, do you know why the anti-gravity field generator malfunctioned just now? It shouldn't have happened. Tony wouldn't leave such a fundamental design flaw." What Leon truly wished to ask was what the anti-gravity field generator represented for Alcee, but he hesitated, fearing it might provoke her. Nevertheless, Alcee, with a slight murmur, fell back into her practiced silence. "All right then, forget I asked," Leon shrugged in resignation. In truth, the anti-gravity field was, in a sense, akin to her affection for the driver. This affection did not necessarily denote romantic love. It could embody friendship, care, admiration, passion, tenderness, compassion, or other similar sentiments. Yet, such emotional developments might be too rapid for Leon and Alcee, who had only recently begun their acquaintance. How could one expect a woman, who had languished in solitude for countless years and suffered from post-war trauma, to remain composed? As for what kind of love Alcee harbored for Leon, only she could discern its nature. After all, love is the most irrational of emotions. Prompt. Alcee's partner mode has been unlocked, Leon exuberantly exclaimed, his face unable to conceal his delight. "Leon, what brings you such joy?" RC inquired with curiosity. "I recalled something rather pleasant," Leon replied, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "RC, activate partner mode." "What?" Before RC could fully comprehend, her body instinctively obeyed Leon's command, transforming into a more compact form. In no time, the car-sized jet glider beneath Leon vanished, replaced by the striking figure of cybernetic enchantress, adorned in shimmering silver, gray, and black hues, accented with purple spots on her knees, waist, chest, shoulders, and the sides of her face, exuding an alluring elegance. "RC, you look rather stunning in this mode," Leon genuinely complimented. "Leon, if you ever transform me into partner mode without prior notice again, I swear I shall ignore you for an entire week," RC retorted, genuinely agitated. After all, her partner mode, also known as the Emperor's new clothes mode, essentially left her in a state akin to nudity. As for why a robot would possess such a concept, one could only marvel at the wonders of Cybertronian beings. Leon had not anticipated such a strong reaction from RC merely for requesting a change to partner mode. It appeared he had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic. This was a crucial lesson for training, and he needed to take note of it. Jarvis, make a note of this, he began, only to realize that Jarvis was not present. It seemed Leon would have to prepare a physical notebook for RC to avoid detection of his notes in an electronic format. Leon found the Cybertronian language captivating and was eager to learn it. After a series of events, Gemera was finally within reach. With exhilaration, Leon leaped from RC's waist in a leap of faith from thousands of meters above. Having witnessed Leon's previous display of flying abilities, RC felt no concern for him. However, as Leon's descent accelerated without any sign of slowing, panic set in for RC, who swiftly dove after him. Yet, it appeared she was too late. Leon, RC cried out in alarm. But to her astonishment, Leon landed with the poise of a superhero, piercing the ground like a steel needle, embedding himself half a meter deep. Aside from a cloud of dust, he emerged unscathed, standing tall and composed upon the earth. The hero had arrived. Soon after, Tony, clad in Mark III armor and forgotten by both Leon and RC, made a similarly heroic landing beside Leon. Lastly, there was RC in her motorcycle mode. Upon touching down, immediately transformed into a 5-meter-tall, humanoid combat form amidst a cacophony of metallic sounds. Duong, duong. The resonating clash of metal echoed as RC, in a fit of fury, slapped each of the posing brothers, sending them sprawling to the ground. Wotafa, why am I being dragged into this? Upon witnessing RC in battle mode, Tony was taken aback, followed by a wave of complaints. However, as he beheld RC fiercely gripping Leon by the collar and effortlessly hurling him into the air while questioning him, Tony fell silent. It seemed unwise to provoke her. Where had she come from? This shall not happen again, Leon. RC was nearly overwhelmed by Leon's antics, her mind racing with emotions that she was certain rivaled the tumult of centuries past, all within the brief time they had known each other. At that moment, the scene unfolding was more surreal than any tale from the Arabian Nights, especially in the eyes of the terrorists who were busy conscripting the citizens of Gemera. Had motorcycles truly gained sentience? After receiving repeated assurances from Leon, RC finally released him. Observing this, Tony approached Leon and gestured toward RC, who barely reached his shoulder when they stood together. Leon, I believe I require an explanation regarding this Miss RC. There is nothing to explain. Jarvis has already mentioned it. She was merely found. With that, a tungsten alloy shield materialized from the system space into Leon's left hand, while his other hand drew the Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the holster on his thigh, entering a state of complete readiness. Seeing Leon's dismissive explanation, Tony lost interest in further inquiries, charging his palm repulsor and aiming it at the bewildered terrorists. Hey, brother, let's make a deal. What? You and RC handle these individuals while I destroy their stockpiled weapons. Sound good? I'll follow your lead. Tony retracted his repulsor, looking over at RC. Although your origins remain a mystery to me, I entrust Leon to you, RC. Understood. With her arms transforming into dual plasma beam cannons, RC nodded solemnly. This time, she vowed not to relinquish her partner until the last embers of the conflict were extinguished. Chapter 22. But fellow villagers. Tony launched himself into the air, heading toward the nearby arms cache. All the weapons were supplied by Obadiah to these terrorists, each bearing the unmistakable Stark Industries insignia. For Tony, who had recently announced the closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division at a press conference, the existence of this arsenal was a stark slap in the face. Thus, he readily agreed to Leon's proposal for a divided approach. All right, who's in charge here? As he spoke, Leon swiftly shot a masked assailant, attempting a sneak attack from behind. Truth be told, Leon's luck merely interrupted the man's petty scheme, with RC ultimately sending him to his demise with a single blast. The aftermath was devastating. Nothing but bones remained. Yet that single shot ignited the ferocity within the terrorists. They chattered incoherently before drawing their weapons, aiming at Leon and RC, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Leon symbolically raised a shield in defense and inquired of the unperturbed RC beside him. What were they chattering about in that incomprehensible tongue? Dari, Pashto, Mongolian, Persian, Russian. There was a cacophony of languages, and they claimed you and I are monsters. Indeed, monsters and monsters are rather well matched, aren't they? Leon jabbed at RC's foot, then shifted the topic. With so many languages spoken, it's no wonder they are merely a ragtag bunch of inconsequential terrorists, deserving of their fate. Leon had no desire to learn the foreign tongues of these dark-skinned individuals, yet he maintained his composure, resolute not to forget the primary objective of this mission. He raised his voice to the surrounding populace of Gemera, some of whom were being held hostage, others hiding in the shadows or fleeing. Who among you is related to Ethan? Prior to this, Leon had researched and discovered that Ethan's family still lived in this world. assuming Ethan spoke English. He temporarily presumed his family would as well. After a prolonged silence, the cacophony of gunfire persisted. However, Leon remained utterly unfazed, even shielding Arsai from several rounds fired by machine gun that could scarcely be resisted by her titanium alloy form. Throughout this ordeal, Arsai's iridescent eyes sparkled with newfound admiration for Leon's resilience and fortitude. Perhaps Leon was indeed her destined partner. Eventually, after nearly 2.5 minutes of relentless fire, the terrorist ammunition reserves finally dwindled. "Ah, so you're out of bullets?" Leon quipped, lowering his shield with a smirk. Despite their concentrated assault, they had managed neither to inflict harm upon their adversary nor to shield themselves from the ricocheted bullets that had claimed the lives of several of their own. The bizarre scene sent a chill down their spines. Arsai, with their threat now significantly diminished, you, being well-versed in foreign languages, should seek out Ethan's family. "Leave these ruffians to me." "Very well. I wish you luck," Arsai nodded, placing a hand on her hip, strutting away with a confident gait. Her parting words directed at the terrorists. A mighty tiger had plunged into a flock of chickens, with an outcome that was all too predictable. "Hey there, gentlemen. Do any of you speak English, Neon, or Huaxia? I'm here from the community to offer warmth. There is no need to be anxious or fearful. Just lay down your weapons, and I assure you, you will all be treated with American hospitality." With that, Leon sought to demonstrate his sincerity by approaching a familiar-looking, bearded black man among the terrorists, brandishing his .50 AE Desert Eagle. He then fired 8 rounds into the sky, depleting his theoretical maximum magazine capacity, and remarked, "See, my gun is now devoid of ammunition." However, upon witnessing Leon's display of emptied chambers, the bearded man, presumably the leader, gestured with his hand, emboldening the remaining terrorists to encircle Leon, armed with various styles of tactical knives. They seemed to believe that this adversary, impervious to their machine gun, could be vulnerable to their diminutive blades. In Leon's eyes, this scene was no less than Danzo's kunai, piercing Susanoo. A sense of mockery prevailed among the assailants. One with a small tuft of mustache spoke fluent Japanese, exclaiming, "Hey, do you speak Japanese? Listen, there is an ancient saying in the land of the rising sun, CC material Wei Junjia. I believe you have heard of it, so kindly put down your shield and comply." Bang! Finally hearing someone speak a language he understood, Leon felt a surge of gratitude and rewarded him with a peanut, a specialty from America. However, the moment this fortunate terrorist took a bite, his head exploded like a watermelon, collapsing in front of his comrades. For the encircling terrorists, the gunshot was akin to the grim Reaper knocking at their door, sending them into a chaotic frenzy, fearful of whether Leon's gun still held ammunition. Yet, Leon seized this moment, grinning, "Hey, once you come, don't leave." Within a distance of 25 meters, anyone could be a sharpshooter. Bang, 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 bang. With the concept of infinite bullets, Leon wielded his Desert Eagle as if it were a machine gun. The surrounding terrorists were turned into riddle targets, each enduring at least a dozen rounds of .50 AE peanuts before meeting their demise. Only the bearded leader remained, frantically fleeing away from Leon. At that moment, he felt self-satisfied, thinking, "What a bunch of fools." Thankfully, I am clever enough to have noticed that peculiar fellow who seemed untouched after taking a barrage of bullets. He cannot be human. He is a monster. Seeing this, Leon smirked, feeling playful. He reversed his grip on the gun and, attempting to use the Desert Eagle as a throwing weapon, hurled it at the retreating bearded man. With superhuman strength, the gun was launched with the force of a mortar. A thunderous bang echoed as it shattered the man's leg. The bearded man fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding limb, wailing in agony. Leon exclaimed in astonishment. Was that accurate? He stared at his right hand that had just thrown the Desert Eagle, recalling the distance of over 100 meters. Such precision, for a novice thrower, was almost unbelievable. Could it be that he possessed an innate talent for throwing? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and he decided to act on it. He picked up an empty AK lying on the ground, molded it into a metal ball, and this time, using his left hand, he deliberately aimed at the man's head. Bang! The AK transformed into a cannonball, reaching its target in under 0.1 seconds. Under Leon's eager gaze, the bearded man's head did not explode. Instead, half of his left ear vanished, blood oozing out. Was the trajectory off to the left? Leon murmured regretfully. Just then, Alcie's voice crackled through his Bluetooth earpiece. "Leon, I have found them. They concealed themselves in a relatively hidden cellar, thus evading detection by those men. Should I bring them to you now?" "No. You should first take them farther away. The rest can be entrusted to Tony and me." "Very well. Please take care." "With your assurance?" I vow not to lose a single hair, Leon affirmed, then concluded his conversation with Arcee. Subsequently, he hurled his shield with precision, striking the target and cleaving the bearded black man in two, leaving him lifeless, a tribute to the legendary 25 and Captain Carter. What a thrill! The sensation of pinpoint accuracy was no less exhilarating for one accustomed to a leftward ballistic trajectory and bifurcated shots than the moment of an aircraft's launch. Meanwhile, Leon finally recalled why that man appeared familiar. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the bearded ringleader from the Ten Rings gang who had previously kidnapped Tony. Leon surmised they were likely twin brothers. However, that was of little consequence now. After all, both were dead. With that, he concluded his task. Just as he prepared to make his way to Tony, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky, and Tony fell from the sky in a most undignified manner, landing right at Leon's feet. Unlike when they had parted, the surface of the Mark III armor was now riddled with numerous small dents, the golden red paint marred significantly. Most conspicuous was the crater left by the anti-aircraft shell that had downed Tony. "Oh, is that Iron Man? Do you require my assistance?" Leon quipped sarcastically at the sight of Tony sprawled in the crater. "Spare me. I can handle it myself," Tony attempted, but found himself unable to extricate from the pit. Awkwardly reaching out to Leon. "Perhaps a little help, Leon." "Now, that's the spirit." Leon clapped his thigh and extended his hand to Tony, effortlessly pulling him from the soil. Next, with the brothers' combined efforts, the remnants of the terrorists scattered throughout the town of Gemera were systematically unearthed and eliminated. Soon, the only ones left were refugees, their homes ravaged beyond habitation. The rescued individuals clustered around Tony and Leon, kneeling in reverent gratitude. Although Leon could not fully comprehend their words, they were undoubtedly expressions of thanks. "Brother, how does it feel to be a hero?" Leon inquired. "It's somewhat manageable. Aside from the initial thrill, I'm now more consumed by sympathy and sorrow. This is merely the beginning. There is much more to be done. That said, let us leave the rest to Ethan." Leon smiled, confident that he would be invigorated upon reuniting with his family. True enough, Tony agreed, and Leon offered him a lift. Under the watchful gaze of the Gemera populace, who regarded them as deities, the two brothers ascended slowly into the sky. Then, they accelerated laterally, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 23, just moments ago. That. In fact, I had prepared an extra one before we set off. "What on earth?" Leon inquired. "Why didn't you give it to me?" "You never asked for it," Tony replied, his tone laced with a mischievous undertone. "I thought you wouldn't team eat it," he added, almost teasingly. "Oh, Tony, you scoundrel. Brace yourself for some hardships, my dear brother. May the Ancient One bless you. As long as this great deity is alive, you shall find it difficult to meet your demise." Hey, Leon, what are you doing?" Tony exclaimed, startled as Leon reached towards the arc reactor on his chest. "Tony, my good brother, if you wish to avoid being targeted by the squadron of fighter jets from Rhodes Department, you better stay still and let me take the lead." Without awaiting Tony's consent, Leon commandeered all the electrical output from his arc reactor. Then, invoking the powers of the Starlight template, he propelled both himself and Tony forward in a dazzling golden arc, swiftly passing a patrolling fighter jet. Meanwhile, Arcee was escorting Ethan's wife and children along a safer, more stable water route. The two parties had agreed to rendezvous at the seaside villa. "What in the world? Did something just fly past?" exclaimed the pilot of an F-22 fighter jet, patrolling at Mach 15, unable to contain his expletives. Upon witnessing a bizarre golden arc flash by, he immediately informed Edwards Air Force Base in California. However, the information received indicated that the object's speed was too great, conservatively estimated to be over Mach 5, and its radar cross-section was minimal, appearing on radar only for an instant before vanishing. At that moment, Edwards Air Force Base was in utter chaos, as the sudden appearance of the unidentified high-speed stealth object loomed over them like the sword of Damocles. If this were indeed enemy technology, they might as well surrender. Damn it, what on earth was that? Does the National Security Agency have any information? What about the Central Intelligence Agency? What? They call to ask if it was us? Get Colonel Rhodes from the Weapons Development Department over here now. If we don't clarify what that unidentified flying object is today, the entire Edwards Air Force Base won't sleep a wink. Shortly thereafter, Colonel Rhodes arrived. "What happened?" he inquired. "See for yourself." The image displayed only a brilliant golden arc flashing past the fighter jet, its direct and purposeful flight path unmistakably unnatural. Were the projected locations of the unidentified flying object? Colonel Rhodes suddenly asked after watching the footage repeatedly. "Central Pacific, Malibu coastline, Los Angeles." Upon hearing Malibu coastline, Rhodes raised an eyebrow, completely unable to absorb the subsequent locations. This was because Tony and Leon's seaside villa was perched on a cliff right along the Malibu coastline. Please hold on a moment. I need to make a call. Having arrived home, Tony was struggling to remove the Mark III armor with the assistance of Leon and Little Dowdu when he received a call from Rhodes. The connection was established with a series of beeps. Tony, hey Rhodes, what is the good news? Rhodes, Tony, I need your help with something. Tony, sound intriguing, do elaborate. Rhodes, just now an unidentified flying object radiating golden light overtook one of our patrol fighters. Leon, cool, that sounds remarkably fast. Rhodes, Leon, you're also there? Leon, yeah. I was racing with Tony outside, just now. Rhodes, all right, what I need to inform you is that the unidentified flying object is heading in your direction. If you know anything, please let me know promptly so I can respond accordingly. Tony, nothing amiss. Leon, be gentle. Rhodes, what on earth are you two doing? Leon, oh, it's nothing serious. Tony just tripped as he got out of the car because his legs gave out. I'm currently applying some hydrogen peroxide. Tony, this is pure slander. Be gentle. Careful with that area. Leon, for the sake of your future nieces and nephews. Rhodes, Tony, please don't tell me you've injured her. Tony, no, that hurts. Rhodes, I'm a bit busy here. I'll call you back. Beep, the call ended. Glancing at the disconnected phone, Rhodes smirked. Before the call, he had a 90% certainty that the unidentified flying object was Tony. Now, he was convinced. Given Tony's propensity for mischief, he was undoubtedly tinkering with some high-tech weaponry. Rhodes was confident. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched a squadron of fighters for protection. The unidentified flying object was one of their own. With that thought, Rhodes shed his military attire and hurried to Tony and Leon's abode. He needed to ascertain what the two brothers were up to feel at ease. Stark Tower, Department of Scientific Research and Application. The 15-mile radius surrounding Gamala could only be described as a hell on Earth. It had become a modern depiction of bloody colonization. Farmers and herders in the villages were forced to flee their homes, and countless children were coerced in adjoining terrorist factions, their lands seized by warlords. The supporters behind this armed faction were suspected to be Obadiah Stane, who had allegedly taken his own life in guilt. Refugees were displaced, wandering in search of shelter, forced to reside among the ruins of other villages. Maya, Aya, I'm coming for you. Ethan, who are you looking for? Leon and Tony entered without knocking. Finding the door ajar. Tony, Ethan, I don't think I'm suited to continue as the chief scientific advisor of Stark Industries. As a husband, as a father, Maya. Aya. Ethan was about to resign to Tony, but the words caught in his throat as his wife and daughter stood unscathed before him. Having followed Leon and Tony, what are you doing here? Ethan excitedly embraced his wife and daughter, while Leon and Tony watched nearby, their faces adorned with motherly smiles. It was Mr. Leon and Mr. Tony who saved us, Ethan's wife, Maya, tearfully explained, with their daughter, Aya, adding its sister Arcee. Tony, Leon, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Ethan choked out, his eyes reddened with emotion. It's simple, Tony replied with a snap of his fingers and a smile. I have established a charitable organization, the Gemma Relief Foundation, and there happens to be an opening for the president. Great. Ethan eagerly agreed, feeling that he would willingly face any danger for the opportunity to revive his hometown. The Gemma Relief Foundation? Leon asked, puzzled, looking at Tony. When did this happen? How'd I not know? Just now, Tony said, turning away with a wave, leaving Leon and Ethan with a charmingly carefree silhouette. Damn it, he is showing off again. Leon muttered, reluctantly chasing after him, allowing Ethan and his family some privacy. Chapter 24. Shield Kid? Shield Old Man. Tony, Leon, I think I need an explanation, Rhodes said with a friendly smile as he looked at the brothers. Upon noticing him, Leon and Tony exchanged glances. Leon shrugged, indifferent, while Tony nodded, leading Rhodes to the underground workshop where the Iron Man's suits were stored. They held complete trust in Rhodes, a rare friend with whom they could share their thoughts openly, joke around, and engage in equal dialogue. In this Marvel universe, Rhodes is akin to the brotherly figure from Iron Man 1, rather than the sidekick from Iron Man 2 and subsequent films. After Tony's explanation, Rhodes gazed at the 3 Iron Man suits displayed in the showcase, unable to contain his astonishment. Oh my god, you mean to say that with just this suit, you managed to take down that band of armed warlords in Gemma, along with the Stark weapons that Obadiah sold them? To be precise, it was Leon and I together. Tony corrected him, but even without Leon, I would have managed. Yes, Leon rolled his eyes, uninterested in debating Tony, as he acknowledged the truth in his words. Rhodes turned to Leon, who smiled slightly and casually unleashed a repulsor blast, effortlessly shattering a bulletproof glass pane in the workshop. He was no longer lacking in energy. As long as Leon refrained from reckless consumption, the reactor would last him a considerable time. Wow, superpower? Rhodes exclaimed, while Leon reveled in the compliment. After all, Possessing superpowers without flaunting them was akin to wearing fine clothes in the dark. Given Rhodes' supportive nature, Leon was determined to protect him from Skrulls. However, rather than remaining on the defensive, it was better to take the initiative. There's no such thing as a thief who can evade capture indefinitely. Clearly, the plan to eradicate the Skrulls needed to be prioritized. Leon had no desire to one day find himself teaching a goblin disguised as a Skullroo. For that scene was utterly terrifying to contemplate. He was, after all, a staunch human supremacist. Any race that did not align with Leon's aesthetic preferences was deemed heretical. Tony, having witnessed the extraordinary abilities of both himself and Leon, left Rod's worldview somewhat shattered, causing him to exhibit a rare shyness. Not allowing Rod to finish his thoughts, Tony waved his hand dismissively and declared, "No need for further words, Rod. Mark II is prepared especially for you." "Oh, Tony, you are truly remarkable," Rod exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement as he enveloped Tony in a bear hug. With a click, Leon captured this picturesque moment, reminiscent of an imperial scene, on his phone. Subsequently, Rod eagerly requested Tony to take him for a flight, and Leon once again showcased an overwhelming speed that left them both in awe. The provocative display provoked Tony to the brink of forging Mark IV and Mark V suits in frustration. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. 2.5 hours later, Rod departed from the seaside villa, content yet without the Mark II suit. This was not merely because it had not undergone the latest system overhaul, but also out of consideration for protecting Tony's identity as Iron Man. It must be said that as a good friend, Rod had nothing but admiration for Tony and Leon, which explained why Leon was willing to reveal his powers in front of him and why Tony was inclined to gift him a suit of armor. True friendship is rare, and this was a shared concern born from their immense wealth. After bidding Rod farewell, Tony immediately prioritized the development of the Mark IV armor, while Leon relocated his bedroom to the basement's mechanical maintenance room designated for Alcy. To foster a bond with Alcy, Leon resolved that if he were not spending the night at the homes of other sisters, he would share his nights with Alcy. "Leon, you're no longer a child," Alcy remarked, gazing at him with exasperation as he lounged beside her. "Compared to you, I am but a child," Leon replied, but before he could finish, Alcy executed a sudden maneuver, sending him tumbling from the driver's seat. "Do you not realize that discussing a girl's significant numbers, especially age, is incredibly impolite?" Alcy, now in combat mode, admonished as she delivered a playful thump to the sprawled-out Leon. Yet, Leon was always unpredictable. He gazed earnestly at Alcy and sincerely remarked, "Alcy, you are beautiful just as you are." Seeing this, Leon smirked. The plan is in motion. The simplest way to win over a pure-hearted, mature lady like Alcy was to be direct, provided one possessed enough charm and had already secured a place in her heart. This was the friendship wisdom imparted to Leon by none other than Henry Cavill himself. The following day, in the basement of the seaside villa, Leon and Alcy shared their mechanical maintenance room, which also served as their bedroom. Leon groggily awoke from his substantial bed, having experienced a peculiar dream in which he substituted for Sun Wukong, trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain. "Kristen, have you gained weight?" Leon mumbled, attempting to reach out to the soft figure pressing down upon him. "Huh? What is this hard object?" The unusual sensation on his hand jolted him into full awareness. He soon realized there was no Kristen at all, but rather Arcee in her motorcycle mode, inexplicably nestled beside his bed, seemingly in a state of wakefulness, as indicated by the illuminated screen of her vehicle interface. "Who is Kristen?" Arcee inquired. "A journalist friend," Leon replied succinctly. Neither felt the need to elaborate, both acutely aware of the awkwardness of their situation, resulting in an unspoken understanding between them. After a prolonged silence, Arcee suggested, "Leon, perhaps you should take a look at today as headlines." "Oh, let me see," Leon replied, executing a deft maneuver that propelled him from the bed onto Arcee's waist. The vehicle screen began to automatically retrieve the latest news. The first image to capture his attention was none other than a striking photograph of himself, his beaming smile reminiscent of a child's delight, seemingly caught in the moment of throwing a shield and confirming his throwing prowess. It appeared that some unknown admirer had captured a shot that showcased Leon's charm, albeit slightly blurred due to the helmet obscuring half his face. Ordinary viewers might struggle to immediately associate this image with Leon, yet the headline read, "Shocking. The hellish demons that plague Gemmertown have been eradicated overnight. The resurrection of the Son of God, Superman." According to reports from the field, the liberators of Gemmertown were described by local residents as the saviors, namely Iron Man and Shield Boy. "What on earth? Why didn't he name himself Shield Father?" Leon chuckled in exasperation, recognizing that this was undoubtedly a piece penned by Tony. Iron Man was depicted clad in an enigmatic suit of armor. While the identity of Shield Boy was speculated to be none other than Leon Stark, the second son of Stark Industries, implying that Iron Man might be his brother, Tony Stark. This report is purely conjectural. Please do not take it literally. The article concluded, complete with a disclaimer. Leon's lips twitched in irritation. What kind of unprofessional journalist would write such a thing? He was driven to find the culprit behind this article. Fuming, Leon activated his quantum speed reading and scrolled to the bottom, where the author's name was revealed as Kristen. Chapter 25, Biological Stance. RC, stay safe at home. I'm in a foul mood and need to confront someone. I wouldn't want you to get hurt in the process. All right, just remember to go easy on them, lest you cause a casualty. Of course, he assured her. After conferring with RC, Leon descended to the lower level, where Tony was energetically tinkering with his Mark IV suit, seemingly having gone the entire night without rest. Good morning, Tony. Good morning, Leon. You seem rather fierce today. Who are you planning to confront? Tony set aside his screwdriver and accepted the cup of coffee handed to him by the ever-enthusiastic Xiao, inquiring, have you seen today's headlines? Leon smirked, suggesting Tony should look for himself, while he opened the glass cabinet housing the Iron Man suit, reaching out to the Mark III. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? He asked the system. No need for further elaboration, right? Activate. Beep. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired biological stance. Biological stance, akin to Superman. A treasure you deserve, with specific manifestations related to the vitality of the organism. Allow me to take care of it. You can entrust anything to me. Yes, my friend. I adore you. I love you 3,000 times, he exclaimed. Amidst Tony's bewildered gaze, Leon shattered the window of Tony's workshop and, without hesitation, leapt into the Pacific with a leap of faith. After a brief silence, Leon joyfully shouted as he soared from the depths of the ocean, creating towering waves that reached several meters high, while the clouds above graciously parted for him. This time, his body was devoid of any luminescence, nor did he utilize the stellar template's superpowers, yet he flew through the air at remarkable speed. This is the essence of biological stance. Beyond the ability to defy various physical laws, its greatest advantage lies in liberating Leon entirely from gravitational pull and external energy dependence, allowing him to glide freely through the skies. However, biological stance does not stand in opposition to the stellar template's superpowers. Wow, flying is the pinnacle of enjoying freedom. In New York, Manhattan, on the Upper East Side, Christine, having toiled through the night on her manuscript, was indulging in a luxurious bath in her tub. She was submerged in a milky bath, with only her head and delicate feet exposed, resting at either end of the tub. Her beautiful golden hair was styled into a bun, held in place by a purple butterfly hairpin. With her eyes closed and a soft hum escaping her lips, she relished the moment. After soaking for a full hour, Christine finally rose from the tub, and, after drying off, she simply draped a small towel around herself before stepping out of the bathroom. Being in her own home, she felt no need for modesty. However, as soon as she emerged from the bathroom, Christine instinctively let out a shriek. A man had appeared out of thin air, facing away from her as he reviewed the reports she had hastily completed the previous night. Before Christine could fully vocalize her shock, the man seemingly teleported behind her, wrapping one arm around her waist and placing a hand over her mouth. Shoo! Calm down. Take a deep breath, Christine. Leon? Christine instantly recognized him as he spoke. It's me, Leon said, releasing his grip and turning the startled Christine to face him. However, the towel she had been using for modesty fell away. In an instant, she was completely exposed. You, how did you get in here? Christine stammered, her mind struggling to process the situation. In the confines of her own home, Christine, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt akin to that of a thief, cautiously inquired. Of course, I entered with a key. What else could it be? So, how can you be so certain it is I? Have you not pondered the potential consequences of misidentifying me? The legal department of Stark Industries is not to be trifled with. You must understand the gravity of my words. Leon, with a roughness that belied his intent, hoisted Christine and unceremoniously tossed her onto the living room sofa, towering over her as he interrogated. The moment I laid eyes on that photograph, I recognized you without question. Is there any need for further justification? Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still know it was you. Moreover, even if I were to mistakenly identify you, it would not cost me a pound of flesh. I might even gain a bit more. After a fleeting moment of panic, Christine quickly regained her composure, her expression returning to its usual calm and poise. Leaning back on the sofa, she crossed her legs and smiled at Leon. Even if that is me, why would you choose to call me Shield Boy? Surely Captain Shield, Superman, or Iron Man would sound far superior? Leon pressed further. The moniker Shield Boy for a superhero is quite ludicrous, my dear. It is merely a playful jest. With a shift of her crossed legs, an alluring display captured attention. Christine pouted and playfully chided. Who told you to break such significant news without giving me a heads up? I had to burn the midnight oil to meet your deadline. Are you truly so stingy as to deny me a bit of indulgence? Stingy? Huh, Leon retorted, lifting Christine's chin with his hand, compelling her to gaze up at him. You have so easily exposed my identity. Do you not fear inciting my wrath? Of course not, she replied defiantly. Oh, you had no intention of concealing your identity. That half mask is no different from the towel I used to cover myself earlier. Its psychological effect outweighs its practical utility. A discerning individual could easily match facial data and soon uncover it was you. I merely expedited the process a tad. Am I not correct, my dear? It must be said, Christine was akin to a worm nestled within Leon's belly, intuitively grasping his thoughts. Indeed, Leon had no intention of hiding his identity from the outset, nor did Tony share such notions. The brothers had initially conspired to leverage this opportunity to promote their clean energy technology centered around the arc reactor. However, the timing was fortuitously aligned. With Christine's assistance, Leon intended to go public, revealing his true name. After all, he had no desire to bear the rather pedestrian title of Shield Boy. Such a down-to-earth moniker did not reflect his charisma. Yet, before proceeding, he warned Christine, I am quite irate at the moment. Are you prepared to bear the brunt of my fury? Leon's hand descended upon Christine's still damp hair, pressing down with a force reminiscent of a mountain. Christine, with a fiery glimmer in her eyes, playfully responded, Your Majesty, spare me. Chapter 26, The Official Alibi. Later, in Christine's bedroom, the owner of the room lay in a state of disarray upon the bed, resembling a victim of Parkinson's, while Leon had already extricated himself, rummaging for his clothes and dialing Tony. Brother, I can't wait any longer. Remember to bring Rod, he urged. Tony, fully aware of Leon's current sentiments, just on the other end, I think the nickname Shield Boy suits you rather well. It conveys both youthfulness and warmth. Leon merely chuckled at Tony's teasing before abruptly ending the call. While it was acceptable for Tony to address him that way, he could not tolerate being called such by villains or younger superheroes. After all, what about his dignity? Just imagine the youngest Spider-Man greeting Leon with, Hey, Shield Boy, I'm your biggest fan, Spider-Man. The contrast painted an utterly delightful, yet mortifying picture, sending shivers down Leon's spine at the mere thought. Hey, Christine, wake up, he exclaimed, gently tapping her cheek after donning his attire. Christine stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Tony and I are holding a press conference this afternoon to confirm my identity. I trust you won't claim I failed to inform you. Leon chuckled. What? Christine gasped, suddenly alert as the instincts of a journalist kicked in. Observing her, Leon summoned a warm, golden glow from his palm, which enveloped Christine's abdomen, providing her with a soothing warmth that alleviated her discomfort significantly. Is this your superpower? Christine inquired, a blush creeping across her cheeks. I thought you were merely jesting last time. Oh, how disheartening. I extend my sincere intentions, and all I receive in return is skepticism. How dare you? Leon lamented dramatically, channeling a touch of green tea. Unfazed, Christine retaliated, extending a long leg from beneath the covers, playfully nudging him away. As afternoon approached, the public sentiment had begun to crystallize around the identity of Iron Man, similar to the original narrative. They were captivated by the dazzling iron armor, speculating on Iron Man's true identity, questioning whether he was indeed Tony Stark. However, thanks to Christine's intentional steering, the online discourse surrounding Leon had devolved into starkly polarized extremes. What Shield Boy? Clearly a counterfeit of Captain America. Our captain is the true icon. How dare you speak of my brother Leon in such a manner? He's 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times handsomer than your captain. Do you even believe that yourself? With that helmeted, dubious appearance standing on the street, even the police would mistake him for a perverted criminal. Are you just now getting online? That's Leon Stark we're talking about. Setting aside wealth, character, and personal life. Can you find a man more handsome than him in America? I would concede defeat. Exactly. What a joke. If I look like that, I'd gladly drive a sports car and live in a mansion. My goodness, your calculations are striking me right in the face. Are you indulging in both consumption and acquisition? Well, Leon Stark, I have heard whispers that Stark Industries is on the brink of collapse. He shall inevitably find himself reduced to a stray dog on the streets. A word of advice to you, my friend. Dispose of your mobile device and sever your internet connection. For the Star personnel may come knocking to extend their warmth. Stark Industries has become a relic of the past, Hammer Industries is poised to ascend as the new titan of the arms manufacturing industry, leading America to unprecedented heights. You there? Are you a hired pen from Hammer Industries? Spare us the theatrics. With Hammer Industries' abysmal quality control, firing 10 rounds of ex-wife and only one discharging is a victory for me. Hold on, my friend. That doesn't seem right. You have firmly established that Shield Boy is merely Leon's illegitimate offspring, monopolizing half of the public discourse. The rest are just naysayers, drawn in by sensational headlines. Genuine fans of Captain America and the hired hands of Hammer Industries. Truly, what an assortment of oddities has emerged. Leon smirked, placing a finger on his right ear's Bluetooth headset. Alcy, I'm here. Please take note of those who have spoken ill and maliciously defamed me online. I intend to pay each of them a personal visit afterwards. Are you certain? Their numbers are not insignificant. Of course, the internet is not a lawless realm. Do they truly believe I cannot trace them through the web? In dreams. With Leon's current pace, a little effort would suffice to track them down. After all, he is not Superman. That benevolent soul, refraining from vaporizing them with a laser as his homeland might, is already a testament to Leon's restraint. In New York, at Manhattan Square, the venue for the press conference thronged with attendees. Yet, a vast fan-shaped area was cordoned off between the podium and the onlookers by burly security personnel clad in black sunglasses. The journalists were strategically positioned on either side of the fan-shaped zone near the podium, facilitating both photography and note-taking, without encroaching upon the central emptiness. This void was intentionally reserved by Leon. Backstage, upon Leon's arrival, Pepper was simultaneously complaining and applying makeup for Tony. Sharon Carter, serving as Leon's secretary, stood respectfully to the side, her gaze frequently darting toward the backstage entrance like a stone waiting for her husband's return. Upon seeing Leon's arrival, her face instantly lit up, and she approached him, eager to assist him in changing into formal attire. No need for a change of clothes, just touch up my makeup. Leon waved his hand, instructing. Understood, Mr. Leon. Sharon nodded obediently, dressed in a sleek black sleeveless bodycon dress. Subsequently, Leon settled onto the sofa beside Tony, allowing Sharon to work her magic. Hey, Shield Boy, Tony greeted, lowering the headline newspaper with a smirk directed at Leon. Oh please, brother, Leon rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. I vow that after today, this nickname shall be consigned to history. Leon, I also pledge that if you dare sneak off with Tony like this again post-today, I shall resign. Pepper smiled radiantly at the two brothers, having previously wielded her resignation as a threat to encourage them to reconsider their reckless behavior. It was only through such measures that they might comprehend the gravity of the situation. Tony replied, all right. Leon added, you are the boss. We shall heed your words. The brothers shrugged in resignation, agreeing wholeheartedly, yet shared a knowing glance that silently conveyed a shared sentiment. They would dare to defy her again. At that moment, Agent Coulson from SHIELD made an unexpected entrance. After a brief exchange of glances with Sharon Carter, who was busy applying makeup to Leon, he handed each brother a script. Agent Coulson, what does this signify? They inquired, to which Coulson elaborated. This is a task assigned to me by the director regarding the situation in Gamala. At the time you were on the yacht, we fabricated entirely authentic customs documents stating that you spent the entire day vacationing on Avalon Island, without venturing anywhere else, supported by the testimonies of 50 witnesses. Is this an official alibi prepared for us? Leon raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Mr. Leon. All right then. Quite satisfactory, Tony responded noncommittally. Coulson, relieved by this response, exhaled, momentarily believing that he had secured their agreement. Chapter 27. I Am Homelander, New York, Manhattan Square. At the podium, Rhodey, representing the military, addressed the public, elucidating the truth behind the Gamala incident and introducing the protagonists of the day. I extend my deepest sympathies to the people of Gamala. However, I assure you that the American government played no part in this affair. As for Iron Man and the SHIELD hero, who valiantly rescued Gamala from peril, their true identities remain unknown. Yet, in light of the pressure from public opinion, the Stark brothers, ensnared in this media whirlwind, will issue a statement. After delivering his remarks, Rhodey descended from the podium to transition responsibilities to Tony. Noticing Leon's absence, Rhodey felt a twinge of unease and promptly inquired, where is that kid Leon? He mentioned feeling a bit anxious and went to the restroom, Tony replied. At a time like this, Rhodey was momentarily speechless, fervently hoping that Leon would arrive in time. Otherwise, it would result in an official mishap. Then, Tony took to the stage and began to speak. Hello. Good to see the microphone hasn't been damaged by Rhodey, Tony jested, eliciting a wave of light laughter from the audience. He then retrieved the script provided by Coulson. Well, it has been a while since I last addressed everyone, and I must admit to feeling a bit nervous. I think I shall read from the script this time. Just yesterday, the armed warlords who had taken Gamala by storm were vanquished by two superheroes clad in armor and wielding shields. Some say that the shield hero is my brother Leon, while others claim that the dashing individual known as Iron Man is me. Oh, come on. Take a good look at my physique. Do I seem capable of orchestrating such a monumental event? If you, too, awaken daily beside a different companion, you would understand that such a scenario is utterly implausible. At that moment, a reporter from the audience, Christine, voiced her skepticism. Mr. Tony, we are merely curious whether you and Mr. Leon are indeed the superheroes that the online speculation suggests, destined to save the Gemma region. As soon as the words escaped, the journalist colleagues surrounding Christine were taken aback. Wasn't it decided that no questions will be posed? Your audacity is reckless. Observing this, a smirk played on Tony's lips. Acknowledging the moment, Christine was a decoy prepared by the duo in the press corps, intended solely to buy time, with their lines meticulously rehearsed. Well, I understand this may sound rather fantastical, but the official statement has already clarified matters. As for the insinuations, Miss Journalist, interrupting my statement is one thing. But casually speculating or insinuating that I'm a superhero is quite another. I never claimed you were a superhero, Christine corrected. Did you not? That is splendid. Otherwise, it would border on the absurd. Tony chuckled, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the distant sky. Time, it seemed, was drawing near. Clearly, I am not cut out for heroism. I possess numerous character flaws and have committed countless errors, most of which you are already aware. Apart from the initial formal remarks, Tony had strayed from the script, his words now flowing freely. Rod, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, hurried to the stage to stand beside Tony, advising, stick to the script. If you continue to improvise, S-H-I-E-L-D, we'll have a difficult time managing the aftermath. All right, Tony replied. Yet his focus remained fixed on the horizon until a glimmer of gold began to shimmer. With a sly grin, he turned to the journalists and the crowd, proclaiming, "In truth, I am Iron Man." As the words resonated, the atmosphere erupted, aside from Christine, who had already been privy to the truth. The entire assembly of journalists erupted in cheers, struggling to contain their insatiable curiosity, rising to inquire whether Tony's declaration was indeed factual. However, the spectacle was far from over. Tony raised his hand to calm the reporters, then pointed towards the sun, declaring, "I shall repeat it 1,000 times. I am also Iron Man, and this is the truth you seek." The journalists and the onlookers followed Tony's gesture, tilting their heads skyward. In the direction of the sun, a figure radiating a dazzling golden light hovered, defying gravity, akin to a deity surveying the world below. Then, with a thunderous roar, this being transformed into a second sun, plummeting from the sky. In an instant, it breached the sound barrier, landing in the designated fan-shaped area at the center of Manhattan Square. A tempest of blinding dust and wind surged forth. The marble floor of Manhattan Square cracked ominously, spreading terrifying fissures like a spider's web. In that fleeting moment, the brilliance dimmed, revealing Leon, clad in a soldier's boyish ensemble, yet devoid of a helmet, exuding an irresistible charm that radiated malevolence and elegance. The journalists and audience momentarily forgot to breathe. With measured steps, Leon approached the podium, while Tony gracefully bowed to grant him the stage. An unfortunate incident, not particularly pleasant, bestowed upon me the strength I possess today, a transformation from a frivolous scoundrel to a veritable superhero. We have endured assaults, much like the recent turmoil in Gemma. Prior to taking the stage, some urged me and Tony to regurgitate the cliched platitudes that had become tiresome to our people, all in the name of promoting acceptance and celebrating peace. However, Tony and I were disinclined to acquiesce. Do you know why? Leon leaned in, and the crowd of journalists and spectators chorused. Why? Because I believe it is God who has granted me this power, bestowing upon me not only strength, but also the solemn responsibility to save humanity. Thus, Tony and I traveled to Gemma, to unearth and eliminate the demonic forces that spread war and fear among us. Anyone who dares to taint this beautiful world, who seeks to harm our virtuous people, becomes my adversary. No matter where they hide, I shall ensure they experience the divine judgment. This is my resolve, to do what I can, to do what I must, to act in favor of the people and pursue the righteous path. A true man, a genuine hero, ought not to cower but should stand proud, allowing his justice and strength to illuminate every corner of the world. Am I not the one chosen by God to rescue you? To to protect our homeland, safeguard our nation, and cherish this beautiful planet. Is this not the noble mission bestowed upon me by the Almighty? Yet, despite my current power, I have never forgotten who I am. For it is the motherland that nurtured me. Regardless of the past, present, or future, I shall engrave my loyalty to the motherland upon my heart. So remember my name. I am Homelander, and you, my friends, are the true heroes. Citizens of the motherland. Citizens of the motherland. Citizens of the motherland. As Leon concluded his speech, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with both journalists and passers-by uncontrollably chanting the name of the citizens of the motherland. From this day forth, there shall be no more Shield Boy, only the citizens of the motherland. Chapter 28, man. With the superhero identities of Leon and Tony unveiled, America was left in a state of shock. After all, prior to this revelation, the two brothers were synonymous with debauchery. The chasm between them and the embodiment of strength and justice seemingly insurmountable. No one could have anticipated such a surreal turn of events. Jarvis. The lights in the living room illuminated automatically under Jarvis's command, revealing a scene that left Tony and Leon both surprised and amused. There, seated impeccably on the sofa, was their partner Alcee, clad in a sleeveless, off-shoulder high-neck gray sweater that barely covered her hips. Beside her, sprawled on the floor, was a bald, one-eyed black man, bound in a turtle-shell manner by ropes, appearing utterly disheveled. Who are you? Tony inquired, puzzled. This is yet another mode of RC, my friend. Leon approached RC, elucidating her capabilities. What? This is RC? A massive motorcycle has transformed into something so diminutive, it defies all logic. Tony exclaimed, his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. While he could somewhat comprehend RC's combat mode as a mere reconfiguration of hollow structures and mechanical components, the utterly illogical technology of body compression and transformation was undeniably pure black technology. Leon's brother, there is nothing astonishing about this. Cybertronians are inherently like this. RC calmly articulated the facts as she understood them. All right then, Tony replied, rolling his eyes. Given that Leon could acquire superpowers, the existence of extraterrestrials was hardly surprising. However, he added, though I am indeed Leon's brother, my name is not Leon's brother. I have my own identity. I am Tony. If possible, I would appreciate it if you would refer to me by my name, Miss RC. Very well, Leon's brother, RC acquiesced. Tony, feeling somewhat resigned, sensed that RC still bore a grudge and decided to let her have her way. Fine, call me whatever you wish. And who might this be? Tony inquired. An hour ago, this gentleman managed to bypass the electronic security of the villa's entrance and sneaked inside. To be on the safe side, I alerted Miss RC, who subsequently apprehended the thief, Jarvis explained. Upon hearing this, a grin spread across Leon's face. He could vividly imagine that the intruder was none other than a certain miscreant attempting to infiltrate their home, only to unwittingly encounter the barrel of RC's weapon. Judging by the bruises adorning his face, it was clear he had endured a considerable beating at her hands. I see. I thought he was an extraterrestrial as well, Tony remarked, having grasped the situation and feeling inclined to jest. At that moment, Nick Fury fortuitously regained consciousness and immediately uttered his classic line. What the hell? What kind of monster are you? With a frown, RC delivered a swift kick, reducing the insolent man to slumber once more, eliciting winces from both Leon and Tony. Half an hour later, Nick Fury stirred again, but this time he adopted a more cautious approach, surveying his surroundings. Upon realizing he was no longer bound and that the formidable presence was absent, he dared to utter cautiously, "What the hell? What on earth is that hunk of metal?" "That is not a ghost. It is my beloved motorcycle, Mr. Fury," Leon replied, reclining on the sofa, propping his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with a fervent light as he scrutinized Nick Fury. Meanwhile, Tony, adorned with the right arm of Mark III, aimed his palm cannon at Nick Fury, demanding, "Mr. Fury, I hope you can elucidate why you felt entitled to trespass into our home. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me?" Nick Fury initially intended to assert himself boldly, but perceiving that the two brothers were not to be trifled with, he could only think to himself, "I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You have all misunderstood me. I am, in fact, a good man." As he spoke, he deliberately flashed a smile, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, attempting to appear amicable. Observing this, the brothers exchanged a glance, rose, and helped Nick Fury to his feet, enthusiastically patting his shoulders and chuckling. "Ah, so you're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We thought you were just some petty fellow. Haha, it's all a misunderstanding." Indeed, it was a misunderstanding, and they laughed heartily. However, while Fury smiled outwardly, Internally, he was cursing. Damn it, as one of the rare level 10 agents in S.H.D. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, their conversation gradually fell into a more substantive rhythm. I'm Iron Man. I am Homelander. These proclamations sounded grand, but did they truly believe themselves to be the only two superheroes in existence? No, dear Stark brothers, Fury interjected. There are many others like you in this world. You simply remain unaware of them. Leon scoffed lightly. If what you say is true, then where are they now? Tony retorted nonchalantly. Even if they have always existed, where are they now? Over the years, aside from Captain America, Steve Rogers, whom my father helped create, I have never heard of any other superhero's name. If they're merely cowards hiding in corners, what makes them superheroes? Perhaps they're more akin to super bears. Leon laughed heartily at this. Indeed, super bears. Nick Fury found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As for Captain Marvel, his trump card, she was far beyond the stars and could only be called upon in dire circumstances for the survival of Earth. The remaining operatives, represented by Hawkeye Clint and Black Widow Natasha, could handle minor incidents, but major events were a different matter. Thus, Nick Fury truly had few superheroes at his disposal. It was precisely for this reason that he sought to invite the Stark brothers, who possessed considerable strength and resources, to join the Avengers he was about to assemble. To bolster his cause, an organization of superheroes must surely have a name to match, Tony inquired. Nick Fury promptly replied, the Avengers. Wow. Tony raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. That sounds quite promising. What do you think, Leon? Leon turned to Nick Fury, but I want to be the leader and possess absolute autonomy. If you agree, I will join. Otherwise, I might as well form my own Justice League. Leon articulated his aspirations, expressing a keen desire to be a carefree overseer, relishing in the fruits of his labor. Otherwise, he would rather forego the endeavor altogether. Such confidence stems from his formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation. Tony Stark, of course, needs no introduction, a quintessential late-stage benefactor. Beyond his immense wealth, he is a globally renowned genius in weaponry development, with few who rival his intellect. In terms of combat capability, his Iron Man suit certainly holds its own. As for Leon Stark, he embodies a pure powerhouse of superhuman strength. With supersonic flight, an ironclad physique, and tremendous strength, along with an enigmatic beam radiation cannon, Nick Fury contemplated utilizing him as a counterpart to the Hulk. However, without a true confrontation to ascertain their relative strengths, Fury remained uncertain. Yet one thing was clear. Leon Stark exhibited far more stability than the Hulk. After considerable reflection, Nick Fury finally extended his hand towards Leon, declaring to a fruitful collaboration. Observing this, Leon smirked and reciprocated the handshake, to a fruitful collaboration. Nearby, Tony rolled his eyes, muttering, why has no one ever asked for my opinion? Chapter 29, Leon. Let me take a look. Just before departing, Nick Fury suddenly recalled something and produced 2 photographs from his pocket, handing them to Leon. Upon inspection, Leon noted with intrigue that one photo depicted a metallic monument bearing the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem in the headquarters lobby, while the other showcased a high-definition close-up of the shield Leon held during his daytime address. Why does your shield resemble our S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem so closely? Nick Fury inquired. No, the causal relationship is misconstrued. It should be, why does the S.H.I.E.L.D. emblem bear such a striking resemblance to my shield? With a flicker of golden light from his palm, the 2 photographs instantaneously turned to ash. Witnessing this, Nick Fury's lips twitched. Clearly, he had been foolish to ask, though he could surmise it was likely related to Howard Stark. After all, the Stark brothers were oblivious to the connection. Yet, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury should have been aware. Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was only understandable that he would leave some personal legacy for his son. Had Leon been privy to Fury's thoughts, he would likely have found it laughable. Oh, the absurdity of your assumptions. With this matter settled, henceforth, who could join the Avengers without addressing Leon as the boss? Yet beyond this, Leon would occasionally emerge as a representative of his homeland, championing the oppressed and maintaining his visibility and popularity among the people. To this end, he had even established a social media account entrusted to Alcee, who served as both his vehicle and battlefield correspondent. In a derelict apartment building, a fully armed official armored squad was stationed outside, while Leon strode in confidently, accompanied by his partner Alcee. Notably, to follow Leon without attracting undue scrutiny from the public. Alcee had made concerted efforts to blend seamlessly into the surroundings. Arcee, utilizing her built-in holographic projection technology, adeptly disguised herself as an almost indistinguishably realistic human female in partner mode. As she sought Leon's opinion, the seasoned LSP naturally relished the experience. As the old adage goes, the 3D realm cannot exist without Tifa, just as the West cannot exist without Jerusalem. Indeed, Leon instructed Arcee to embody, or rather to mimic, Tifa. To be frank, aside from their differing races and Arcee's somewhat cooler demeanor, she bore an astonishing resemblance to Tifa in nearly every respect. Intelligent, beautiful, resilient, and courageous. Almost every laudatory term one might use to describe a woman could seamlessly apply to both. Gentlemen, you are aware that I have always opposed the vices of gambling and narcotics. Upon encountering Leon striding confidently into the room, the expressions of the two drug manufacturers engaged in weighing and packaging ice crystal powder visibly shifted to one of alarm. Yet before they could react, Leon raised his hand and unleashed two devastating palm blasts, reducing their upper bodies to mere remnants, while their charred lower halves collapsed backward in terror. As Leon entered another room, he was met with a prepared group of drug dealers, who immediately unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their AKs. However, under the despairing gaze of the dealers, the rain of bullets ricocheted off Leon without inflicting any damage. The deformed projectiles clattering to the ground like beads falling from a jade plate, their sharp sound reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's call. From the perspective of the special forces outside, the apartment echoed with the frantic screams of those fleeing in terror. Yet whenever a golden flash illuminated a room, the screams would diminish in unison, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Soon, the world fell utterly silent. In stark contrast to the luminous shockwaves of starshine, Leon's more refined palm blasts proved insurmountable for the drug dealers. After eliminating every last dealer in the hideout, Leon wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and inquired of Arcee behind him. "Have you finished recording?" "Yes," Arcee replied, her eyes transformed to resemble Tifa's, projecting a laser that displayed the footage of Leon's overwhelming display of power. I must admit, the sensation was exhilarating, akin to harvesting crops. One version was suitable for all ages with pixelation, while the other, unfiltered and restricted to adults, required a premium account for access. Options included a monthly subscription at $30, an annual membership at $198, and a lifetime premium at $998, allowing unrestricted viewing of all paid content. "Very well, I shall heed your instructions, boss." Within mere seconds, both versions of the video were released, and due to the association with the patriotic narrative, they swiftly passed through the review process. Thanks to the special effects, Leon's every vlog featuring the patriotic theme rivaled the cinematic quality of Hollywood's most restricted blockbuster films. The celebrity effect of superheroes, combined with Arcee's dazzling highlights, has propelled Leon's YouTube following to swiftly surpass 100 million, with numbers continuing to rise steadily. As Leon and Arcee emerged from the doorway of the abandoned apartment, a group of several narcotics special forces officers awaited them outside, their eyes filled with admiration. "Patriots, Miss Tifa, your efforts are commendable." "Hey guys, it's nothing. I merely fulfilled my duty, but you, my friends, are the true heroes." With that, Leon skillfully wrapped his arm around Arcee's waist, and together they soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the special forces officers. Meanwhile, someone nearby inquired, "Mr. Leon, have you encountered any troubling matters?" "Troubling matters? All resolved," he replied. "So soon? Let me see." Saying this, Leon guided Sharon Kate to the desk. She placed one hand on the edge of the desk while the other deftly maneuvered the mouse. The clicks echoing in the quiet room as the cursor opened one classified Stark Industries document after another. Subsequently, Sharon Kate diligently began to elucidate for Leon, who had adopted a more hands-off approach. The weapons department, once a primary source of company revenue, has been completely eliminated, and in its stead, the new energy sector is rapidly filling that void. Furthermore, due to your and Mr. Tony's superhero identities, investors have regained confidence in Stark Industries. The stocks you urged me to sell were instantly snapped up upon listing, with a staggering increase of 666 times as of yesterday's close. Leon had anticipated these developments alongside Tony, thus he predominantly listened to Kate's updates while focusing on the points of his interest. An intern from Seoul National University? Leon paused. His curiosity piqued. What was her name? Zhao Hailuan. It was indeed her. A flutter of excitement coursed through Leon. He momentarily succumbed to a common folly among men, balancing his thoughts between the present and the past. Had Zhao Hailuan already forged a connection with Stark Industries at this juncture? Afterward, Leon resumed his stance by the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression radiating an air of righteousness akin to a sage. Even his innate charm seemed somewhat subdued. "Kate, Please summon Zhao Hailuan. Ah, all right, Mr. Leon, Sharon Kate responded, her expression slightly bewildered. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly complied, steadying herself against the office wall. Her movements somewhat awkward, yet resolutely composed as she exited to locate her. Soon, a knock echoed at Leon's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am Zhao Hailuan, an intern from the research department. Turning from the window, Leon regarded Zhao Hailuan with keen interest. Before her stood a vision clad in a simple yet elegant long dress, which gracefully accentuated her slender yet curvaceous figure, undoubtedly deserving of the varied accolades that come from different perspectives. Her long legs, both slender and sensuous, were sheathed in modest milk-white stockings. Though not an exact replica of her appearance in Avengers, Age of Ultron, the resemblance was striking. Despite her youth, she exuded an air of maturity and sophistication, having mastered a significant portion of the mature, alluring demeanor, with just a touch more to be refined by time. Unlike the opportunistic Sharon Carter, Zhao Hailuan was a bona fide PhD in cellular biology, albeit lacking the formidable connections of S.H.O. No matter how exceptional she was, she had a commensurate journey as an intern. As for the reason, I recently reviewed your doctoral dissertation, The Feasibility of Biotechnological Applications in Cellular Tissue Regeneration. You mentioned the regeneration cradle, which even I, an outsider, perceive as a highly promising technology. Yet, why has it not been initiated? Leon inquired as he approached Zhao Hailuan. Due to the absence of consultant Ethan, I sought permission from Mr. Stark. However, he asserted that the Iron Man suit represented the future of humanity. Dismissing my proposal of biotechnological advancements as mere fantasy, Zhao Hailuan replied, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Leon's eyes, revealing an unexpected shyness that contrasted with her otherwise poised demeanor. Leon couldn't help but click his tongue. The statement indeed bore the hallmark of Stark. Yet it seemed implausible for Tony himself to utter such words. Oh, dear Hailuan, I must extend my apologies on Tony's behalf. He was undoubtedly preoccupied with his Iron Man suit at the time and failed to truly absorb your presentation. You know how he becomes utterly engrossed in his work, neglecting anything outside his immediate focus, Leon elucidated. I can fully empathize with Mr. Stark, as I often find myself lost in my own tasks as well, Zhao Hailuan acknowledged. Perhaps this is a shared trait among geniuses? Leon interjected with a smile. Not at all. Zhao Hailuan's face flushed a noticeable crimson, her head bowing even lower, nearly burying itself in her chest. Is she so easily flattered? Leon found her bashful reaction amusing. Currently, Zhao Hailuan was merely a naive young woman in her early 20s. Having recently entered the professional world, regardless of her brilliance, she was still an unmarked canvas, ready for anyone to leave their mark. Not to mention, she was now in the presence of Leon, who possessed an almost fully equipped hardware and software arsenal, effortlessly navigating the conversation. Query: should today's check-in be completed? System: what are your capabilities? Open. Ding. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Regeneration Cradle. Regeneration Cradle, a culmination of biotechnological advancements and 3D printing technology, capable of printing any desired biological or non-biological item as long as the materials are suitable and sufficient. Description: create you, what does it matter to you? At long last, the shipment has arrived. TT listening to the melodious voice emanating from the system. Leon felt a wave of emotion welling up within him. It had been a full month since he and Tony had revealed their identities as citizens of the homeland and Iron Man. Perhaps the system's novice protection period had elapsed, or perhaps Leon's fortune had plummeted from that of a European emperor to a mere commoner. In any case, throughout this month, he had been perplexed by the meaning of the seemingly endless items he had signed for. Instant noodles that never seemed to diminish, milk tea that could fill an ocean, sunflower seeds that could last an eternity, balloons without limits, and an unending supply of stockings. Leon often felt that he was left with nothing but money, for he certainly lacked a need for such trivialities. If he were in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, where wealth had no place to be spent, these endless items might indeed prove invaluable, elevating him to a godlike status. However, the reality was that with his assets, if he were to purchase such items like stockings, he could circle the globe several hundred times. Even if granted 800 lifetimes, he would still not exhaust his original wealth. Among the items he had received over the past month, apart from the endless series, there were a few that, although they offered little enhancement to Leon's abilities, could not be entirely dismissed as useless. Super Deadpool Suit, a suit made of ordinary material, yet capable of infinite regeneration. Description: is simply Deadpool within the suit. Quite reasonable, isn't it? Carbonite alloy twin daggers. As the name suggests, these daggers are forged from carbonite alloy, possessing physical hardness comparable to vibranium, and exhibiting toxicity that targets self-healers, capable of inhibiting their regenerative abilities to a certain extent. Description: when you think of dual wielding, who comes to mind? Quality: never wears out. Description: Mom no longer has to worry about her brother being ambushed. In Chapter 31, titled I Am Deadpool, Leon found particular satisfaction in the super-elastic fiber underwear he had acquired through his interaction with Dr. Bruce Banner. Its attribute of never wearing out was enough for Leon to deem it a divine artifact, especially since it could perfectly shield his brother from harm. Truly a super artifact. At this moment, the most resilient item he possessed was indeed this pair of undergarments. After a long-awaited delivery, the regeneration cradle had arrived ahead of schedule. Understanding its true purpose, Leon immediately devised a comprehensive plan to enhance himself. Yet, in contemplating the intricacies, he inadvertently made the same mistake as Tony. He had unintentionally sidelined Zhao Hailuan, but she seemed unconcerned, harboring her own thoughts. She peeked up at Leon shyly before quickly looking down again, her curiosity palpable. After several attempts, and noticing Leon's lack of response, she gradually became bolder, beginning to observe him openly. Just then, when Sharon Kate entered wearing a form-fitting purple skirt and translucent black stockings, Zhao Hailuan gasped softly and promptly lowered her gaze. However, this time, the situation was intriguing. A smirk played on Leon's lips as he beckoned Sharon Kate to come closer. Kate, I intend to establish an independent department dedicated to the specialized research of 3D bioprinting technology for Helen. Please organize the personnel immediately and later hand over the details to her. Very well, Mr. Leon. Sharon responded promptly, preparing to leave. Aside from personal use or serious injuries to close acquaintances, Leon had no intention of revealing his possession of the regenerative cradle. This is a patented technology currently being explored by Zhao Helen, and since it is incomplete, it would be difficult to explain its origin if he were to use it overtly. Thus, it remains necessary for Zhao Helen to follow the standard trajectory in her research of the regenerative cradle. This is her labor of love and should rightfully be completed by her. Of course, if the situation were different, say, involving a man or someone of less appeal, the circumstances would indeed change. Mr. Leon, I am grateful for your support and recognition. I will certainly strive to complete the regenerative cradle and will not let you down, Zhao Helen assured, her gaze toward Leon filled with gratitude. I believe in you, Leon encouraged, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. He then leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, you may voice any request directly to me, as long as I am able to fulfill them. Do not feel embarrassed, Helen. You should possess confidence. In my eyes, you are a genius on par with Tony. You hold such value. You are worthy, you know. It is rare to find a girl with such grand aspirations. Your insights have greatly benefited me. There is immense potential in you. Oh, I am not that remarkable. Leon's flattery left Zhao Helen bashfully lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her face buried in her chest. Actually, today is my birthday. I wonder if you have time this evening. What am I saying? No, I mean as my fan. Could you possibly give me your autograph? Zhao Helen stumbled over her words, finally fumbling to pull out a photo of Leon in a soldier boy outfit from her collar, presenting it to him. Of course, after signing, Zhao Helen immediately bowed in farewell and, in a moment of sheer embarrassment, swiftly fled the scene that felt mortifying to her. Ah, the essence of youth. Watching Zhao Helen's frantic retreat, Leon could not help but smile, reflecting on the moment. After a while, it was time to attend to serious matters. Elsie, how far are we from South Sudan? Leon inquired. 665 kilometers. Elsie's authoritative voice resonated through Leon's Bluetooth headset. Over 12,000 kilometers. Africa, South Sudan, the Salva Giant Dock. This area once served as a significant tributary that traversed the African interior, but over time, its grandeur has faded, leaving behind a desolate, ochre marsh. Scattered along the shore are a dozen rusting, stranded cruise ships, now occupied by the smuggler Ulysses Crow, serving as his base for illicit activities. Due to the extreme difficulty of procuring vibranium, Ulysses Claw has also ventured into the illicit trade of conventional weaponry. In essence, he has dabbled in any nefarious activities that promise substantial profits. Today, Ulysses Claw is graced with the presence of a formidable client, who boldly demands all the vibranium Claw possesses, audaciously proposing a zero-cost acquisition. Accompanied by a powerful soundtrack, Leon, clad in a striking Deadpool costume and wielding dual blades crafted from carbonadium, makes a grand entrance, surrounded by Ulysses Claw and his numerous henchmen. This moment could seamlessly transition into the opening scene of Deadpool 3. The absurdity of securing a zero-cost deal at my expense is laughable. Perhaps you ought to inquire discreetly about any adversaries who might wish to undermine me. Oh dear, how frightful. Leon adopts a flamboyant stance reminiscent of a bashful maiden. Twisting his body with exaggerated flair, his tone dripping with mockery. Observing this, Ulysses Claw's eyes twitch with irritation as he growls. He is unarmed. Capture him alive. I want to personally end this insufferable pest. With that command, Claw's henchmen, armed with daggers, claw weapons, and spike clubs, surge toward Leon. Leon, however, smirks, allowing himself to be engulfed by the throng. Suddenly, he unleashes a starburst stream. At the moment he draws his dual blades, the entire derelict crew's ship trembles. Amidst a flurry of slashing blades, severed limbs explode outward from Leon's center, each strike effortlessly dispatching multiple foes, as if their bodies were but fragile twigs. The combat is an outright massacre. Those who attempt to fire their weapons find themselves cleaved in two by Leon's blades. In no time, the throng assaulting Leon is reduced to lifeless souls beneath his wrath. At this juncture, Ulysses Claw realizes that Leon is anything but a soft target. Damn it. He is a super soldier. Don't go offering yourself up. Shoot him. Shouting this, Claw snatches an AR-15 rifle from a nearby henchman and begins to fire at Leon. In response, Leon skillfully deflects the bullets with his blades while advancing toward Claw. The clang of bullets striking steel rings out incessantly. Initially, Claw believes that Leon is blocking every shot with his blades. However, upon noticing the continuous damage and restoration of Leon's costume, Claw senses something amiss. The bullets inflict no harm on this creature. Is he toying with me? What manner of monster are you? I am Deadpool. As Leon approaches Claw, his henchmen having already met their demise, those who remain, too terrified to engage, lie prostrate on the ground, feigning death. Vibranium. Leon presses his blade against Ulysses Claw's throat and speaks in a low voice. Stay calm. It's all yours. I'll give it all to you. Ulysses Crow hastily responded. Chapter 32. Neighbors stockpile grain while I stockpile arms. Neighbors are my granaries. Under the intimidating presence of Deadpool Leon, Ulysses Crow reluctantly pulled the concealed switch, causing barrels of toxic waste to descend like an elevator. In their place were 13 canisters filled with specially formulated vibranium. This vibranium represents the most significant expenditure of labor costs in my endeavors, conservatively valued in the billions, serving as the cornerstone of the empire I have built. Now, they are all yours, Mr. Deadpool. Ulysses Crow wore an expression of bitter resentment, both furious and aggrieved, yet too intimidated to express his ire. Quite satisfactory. While the quantity of vibranium may not seem substantial, each canister weighing 5 kilograms, totaling only 65 kilograms, is sufficient for Leon to execute his forthcoming plans. Do not underestimate 65 kilograms of vibranium. Although it roughly equates to the weight of a slender adult, vibranium, being a lightweight metal, possesses only 1/3 the density of steel. If this 65 kilograms were a solid cube, its edges would measure less than 30 centimeters, hardly larger than an adult's palm. After securing the 13 canisters in a sack, Deadpool Leon patted Ulysses Crow, who resembled a man whose beloved had been taken away, sunk in despair. Hey, buddy, do not be disheartened. I only need the vibranium, not your life. As long as you are alive, billions and vibranium will come your way. I believe in you, Crow. You are the best. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Deadpool, Ulysses Crow replied, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Once Leon, this esteemed figure, departed, the forced smile on Crow's face immediately fell, and he began to kick the lifeless bodies of his subordinates on the ground. What are you pretending for? Get up already. The man has left. Ulysses Crow screamed through gritted teeth, yet the subordinate he deemed to be feigning death remained motionless. At that moment, a nearby corpse suddenly raised a hand, remarking, "Boss, he's truly dead. I'm still alive. Heh. Hey you, are you getting proud on me? The hell with you." Meanwhile, after acquiring the vibranium, Leon made his way to the Atlantic coast of West Africa, where he met with Alcee, who was lying in wait beneath the sea. Under Alcee's somewhat exasperated gaze, Leon proceeded to strip down to nothing but a pair of super elastic fiber underwear. He then utilized Alcee in motorcycle mode, covered by a biological stance. As for Deadpool's guise, Leon planned to activate it only during clandestine and dubious activities, specifically as a scapegoat. In his daily life, he preferred the soldier boy outfit and the identity of a superhero from his homeland. Why did you not eliminate them all? Do you intend to? Smack. The reason Leon spared Ulysses Crow's life was to have him continue gathering vibranium for him. What was that old adage from apocalyptic novels? Neighbors stockpile grain while I arm myself. The neighbors are my granary. As long as Leon continues to forge ahead in strength, The likes of Ulysses Claw will be but a mere puppet in his hands. Once Leon secures the entirety of Wakanda's vibranium mines, Ulysses Claw will find himself utterly obsolete. Twilight casts a shadow over the scene. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan is engulfed in worry, burdened by the expectations of those she admires. She is eager to yield results on the Rebirth Cradle project and has volunteered for overtime, only to be forcibly dismissed by the secretary, Sharon Kate. She claims it is his directive, stating that overtime is detrimental to one's health and development. Yet, Zhao Hailuan has long surpassed her developmental phase. If she were to continue growing, would it not attract undue attention? Furthermore, her daily life might be adversely affected. Gazing down at herself, she can barely make out the tips of her toes. Should she continue to grow, what would become of her? In her distress, she purchases a cup of milk tea from a roadside vendor to alleviate her anxiety, as the sweetness often brings a refreshing sense of relief. Suddenly, a vagabond brandishing a dagger rushes toward her, shouting, closely pursued by a young patrol officer wielding a taser. "Make way! Everyone, get out of my way! If you block me, I'll stab you!" He cries. "Don't run. If you keep running, I'll shoot you." According to the protocols of America, this vagabond poses a significant threat to the safety of those nearby. The officer could have drawn his weapon and fired preemptively. Yet the apparent youthfulness of the officer suggests a lack of experience. He fails to grasp the gravity of the situation. He still harbors hopes of capturing the vagabond alive. For no one wishes to experience the weight of taking a life. "Madam, please step aside. He has a knife. It's dangerous," the officer urgently warns, reaching for his Glock holstered at his thigh. However, Zhao Hailuan stands frozen in fear, paralyzed by the menacing presence of the vagabond. In a flash, pain and panic intertwine as she is violently knocked to the ground. The vagabond stumbles as well. Upon seeing that the officer has drawn his firearm, he swiftly changes tactics, pressing the dagger against Zhao Hailuan's throat. "Don't come any closer. Put down your gun. If you dare to shoot, I'll slit this girl's throat." He threatens repeatedly. With a chilling scrape, the dagger leaves a thin line of blood on Zhao Hailuan's neck, pressed tightly against her skin. "Stay calm. Don't do anything foolish. We are near Stark Tower. The authorities will arrive shortly," the officer implores. Damn the authorities. I could take him out with a mere drop. As onlookers gather, the officer's gun remains trained on the vagabond, while Zhao Hailuan trembles, her voice choked with fear as she instinctively calls out for Leon. Everything converges upon the vagabond, who feels the crushing weight of pressure, just as he contemplates surrendering and laying down his dagger. A thunderous sound fills the air. Leon descends from above, a force of nature. His speed was astonishing, shattering the vagrant's wrist along with the dagger before he even had a chance to react. "Ah, my hand!" The excruciating pain caused the vagrant to collapse, crying out in agony. Mr. Leon's timely arrival enveloped Zhao Hailuan in an unparalleled sense of security. She rushed into his embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest, weeping even more audibly than before. "It's all right, Hailuan. With me here, you are safe." Gently patting her back, Leon comforted her softly while casting a withering gaze at the vagrant, who lay on the ground, clutching his injured hand in distress. "Wonderful. A citizen of our great nation. That beautiful girl is safe." The onlookers, mostly Leon's admirers, erupted in excitement and cheers. A young police officer approached Leon, bowing deeply. "I sincerely apologize, citizen, for failing to ensure the safety of this lady and for necessitating your intervention." "No, you have done remarkably well, my friend. You are the true hero," Leon replied, smiling as he patted the officer's shoulder. He then addressed the surrounding crowd. "This vagrant has a time bomb embedded within him, and it will detonate in 9 seconds. Everyone, disperse quickly. I must detonate it preemptively." Upon hearing this, the crowd scattered in a frenzy. The vagrant appeared bewildered, even momentarily suppressing the pain of his severed hand. "I have a bomb. How was I unaware of this?" However, when he met Leon's steely gaze, it became abundantly clear. The citizen intended his demise. "You have been deceived." Before the vagrant could finish his sentence, Leon flung him skyward with one hand, then unleashed a powerful energy blast that reduced him to mere fragments. A rain of blood fell from above. Yet before that, Leon had already whisked Zhao Hailuan away from the scene. Chapter 33. Ultron. Please pay the copyright fee. Thank you. In Manhattan, on the Upper East Side, at the entrance of Zhao Hailuan's home. "It's all right, Hailuan. You must understand one thing. In my eyes, nothing is more important than your safety." Leon maintained an infectiously warm smile, turning as if to fly away. But Zhao Hailuan suddenly summoned her courage to call out to him. "Why don't you come in for a moment? I can wash your uniform before you leave." It was a bold invitation, one that Zhao Hailuan may not have fully grasped the implications of. Leon found it impossible to refuse, Thus he acquiesced. 3 hours later, Leon gently kissed Zhao Hailuan's forehead, which had succumbed to exhaustion, and carefully lifted her from the bed into the regeneration cradle of the system to mend her neck wound. However, a slight mishap occurred during the process. Lacking prior experience with the regeneration cradle and given a canister of organic tissue fluid by the system, Leon assumed that placing her inside and activating it would suffice. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. The factory setting of the regeneration cradle is designed to default to the restoration of all bodily tissue damage, emphasis on all. Thus, the regeneration cradle not only flawlessly mended the wound on Zhao Hailuan's neck, but also rectified injuries sustained elsewhere on her body. Upon learning of this, Alcai couldn't help but suspect whether Leon had orchestrated it deliberately. Leon asserted his innocence, bewildered by the extraordinary efficacy of the regeneration cradle, which could repair virtually anything. However, with the matter settled, he could only resolve to be more cautious in the future, subjecting Zhao Hailuan to a bit more hardship. The following morning, when Leon awoke from the pink double bed in Zhao Hailuan's boudoir, she had already departed for work, leaving him uncertain about her satisfaction with the previous night's birthday celebration. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? System: I have an early class at 8. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Kageyama's necklace. What on earth? The system's notifications startled Leon, triggering a bout of PTSD. The Kageyama's necklace is not something to be worn. Whoever receives it meets their demise. If you wish for my demise, just say so. No need for such convoluted hints, Leon grumbled internally. He summoned the Kageyama's necklace from the system's space, handling it with utmost trepidation, and promptly obliterated it with a palm blast. As long as he could run swiftly, the Grim Reaper would always be a step behind. Regarding this matter, I have something to say. At the coastal villa, in the underground level of Leon's whimsical abode, he, cognizant of his own intellectual limitations, entrusted Alcai with the management of the vibranium, the regeneration cradle, and the extensive instructional manual provided by the system. His sole responsibility was to maintain his dashing demeanor. Incredibly, before the regeneration cradle, resembling a futuristic coffin, Alcai marveled as she rapidly researched the partnership of vibranium and the cradle. This metal atom, known as vibranium, not only integrates seamlessly with cellular tissue, but also forms a wholly compatible union, akin to an innate entity. Isn't that self-evident? Leon replied with a shrug. Otherwise, why would I have gone to such lengths to acquire it? Do you wish to integrate vibranium into your own body? Alcai speculated, only to quickly dismiss the idea. Impossible. The regeneration cradle can only print biological tissue from scratch. It lacks the capability to disassemble cellular structures, and your bodily tissues are far too resilient for that. Before Alcai could finish her thoughts, Leon silenced her with a demonstration of his extraordinary cellular control. Before their eyes, the skin, muscle, and fascia on his palm receded like a tide, ultimately revealing a flawless silver alloy skeletal structure. This was an extension of Leon's super self-regeneration ability. Even though he had only passively utilized it once upon acquiring the power, his body had proven too resilient for conventional weaponry to breach since then, preventing a second activation to date. As time progresses, Leon's mastery over the ability of super self-regenesis continues to improve significantly. The capacity to control the decomposition, reformation, and relocation of his own cellular structure has been gradually acquired during this period. Although he has yet to achieve the remarkable precision of Muzan Kibutsuji, who can flawlessly mimic a woman from the inside out, Leon is entirely capable of decomposing his tissues into individual cells and then reorganizing them. This ability is sufficient to accomplish Leon's current objectives. How is that possible? Arcee gasped, her mouth agape, as if to accommodate a cucumber with a diameter of 5 centimeters, momentarily forgetting to close it. My dear, I can accomplish far more than you can imagine. With a playful pat on Arcee's cheek, who was in partner mode, Leon curiously touched the internal mechanical components, though the hardness of the titanium alloy ultimately dissuaded his musings. Perhaps the versatile vibranium, which can be both malleable and rigid, could resolve this issue. However, there was no surplus vibranium for Leon to squander at the moment. He planned to conduct a thorough upgrade for Arcee once he gained further control over his own body. Chapter 34. The Body of Vibranium. Are you prepared? Arcee remarked, glancing at Leon, who lay completely bare within the resurrection cradle. If you wish to bond all your bodily tissues, excluding your skeletal structure, with vibranium atoms, it will take approximately 2.5 hours. During this time, you must maintain full awareness. You will feel as if countless ants are crawling over you, accompanied by an unbearable itch and excruciating pain. This agony cannot be alleviated by anesthetics. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. To be candid, based on her understanding of Leon, Arcee doubted that someone who had been pampered from a young age and indulged in leisure could endure such suffering. His apparent confidence and composure stemmed from his privileged background and formidable strength. Once stripped of those, his willpower might dwindle to that of an ordinary laborer. Yet she thought, it was only at this moment that she truly grasped the essence of the man before her, Leon Stark. How much pain can a person endure? Leon chuckled, his eyes devoid of uncertainty. Rather than regret when I lack the strength to protect my loved ones in the future, I would prefer to seize every opportunity to grow stronger now. Arcee, I vow to be your eternally unyielding partner. So, let us begin. Closing his eyes, he awaited the infusion of vibranium atoms. If you break your promise, I shall unearth you from the grave, Arcee whispered, her voice audible only to herself. Then, without hesitation, she pressed the start button on the resurrection cradle's control screen, initiating the complete bonding process of Leon's cellular structure with vibranium atoms. As the ordeal commenced, Leon could not help but emit a wretched scream of agony. This sensation was akin to the torment he experienced during his fusion with the Edmund alloy skeleton. Yet it was even more maddeningly unbearable. Compounding his suffering, he was required to maintain an unwavering consciousness, enduring the pain while simultaneously diverting his focus to control the disintegration of his own tissues into individual cells, binding them with vibranium atoms. It was as if he were subjecting himself to 1,000 cuts. The end was still a distant prospect. Merely 3 minutes had elapsed. What? Only 3 minutes? Why did it feel as though a year had passed? Leon's resolve crumbled in an instant, and he began to regret not having borrowed the time stone from Ancient One beforehand. Even if the chance was slim, he should have at least attempted it. Damn it! With a furious exclamation, Leon ceased his inquiries to Arcee about the time and dedicated himself to enduring the torment, binding cells with vibranium. Time stretched interminably. To Leon, it felt even more prolonged. Gradually, he began to feel numb, as if his body's self-preservation mechanisms were kicking in. Yet this was a troubling signal. He could not afford to lose control over his own body just yet. He actively sought out the pain, almost masochistically stimulating his nerves to forcibly awaken his mind. Determined to sustain this agonizing process, he could not afford to succumb. An hour passed, then 2. Finally, 5 minutes remained. The countdown began. 30 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang! Unsurprisingly, he plunged into a profound slumber. This psychological trauma was beyond the healing capabilities of super self-regeneration, and Leon could only recover gradually with the passage of time. However, upon the emergence of a melodious system notification, a smile instinctively crept onto Leon's lips. Notification. Through your own efforts, you have acquired the vibranium body. This ability has been certified by the system and can synergize with super self-regeneration and Edmund alloy skeleton. Vibranium body. While maintaining your flesh and blood, your body has received comprehensive enhancements from vibranium characteristics, significantly boosting your strength and defense, along with the capabilities of kinetic energy absorption and energy deviation. Introduction. The human body has its limits. Have you decided against being merely human? Note. Vibranium body will be regarded as the host's innate constitution. The stronger you become, the stronger it will be, with no upper limit. Note. Super self-regeneration functions normally with vibranium body. Note. Vibranium body, as a characteristic of constitution, is not susceptible to magnetic control. Host. Leon Stark. Abilities. Soldier Boy template. Super self-regeneration. Edmund alloy skeleton. Starlight template. Biological position. Vibranium body. Item. Soldier Boy set. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets. Quality. Never worn. Arcee. Regeneration cradle. Super elastic fiber underwear. Quality. Never worn. Super Deadpool costume. Cabana alloy twin daggers. Endless instant noodles. Infinite milk tea. Never-ending sunflower seeds. And used balloons. Endless stockings. Time passed unnoticed. When Leon awakened once more, Arcee, materialized through holographic projection as Tifa, was blocking the entrance of Leon's cozy abode, engaged in a tug-of-war with Tony and Pepper, who were anxiously concerned for Leon's safety. I shall reiterate. Arcee, step aside. Tony, clad in Mark IV armor, charged his palm cannon, threatening Arcee. I have already stated. Leon's brother, Arcee replied calmly. Leon is resting inside, and must not be disturbed by anyone. This was but a half-truth. Leon had instructed her that until Zhao Hailuan successfully developed the regeneration cradle, even his own brother Tony should not, under non-essential circumstances, be made aware of its existence. Thus, Arcee diligently adhered to Leon's final wishes, allowing no one entry during his unconsciousness, not even Tony or Pepper. Alcy, I understand your close relationship with Leon, and I trust you would not harm him, but he's been inside for an extended period without emerging. As his family, we are merely worried for his safety and wish to confirm he is truly just resting, Pepper implored with tearful eyes. A flicker of compassion crossed Alcy's gaze. Yet the situation had not yet reached a level of necessity. She could not compromise Leon's secret out of sympathy. I share your concerns for him, but you truly cannot enter. Then, there's nothing more to discuss? Pepper, move aside. Chapter 35. Misunderstanding resolved. The terrifyingly powerful Leon. Consumed by anxiety for Leon's safety. Shrouded in uncertainty regarding his very life, Tony could no longer remain passive. He unleashed his palm cannon toward Alcy. Buzz! Alcy raised her hand to deflect the beam, and through the holographic projection, one could faintly see her real metal arm scorched from the heat. After several successful blocks against Tony's palm cannon, even Alcy's titanium alloy body began to show signs of melting. Reluctant to harm Tony, yet driven to maintain her operational capacity, Alcy resolved to take the offensive, engaging Tony in a close-quarters battle. In that moment, despite the advancements of his armor to the 4th generation, Tony found himself thoroughly overpowered by Alcy, the agile warrior, honed from countless battles. Their skills and agility were on entirely different levels. Tony could not land a single blow on Alcy. In this relatively confined, artificially excavated space, Alcy displayed an indomitable stance, as if a single woman could hold back an army. The clanging sounds of metal reverberated continuously. The Mark IV armor bore the relentless assault of Arcee's Iron Fist and Hell's Foot, leaving behind a series of indentations. Tony could distinctly feel the armor's deformation pressing against his chest. Fortunately, Arcee refrained from delivering a lethal blow, allowing Tony to barely withstand the onslaught with the armor's defenses and Jarvis's real-time motion predictions. Blimey, I had no idea you were so formidable in close combat, Tony remarked, having always perceived Arcee, who lingered in Leon's shadow, as merely a glass cannon adept at ranged attacks. He was utterly taken aback. If given the chance, he mused, he would love to dismantle Arcee to unravel her internal structure, though he knew Leon would be reluctant to permit it. You have yet to uncover so many things. Leon's brother, Arcee declared with pride. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow beneath his helmet, countering Arcee. Have you ever heard Leon say that one must be adaptable in life and work? What? Arcee was momentarily taken aback. Now Pepper, seizing the opportunity while Arcee was distracted, Tony embraced her and executed a full-force belly-to-belly suplex, refusing to let go. Pepper seized this moment to slip past them into Leon's sanctuary. After all, their goal was not to defeat Arcee, but to ensure Leon's safety. You cannot. Arcee struggled to break free from Tony's grip, crawling towards the door to intercept Pepper. But it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as Pepper entered. The next moment, a scream echoed from within Leon's sanctuary. Amidst their scuffle, Arcee and Tony exchanged a glance and momentarily ceased their confrontation, opting for a temporary truce as they hastily entered Leon's sanctuary. Inside, they found Pepper, her hand covering her mouth in shock while the other shielded her eyes, though her fingers parted enough for her to peer through, witnessing Leon, who had just stored the regeneration cradle within the system, standing in his natural state. Holy, huh? Leon, just awakening, was still disoriented about the situation when Arcee approached, exasperated, and awkwardly used one arm to shield his modesty. Subsequently, she projected an image of Leon's current form for him to see. What he beheld was a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture, almost impeccably masculine. A discerning eye would immediately recognize him as a veritable Superman. Leon now possessed an extraordinary allure, having transformed from a figure who appeared slim in clothing to one whose magnificent physique could scarcely be concealed, exuding an ethereal, divine quality. His muscular definition was strikingly perfect without appearing bulky, rendering him almost supremely handsome. As a certain individual once remarked, true handsomeness has never known a peer, and Leon might very well fill that void. After an explanation from Tony, Pepper, and Arcee, Leon finally grasped just how long he had slumbered, an astonishing 2.5 months. Tony jested that Leon had set yet another Guinness World Record. Pepper was incensed that Leon had not forewarned her and Tony about such a significant matter, resulting in misunderstandings regarding the diligent and protective Arcee. Indeed, Leon's explanation to Tony and Pepper was that after indulging in a do-not-disturb slumber, he had become stronger. He even conferred a grandiose name upon this process of awakening superpowers through sleep, paying homage to a certain deity, the slumber of Leon. Once he had bid farewell to Tony and Pepper, Leon eagerly set about examining his newfound abilities. While testing his defenses proved challenging, he discovered that his strength had notably increased. A door made of bomb-proof alloy, which he could previously only dent with great effort, could now be effortlessly shattered with a single punch. Furthermore, Leon and Archie had ventured out to sea for speed tests. In a fully powered state, Leon's velocity had surpassed the formidable barrier of 20 Mach, even while contending with increasingly daunting air resistance. Should he activate biological positioning or venture into the vastness of outer space, his speed would only amplify. In a nutshell, Leon felt terrifyingly powerful. However, after a brief moment of inflated pride, he quickly sobered up, pondering who he could truly defeat with such meager strength. Odin? Ancient One? Thanos? Then, Leon hastily recited his version of the introspective mantra. I shall reflect upon myself 3 times daily. I am handsome. I am wealthy. I am not strong. After fortifying his psyche against his current weaknesses, a more pressing concern struck him. While the role-playing of his compatriots was trivial, he had recently secured Zhao Hailuan's affections, only to have gone missing for 2.5 months. Surely, that innocent girl Woon T have encountered any troubles? Archie, has Zhao Hailuan come looking for me during this time? Leon inquired urgently. She did come, but I turned her away in your name, Archie replied. What? Leon's lips twitched in disbelief, and Archie rolled her eyes. What else could I do? I cannot leave this place. Initially, she was quite composed. I chatted pleasantly with her online using your account. However, after repeatedly refusing to meet her, she grew noticeably distant in the second month. In the last 2 weeks, she hasn't sent a single message, and it seems she has blocked your account. Archie placed her hand on her alluring waist, a hint of schadenfreude evident in her demeanor. Well then, given the circumstances, what began as a heartfelt connection seems to have drifted far away, Leon mused. He realized he must act swiftly to remedy the situation. Setting aside all else, Zhao Hailuan's feelings warranted his heightened attention. By the way, I have been maintaining the engagement levels for your compatriots. Do not, under any circumstances, greet your fans with foolish remarks like, it has been 2.5 months. I've missed you dearly, Archie suddenly cautioned. Wow, Archie, I absolutely adore you. Leon, brimming with excitement, wrapped his arms around Archie's waist and seized the opportunity to take a playful bite at the virtual visage of Tifa, manifested through her holographic projection. Curiously, he inquired, how on earth did you manage that? Archie, with an air of regal disdain, pried his hand away and wiped the dampness from her face. With a pointed finger, she tapped her temple and replied, use your brain. Chapter 36. The Dark Cloak World Transcendence Card. I am Lena. It is not the act of becoming a hero that earns recognition. Rather, it is the acknowledgement of the masses that elevates one to heroism. Do not underestimate the bonds of brotherhood, even for the ironclad behemoth Obadiah. By the name of my homeland, Leon Stark. By the name of Iron Man, Tony Stark. I shall deliver justice upon you. Prepare yourself. Before them, the immense screen composed of glass panels on the side of Stark Tower displayed an electrifying scene. Clad in the Mark III armor, Iron Man Tony unleashed a full-powered blast from his chest at Leon, who stood resolutely in his soldier boy attire, shield raised in defense. In an inexplicable twist, Leon's shield absorbed the entirety of the onslaught. Subsequently, he affixed the shield to his chest, extended his arms, and unleashed a supercharged beam from his chest that obliterated the Iron Titan Obadiah. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the two brothers stood illuminated, a miraculous revival of the Stark legacy. The scene shifted, and the colossal logo of Homeland, Iron Body, gradually emerged on the now darkened screen, rendered in Leon's signature opulent golden font. The world's first superhero origin film starring real-life portrayals from the Homeland, Iron Body, is currently captivating audiences globally in 3D, 4D, IMAX, Blu-ray, Red Ray, Green Ray, Any Ray. Ward, I pondered, did I not also partake in this? As Leon gazed upward at the promotional advertisement for the origin film in which he had not actually appeared, he internally mused about whether he should voice his astonishment. Arcee had conjured a Hollywood-style superhero origin film from thin air using her AI imaging technology. Truly, she is a remarkable talent. However, who on earth conceived such an abstract plot? In terms of abstraction, I would crown them the supreme champion. Moreover, will anyone genuinely watch this film? Leon could not help but wonder. Hey, Homeland, can we take a picture with you? Just as Leon was lost in thought, a standard American high school duo, one clad in black and the other in white, sprinted towards him, backpacks in tow, greeting him with enthusiasm. Of course, my friends, Leon replied with an infectious smile, graciously waving at the two students. Their faces instantly lit up with joy as they positioned themselves beside him, eagerly pulling out their phones for a flurry of snapshots. After the photos were taken, the two high school students rummaged through their backpacks and produced a set of collectible cards featuring their Homeland-S idol, Leon, hoping to obtain his autograph. Just as Leon was about to accept, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar, yet aloof figure hastily passing by, seemingly eager to distance themselves from him. "Ah, my apologies, my friend. It appears I have another mission," Leon remarked, gesturing towards his Bluetooth headset, and in an instant, he vanished before the two youths. Although the students felt a tinge of regret, they were utterly satisfied simply to have encountered Leon in person. Moreover, he exuded an effortless charm, looking even more handsome in reality than in photographs, resembling a beloved older brother, thus transforming their fervent admiration into unwavering loyalty. The boys, who were typically discerning, were astounded. The girls, with an even keener eye for aesthetics, were left utterly enchanted. Meanwhile, on the other side, Helen was approached. "Hey, Helen, let me explain." Leon swiftly positioned himself in front of the hurried Zhao Helen. "Who are you? I don't know you," she retorted coldly, exuding the aura of a mature woman, as though she didn't recognize Leon at all, attempting to sidestep him. "You don't know me?" Leon murmured, making no effort to stop her as she walked past. Just as she mentally chastised him, a sudden yelp escaped her lips as Leon seized her from behind, lifting her effortlessly into the air and soaring into the clouds. 3 hours later, suspended atop a blood-red-tinged cloud at an altitude of 2,500 meters, Leon, embodying a biological perspective, hovered above, cradling the exhausted Zhao Helen. "Do you remember me now?" he inquired. "Do you really have to ask?" She replied, exasperated. "Where have you been for these past 2 months?" "I know the person I was chatting with wasn't you," she probed, drawing circles with her finger as she scrutinized him. "How can you be so sure it wasn't me?" Leon asked, intrigued. A woman's intuition. She winked playfully at him. "Helen," he said, catching her attention. "I need to discuss something." "What is it?" She replied. "I rather enjoyed that icy demeanor you had earlier, the one that made it impossible for you to refuse me. Could you revert to that?" "No way." "Yes, precisely that flustered yet infuriated expression. I adore it." "Please continue." Zhao Helen felt a pang of frustration, but the more agitated she became, the more it seemed to delight Leon, as if she were meat bun thrown to a dog, silent upon impact. Subsequently, the two, after a prolonged separation, engaged in a casual exchange, attempting to bridge the gap of the past 2 months. "Leon," Zhao Helen suddenly declared. He appeared surprised, as it was the first time she had addressed him by his name without any honorifics. "I don't care how many foxes you have outside. As long as you still hold me in your heart, you are mine," Zhao Helen boldly professed, thus challenging Leon. What would he possibly say in response? Nothing, it seemed. Time flew by, and another month slipped away. During this period, the system has yet to yield any noteworthy treasures. Leon is almost accustomed to this. It is indeed a rather frightening predicament. Until today, on a whim, Leon decided to stay indoors with Zhao Hailuan for the entire day. The system appeared to express some sympathy for Zhao Hailuan, finally providing Leon, who was at a loss for what to do, with a task. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? Fatigued, he thought, let all perish. Entering a sage-like state, Leon's heart remained utterly undisturbed. Ding! Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Black Cloak World Transit Card. Black Cloak World Transit Card. By using this card, you may specify a journey into the realm of the boys, where you will randomly acquire a simulated identity or directly replace a character from the original narrative. Quality: one-time use. Description: in the Marvel Universe, you can only develop cautiously, but in the Black Cloak world, you shall strike with full force. Chapter 37. The First World Transition. Leon, system, I'm off to the early shift. The Black Cloak World Transit Card? What rubbish! Leon instinctively scoffed, yet immediately recognized something was amiss. Holy shit. Superpower, Daddy is coming to love you. What? You have a child. Leon's exuberance roused Zhao Hailuan from her slumber, and as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, she heard Leon refer to himself as Daddy, causing her drowsiness to dissipate significantly. She questioned him. That's not true. I dreamt we had a child named Azu. Huh? Our child? Hearing this, Zhao Hailuan's face flushed crimson. Having just celebrated her 20th birthday, she was in an age of bold love and hate. Yet she had never contemplated the prospect of motherhood. What if Leon truly desired a child? A sudden wave of panic washed over her. She had heard that childbirth was immensely painful. Leon, Just as Zhao Hailuan was about to speak, Leon silenced her and reassured her. Hailuan, it was merely a dream. I've told you, your safety is what matters most to me. Touched, Zhao Hailuan nestled her face against Leon's chest and soon drifted back to a peaceful slumber. The following day, this time you're not even staying at home. Next, will you not be able to remain on Earth? Tony jested. Get lost. If this home lacks me, it will eventually fall apart, Leon replied in a playful tone, alluding to a future he could never accept. He must create a world with Tony in it. A world without Tony holds no value for existence. So, you would want Pepper to be left waiting in vain, would you, big brother? He mused. Old chap, you will undoubtedly enjoy this. Leon spoke with utmost certainty. With their astonishing intellect, he had no doubt they could develop a perfect, side-effect-free compound number 5. When the time comes, Pepper and Leon's many female friends could each have a share. It would be simply delightful. Pepper, don't think of me too much, okay? Leon chuckled. Who would think of you, you little rascal? Pepper clutched Leon's hand tightly, her heart laden with unease as she sensed that his journey would take him far away. It's all right, Pepper. There's nothing to worry about. You are aware of my strength. No one born can harm me in that place, Leon reassured her, affectionately brushing his cheeks against hers. He then turned to Sharon Kate, who obediently wore her black bodycon dress as if it were a work uniform, and instructed her. After everything is settled, once all matters were addressed, Leon slowly ascended into the sky under the watchful gazes of his companions, and with a swift lateral acceleration, he vanished from their sight. Beneath the depths of the Pacific Ocean, in the realm where Leon once met his demise, there was no light, no sound, only an oppressive silence. Embracing the immense pressure of the ocean floor with ease, Leon retrieved the Black Robe World crossing card from the system space. Grasping it firmly, he activated it instantly. Notification: you have used the Black Robe World crossing card. In 10 seconds, your body will traverse into the world of Black Robe Enforcers. Please prepare yourself mentally. What is there to prepare for? Leon pondered the system's warning, but as the countdown reached its final moment, clarity struck him with a jolt. Bang! As if struck from behind with a heavy blow, despite his formidable physique, Leon was rendered unconscious in an instant. This was perhaps the most significant physical trauma he had endured since acquiring the system, if one could consider it as such. A flash of white light enveloped Leon, accompanied by the system's notification in his ear. System, I've already begun my early morning tasks. The world of Black Robe Enforcers was essentially a parodic narrative, borrowing elements from various Marvel and DC superheroes to create a darkly humorous R-rated tale. Following the invention of Compound V by the Water Group in the last century, a means to artificially catalyze superheroes, this world had evolved into one where superhumans coexisted with ordinary people. At the pinnacle of these superhumans stood the Water Group's flagship superhero idol group, known as the Seven. They served as vigilantes, aiding the government in combating evil and maintaining peace while simultaneously engaging in idle activities. However, beneath their seemingly noble facade, the Seven were, in truth, a collection of depraved individuals. The Compound V that granted them their powers also magnified their inner desires. As a result, the Seven frequently found themselves embroiled in trouble. And whenever such incidents occurred, the Water Group would intervene to clean up their mess. The existence of the Seven brought unimaginable profits to the Water Group, which ensured that their downfall was not an option. Only death could silence them, and heroes were meant to die gloriously in battle. Yet, even heroes could falter. The leader of the Seven accidentally caused the death of Huey Campbell's girlfriend while high on substances, leaving him with nothing but sorrow. Under the auspices of the Vought Group, the locomotive issued an apology on television. However, Huey Campbell perceived no trace of sincerity, only hypocrisy. Unwilling to accept this, he began to seek vengeance, when a man known as Butcher approached him, thus commencing the tale of the boys. Chapter 38. Is this truly the realm of the boys? The betrayal he suffered was at the hands of the Homelander, a figure at the pinnacle of the Seven and all superhumans. The Homelander shamelessly threatened Butcher's wife with the life of Butcher himself, and even further, compelled her to bear him a child endowed with extraordinary powers. The irony is staggering. Fueled by a desire for retribution, Butcher assembled a motley crew of ordinary individuals and superhumans, known as the Boys, to combat the Seven. Their ultimate aim was to eradicate the symbol of superhumanity, represented by the Homelander. Yet, the Homelander proved to be overwhelmingly formidable. The vast disparity in strength between the two sides led the Boys to experience repeated failures in their endeavors. By a stroke of fortune, Butcher learned of a potential secret weapon hidden away by the former book club, which could counter the Homelander, and he discovered its location in present-day Russia. With the assistance of a temporary Compound V, generously sponsored by Queen Maeve, Butcher and Huey, both temporary superhumans, led several comrades from the Boys to successfully infiltrate the site housing the secret weapon. The dimly lit laboratory, reminiscent of a bygone era, was shrouded in mystery. However, when Butcher forcibly lifted the rusted lid of the container, he found not the anticipated weapon, but Holly's Shet. Soldier Boy. He was alive. Butcher, Huey, Mother's Milk, and Frenchie were all left in utter disbelief. Only Kimiko maintained her usual naive demeanor, tilting her head curiously at the striking man before her. Hey bro, I'm still alive. Surprised? You should know I'm Soldier Boy. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? You? Or you? A bunch of pathetic weaklings. Didn't you notice I'm not wearing clothes? Your leather coat looks nice. It's mine now. Leon, clad only in a pair of super stretchy fiber briefs, possessed a physique reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. He broke free from the confines of the iron coffin that had imprisoned Soldier Boy, exuding an imposing presence as he advanced toward the boys. His intent was clear. He reached directly for Butcher's black leather coat. Hey brother, take it easy. There are corpses everywhere. You can easily find a uniform to wear. Butcher waved his hands while stepping back, but the relentless Leon seized his collar and lifted him into the air. I want that coat. The sudden outburst from Leon instantly heightened the tension among everyone present. Through the temporary compound number 5, Huey acquired the extraordinary ability of teleportation. In an instant, he found himself standing naked beside Butcher and Leon, naively believing he could pry open Leon's grip. Let him go, Huey yelled as he struggled. Huey, do not provoke him, Butcher cautioned, his voice tinged with reason. Yet his warning was evidently outpaced by Huey's teleportation speed. Possessing such a power, yet choosing not to flee, but rather teleporting right next to me? Leon remarked with intrigue, turning to observe the gritting teeth and strained body of Huey. He lifted Butcher's hand as if it were a hydraulic vice, unwavering in his strength. The disparity in their power was palpable. Courageous, indeed, but I'm not conversing with you. With a swift motion, Leon delivered a kick that nearly punctured Huey's abdomen. The impact sent Huey arching like a cannonball, crashing through the wall, after which silence descended. Huey! Exclaimed Mother Milk, Frenchie, and Butcher in unison. Tat tat tat, tat tat tat. Alarmed, the first two picked up rifles from the fallen guards, taking aim at Leon's back from a distance of 4 to 5 meters, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Leon's eyes flickered with crimson light as 2 orange-red lasers shot toward his own eyes. Meanwhile, Shinobi took up Huey's mantle, continuing to tug at Leon's arm, employing every part of her body, claws, teeth, and elbows, in her desperate assault. Yet, could these feeble attempts truly affect Leon? The answer, of course, was a resounding no. After a relentless barrage lasting several seconds, Mother Milk and Frenchie soon exhausted their ammunition. Following closely, Butcher's laser eyes began to overload, and he was compelled to close them, deactivating the power. Wow, what were those 2 lasers just now? Glow sticks? They felt rather exhilarating. Don't stop. Keep firing. Leon impatiently urged Butcher, dismissing Shinobi, who was still gnawing at his calf. When the Black Cloak enforcers and others realized that Leon remained unscathed, not even a hair out of place, they were simultaneously filled with a profound sense of hope and plunged into deep despair. How is this possible? Butcher's face contorted in disbelief. It was known that while his laser eyes could not compare to those of the Homeland soldiers, they were conservatively estimated to possess around 60 to 70% of their power. Yet astonishingly, even firing point blank, targeting the most vulnerable part of the human body, the eyes, proved utterly ineffectual. Surely, the defenses of the Homeland soldiers were not so exaggerated? With that thought, Butcher abandoned any notion of directly confronting Leon. After all, it was not shameful to be outmatched. True strength lay in adaptability. The elimination of the Homeland soldiers was their foremost objective. The stronger the Soldier Boy, the more advantageous it would be for their plans of devouring the enemy. Hey, listen to me, Soldier Boy. The What Company, upon learning of your demise, has created a new version of you. He is I said keep shooting. Can you not comprehend what I am saying? Before the Butcher could finish his words, Leon released his collar and swiftly seized his neck, gradually tightening his grip, little by little robbing him of the very essence of breath. Now, instantly, at once, a golden gleam flickered in Leon's eyes, akin to 2 light bulbs, yet unable to concentrate their brilliance into a singular beam, perpetually dispersing just as it seemed to gather. Damn it! The Butcher had never felt death so close. The instinct for survival compelled him to struggle with all his might. After a brief moment of gathering strength, 2 orange-red lasers shot forth from his eyes once more. Terrifying. This was precisely how it should be. Leon reveled in the pleasure of absorbing the lasers emitted by the Butcher. Throughout this ordeal, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift, euphoric beyond measure. Chapter 39. Your approach sets my heart aflutter. The butcher's expression contorted as he let out a pained howl. In a near-asphyxiated state, he felt as though his eyes might scorch blind, yearning to close them to cease the laser barrage. Not enough, continue. Leon sensed the butcher's movements, clasping his hands around the butcher's head, fingers digging firmly into his eyelids, compelling him to persist until Leon was satiated. This brutal scene rendered the ordinary Milk and Frankie paralyzed with fear, mere spectators praying for the butcher's endurance. Finally, WRYYYYYYYYYYY. Accompanied by a surge of exhilarating fervor, Leon discarded the butcher like refuse, then closed his eyes, brewing for 25 seconds. Suddenly, he abruptly tilted his head towards the ceiling. 2 blazing golden beams shot forth, instantly melting through the ceiling and splitting the clouds above. In that moment, the midnight gloom became crystal clear. Goodness, he too possessed laser vision. Frankie gasped, shielding the outraged Milk behind him. It seemed they had made a grave error in judgment. What was unleashed this time was not merely a secret weapon capable of annihilating the homeland's foes, but a demon far more terrifying than the homeland itself. Cough, cough. The hunched butcher suddenly coughed twice. Seeing this, Frankie and Milk hurried to assist him, inquiring with concern. Butcher, are you all right? At least I'm not dead. However, it seems my vision is either blurred or entirely obscured. As he spoke, the butcher tapped his head. The figures of Milk and Frankie appeared pixelated, reduced to mere indistinct silhouettes. After a brief moment of recuperation, the butcher, undeterred, cast a knowing glance at Milk and Frankie, signaling them to leave everything to him, and boldly approached Leon once more. Oi, mate, are you calmer now? The butcher's lips curled into his signature wicked grin. You have been imprisoned by the Book Union for decades. It was we who liberated you. I believe we need to find a different place to sit down and discuss. All right, but before that, Leon requires a change of attire, thus extending his hand once more towards the butcher. No way again. The butcher, face devoid of expression, had learned his lesson this time, offering no resistance as Leon stripped him down to nothing but a pair of crimson undergarments. Nearby, Frankie stifled his laughter, his lips twitching in silent mirth, desperately covering his mouth with all his might. Although he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the soldier boys who had slain his family, he had never witnessed the butcher in such a state of disarray, and he turned away, unable to suppress the smirk at the corners of his mouth. Before long, Leon donned the battle-worn attire of the butcher, swiftly delivering a punch that rendered the tenacious Kimmy unconscious, tossing her aside without a second thought. The butcher caught her effortlessly. Meanwhile, Mother Milk and Frankie stumbled upon the barely alive Huey amidst the rubble. They fashioned a makeshift stretcher and carefully placed the gravely injured Huey onto it. Butcher, he requires medical attention, Mother Milk expressed, concern etched across his face. I am aware, but we cannot neglect our duties here, the butcher replied, glancing at Leon, who, without a word, was making his way out, seemingly intent on leaving. He beckoned a few members of the black-robed enforcers to follow him hastily. Wait, Leon paused nervously, raising a hand to signal the butcher and the others to halt. What is it? The butcher inquired. I nearly forgot. Leon turned back to face the butcher. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a laser beam that sent the butcher flying, then retrieved 2 rifles from the ground, aiming them at Mother Milk and Frankie, unleashing a barrage of bullets until the magazines were emptied. This is what I had overlooked, Leon whistled, then remarked, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Laser for laser, bullet for bullet. Fair, don't you think? The fate of Butcher remained uncertain, while Mother Milk and Frankie each bore several gunshot wounds to their right arms and thighs. Damn, why are the trajectories of these rifles veering to the left? Mother Milk exclaimed. I have undergone professional training, and during my encounters with the Nazi filth, I hit my mark every time. It must be the rifles. Leon clenched his fists, crumpling the faulty rifles into heaps of scrap metal, then turned to the writhing Mother Milk and Frankie with a grin that oozed malice. Indeed, it must be the guns. Frankie hastily nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mother Milk glared at Leon with a face full of rage and hatred. Noticing this, Frankie thought quickly and urged him to lower his head. Reluctantly, Mother Milk acquiesced, knowing that charging blindly into the fray would serve no purpose against such formidable foes. For the sake of his surviving family, he gritted his teeth and nodded in reluctant agreement with Leon's twisted logic. Precisely, the gun is at fault, Leon declared, wearing an infectiously charming smile as he patted Mother Milk's wounded thigh. Despite the pain causing him to grimace, Mother Milk could only force a smile for Leon. As Frankie continued to whisper urgently in his ear, Please, Mother Milk, do not act rashly. I still have so much to live for. For me, for Huey, for Butcher. for the destruction of our enemies. You must endure. It became evident that the intensity of the butcher's laser gaze was insufficient to end him swiftly. Before long, he stood before Leon, vibrant yet with a countenance as dark as coal. You must be satisfied now, right? If there are any further grievances, we ought to resolve them here and now. Let us proceed. Leon flashed a grin. The butcher and his companions followed closely behind, their minds alert. Fearing another outburst from Leon, they returned to a familiar yet different America, where the streets brimmed with an aura of malevolence. Throughout their journey, Leon was akin to a curious child exploring a grand garden, touching and observing everything around him. The butcher and his crew were unperturbed. To them, Leon's understanding of the world seemed frozen in time from decades past. However, the truth was that Leon was merely intrigued by the coexistence of superhumans and ordinary individuals, approaching the situation with a learner's mindset. After all, what he saw on television was merely a glimpse, a mere fragment of a vast reality that was evidently far more surreal. Oh my God, Huey, your approach stirs within me an unprecedented restlessness. Chapter 40. Now that he has joined the boys in black, the extra efforts of the money man continue unabated. Wait a moment. That feeble figure in the cloak cannot possibly be the compatriot you speak of, can it? In the streets, indeed. The butcher sauntered up to Leon, shaking his head with a wicked grin. After you were presumed dead by the Vought group, he became your replacement. Leon, as if hearing an absurd jest, pointed at the butcher's hooked nose, retorting, "Mind your words, mate. I am the embodiment of Vought. No one can substitute me. No one." With that, he chose a direction and strode away with determination. The butcher and his companions exchanged glances, smiles blooming on their faces. They did not concern themselves with where Leon intended to go, merely following in his wake. The more the soldier boy loathed the compatriots, the more favorable the circumstances became for them. Merely by opening a box for Leon, the boys in black were left severely diminished, leading the butcher to adopt a more cautious stance towards Leon. Fortunately, it appeared that as long as they did not provoke Leon and engaged him with civility, rational discourse was still possible. Isn't this self-evident? Leon mused. He was no madman, even if it were Soldier Boy himself. He remained the sole character throughout the narrative who consistently upheld the spirit of the contract. This realization filled the butcher with elation. At least regarding the matter of the compatriots, he felt a solid confidence. The intersection of the boys in black and Leon occurred far more swiftly than in the original narrative. Thus, the effects of Huey's temporary compound V had not yet worn off. Conventional hospitals were ill-equipped to manage his injuries, compelling the butcher to secure a lavish suite in a hotel for the severely wounded Huey, with Leon's room adjacent. In Huey's chamber, the members of the boys in black resembled a pack of injured wolves, trembling as they tended to their wounds under the intimidating presence of Leon, the lion. Ow! Frankie, have you been sneaking doses again? Mother S. Milk winced, casting a deeply resentful gaze at Frankie, whose hands trembled uncontrollably due to Parkinson's while he struggled to assist him with tweezers. He indulged, albeit just a little. As you are aware, that substance possesses anesthetic properties. I did not partake recklessly. Frankie gestured with his fingers, mimicking a galaxy, and offered a sheepish smile before resolutely plunging the tweezers deeper. Damn it! The milk cried out in pain, its coffee-colored lips turning pale. Upon witnessing Frankie extract the bullet along with a sizable chunk of flesh, it promptly rolled its eyes back and fainted from the agony and rage. The butcher sat alone by the window, bare-chested, vigilant of the hotel exterior while applying ointment to the searing wound that spanned from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, subsequently wrapping it with white bandages. Huey lay on the only double bed in the room, resembling a corpse in his hospital attire, but his breathing was steadily calming, indicating that death would not claim him just yet. This was due to the self-healing ability conferred by the temporary compound number 5 he had injected, in addition to the standard enhancements of strength and endurance, along with his unique powers of teleportation. Leon leaned casually against the doorframe, toying with his Desert Eagle that boasted infinite ammunition, and questioned the members of the Black Robe Enforcers. I believe I need to reconsider our potential collaboration. Trust me, mate. The butcher interjected confidently as he approached Leon. No one understands those bastards better than we do, nor are we more daring in confronting them. You were betrayed by the other members of the original superhero team, the Blood Debt Revenge Squad, leading to your capture by the former Book League. The Insect Man was killed by a missile long before you were caught, and I recently dispatched gunpowder. No need to thank me, but the other 5 members are still alive. The Scarlet Countess, the TNT Twins, Mindstorm, and the Obsidian. I will assist you in tracking them down one by one, allowing you to deal with them personally. This is my sincerity. Our only request is to add one more name to your revenge list. The butcher proposed to Leon. The Patriot? Leon inquired. Indeed. Why him? Because you're not the only one seeking vengeance. At these words, Leon raised an eyebrow, pointing his index finger at the butcher. Listen, mate, while I could locate them myself, you best not keep me waiting too long. My patience is finite. Pleasure doing business. The butcher grinned wickedly, extending his hand toward Leon. Not quite yet, Leon replied, still fiddling with his desert eagle, not reaching out to shake. What? The butcher's brow furrowed in confusion. You must understand, I have languished in that damned laboratory for decades without the touch of a woman. Leon's tone was charged with indignation. Are you implying? The butcher had already surmised what Leon was about to convey. With that, Leon shot the butcher a wink, a shared understanding passing between them, while his lower body playfully executed a slow-motion homage to the king of Asian dance. The butcher's eyes twitched slightly, yet he could entirely empathize with Leon's current sentiments. After all, they were both men, and men understand one another best. It is only natural for any man, regardless of orientation, who has endured decades of enforced celibacy after having tasted the pleasures of intimacy, to yearn for such experiences upon liberation. In fact, for Leon, a figure of immense power capable of nearly anything, to calmly negotiate with him was a testament to his remarkable restraint. What are your desires? Beauty, strength, health, youthfulness. Is that correct? Understood. Leave it to me. After a brief contemplation, the butcher readily acquiesced. Leon's request led him to immediately remove ordinary individuals from consideration. Reflecting on the previous encounter with a formidable woman and her former landlord, it seemed that only those with extraordinary endurance and a penchant for physical enhancement could meet Leon's specifications. Little did the butcher know that Leon currently possessed a biological stance, making him capable of engaging with both ordinary individuals and superhumans alike. Otherwise, Zhao Hailuan and others would have long been overwhelmed by Leon's nearly half-ton weight. As he pondered deeply, the butcher suddenly realized a potential candidate among the extraneous members of the Black Cloak Enforcers who might meet Leon's criteria. However, this individual was already committed to another. Should he pursue this avenue? The butcher found himself conflicted, for this was a friend or brother. It was imperative that the soldier boy eliminate a few more troublesome superhumans. Chapter 41. The Breach of Maeve. Noticing that the butcher appeared perplexed by his request, Leon remained unhurried. After all, haste makes waste, and there were only a few female superhumans who met his requirements. The butcher's accessible options were even fewer. Thus, Leon nearly uttered their names directly to him, though such an act would exceed the bounds of the role he was currently portraying as the diligent soldier boy. With a click, Leon disengaged the safety of his desert eagle, adhering to the principle of a straight line, aiming the weapon at the contemplative butcher's head. Query. Shall today's check-in be completed? System, indulge me. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the favor of the gun god Strelatus. Favor of the gun god Strelatus. Due to your lackluster marksmanship and unwillingness to improve, the gun god Strelatus has bestowed upon you a peculiar grace. When using firearms, your accuracy enters a state akin to Schrodinger's cat. The more you wish to hit your target, the less likely you are to succeed, and conversely, the less you wish to hit, the more elusive your aim becomes. Yet, your probability of hitting the target will never be zero. Introduction. The path of the gun god lies within. Good heavens! A conceptual divine technique. Not only did it eliminate the most despised aspect of aiming for Leon, but also granted him an invincible buff where any shot might find its mark. The gun god Strelatus seemed rather amiable. If given the chance, Leon would certainly seek to befriend her. Bang! The reward from his first check-in in the world of the Black Cloaks compelled Leon to eagerly pull the trigger, aiming, of course, at the butcher closest to him. Leon's psychological suggestion to himself was a desire to hit him, yet the actual outcome he sought was to avoid doing so. With a single gunshot ringing out, the muzzle of Leon's Desert Eagle was almost pressed against the butcher's forehead, yet the bullet inexplicably curved, merely grazing the butcher's right earlobe. This trajectory adjustment would leave even the most skilled marksman in awe. The sharp pain at his ear awakened the butcher instantly, while the sound of the gun startled the mother, causing her to awaken abruptly, her eyes wide with confusion alongside Frankie as they turned towards the doorway. Only the severely injured Huey lay on the bed, unresponsive, while the carefree Kimiko merely stirred slightly, curling up in the corner of the room, blissfully asleep. What just happened? The butcher inquired, touching the blood on his earlobe, his expression darkening. Nothing much, just suddenly recalled some past events. Leon replied nonchalantly as he holstered the infinitely ammoed Desert Eagle at his right thigh, feeling quite satisfied with the experiment's result. If he could manipulate the trajectory to such an absurd degree, one could only imagine how exaggerated the outcomes would be when the system ensured a hit. Leon even contemplated when he might have the opportunity to fire a few nuclear shots towards Thanos' homeland, reasoning that the more he fired, the higher the likelihood of one hitting its mark. Regardless of how it managed to reach there, the probability was non-zero. Merely entertaining this thought filled Leon with an extraordinary sense of joy. It was simply too amusing. Well, since Leon showed no inclination for further violence, the butcher, in an effort to avoid provoking him, had no choice but to silently endure his frustrations. At that moment, at the staircase of the inn, a girl, her entire body wrapped tightly in clothing, her face masked, and her figure resembling a mere skeleton with her slim frame, hurriedly approached the room where the others were. Ignoring the ongoing discussion between Leon and the butcher at the door, she entered the room and removed her mask, purposefully stepping to Huey's bedside. "Oh my God, Huey!" Starlight exclaimed, her face filled with compassion as she cupped his pale, weak cheeks in her hands. At the doorway, the butcher raised an eyebrow at Leon, who was observing Starlight, and leaned closer to whisper, "What do you think of her?" "Wow, even a friend's companion is fair game? How delightful," Leon mused, beginning to feel somewhat out of place among the group from the boys, realizing that when it came to playful antics, Butcher was truly the master. Leon hadn't originally entertained such thoughts, but now, with the butcher's prodding, it seemed a possibility worth considering. She barely qualifies, but she's too skinny. If only she had a little more meat on her bones. Are there any with a more voluptuous physique? I prefer the fuller figure, and a bit older would be even better. After all, women are like fine wine. They become richer with age, provided they are pleasing to the eye. Leon concluded his conversation with the butcher with that famous saying from the soldier boy. Leon had made his intentions unmistakably clear. If the butcher could not discern whom he referred to, then the existence of the Black Cloak enforcers seemed rather futile. Leon was willing to indulge in this game of pretense, for it served his purpose well. Seeking out individuals to strategize painstakingly was excessively cumbersome, and employing brute force contradicted his principles. "Where are you headed?" the butcher inquired, glancing at Leon as he made his way toward the staircase. "Just going out for a breath of fresh air." After departing from the inn, Leon navigated through a more secluded underground parking lot. He briefly charged his chest cannon, allowing the radiation it emitted to incapacitate the surveillance cameras, and seized the opportunity to summon Alcee and his soldier boy outfit from his system space. "Apologies for the wait. My beauty," Leon remarked as he tossed the soldier boy outfit into Alcee's motorcycle cockpit, then skillfully mounted the seat, giving her a playful pat. "Leon, could you maintain a semblance of decorum and refrain from groping me?" Alcee retorted, though she had grown weary of resisting. After all, Leon would not heed her words. Still, she felt compelled to uphold a certain demeanor, lest she be indistinguishable from the other women in his life. It was all part of the game they played. Meanwhile, the butcher, valuing expedience in his endeavors, had departed the inn alone and discreetly contacted Queen Maeve, a current member of the Seven. As previously mentioned, the butcher's temporary compound V was provided by her. Both shared a common objective, to confront the Homelander. Thus, unbeknownst to others, the butcher had established a connection with Maeve. "What did you say? The soldier boy is alive." Upon being summoned and informed of Leon's revelations, Maeve felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her. "The reason I chose to collaborate with you was to eliminate that bastard Homelander. And now you tell me you've unleashed a creature even more formidable than him? Fucking squid." Chapter 42, Maeve's Acknowledgement. "Fucking squid." Maeve, incensed, seized the butcher by his collar, lifting him off the ground. "Calm down, Maeve. The soldier boy is not like the Homelander. Though both are bastards, the soldier boy is a bastard who can be reasoned with. He can undoubtedly assist us in taking down the Homelander," the butcher explained, clutching Maeve's arms for support, his face turning as red as a beet. His temporary compound V was nearly depleted, and should Maeve cast him aside, he would be left severely injured, if not dead. "You better be telling the truth." Maeve seethed, tossing the butcher onto the couch before demanding, "What price must you pay for this?" "Not me, but you," the butcher replied, a wicked grin forming on his lips. "Me?" Maeve questioned, pointing to herself, before suddenly realizing something, her pupils constricting. "You intend to sacrifice me to the soldier boy?" "Precisely. The price for the soldier boy's agreement to eliminate the Homelander is you." "Maeve, you should indeed feel elated, for this is a singular opportunity, the closest we have ever been to eliminating that scoundrel from the homeland. The only cost is your hospitality towards our secret weapon during this time. There is no need for you to engage in the battle. How safe and advantageous this is." The butcher wore his signature malevolent grin as he meticulously elucidated the pros and cons to Maeve. Maeve scoffed, a chill enveloping her, and replied coolly, "Butcher, I now find you more despicable than the scoundrels from the homeland or the soldier boys. Are you even human?" Once I uncovered the grotesque truth behind your facade of noble superheroes, I ceased to regard myself as human. For it is not the nature of humans to vanquish demons. With that, the butcher abruptly rose from the sofa, seized a bottle of champagne from the coffee table, and guzzled it down in one swift motion before smashing the empty bottle onto the ground. So what is it to be? Are we in or out? Damn it! Maeve, trembling with rage, smashed her fist into the coffee table. Yet, under the relentless gaze of the butcher, she begrudgingly nodded in acquiescence. Having betrayed the homeland, she found herself with no avenue of retreat. To survive, she could only plunge forward into the abyss, as this was not her first foray into perilous waters. Just another bite from the dog, she mused, glaring fiercely at the butcher. When shall I seek him? Now. The butcher's lips curled into that familiar wicked smile. Maeve swore she would eventually rip his mouth apart. Downstairs at the hotel, Holly. I want that too, under the correction of the system's power. Leon reverted to his true name. He stepped out of the vehicle and patted Frankie on the shoulder, employing the same dismissive rhetoric he had once used to appease Tony, found it by the roadside. Well, you truly have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Frankie, in a state of blissful confusion, harbored no doubts about Leon's pretense and reached out to touch the headlamp of RC. But how could RC tolerate such insolence? With a thunderous roar, she activated her engine, unleashing a plume of freshly ignited flames that sent Frankie flying into a dumpster. Although he survived, his hair was entirely singed off. What transpired? The butcher inquired as he approached. Nothing much, Leon shrugged. Just my beauty got riled up by that fellow. Your beauty? You mean this motorcycle? The butcher gazed at the futuristic design of the motorcycle named RC. Despite his curiosity to touch it, he was wise enough to heed Frankie's misfortune. It certainly does not appear to be a mere roadside find. He raised an eyebrow. Of course not. To compensate for my lack of flight capability, the previous Federation specially crafted this jet glider, which I have named RC. Does that mean she can fly? The butcher exchanged a glance with Maeve, intrigued. This news is both fortuitous and ominous for them. The advantage lies in their increased confidence when confronting their compatriots, while the drawback is the hope that matters do not escalate to that extent. Although the butcher had a plan for his forthcoming actions from the outset, he has not yet descended into madness. Setting aside other matters, even for the sake of his favorite son, Ryan, he would not choose to annihilate all superhumans. At least, that is the case for now. With Alcie's topic concluded, Leon regarded Maeve with keen interest. Like a star shining brightly, Maeve, in an effort to conceal her identity, donned casual attire that was nonetheless enticing. She wore a loose, off-the-shoulder gray sweater that barely covered her hips, complemented by sheer black stockings and striking brown thigh-high boots. Wow, Leon exclaimed, whistling appreciatively, and then, as if they were old friends, he casually draped his arm over Maeve's shoulders, treating her as if she were no stranger. Wait, hold on, I'm not ready. Though Leon appeared far more handsome than Maeve had anticipated, and she felt she was not at a disadvantage, perhaps even gaining, it took her by surprise how direct he was. Instinctively, she attempted to push him away, but Leon leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Time waits for no one, my beautiful lady. After all, you wouldn't want to squander a splendid opportunity to confront your compatriots by making me wait too long, would you? Leon's words left Maeve feeling oddly unsettled, though she could not pinpoint the reason. She quickly took a deep breath to compose herself, then adorned her face with a composed, charming smile, defiantly questioning. Decades have passed. Are you still capable? Don't tell me you can't even best a woman like me. Huh, who do you think I am? I am TMD Soldier Boy. For crying out loud. 25 hours later, the door to Leon's room creaked open. Maeve leaned against the wall as she made her way to the restroom. The butcher, who had been awake in the adjacent room, followed, his heavy dark circles betraying his fatigue. Upon entering the restroom, he observed that despite the passage of time, Maeve appeared unfazed and radiant, humming a tune as she touched up her makeup in front of the mirror. What do you think of him? The butcher asked, his expression somewhat contorted. Though he and Maeve shared no substantial relationship, merely partners in confronting their compatriots, after a night spent awake, he felt a peculiar emptiness within, reminiscent of his feelings when he first witnessed the video of his compatriots and his wife. Not bad, much better than I expected. Oh, I'm referring to his character. As for his strength, you understand. Unlike that colossal infant of a compatriot, he seems to be a normal person. Although I find that description somewhat odd, it is the truth. Normal person? The butcher pondered the implication of her words. Chapter 43. Avengers, Blood for Blood. Despite her initial reluctance to Leon's forthrightness, Maeve willingly accepted her fate after experiencing the sheer strength of his physique. For, compared to him, the behemoth from her homeland was but a mere infant. A series of knocks interrupted the moment. Come in, the door is unlocked, Leon called out. The butcher entered, his eyes immediately drawn to the scattered peach pits on the floor, his expression one of incredulity. Has he lost his mind? If he's hungry, why not order takeout instead of gnawing on this? He mused, perplexed by the sheer quantity of peaches. During a skirmish between Leon and Maeve, a large box of system-produced, ready-to-eat peaches had been acquired. Delicately soft, juicy, and sweet, they slid down the throat with ease, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's indulgence in ginseng fruits. Adhering to the principle of enjoying what is available, Leon consumed the entire box in a single day. Maeve, too, partook in this feast, growing so weary of the fruit that she doubted she would ever want to associate with peaches again. After all, even the most delectable treats can become tiresome when overindulged. What is happening? Leon inquired as he nonchalantly donned his super-elastic fiber underwear and soldier boy ensemble in front of the butcher. Why are you only now getting dressed? Is that even human? Butcher, I do not wish to repeat myself, Leon replied with a calm demeanor. Yet the butcher felt a constricting sense of dread akin to being ensnared by a serpent. He quickly clarified, I have gathered all the intelligence regarding the Crimson Countess and can lead you to her at any moment. Then what are we waiting for? Take me to that ungrateful wretch. Maeve's business was about to commence. Leon would launch his assault in the guise of soldier boy, never forgetting that his prowess was largely derived from the system. Without it, he was merely a wealthy and handsome layabout, fully aware of his own limitations. In the dead of night, the Crimson Countess, residing in her modest wooden abode, engaged in a paid live stream with her 779th VIP subscriber, cultivating his tastes. Following the dissolution of the Blood Debt Squad, she resorted to leveraging her superhuman physique to partake in peculiar activities that satisfied the eccentricities of a niche clientele, thus earning her livelihood. Soon, under the urging of her mysterious VIP, the Crimson Countess retrieved a peculiar prop he had sent for her use today. Across the video feed, he was palpably eager. Outside the window, having observed the paid live stream for some time, Leon turned to the butcher with a glint of mischief in his eye. Shall we make a wager? What are the stakes? If I lose, I'll assist you with your personal matter. If you lose, you'll procure me some Compound 5. Deal. After the wager was placed, Leon and the butcher fell silent, engrossed in their calculations. Moments later, the butcher inquired, how do we proceed? Leon shrugged. For now, consider yourself the victor. For now? The butcher raised an eyebrow, only to witness Leon shatter the door lock with a shield and boldly stride into the Scarlet Countess's domain. Orpha, is it truly you, my god? Oh dear, there is no god here. Only the Grim Reaper come to collect you. With that signature wicked grin, the butcher followed Leon into the room and expertly obliterated the Scarlet Countess's live-streaming equipment with a laser gaze. To assist Leon's endeavor, the butcher dutifully injected himself with a vial of temporary Compound number 5. Query, shall today's check-in be completed? System, are you a brother or a sister? Ding, today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the complete collection of Scarlet Countess's QQ props. The complete collection of Scarlet Countess's QQ props. Description, there is nothing you can conceive that the Scarlet Countess does not possess. Damn it, Leon cursed in frustration. Why was it always this nonsensical rubbish? Leon, let me explain. Release me. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Let me go. You have no idea how terrifying he truly is. The deep Crimson Countess trembled in panic, attempting to escape through the window, but was promptly restrained by the butcher, who had anticipated her move. Now, she belongs to you, boss. Madam, you truly disappoint me. Leon approached the bedside and took control of the deep Crimson Countess's head from the butcher. No, please no. You damn devil. The deep Crimson Countess pleaded repeatedly. Yet Leon remained indifferent, forcefully prying her jaw open before unleashing a searing gaze fueled by pent-up rage. Once that was accomplished, a captivating smile graced Leon's face as he turned to the butcher. This means you have won, but I have not lost. As for the earlier wager, I will assist you in eliminating one more individual, and you shall procure Compound number 5 for me. We both have a promising future ahead. Deal. The butcher eagerly accepted Leon's proposal. For now, the headshot girl had a resolution as well. Chapter 44. The fearful ancestor, clear the path. At the What Group, Deep Sea, the then head of the Criminal Analysis Department, was reviewing surveillance footage from the vicinity of the Deep Crimson Countess's murder under the supervision of the Patriotic Man and Ashley. Stop. The Patriotic Man suddenly commanded. Yes. The soldier boy, having been inspired by the soldier boy's remarkable feats since childhood, immediately recognized Leon, and his expression stiffened considerably. How could this be possible? Deep Sea, with his fish-like intellect, offered his insight. The soldier boy likely perished 40 years ago. Could it be role-playing or computer effects? Shut up, Deep Sea. You have no idea what computer effects even are. With the support of his homeland, even if Ashley were an ordinary person, she could still command the seemingly worthless deep sea with an air of authority. Both of you be silent. The representative from the homeland bellowed angrily, then muttered to himself. Look at his face, that is indeed him. What shall we do now? Deep Sea inquired, feigning expertise, though he was utterly bewildered about what the soldier boy's reappearance signified for Walter and the representative from the homeland. I don't comprehend. Since the soldier boy is alive, where has he been all these years? Why did he kill the Crimson Countess? Were they not a deeply affectionate couple? Damn it. Gazing at the surveillance footage, where the soldier boy even appeared to wink at the camera, Ashley felt an unsettling chill. Fearing the representative might notice and hold her accountable, she hastily suggested, regardless of the truth, we control nearly all news resources. I will call the Walter News Department immediately and instruct them to announce that we have apprehended the soldier boy. Silence, Ashley, the representative snarled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Do you wish to inform the entire world that the soldier boy, the hero among heroes, has risen from the dead and murdered the Crimson Countess, who was once his girlfriend? Before me, he was the embodiment of Walter, and his statue still stands in front of the Walter building. Ashley, look me in the eyes. Tell me, I'm truly sorry, Representative. I did not think this through, Ashley replied, meeting his gaze, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Though he was enraged, the representative ultimately restrained his fury, recognizing that he could not afford to eliminate Ashley. For who else could he rely upon for support? Damn it, is there not a single person in this entire company who can work as diligently and intelligently as I do? Oh my God, the representative, distressed to the point of losing a hair from his head, raked his fingers through his hair. If the news of the soldier boy's survival were to spread, Walter would be doomed, and so would I. Damn it, how could this happen to me? It is so unfair. This is utterly unjust. The representative leaned against the wall, muttering incessantly, anxiety causing a ringing in his ears. Meanwhile, Deep Sea and Ashley exchanged glances. Having never witnessed the representative so flustered and fearful, they dared not breathe. After a long pause, the representative regained his usual arrogant demeanor, though his voice still trembled as he pointed at Deep Sea and Ashley, saying, Listen, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will find him and eliminate him. As for you, my friends, you must destroy all recordings. No one must see them. If he fails, you shall bear the consequences. With red-rimmed eyes, the representative glanced at Deep Sea, then at Ashley, before exiting. The Patriot could not help but inquire of Xian-sei, the soldier boy's former comrade, the reason behind the soldier boy's heinous act of murdering the Crimson Countess. Yet, Xian-sei remained resolutely silent. The Patriot, however, did not press for an answer, but instead found solace in gently patting Xian-sei's shoulder. Xian-sei, you are the only true mentor and friend I have. I am grateful for your unwavering presence as we face these challenges together. Frankly, others like Deep Sea and Locomotive are utterly worthless. You are my sole pillar of support. This declaration was uttered with genuine sincerity, for Xian-sei, as a venerable figure from the era of blood debts, had been orchestrated by the Watt Group to accompany the Patriot throughout nearly his entire life, akin to a father figure. However, just after parting ways with the Patriot and stepping into the elevator, Xian-sei extracted the Watt locator embedded in his arm with his small dagger and casually tossed it to a dumbfounded female staff member nearby. Indeed, he was planning to flee. Xian-sei was acutely aware of the soldier boy's merciless disposition, and thus could not afford to linger any longer within the confines of the Watt Group. Escaping might offer a chance at survival, but remaining would certainly lead to death. Meanwhile, Leon had just intended to retreat to his room for a brief respite while awaiting the system cool down, but was intercepted by American Sweetheart. Xian-sei was not in need of a search, yet he generally remained within the Watt building except when on missions, making it difficult to find him alone. I suggest you first deal with the TNT twins and Mindstorm. I have gathered sufficient intelligence on them. All right, I will rest for a bit, and call me once you locate them. Wait, Starlight, emerging from Huey's room, called out to Leon. Is there something you need? American Sweetheart? Leon approached Starlight, towering a head taller, his formidable physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek statue emanating an imposing presence. Gulp. The stark contrast in size, height, and combat prowess made Starlight swallow nervously before summoning her courage to confront him. You harmed Huey. Oh, indeed. Leon readily acknowledged, sidestepping the somewhat bewildered Starlight to greet Huey, who was now awake and resting against the headboard. My friend, how are you faring now? I suppose I'm all right, at least not dead. That's good to hear. I owe you an apology. Huey, apology? No. After the locomotive incident, Huey had nearly developed PTSD concerning the word apology, feeling that Leon harbored ill intentions and hastily declined. "No, you deserve this, buddy," Leon insisted, moving to Huey's bedside, his expression grave as he sincerely apologized. "You know I was confined by those bastards for far too long. I never meant to harm you. I only intended to help my comrades escape, with no intention of inflicting harm upon you. Yet I acted so harshly. This apology is rightfully yours, Huey. I'm not a bad person." Chapter 45, Leon, I am a good person. I'm not a bad person. Leon gazed at Huey with earnest eyes. Upon witnessing this, Starlight, who initially intended to continue holding Leon accountable, found herself hesitant to confront someone who had sincerely apologized to Huey. Instead, she looked at the butcher with a face full of astonishment, using lip movements to inquire, "Is there a mistake? Is he truly Soldier Boy? Wasn't he supposed to be a villain?" Starlight had never encountered a superhuman with such a seemingly normal demeanor, and his handsome appearance made it hard to believe he could be a bad person. Surely, he must have been the victim of unfounded slander in the past. Who could know for certain? The butcher shrugged, his expression nonchalant, remaining silent. To be frank, he too harbored doubts regarding the veracity of the information Mallory had provided about Soldier Boy. After all, there was no solid evidence to substantiate that Soldier Boy was indeed a villain. All they had were Mallory's claims, devoid of any video or audio evidence. And the events were too far in the past. Even if such evidence existed, it was likely rendered useless by time. Then, acts of unwarranted violence should no longer occur. Right? As a good person, you wouldn't do that, would you? Huey inquired cautiously. Of course, unless they provoke it, Leon replied, leaving unspoken the notion that the criteria for such judgments lay solely in his hands. The most flawless lie is one that contains a kernel of truth. That's wonderful, Leon. Thank you. Stark, you truly are a good person. The members of the Boys in Black felt an immense weight lift from their hearts upon hearing this. They even began to consider Soldier Boy as someone who could seamlessly integrate into their ranks, except for Mother's Milk, who remained sullen and said nothing more. "I should apologize to you as well," Starlight said, somewhat bashfully stepping forward to extend her hand to Leon. "I shouldn't have spoken so loudly without fully understanding the situation. You are a good person, and we welcome you to our team, even if only temporarily. Long live understanding." Instead of shaking her hand, Leon generously embraced Starlight in front of Huey, enveloping her in a warm hug. Starlight found herself at a loss, unsure whether to accept or decline, her hands hovering awkwardly in midair, hesitant to rest on Leon's back. After all, Huey was still nearby, but perhaps it didn't matter? Leon seemed to merely wish to share a gentlemanly hug, not to overstep any boundaries. Huey, for his part, had no objections, as he was immersed in the joy of Soldier Boy's inclusion, wishing Leon would hold her tighter, even contemplating joining in himself. After all, Leon was a good person, wasn't he? Huey's perception of Leon transformed amidst the stark contrast of how he had been treated, solidifying a newfound trust in him. At that moment, Leon could only think. The persona one assumes is indeed a remarkable asset. Even if merely one fool among 100 believes it, the endeavor is undoubtedly rewarding. "Oh, I apologize. I seem to have lost my composure. You are aware, Annie, that I have not encountered a girl in quite some time, especially not one as charming, petite, and understanding as you." After embracing Starlight for a brief moment, Leon tactfully withdrew from her. "No, it's all right," Starlight replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "If you wish to hug, go ahead. Neither Huey nor I mind." "Yes, indeed. I have no objections," Huey added, though a peculiar sensation began to stir within him. Nonetheless, trusting Starlight and Leon, he generously nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Leon's lips. How delightful that he expressed no objections. With that, Leon mingled effortlessly with the members of the Black Cloak Patrol. Yet, a world born from anguish lingered. As he himself felt a tinge of confusion, was this Soldier Boy truly the devil he sought vengeance against? At the Watt Tower, within the meeting room of the Super 7, Maeve had vanished without a trace for an entire day and night. While this was not of great consequence, her ex-boyfriend and current team leader, the Patriot, felt compelled to check on her as soon as she reappeared. However, as he approached Maeve, he instinctively covered his nose and recoiled as if avoiding a soiled mop. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Maeve, take a whiff of your own scent. I am certain you have been marinating in heather extract perfume during your absence. Do you intend to retaliate against me in such a self-destructive manner?" The Patriot exclaimed in anger. "And what of it?" Maeve retorted, rising from her chair and advancing towards him. Yet, the aroma emanating from her seemed to exert a natural intimidation over the Patriot. As she pressed forward, he stumbled back, eventually finding himself cornered against the wall. "Maeve, You seem rather unruly of late. It would be wise not to let me discover your schemes against me." With that, the Patriot, in a fit of panic, punched through the meeting room wall as if it were soft tofu and hastily exited. He instinctively resisted breathing the air of the same room as Maeve, a sensation that made him feel nauseous and even fearful. "Huh, a pitiful, paranoid narcissist, a coward at heart," Maeve scoffed inwardly. Raising her hand, she sniffed her own scent. Perplexed, it bore no odor, for she had surely washed thoroughly. How could the Patriot detect anything? Moreover, judging by his frantic demeanor, was he perhaps frightened of the soldier boy? It was akin to a powerful beast marking its territory. Maeve could not help but wonder. Just then, her phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Connection established. "Darling, I miss you," the voice on the other end said. After connecting, Maeve's silence was deafening. Yet she quickly realized this might serve as an excellent opportunity to validate her earlier suspicions. Chapter 46. The Gathering of Heroes. In the temporary refuge of the hotel where the boys have taken shelter, within Leon's room, Maeve, after enduring a day and night of exhaustion, collapsed onto the bed in her black and white maid outfit, utterly motionless. Nearby, Leon stood by the window, attired in his soldier boy ensemble, meticulously polishing his shield while communicating via Bluetooth with Alcy, who was joyfully speeding outside. "Is there much difference between here and our world?" he inquired. "Nearly 90% similarity," Alcy responded. "Aside from numerous variations in place names, the layout is almost identical. Stark Tower is essentially Water Tower here. To be frank, if you hadn't mentioned that this realm belongs to another world, I would have thought it a parallel universe of the original. Is that so?" Leon mused, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from the door. It was the butcher, who, having learned from his previous harrowing experience, merely announced from outside, "Oi, mate, it's time to send the twins on their way." Leon was intrigued to see whether the Blood Debt Squad truly lived up to their reputation. This time, due to the involvement of numerous innocent bystanders, the boys mobilized almost entirely. Among them, Frankie exhibited the most enthusiasm, long enamored with the idea of confronting the G-Man. Outside a sprawling mansion, the butcher, peering through binoculars at the chaotic gathering within, exclaimed, "Oh, for heaven's sake. What an utterly disgraceful affair. Those damned G-men are still at it." After observing the unsightly scenes from several hundred meters away, he passed the binoculars to Leon, who raised a hand in refusal. "No need for that. I don't require such devices. A mere few hundred meters feels as if it were happening right before my eyes." "Oh, you possess such ability?" The butcher raised an eyebrow, the binoculars suspended in midair. Leon, however, was currently adjusting his focus by manipulating the contraction of his pupils and the thickness of his lens, achieving an effect comparable to, or even superior to that of the binoculars. The more he explored the potential of his super self-regeneration, the more he realized its capabilities exceeded his expectations. The literal interpretation of self-regeneration was merely its most rudimentary application. Its intricacies were astonishing. "I want it, not you," Frankie exclaimed, eagerly snatching the binoculars from the butcher's grasp, relishing the view while clicking his tongue in delight, wishing he could partake in the revelry. Beside him, Huey harbored a desire to see as well, but felt awkward to do so openly while Starlight stood vigil nearby. At this juncture, in a moment reminiscent of a cinematic interlude, Leon whimsically recited lines from Soldier Boy. "You know, I actually founded the G-Men. The inaugural event took place in 1952, initiated by myself and another superhuman, Liberty. She is indeed a fiery and spirited young woman. Had it not been for my prior commitment to the Countess of Crimson, I dare say we might have already welcomed a child into the world by now. One can only speculate, as we would both be in our 30s or 40s. Upon hearing this, the butcher, Huey, and Starlight exchanged knowing glances. The Liberty Belle they referred to was none other than the Storm Girl they had been contending with. After suffering severe injuries at the hands of the son of the fatherland, Ryan, it was rumored that she had taken her own life on the very day of her nation's celebration. Understanding the implications, the members of the Black Cloak Enforcers tacitly refrained from discussing the Storm Girl, so as not to further disturb the mental state of the Soldier Boy. "Damn it," Ryan suddenly exclaimed with a chuckle. "Though I founded this, they have clearly surpassed their origins. The antics have become rather excessive. Some scenes are utterly revolting. Blasted. What on earth is that? It lacks any semblance of true masculinity. Heresy must be eradicated." "Wait, hold on." Before Huey and the others could interject, Ryan unleashed a single, precise beam of heat vision that severed the powers of Love Sausage from hundreds of meters away. "Holly hell, you've severed my little baby. How am I to survive without you?" Love Sausage cried out in agony, collapsing by the open-air pool of the manor. His powers, once released from his control, did not immediately perish, but rather slithered instinctively towards the nearest location. As long as it could reach that place, oh my goodness, you actually severed it. Did you not vow to refrain from harming others without cause? And by the way, if you wish to watch, then watch. I can hardly appreciate it. Once he had calmed the tumult within his stomach, Huey turned to Ryan, expressing his concern. There are many people inside as long as they do not impede me. They shall be unharmed. Well then, you just who could nauseate me to such a degree? It was not my intention. Ryan's expression was grave, devoid of pretense. He continued, here's the deal. I shall grant you 3 minutes to evacuate those you deem virtuous. The remainder shall be regarded as heretics to be eliminated. What caliber are those individuals that they dare to discuss the founder of a league of extraordinary heroes? Upon hearing this, the Butcher and Huey exchanged glances. Ryan then decisively handed a tube of temporary Compound V to each of the powerless members of their team. Huey and Frenchie accepted it without resistance. But Starlight remained steadfast in her principles. Huey, did you not promise me you would cease injecting yourself with that harmful substance? Starlight challenged Huey, attempting to wrest the temporary Compound V from his grasp, only for him to deftly inject it first, ending up with nothing but an empty syringe. Annie, this is not the time to dwell on such matters. I must regain my powers. As Huey reveled in his newly acquired superhuman abilities, he eloquently articulated, with both emotion and reason, the necessity of his teleportation powers for the swift evacuation of innocent civilians and superhumans alike. Damn it, this is the only time. There shall be no second chance. With the serum already administered, Starlight had no choice but to acquiesce, and Huey's rationale was indeed sound. Time waits for no one. Given Soldier Boy's profound sense of obligation to their contract, when he declared 3 minutes, it was precisely that, neither a second more nor less. In Chapter 47, the spirit of the contract, to ensure mutual support, the members of the boys paired up. Huey teamed with Starlight, while Butcher joined forces with Frenchie. It is noteworthy that upon his initial injection of Compound V5, Frenchie not only received the fundamental enhancement typical of superhumans, but also awakened a unique personal ability, immunity to toxins. Frenchie was aware of this immunity as he had secretly taken some stimulants prior to their departure to invigorate himself, but the exhilarating effects dissipated instantly upon manifesting his superpowers. Leon speculated that Frenchie's excessive indulgence in drugs had inadvertently resulted in a unique resistance, which the Compound V5 transformed into a superpower. Truly, a remarkable individual. The remaining members, Mother's Milk and Leon, formed a duo, waiting outside the manor for favorable news. As for Kimiko, due to the communicative demands of this mission, the boys opted to leave her at home. Before their departure, Leon pulled Butcher aside. Hand me a vial of that stuff. Why? You don't need it. With that, Butcher tossed Leon a vial of Compound V5, which Leon caught before shifting his position to reveal Mother's Milk not far behind him. I don't require it, but he does. What if he inadvertently provokes me, and in a moment of carelessness, I end up harming him? If possible, I wish to be a decent person. This is for his safety. Butcher found merit in Leon's reasoning, recognizing the potential for such an occurrence, placing trust in both Mother's Milk and Leon. After Butcher departed, Leon turned to Mother's Milk, grinning. Hey bro, it seems we are left with just the two of us. You seem to harbor some grievances against me. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to clear the air. After all, we are now part of the same team, and such barriers are unprofessional. Upon hearing this, Mother's Milk set down his binoculars and faced the Soldier Boy, whom he both wished to despise, yet found it inexplicably difficult to do so. You killed my family. Which one? All of them from the past. Honestly, I cannot recall any of them. Leon spoke the truth. After all, he was merely a figurehead, not the genuine Soldier Boy. The dissonance returned, leaving Mother's Milk's heart a tumult of emotions. Despite having his nemesis before him, he felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Hey, my friend, listen to me. Leon comforted Breast, patting his shoulder. Perhaps the one who murdered your family was a scoundrel disguised as me, committing vile acts. Stark, you rascal. The memories of yesteryears intertwined with the present, leaving Breast in a state of doubt regarding the veracity of Leon's words. He found himself unable to discern the truth, what was real. The throbbing pain in his head prompted him to strike the ground with a fierce blow. Observing this, Leon smirked and tossed the vial of temporary Compound number 5, which he had obtained from the Butcher, at Breast's feet. Bro, I believe this is what you need right now. Some matters cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. You've restrained yourself for far too long. And now it is time for release. Once you have let it all out, perhaps clarity will follow. Leon's voice lingered in Breast's ears like a devil's whisper. Gritting his teeth, Brest summoned his resolve and plunged the needle of the compound into his carotid artery, seeking the swiftest and most potent effect. With the injection of the compound, Brest could not suppress a cry of agony as he collapsed to the ground. Almost instantly, his muscles and veins began to emit a translucent crimson glow, culminating in 2 radiant points on his upper body. Finally, beams of energy, akin to the butcher's searing gaze, erupted uncontrollably. Bang! Bang! The 2 camphor trees behind Leon fell in response. TSK. The awakening of this 5th compound superpower is far too homogeneous, and the source of those beams leaves much to be desired. Leon had believed that someone like Brest, who was so resistant to superpowers, would awaken with extraordinary abilities, especially considering the examples of the Butcher and Huey. However, reality proved him mistaken. Yet, it did make a certain sense. The Butcher harbored a hatred for the homeland, resulting in his laser-like vision. Huey despised the train, which manifested as an alternative speed, instant teleportation. Brest's disdain for Soldier Boy birthed a power reminiscent of a sister to the chest cannon, a phenomenon Leon dubbed Brest Blast. Although Leon had yet to witness Brest unleash this power in his presence. Leon, the scheduled time has arrived. Suddenly, the delightful ringtone of young Arcee emanated from Leon's Bluetooth earpiece. He smirked and waved to the transformed Brest, now embodying a fleeting superhuman. The playful antics conclude here. It is time for those inherently wicked superhumans to experience pain. With a grim expression, Brest nodded decisively, feeling an unprecedented surge of vigor, determined to compel those superhuman rascals to kneel and sing their submission. Inside the manor, Ward, how on earth did you manage this? Huey had just encountered Train, seeking vengeance for his brother, and landed a punch using his superhuman physique, only to be halted by Starlight's intervention. She pointed her watch. 3 minutes have passed, Huey. Leon will be here shortly. We cannot afford to waste time on him. The locomotive, though undeserving of a reminder, was urged to depart from that place. Now, immediately, without hesitation, if it wished to evade demise. With that, Starlight grasped Huey and exited, leaving the locomotive's expression a tumult of emotions. At that moment, the Blue Eagle entered his line of sight, igniting the fury within him. The locomotive, its heart straining under the burden of its own wrath, recklessly launched into a furious sprint towards the Blue Eagle, seizing the latter's head and forcefully dragging it against the ground, propelling them both at supersonic speed away from the scene. By the time Leon, clad in a Soldier Boy ensemble, entered the villa, accompanied by the rather conspicuous Milk, they were greeted by the Butcher and others, who had gathered in anticipation of Leon's punctuality. The ground was strewn with a blend of pale pink and vivid crimson paint, stretching from the entrance to the exterior of the villa. Chapter 48. Leon, God is a Girl. Upon their entrance, Milk wasted no time, delivering a direct chest thrust that sent a drug-addled individual, one utterly lost to euphoria, colliding with the Butcher's crew. Bewildered, the Butcher exclaimed, "What have you done, Emma?" The spectacle was sheer madness, and Leon, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but think how entertaining it was. Just then, from the window across the way, there was a loud crash. Leon raised his hand, unleashing a photovoltaic shockwave that sent both the intruder and a section of the wall hurtling outward. He then signaled Huey, who promptly understood and utilized his teleportation ability to venture outside in search of the fallen. "Leon, how do you possess my powers?" The Black Cloak Patrol marveled at Leon's newfound, yet oddly familiar ability. The Butcher and others wore expressions of astonishment, but refrained from further inquiry. Starlight, feeling a closer bond with Leon, mustered the courage to ask, "Dear, what else can you do?" Leon approached with a smile, skillfully wrapping an arm around Starlight's slender waist. Whispering in her ear, "If you wish to know, visit my room tonight. I will teach you how to harness your powers further, just like this." As he spoke, Leon raised his hand towards a minuscule superhuman termite trembling in the corner of the villa's hall. With a resounding bang, he unleashed a concentrated beam of radiant energy, markedly different from the earlier widespread shockwave. This focused, powerful beam obliterated the termite into a fine ash, leaving only a small, molten hole in the wall. Seeing this, Starlight quickly seized the opportunity while Huey was still turned away, pushing Leon aside, her cheeks flushed as she turned her back to them. However, the other members of the Seven were currently in a state of zen, observing the world with a serene detachment, and exchanged not a single word. Huey, caught up in excitement, tossed the semi-unconscious deep sea before Leon, reminiscent of a cat that, while uninterested in dead mice, proudly presents its catch to its master. "Leon, how do you intend to deal with him?" Huey inquired. "Annie, what are your thoughts?" Although ultimately spared from biting, due to the intervention of Queen Maeve, A surge of anger still welled up within Starlight. With a swift kick, she shattered Deep Sea's lower half, then turned to Leon to negotiate. This is his just desert. However, he does not deserve death. Merely a fool with a dimwit-s intellect. Let him go, shall we, Leon? Starlight gazed at him with a hint of pleading. As you wish, American sweetheart, Leon replied, bending down with gentlemanly grace to take her hand, planting a soft kiss upon her knuckles. Such a gesture did not repel Starlight. Rather, it brought a smile to her face, reflecting her appreciation for Leon's understanding. Huey, too, shared her sentiment, believing that stripping Deep Sea of his troubling faculties was the greatest punishment for his past misdeeds. Yet, Leon seemed to perceive the timid thoughts swirling in Huey's mind. Releasing Starlight's hand, he stood tall and spoke with calm authority. However, do not allow fleeting kindness to compromise your own principles. Within reason, we must act as we see fit. With that, Leon brought his shield down, shattering Deep Sea's not-so-bright skull, a gruesome spectacle that rendered Huey momentarily speechless. Starlight averted her gaze, unwilling to witness the horror, yet felt a sense of relief within her heart. Oi, the person you're looking for is over here, the butcher called, approaching a doorway, shaking his head in a mocking manner. Leon nodded, shield in hand, striding forward without a care for the reactions of the remaining members of the Seven. They were not worthy of his concern. Inside the room, the TNT twins were bound tightly by the butcher. Upon Leon's entrance, their eyes widened in terror, struggling fiercely yet to no avail. Leon approached them as if greeting long-lost friends, removing their gagging lollipops. Leon. Once they could speak, the TNT twins were instantly brought to tears, pleading, "We swear to God it wasn't our fault regarding Nicaragua." "Oh, how delightful." Leon raised an eyebrow, his face adorned with a mocking smile. "You two have confirmed my belief that God is nothing but a lying harlot." Query: should today's check-in be completed? System: you're my God. Beep. Today's check-in has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have received endless firecrackers. Fuck, more of this trash. Leon has truly come to blows with the Blood Debt Redemption Squad. It is genuinely not our fault. Leon's unexpected assault left the TNT twins feeling utterly hopeless, prompting them to plead for mercy once more. Then who do you claim is to blame? Speak up, and I assure you, I shall grant you a path to survival. As he spoke, a captivating smile adorned Leon's face. It's Shinsei. Indeed, it is he. He has coerced us, they exclaimed. He sold you out to the Russian poet. I beg of you, Leon, for the sake of our camaraderie, spare us. Clinging to this glimmer of hope, the TNT twins fervently cast aspersions upon Shinsei. Despite his already coal-black demeanor, Swansea? Leon inquired for confirmation, and the TNT twins eagerly nodded in agreement. Ha, Leon scoffed, if not for Walter's backing. Shinsei wouldn't dare utter a peep before me. However, since you have divulged this, I shall honor my word and let you go. With a sense of disappointment, Leon turned away, casting a knowing glance at the butcher before exiting, disinterested in the unfolding events. Thank you. Thank you so much. Leon, you're a good man. The TNT twins were taken aback by Leon's genuine intention to spare them. The relief of surviving their ordeal moved them to tears. They hastily addressed the butcher, still present in the room, with an air of authority. Leon has said he will let us go. Hurry and come untie us. In response, the butcher ambled over to the TNT twins, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He may have spared you, but I never said I would. Well, what? Their expressions of relief turned to shock as the butcher's words sank in. We are former teammates of Leon. How dare you? Without allowing the TNT twins to finish, the butcher unleashed a lethal gaze, sending them to meet their maker. TCH, what a pair of dimwits, utterly lacking in insight. It appears Leon is the only sane individual in the Blood Debt Redemption Squad. If the remaining member, the Mindstorm, is also deranged. My suspicions regarding Mallory's intelligence about Soldier Boy only deepen. Chapter 49, Starlight. I fear Huey might misunderstand. Following this, Leon and the completely darkened milkman nearly have the remaining superhuman scoundrels in the mansion, which was initially intended to host a gathering of superhumans. Oh no, annihilate. Let us go. This commotion has attracted quite a bit of attention, and we've even taken down a member of the Super 7. I suspect the Patriot you want me to deal with is on his way. Isn't that even better? The butcher stepped forward, eager to propose to Leon. Why don't we join forces and wait right here, then eliminate him on the spot? We can proceed as previously agreed. Butcher, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Leon gazed at the overly excited butcher with an impassive expression. No, you're the boss. Your word is law. Faced with Leon's indifferent gaze, reminiscent of a corpse, the butcher's previously fervent enthusiasm, marked by veins of excitement, suddenly became significantly clearer. It is not yet time, Butcher. We had a prior agreement. You assist me in locating blood for blood, and I shall aid you in dealing with the nationals. Furthermore, it is my habit to save the most delectable dishes for last during meals. Therefore, do not attempt to instruct me in my tasks, Butcher. I have already warned you. This shall not happen again. Leon pointed at the Butcher's hooked nose, articulating each word with precision. I understand, the Butcher replied, drenched in sweat. He was acutely aware that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. His investigation into the Mindstorm had reached a deadlock. Brother, you must comprehend that the Mindstorm, due to its ability to hear the thoughts of others, prefers to linger in secluded places. Consequently, it has purchased dilapidated cabins in various remote locales, wandering aimlessly nearby like a madman. Leon spoke over his shoulder to the Butcher, who observed a vintage color television from the last century before him, gripping a game controller and engaging in a remote match of King of Fighters 97 against Alcy. The clues you provided are too vague, the Butcher lamented. Thoroughly investigating all potential locations would require weeks, if not months, and we do not possess such time to squander. I have stated that the Mindstorm is a lunatic, a damned bipolar individual, aside from myself. The others in the Blood for Blood team generally keep their distance from him. Wait, the Butcher interjected suddenly. A bipolar individual? Indeed. Did I not mention this before? I distinctly recall having done so. No, you had mentioned it. I simply forgot. In order to avoid provoking Leon during their interactions, the Butcher had honed his skill in fabricating lies to perfection. Oh, for heaven's sake. Alcy, could you not give me a moment's reprieve? On the screen of the antiquated television, Leon's control character, Kyo Kusanagi, was effortlessly defeated by Alcy's remote-controlled Ryo Sakazaki, losing all health without any semblance of a fight. Noticing this, the Butcher raised an eyebrow and, having gleaned vital information, hastily vacated Leon's room to avoid being unjustly accused of some fabricated transgression. After the Butcher departed, the defiant Leon fell victim to Alcy's relentless onslaught, unable to fathom the concept of mercy. Following a fit of rage that culminated in the television's destruction, Leon consumed an entire bottle of sleeping pills and peacefully reclined in bed, surrendering to slumber. As he closed and opened his eyes, the night swiftly progressed. Knock, knock, knock. A slender figure, stealthy as a cat on the prowl, approached Leon's door, carefully tapping at it with the gentlest of touches. Creak. The door swung open. Leon, it is I. Before Stark could finish her sentence, Leon yanked her into the room. Wall slam. Annie, I have been awaiting your arrival. I have not slept a wink all night. Though Leon's skill in weaving tales may not rival that of the masterful Butcher, it is nonetheless commendable. Apologies. To prevent any misunderstandings with Huey, I deliberately waited until he had fallen asleep before coming here. Starlight gently pushed Leon away with her soft hands, symbolically attempting to deter him from drawing closer. Suddenly, their eyes met, and Leon's gaze, filled with an affection that could rival that of a devoted dog, made Starlight's heart skip a beat. After a deep breath, she inexplicably shut her eyes. Chapter 50. The Threshold opened the door. However, the expected events did not unfold as Starlight had anticipated. To her astonishment, Leon scooped her up in a princess carry, opened the window, and leapt onto the waiting motorcycle. Alcy, slightly bemused, transported the two to a small grove not far from the inn. Throughout the journey, Starlight, realizing her misinterpretation, dared not open her eyes. Her once fair complexion now resembling a ripe red apple. It was only when the low rumble of Alcy's engine ceased that Leon gently set her down. Once her feet were firmly planted on the ground, Starlight opened her eyes and casually inquired, Leon, what are we doing here? Engaging in activities you desire, Leon replied promptly. Starlight's face flushed, resembling a bubbling teapot. What are you thinking, dear? Leon affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled. Weren't you here to learn how to control your superpowers? What else could we possibly do? And no, that's not. Starlight stammered, lowering her gaze. Yet, her confidence evidently paled in comparison to Zhao Hailuan's. As she struggled to conceal her embarrassment, Leon could clearly discern the almost mortifying expression etched on her face. One that could metaphorically excavate an entire coastal villa with her toes. At this, Leon couldn't help but wonder, was this little sister truly so innocent? Why did it feel as though he were the one being ensnared? A sophisticated hunter often assumes the guise of prey. Regardless, it mattered little. As long as there was something to savor, that was enough. Leon chuckled softly to himself, and then proceeded with the task at hand. Do not misunderstand, he clarified. This is a training session for your superpowers. This secluded location ensures our practice won't disturb anyone else. Otherwise, do you wish to practice in the inn with that glaring light bulb of yours? In that case, I suspect the butcher would have no qualms about putting an end to you. Indeed, Starlight replied, feeling a bit sheepish. Shall we begin then? With that, Leon positioned himself behind Starlight, one arm encircling her waist while the other rested upon her hand, their fingers interlocking. This, Starlight stuttered. Do not be anxious. My dear, Leon patiently explained. Focus on sensing the flow of energy in my palm. Only by pressing our hands together like this can we achieve the best results. Ah, is that so? Starlight pondered, secretly wishing to inquire if it was necessary for other parts to be pressed together so closely. As night fell, a gentle breeze enveloped the surroundings. The proximity of two individuals indeed seemed to provide a certain comfort. The exchange of warmth between their bodies alleviated the chill in the air, allowing them to experience the flow of energy together. Xinguang couldn't help but rationalize her closeness to Leon. In truth, Leon hadn't pondered over much. He merely sensed her energy. But I seem unable to absorb it, Xinguang remarked, her brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. She exerted herself further, yet the essence eluded her grasp. My dear, it's only natural that you find it difficult to absorb, Leon mused internally, reflecting on the extensive practice he had undertaken to master the art of freely absorbing, transforming, and releasing his own nuclear energy. Borrowing a phrase from Sai Xiao, he thought, you're still a good 20,000 years too early. Now, let us see if you can manage it, he suggested, subtly transforming the nuclear energy in his palm into electrical energy. Indeed, this time I can absorb it, Xinguang exclaimed. Leon, look, I've succeeded. And then, a secret lingered unspoken between them. I apologize. I anticipated that you would. I know. It's all my fault for not being mindful, she confessed, a hint of regret in her voice. That was merely an accident, wasn't it? Leon inquired with a playful glint in his eye. Yes, she replied, nodding like a chick pecking at grains, fearing that any further discussion would unravel her newfound contentment. Then it's settled. Let us continue, Leon declared, licking his lips. Since she had paid her dues, he felt obliged to offer something of value in return. This time, place your hand upon the back of my hand. Okay, Xinguang replied obediently, resting her hand atop his. With a sudden burst, Leon unleashed a palm strike, cleaving a tree before them in two. How astonishingly swift. Leon, how do you achieve such feats? Xinguang inquired, her astonishment palpable. After all, the desire for knowledge was not limited to Leon alone. Should I proceed more slowly this time? He asked. Yes, she nodded, albeit hesitantly. Leon then began to charge his palm energy for 2.5 minutes. This time, Xinguang observed with utmost scrutiny, her mind conjuring an illusion of capability. It was akin to solving problems with the aid of an answer key, reminiscent of the adage that one's current prowess is wholly attributed to personal effort. Shall we give it a try? She suggested. Yes, Leon agreed, recognizing her maturity. He then released a small amount of energy from his palm for Xinguang to absorb. After all, in this desolate wilderness, he had no alternative means to provide her with power. He had to offer it himself. With a resounding thud, the attempt faltered. Disappointment washed over Xinguang as she lowered her gaze. The energy she emitted was still a dispersed photovoltaic wave, causing the tree's yellow-green leaves to tremble and fall. Why? When the steps were identical, did the outcomes differ so drastically? She lamented. Fear not. I am here, Leon reassured her. Leon gently caressed Starlight's head, then leaned in close to her ear and softly murmured, Annie, as long as you desire it, I will accompany you for as long as it takes. Starlight, moved by his words, began to drift away in her thoughts. The two resumed their practice until an unexpected incident occurred. Starlight lost control of her powers, which were subtly amplified by Leon's energy emanating from his palm. Ah, Leon, I'm going to fall, she exclaimed. It's all right, Annie, I will catch you, Leon assured her. With a swift maneuver reminiscent of Tony catching a falling aircraft, he positioned his body as a cushion for Starlight. However, this time the situation was less stable. Both Leon and Starlight found themselves in a precarious situation. One was cunning yet failed to maintain balance, while the other completely forgot that her superhuman physique could withstand such falls. In short, history repeated itself. 3 hours later, her friend arrived. Suddenly, a notification from RSI in Sentinel mode echoed through Leon's Bluetooth headset, causing a slight smirk to form on his lips, remaining unfazed. Unbeknownst to the radiant American sweetheart, she was about to face an unexpected turn of events. Outside the grove, a rustling noise approached. What are you doing? Huey, having awakened to find Starlight missing, followed the direction of the light and stumbled upon her glowing form behind a tree. Upon seeing Huey, Starlight was momentarily taken aback. However, the tranquility was shattered by a series of rapid gunshots erupting from the shadow behind the tree, ceasing only with a final, resounding thud as a bullet struck its target. Huey clutched his chest, and fell to the ground. The sensation of desire you evoke in me is something I have never experienced before. Chapter 51. Blue-Dyed Leon Mirage. The following day, in Huey's room. As Huey jolted awake, he hastily removed his shirt in front of the astonished gazes of his fellow members of the Payback Squad, then began to palpate his chest, searching for non-existent bullet wounds. How could this be? How could there be none? He exclaimed. Annie, did you sneak out to the grove outside the motel last night? Huey demanded with certainty. Huey, what are you talking about? Starlight's voice trembled, and one might have mistaken her for being angry. But I clearly saw it. Huey insisted relentlessly. Starlight struggled to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Leon stepped forward to clarify for Starlight. Huey, my friend, as a true man, you should trust Annie. He continued. Annie was with me all night, and I can vouch for her. At this proclamation, not only was Huey taken aback, but the other members of the Payback Squad were equally astonished, and even Starlight herself was bewildered. They all directed incredulous, yet uniquely astonished looks at Leon. Wait, dude, you just said that so casually. However, what surprised them even more was, Leon gestured for Arsai, who was parked outside the hotel, to approach autonomously. He instructed her to hover just outside the window, projecting the scene of his earnest training session with Starlight on harnessing her superpowers. However, the setting was not the tranquil grove, but rather the secluded underground parking lot where Leon had initially summoned Arsai and the Soldier Boy ensemble, equipped with surveillance cameras. In the projection, aside from the unavoidable proximity of their bodies during the training, Leon and Starlight appeared entirely innocent, devoid of any extraneous gestures. Indeed, Arsai had astutely edited the footage, employing a digital sleight of hand. Unless an AI with computational prowess surpassing Arsai's could discern any discrepancies, the evidence of their innocent interaction was flawless. Moreover, Arsai had fabricated a surveillance clip of Huey, who had stumbled while exiting the restroom at midnight, hitting his head and rendering himself unconscious. This explained the assembly of the entire Black Cloak squad, for when they discovered Huey, he had been blissfully unaware of how long he had been asleep on the restroom floor. I apologize, Annie and Leon. I nearly misconstrued your intentions just now. I don't know what happened, but the dream I had last night felt extraordinarily vivid, as if it were unfolding before my very eyes. After viewing the footage, Huey sheepishly rubbed the still sore spot on the back of his head and sincerely apologized to the two parties involved for his misunderstanding. It's quite all right. Men understand men best. I empathize with your feelings, Huey. It was thoughtless of me not to consider your perspective. I shall certainly invite you to join us in future training sessions with Starlight. Leon replied earnestly, his tone convincingly sincere. No. Please don't. You need to summon me. You two can train in your own superpowers without my interference. I would only disrupt your efforts as an outsider without similar abilities. Do not call for me. If you do, I shall become quite irate. With that, Huey, filled with embarrassment, rose to take a shower, having spent the night on the restroom floor, now reeking of unpleasant odors. I am such a fool. Leon and Annie have been nothing but sincere. Yet I have harbored suspicions against them. Meanwhile, while Huey was in the shower, Starlight discreetly pulled Leon aside, avoiding the notice of the other members of the Black Cloak squad. Leon, how did you manage that? We clearly. Shoo. Noticing the coast was clear, Leon casually wrapped an arm around Starlight's waist, placing a finger on her lips, and then whispered, My dear, I have told you before. I possess far more capabilities than you can fathom. After Huey finished a shower, Butcher gathered the entire Black Cloak squad and announced, I have a general grasp of the location of the Mindstorm, but this time I intend to take only Huey and Leon with me. Why? I want to go too, Starlight exclaimed, her tone reflecting a blend of determination and eagerness. Hello, Annie. Given the peculiar circumstances, it is preferable for fewer individuals to accompany us. Only the audacious Butcher and I, possessing the ability to teleport, are truly suited for this endeavor. You need not concern yourself with my safety. Who is worried about you? What I cherish is Leon. Huey yearns to hold Starlight's hand, yet she retreats a step, evading his grasp, and then moves closer to Leon's position. Annie, I apologize. It's quite all right, Annie. Leon, with a warm familiarity, drapes his arm over Starlight's shoulder in front of Huey, confidently assuring, I will ensure Huey's safety. There's no need for concern. As he spoke, Leon subtly mimicked the gesture that the soldier boy had once performed in the original script, when the hotel cleaning lady departed, casting a wink at Starlight that only they understood. Starlight, taken aback by Leon's audacity, found herself rendered speechless. Chapter 52. The mental storm has finally yielded gold. The satellite map indicates that the mental storm is now approximately within a 25-kilometer radius, situated to the west. 25 kilometers? Damn, had I known, I would have procured 2 motorcycles. Clad in his soldier boy attire, Leon rode on his bespoke motorcycle, RSI, while the butcher and Huey commandeered a randomly acquired Hummer parked roadside as they reached the end of a path deep within the jungle. The size of the Hummer rendered it unable to proceed, forcing the trio to halt by the roadside. Upon disembarking, Huey eagerly retrieved his tablet to check their proximity to the mental storm. The day of vanquishing the Homelanders drew ever nearer, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Upon hearing the distance, the butcher muttered an oath. Traversing 25 kilometers through this rugged terrain on foot would take nearly an hour at the very least. Contemplating this, and having savored the advantages of superhuman physical prowess, he promptly rummaged through the Hummer's trunk to extract the remaining tubes of temporary compound number 5 from his backpack. Oi, Huey. The butcher tossed a tube of the compound to Huey, who caught it, albeit with a puzzled expression. Is it really necessary to take it this early? Certainly not, the butcher replied with a sly grin. Unless you wish to rely solely on your ordinary human capabilities to navigate this treacherous 25-kilometer trail. At this, the mere thought sent shivers down Huey's spine. He held a fair degree of confidence in his physical abilities and thus remarked, "Then I shall take it." Observing this, Leon smirked and approached the butcher, retrieving 2 additional tubes of the compound from his backpack, tossing one to each of them. "1 tube is insufficient. We ought to take 2. The mental storm is not to be trifled with." After exchanging glances, the butcher and Huey nodded in agreement, saying, "That makes sense. We have yet to experience the effects of taking 2 tubes at once." Huey chuckled, embodying the innocence of a child, while the butcher, a man of action, promptly injected the tube Leon had given him into his body. Huey followed suit without hesitation, administering the second tube as well. It is uncertain whether it is merely a psychological effect or an actual enhancement, but Butcher and Huey feel distinctly more robust than when they had only injected a single vial. At this juncture, they are aware that the temporary compound number 5 endows them with superhuman strength, yet remain oblivious to its side effects. Maeve and Starlight, who are privy to the intricacies of the temporary compound, find themselves kneeling before Leon, lacking any credible source of intelligence. They seem to exhibit signs of dependency and addiction to the temporary compound. After all, there's an old adage that states, "I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light." With a smile, Leon observes Butcher and Huey injecting the second vial of the temporary compound into their bodies, suddenly realizing that he's increasingly leaning towards the pleasurable fate of Aha. Why not? Who doesn't enjoy a bit of amusement? "Alcy, I entrust the forthcoming vision to you. Leave it to me." As the sultry voice of the commanding woman emanates from Leon's Bluetooth headset, the motorcycle mode Alcy takes to the skies, providing Leon with a vantage point reminiscent of a video game. In a certain sense, the threat posed by Mindstorm to Leon is even greater than that of the Homeland's adversaries. Although Leon's physical resilience is commendable, his magical resistance cannot simply be dismissed. It is nearly non-existent, only marginally superior to that of an ordinary individual. However, there is no cause for excessive concern. Just like the soldier boy from the original narrative who boldly sought revenge against Mindstorm, displaying an air of invulnerability, even if Leon were to encounter him, it is unlikely he would succumb to his control. Yet, the possibility of evasion seems improbable. Regardless, Leon is considerably stronger than Soldier Boy himself and has made targeted preparations. Given Mindstorm's diminutive stature, attempting to seize control when unobserved is a feat still 2 millennia away. This underscores the significance of intelligence. In this regard, Bruce, as Batman, holds the most authoritative voice. "I have located him. Hey, Alcy, I'm not fond of the term command," Leon corrected with a serious expression that betrayed no pretense. "You are not my servant, but my partner, my family, my beloved." All right. I understand." Alcy, unable to bear Leon's bluntly affectionate words, quickly stifled him with a few bashful whimpers. Beyond his manic depressive tendencies, Mindstorm also suffers from a significant degree of paranoia. The quaint cabin in which he resides is riddled with high-energy explosives. Should an accident occur, you could be harmed. And if you are injured, it would pain me, Leon, Alcy expressed with genuine emotion. At that moment, the fully prepared Butcher approached Leon, inquiring, "Okay, can you tell us what we might encounter?" "What if?" Huey asked nervously, his throat constricting. "There is no what if," Leon asserted confidently. "As long as you keep your eyes closed and avoid direct eye contact with him, there is nothing to fear. I will handle everything. Your only responsibility is to lead the way, to serve as bait." The last unspoken thought lingered in the air. The Butcher and Huey exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and they immediately began a relentless battle of eyelids. As soldiers at the pinnacle of superhuman capability, they feared mental domination. Yet, being temporarily superhuman, they were even less likely to be exempt from such control. In any case, caution bore no harm. Thus, the trio ventured into the forest, which temporarily served as their stronghold amidst the tempest of the mind. After traversing merely a few hundred meters, Leon raised his hand, signaling the butcher and Huey to halt. He pointed to the trigger beneath his feet, which had been touched but not activated. The three exchanged glances, saying little, silently opting for a slight detour to circumvent the densely packed minefield, lest they alert the mind storm and provoke its defenses prematurely. Before long, they approached the wooden cabin without incident. Outside, an orange-red lawnmower, its engine still vibrating from recent use, stood idle. Suddenly, Leon, who had taken the lead, exclaimed an amused "fuck" as he triggered a high-energy bomb beneath his feet, sending him flying. The Butcher and Huey were equally caught in the chaos. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward Butcher. Arcee's voice chimed in Leon's Bluetooth earpiece. "Do you need me to intercept him with ex-wife or with a beam cannon?" "That's unnecessary," Leon quickly interjected. "Do you think he's as tough as us? What if we turn him into pulp and can't retrieve anything?" The ground around them was still laden with high-energy bombs. With recent events feeling almost surreal, Leon could only cling to superstition. Fortune return, he thought to himself. Immediately, Leon drew the long-neglected Desert Eagle with infinite bullets from the holster on his right thigh, and with eyes clouded by darkness. He fired randomly in the direction Arcee indicated for the Butcher. Bang, bang, bang. The peculiar sound of bullets striking revealed that the Butcher, having consumed temporary compound number 5, was unfazed by gunfire, confirming Leon's suspicion that the mind storm had been ensnared. With abilities enhanced by mental fortitude, his physical prowess was not vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. Next, Leon leaped into the air and landed beside the mind storm, who had been struck in the leg. He delivered a powerful blow that sent the being crashing down, then hastily emptied the Butcher's shoulder bag, which had remained unopened, and proceeded to wrap the mind storm's head within it. Hurry, system. Sign in before it cools down. Question: do you wish to sign in today? Don't ask. Just sign. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received immunity to mental control. Immunity to mental control. You will be immune to any form of mental domination. Description: stand tall. You who refuse to be a puppet. Nice. Finally, some rewards have come through. Chapter 53. The Moth. Hey, Dan, the Mindstorm's real name. I've admired you since childhood, Leon exclaimed, suppressing the mind storm while struggling to contain his excitement. No. Leon, let me explain. That wasn't my idea. The mind storm, momentarily stunned by a powerful punch from Leon, failed to comprehend what was being said, merely deflecting responsibility in a desperate bid for survival. His words tumbled out at an astonishing speed. Calm down. Take a deep breath, Dan. I know you want to assert that this is all the idea of Shiensei. Huh? The mind storm was momentarily taken aback as Leon preempted his rehearsed lines. Nearby, the Butcher and Huey, gauging from the sounds, discerned that Leon had subdued the mind storm and cautiously opened their eyes. Only when they saw that Leon had completely covered the mind storm's head were they able to relax. Exhaling deeply. Hey Dan, listen to me, Leon said, slightly easing his grip on the mind storm to allow him a brief respite. I'm in a rather good mood, so I can let you off the hook. What do you think? I'll give you a chance to escape. After I count to 10, I'll make my move. Whether you can seize this opportunity to survive depends entirely on your own skills. You know I'm a man of my word. With that, a captivating smile spread across Leon's face. The Butcher and Huey, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines, given their knowledge of Leon. They understood the promise was genuine. But truly, a flicker of hope ignited within the mind storm, evidently recognizing the soldier boy's spirit of commitment. It's indeed true, Leon affirmed, then released his hold on the mind storm, allowing him to flee into the intricate depths of the forest. Faster, even faster, if only I can reach that place. He urged himself mentally, the adrenaline coursing through him like a volcanic eruption. However, as the grim summons of death echoed out, all thoughts ceased abruptly. 10. The first count echoed, and true to his word, Leon swung his left arm, launching his shield. With a swift whoosh, the tungsten alloy shield accurately cleaved the upper half of the fleeing mindstorm in two, leaving him utterly lifeless. I knew it. Huey turned, covering his eyes with his hands, unable to bear the sight of the mindstorm's demise. What a pity, Dan. I had given you a chance. All right, leave it to me, Huey replied eagerly, seizing the opportunity to showcase his abilities. In an instant, he vanished from beside the Butcher and Leon, leaving only an empty set of clothing behind. Thud! The shield struck the ground with a resounding thud. My heavens! Why is your shield so heavy? Even Huey, enhanced by temporary compound 5, struggled to lift it akin to an adult try to carry 2 buckets of water with one hand. Transporting it alongside his abilities proved even more taxing. It seems your teleportation capability has a lower threshold than I had anticipated. If time permits, practice more. I have great faith in you, Huey, Leon suggested, patting Huey's smooth shoulder before forcefully stepping onto the slightly raised side of the shield. Now, the only remaining member of the Blood Debt Revenge Squad was Shinsei, one of the current members of the 7 superheroes. The Butcher glanced at Leon. In that case, let's resolve both of them together. With that, Leon turned and departed. Upon hearing this, excitement was evident on the faces of the Butcher and Huey, who quickly followed suit. The others were asleep. Since they had temporarily established this inn as their base, the Butcher had reserved the entire floor, ensuring that each member of the Black Cloak Patrol had their own room. Starshine also had a room to himself, in the Butcher and Huey's room. In different locations, yet sharing a similar ordeal, both found themselves before their respective sinks, expelling a vile, greenish substance. They gazed into the mirror, their eyes sunken, as if they were afflicted with a terminal illness. Meanwhile, in Leon's room, he was on the phone with his nominal son through Archie. The call connected with a series of beeps. "Who are you?" came the bewildered voice of Zubao from the other end. Ahem. Leon cleared his throat and, with an inexplicable tone, declared, Son, I am your father." Chapter 54. The reunion of a nominal father and son at the Watteau building. The members of the 7 superheroes, including the Crimson Countess, the TNT Twins, Deep Sea, and Mindstorm, were systematically dealt with by Soldier Boy. The string of vengeance incidents weighed heavily on the shoulders of the current leader of the 7, the Patriot, imparting a pressure he had never experienced before. Death loomed over him like a colossal mountain. It was conceivable that Soldier Boy's next target could be himself, while the Patriot had considerable confidence in his own abilities. His opponent was none other than Soldier Boy. What if? No, Ashley, I do not give a damn about anything. You were specifically hired by the company for emergency handling and crisis management. You must resolve this matter for me. If you fail, I swear I will shoot you with a laser. At this moment, the only recourse for the Patriot was to unload all his mounting pressure onto Ashley, his deputy. Beyond that, he was at a loss. After venting his frustrations on Ashley, the operator at Watteau Company connected him to a mysterious caller who claimed to be Soldier Boy. With a mix of trepidation, the Patriot answered the call, only to receive astonishing news that transformed his despair into disbelief. After scouring through every archive within Watteau Company and confirming the veracity of the information relayed to him, a childlike smile blossomed once more upon his face. It felt akin to a one-life obstacle game, finally standing before the final boss's door with a 70% chance of victory, yet still facing a 30% likelihood of being utterly crushed by the boss's overwhelming power. To his astonishment, upon opening the door, he discovered that the final boss was none other than his biological father. What a remarkable sense of ease and exhilaration. Yes. The significant shift in mindset has left the citizens of the motherland utterly thrilled. At this moment, Ashley, who had just vented her frustrations to the citizens, entered the office with the previously fleeing Schwanza. Upon seeing Schwanza, the pure smile on the citizen's face instantly faded. Observing this, Ashley cautiously closed the door and quickly retreated. After a brief silence, the citizen regained that infectious smile, warmly patting Schwanza on the shoulder and greeting him. "The Soldier Boy will come for us. We must unite to defeat him." Schwanza, having returned from his escape, cut straight to the point, writing down his demands on a piece of white paper to convey to the citizen. After a fierce internal struggle, Schwanza concluded that evasion would not resolve the issue. He understood that the Soldier Boy would inevitably find him and eliminate him. The only path to survival was to join forces with the citizen to eliminate the Soldier Boy, thus eradicating the fear that haunted him. "He is a villain. We must kill him." At this, the citizen suddenly exhibited a complex expression of joy and sorrow, embracing Schwanza like a child yearning for paternal affection, saying, "He's my father, you know?" Upon hearing this, Schwanza's body froze, aware that the citizen could discern whether he was lying, and he could only nod in a daze. "Damn it, lies are not blades. The truth is the most painful," the citizen muttered in disappointment, his expression a mixture of relief and gratitude, before he punched through Schwanza's chest. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You should have told me sooner." With that, the bloodied citizen left, filled with sorrow and disappointment, leaving Schwanza on the ground, reaching out to grasp something but finding nothing. The following day, at the hotel, temporarily serving as the base for the Black Cloak Enforcers, Leon had preemptively incapacitated Maeve and Starlight to ensure they could act without restraint that day. They had been whisked away by biker mode Arsai to a safe zone far from Vought Tower. Additionally, the entire team of Black Cloak Enforcers was mobilized. even though they had come to realize that the temporary Compound V had certain unknown side effects. Butcher and Huey felt compelled to act. Mothers Milk and Frenchie shared the same sentiment. They did not wish to become two ants crushed in the aftermath of superhuman combat. Given the significance of addressing the citizen, how could they possibly miss witnessing the event firsthand? After much preparation and coordination, the evening soon arrived. Vought Tower was ablaze with lights, brighter than ever, resembling the most radiant star amidst a galaxy of shining celestial bodies. Yet, who could know that this was its final brilliance before the impending explosion? Wow! Schwantz's office. The patriotic man was watching some black and white propaganda films featuring Soldier Boy when he noticed the arrival of Leon and the members of the Black Robe Enforcers. He turned around and greeted them. Indeed, you are quite elusive. When did the heaven and earth bow to none but me, patriotic man, become so adept at hide and seek? The butcher sneered with a sinister grin. Where's Shinsei? Leon briefly scanned the office, finding only the patriotic man, likely hiding a smaller patriotic being in the adjacent room. He is dead. Why? Because he failed to inform me about you. That was his greatest sin. Upon hearing this, Leon's expression remained stoic. While the Black Robe Enforcers exchanged bewildered glances, had the patriotic man truly descended into madness to the point of killing his own ally? Now, there is only me here. I merely wish to converse with you, the patriotic man said as he approached Leon, gesturing dismissively. I know the taste of betrayal from a comrade. As long as you and I join forces, those worthless fools will pose no threat to us. No one will stand chance. Then who will lead? Leon raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. That is a question, unless we settle it right now. Why must we determine superiority between us? After all, you are my father. The patriotic man gritted his teeth as he uttered that word, then pointed incredulously at the butcher. Is it because he prompted you to act this way? He is nothing but a damned ordinary man. Do not be deceived by this wretched scoundrel. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of his control, the butcher hastily interjected. How could he possibly be your son? You were confined in the laboratory for so long. He cannot be your offspring. Silence, butcher. I am. The patriotic man cast a glance at the butcher, contemplating using his laser to eliminate him, but restrained himself to prevent further escalation before matters were settled. I am your son. I am your flesh and blood. That is what truly matters. Chapter 55. A father's love and a son's outcry. Perhaps, Leon replied with a dismissive smirk. Seeing Leon's unyielding demeanor, the patriotic man quickly retrieved a golden-haired boy from the adjacent room, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Ryan? The butcher's composure shattered at the sight, for this boy was the product of the patriotic man forcing his wife to bear a child, one who was inherently superhuman, the child he had vowed to care for before his wife passed away. This is my son, Ryan, and your grandson, the patriotic man declared, his emotions laid bare. Grandfather, Ryan cautiously greeted Leon, even though he had anticipated this moment, being addressed as grandfather by someone, while still in the prime of his life. Felt somewhat surreal to Leon. You see, apart from me, you have family. We are your family. The patriotic man spoke passionately, nearly moved to tears. Were it not for Leon's acute awareness of the patriotic man's upbringing as a monstrous infant by the Water Corporation, he might have almost been swayed. At this moment, the heartfelt emotions of the patriot may, in the future, transform into a lethal threat, much like what he had done to Vice President Madeline of Water. It is regrettable that I have missed so much. I truly wish I could have nurtured you into adulthood, imparting wisdom through both words and actions, Leon earnestly expressed. I share that sentiment, yet it matters not. We are no longer alone. We have each other now. The patriot glanced at Leon, gently caressing Ryan's head, feeling as though he was on the verge of attaining a long-desired family. However, Leon approached the patriot and his son, placing a hand on the patriot's shoulder, then reproached him in a tone filled with disappointment. Perhaps if I had been the one to raise you, you would have turned out better, rather than becoming a pitiful creature, constantly yearning for external validation. Alas, it is too late for correction. You have been molded into the useless being that Water desired. Wait, pitiful creature? Useless? The patriot's expression was one of astonishment, while the members of the Black Robe Enforcers wore expressions of satisfaction, as Leon had articulated what they wished to convey. Child, you're truly disappointing. With that, Leon firmly grasped the patriot's chin. Upon witnessing this, the Black Robe Enforcers quickly rushed forward to restrain the patriot's arms, with the butcher and the nurse applying greater force to his right arm, while Huey, Kimiko, and Frankie managed his left arm with somewhat less strength. Question: shall today's attendance be recorded? System: do not make me beg you. Open. Ding. Today's attendance has been completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Haki. Haki. You possess all three types of Haki: armament, observation, and conquerors. Introduction. Only hockey reigns supreme overall. Excellent. John, I have always recognized your potential since childhood. Leon could hardly contain his delight, exerting even greater force, causing the Patriot's chin to emit cracking sounds under the pressure. What are you doing? Let him go. Quickly, let him go. Ryan, the Patriot's son, sensed the peril and struck at Leon and the Butcher, but being still young, his strength was insufficient to affect these adult superhumans, let alone Leon. However, while Ryan's physical strength may still be developing, the power of his laser vision was already capable of annihilating the vast majority of superhumans. Stormgirl was a vivid example of this. With this in mind, Ryan's eyes began to blaze with a fierce crimson hue as he looked at Leon. No, Ryan. Both the Butcher and the Patriot, in perfect synchrony, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Suddenly, two beams of laser, deeper in color than those of the Butcher and the Patriot, erupted from Ryan's eyes, aimed directly at Leon, who was restraining the Patriot. Kid, I have been waiting for you. Leon smirked, readying his shield to block the impending attack. The son of the motherland, Leon, unleashed a beam of laser from his eyes, which was immediately deflected by the tungsten steel vibranium shield, effortlessly piercing through the walls of the dark office until it shattered the exterior of the water tower, crashing down below. I didn't mean to. Bang. However, Leon showed no mercy, swiftly retaliating by striking him away with his shield. Leon, both the Patriot and the Butcher shouted in concern, exchanging a knowing glance, while the onlookers, Huey, Milk, and Frankie, could only inwardly lament the ominous turn of events. Suddenly, two chilling sounds reverberated. Surprisingly, the once adversarial Patriot and Butcher joined forces, simultaneously firing lasers at Leon. Yet, a dramatic twist unfolded. When Leon, endowed with the Starlight template, chose not to absorb the external energy attacks, the energy deflection effect of his vibranium body activated as it should. Consequently, at that very moment, the two beams of laser emitted from the eyes of the Patriot and Butcher, upon contact with Leon's skin, were instantaneously redirected. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, Huey, Milk, Frankie, and Kyoko were struck down by the dynamically shifting lasers. In the blink of an eye, the Black Cloak enforcers were nearly annihilated, leaving only the Butcher, who stood frozen in shock. Bang! Leon raised his leg and kicked the Butcher away, who crashed through the opposing wall of the dark office and lay motionless on the ground. With a firm grip on the Patriot, Leon slowly approached the Butcher, inquiring, "You cannot kill that child." The Butcher, dazed, rose like a soulless puppet. "You said that revenge is paramount. What does a mere child matter to you?" Leon challenged. "He is my wife's son." "Wait a moment. The Patriot was with your wife? And you actually wish to save that bastard? Have you lost your mind? I made a promise. Are you certain?" Leon scoffed in response. "The person you seek revenge against is right here in my grasp. And now you want to backtrack?" The Butcher insisted, "Do not kill him." "Damn it." Leon cursed, filled with exasperation. "You are weaker than him, and to save that bastard, you have already led to the demise of all your comrades. Now you still wish to assist this scoundrel who has been with your wife and the offspring they produced? Butcher, you truly disappoint me." With that, Leon unleashed two blazing golden beams towards the Butcher, who retaliated with two fiery orange lasers to defend himself. However, under the absolute onslaught of Leon's overwhelming power, the Butcher could not withstand even a second and was swiftly cleaved into three pieces by Leon's radiant beams. Bang, bang, bang. Thus, the Black Cloak enforcers were completely eradicated. Chapter 56. I am a nuclear bomb. Clap, clap, clap. Now, only you remain, my dear son. Leon patted the Patriot's face, his smile radiating with a nuclear calamity. I. The people of the homeland have been utterly bewildered by Leon, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Faced with a violence they cannot resist, those who are accustomed to wielding power have completely revealed their infantile nature. All right, enough, Leon interrupted impatiently, pressing a finger against the Bluetooth earpiece adorning his left ear. "Alcy, release our son of Satan." "As you wish, boss," Alcy responded, her voice tinged with excitement. After a 2.5-hour evacuation buffer, the launch was expected to reach its target in 20 minutes. The formidable firepower was capable of effortlessly obliterating Texas or even the entirety of Gallia. For this reason, Alcy, perpetually in a semi-active state, had inadvertently captured the thrill of racing and surfing the internet simultaneously. It was simply marvelous. "Okay," Leon nodded in satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Alcy's authoritative voice emanated from all connected sound systems surrounding the water building. "Warning, warning. A certain indiscriminate viral weapon currently under development at the Water Corporation laboratory has inadvertently gone out of control. To prevent the disaster from escalating, The water building will be completely sealed off in half an hour, and 2.5 hours later, its influence will be entirely eradicated through a show of firepower. Please stay as far away from the water building as possible. Evacuate immediately. Upon hearing this, the world fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a frenzy like boiling water. Leon, indifferent to the external chaos, had already warned those individuals. Those who remained in disbelief would have the opportunity to witness this unparalleled spectacle of fireworks in human history, albeit at the cost of their lives. The Water Corporation touted that we need not fear nuclear weapons, and many believe this. I have no interest in discerning right from wrong, so let the facts speak for themselves. What? The people of the homeland were immediately struck with terror. This is all you amount to? Leon expressed his disdain, covering his nose, and then swiftly shot a laser that charred the lower half of the individual, effectively silencing them to prevent further panic. How could I possibly withstand a nuclear bomb? That was merely water's propaganda. Leon placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. If you continue to babble, I shall crush you right now. However, if you endure, I will spare your life. You know I am a man of my word. As he spoke, a contagious smile, reminiscent of a nuclear cancer patient, spread across his face. The situation was undeniably dire, and the people of the homeland nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Soon, a terrifying Sarmat intercontinental ballistic missile descended from the skies, its presence overwhelming. America's defense system failed to intercept it. Upon reaching the vicinity of the water building, the missile's 40-megaton TNT equivalent nuclear warhead plummeted with pinpoint accuracy, akin to the sword of Damocles, towards the water building. Is it here? Leon's left eyelid twitched, followed by a tremor coursing through his entire being, reminiscent of PTSD. It was difficult to discern whether it stemmed from excitement, fear, or perhaps a blend of both. After all, this was Leon's inaugural encounter with the cataclysmic force of a nuclear strike, and despite his stoic demeanor, an instinctual flutter of trepidation coursed through him in the face of humanity's ultimate threat. Bang! With a sudden motion, he grasped the homeland's essence, shattering the ceiling and soaring skyward, arriving instantaneously at the rooftop of the water tower, confronting the immense pressure above. As if by mere thought, his soldier boy ensemble was absorbed into the system's space, leaving only an indestructible super-elastic fiber undergarment to serve as a sole attire. John, do you comprehend? Leon gazed upward at the nuclear warhead, which loomed ever closer. What? The essence of Homeland quivered in confusion. Once, there was a man who dared to challenge the might of a nuclear bomb. He honed his skills, sharpened his mind, and forged his body. Yet he could never quite match the overwhelming force of the warhead. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his quest. Instead, after a period of frenzied training, he suddenly grasped a profound truth. To avoid being vaporized in the event of a nuclear explosion, one must become the nuclear bomb. As he spoke, a golden light radiated from Leon's eyes. He raised his hand as if to embrace the impending explosion of the nuclear warhead, his lips curving into a wild grin that stretched to the roots of his ears. Stop! Quickly stop! How could a human withstand a nuclear bomb? We will all perish. You madman! I do not wish to die. The essence of Homeland pleaded in terror. Leon, unperturbed, intoned, John, let us etch this supreme majesty upon our very beings. AM. Atomic. Boom. The terrifying explosion instantaneously engulfed the water tower. Leon, at the forefront, stood resolutely as if a nail driven into the void, steadfastly enduring the thermal radiation and kinetic shockwave unleashed by the nuclear detonation. In that moment, the kinetic absorption and energy deviation of the vibranium body took effect first, while the recently acquired dominance offered some degree of protection. However, the armament hockey was almost equivalent to starting from scratch, fragile as a sheet of steel. While the Conqueror's hockey could be wielded instantly, without grasping its essence, its enhancement was negligible. Thus, it was the vibranium body that bore the brunt of the initial onslaught. After a considerable deviation, the minimal thermal radiation struck Leon's body, akin to a common person being doused in boiling water. Yet the kinetic shockwave constituted the lion's share of the nuclear bomb's potency. Once the kinetic absorption reached saturation, it was immediately released, creating a fleeting vacuum environment, which was swiftly filled with an even greater and more potent kinetic shock. As his flesh began to melt and sustain damage, super self-regeneration activated instantaneously, setting into motion an unceasing cycle of disintegration and rebirth. During this process, the energy absorption of the Starlight template and the Soldier Boy template took up the mantle of enduring the initial wave of explosive damage, allowing the vibranium body to retreat to the rear. A vast array of thermal radiation and kinetic impacts was absorbed by Leon, while a minor fraction of gamma rays and neutron streams penetrated his form, causing negligible harm akin to a gentle breeze. Ultimately, after undergoing such a meticulous attenuation, the core of the explosion, with temperatures soaring into the millions, resulted in the Eidman alloy skeleton maintaining its resplendent integrity, effortlessly preserving Leon's form from the devastation of the nuclear blast. At this juncture, the outcome had been irrevocably determined. In Chapter 57, the fragments of the Godzilla template, Leon, who was madly igniting fireworks, re-emerged at the center after the nuclear explosion had fully subsided. Any minor scrapes he had sustained were eradicated through the restoration afforded by his super self-regeneration, leaving no trace of injury. As for the individual he held from his homeland, he resisted for less than 25 seconds, ultimately vanishing without a trace, reduced to a handful of ashes still clutched in Leon's grasp. Perhaps, had the individual fled at super speed with his pseudo-steel physique, he might have survived the nuclear detonation. However, remaining motionless in the center of the explosion, as Leon did, guaranteed his demise. Rest in peace, poor John. Leon scattered the final remnants of his compatriots' ashes over the nearly obliterated ruins of the water tower. The site was utterly collapsed. Concrete had turned to dust, and rebar had melted into molten iron, with only a few remnants still connected to the foundation, faintly recalling the former glory of water. Gazing across the landscape centered around the water tower, Leon beheld the desolation. Countless skyscrapers reduced to mere precarious steel skeletons. Under such immense force, even those with superhuman abilities could not hope to survive. Yet, the devastation wrought by this nuclear explosion extended far beyond. The theoretical damage radius of a 40-megaton TNT equivalent nuclear detonation is 238 kilometers, but the debris from urban structures amplifies the shockwave's impact, like shrapnel. Therefore, the actual damage radius commenced at a minimum of 30 kilometers. Beyond Leon's line of sight, the shockwave from the explosion had yet to fully dissipate, resembling a ripple caused by a celestial hand upon the earth, continuing to surge, destroy, and extinguish until all was rendered silent, leaving an indelible scar across the map of America. The following day, due to the overwhelming magnitude of the nuclear explosion, the American government dared not send personnel into the radioactive dust and the radiation-laden perimeter of the blast. This situation could persist for several years, rendering the nuclear zone a temporary paradise for Leon, with even R.C., who had not taken precautions against radiation, unable to approach. Standing amidst the ruins of the water tower, Leon contemplated this reality, and then summoned the system in his mind, eager to discover what splendid rewards might await him after orchestrating such an extraordinary display of artistry. Inquiry. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? Engage. Today, the check-in has been successfully completed, and congratulations to the host for obtaining one Godzilla template fragment. Upon collecting 10 such fragments, one can automatically synthesize a complete Godzilla template. Introduction. Who dares to claim that I cannot soar through the skies? Who dares to suggest that my short legs cannot paddle vigorously beneath the waves? I shall unleash a breath of atomic fury to vanquish you. Ah, how peculiar. Leon's current mood is quite nuanced. While he often pays homage to a certain Egyptian beauty who boasts about her desire to abandon humanity, he cannot fathom relinquishing his own existence. After all, what joy is there in friendship? Although Leon's experience is vast, it is predominantly limited to aesthetically pleasing humanoid beings. He is far from being as indiscriminate as his friend, who embraces all creatures, snakes, lizards, and exhaust pipes alike. System, if possible, I would prefer to remain human. Leon silently conversed with the system. Godzilla may be formidable, but Leon recalls witnessing a scene in a comic crossover between a monster universe and the DC universe, where Godzilla's atomic breath obliterated Superman. The fully developed Superman, in an effort to save a mischievous young boy who could transform into Shazam, chose to endure the brunt of Godzilla's atomic breath, ultimately leading to his demise. While the ability to annihilate Superman with a single breath is undeniably tempting, the prospect of losing his humanity renders it less appealing. There will be ample opportunities for him to grow stronger without sacrificing his identity. However, it seems the system has discerned Leon's inner concerns and boldly presented the complete Godzilla template information. Godzilla template. The monster among monsters, the king among kings, the ultimate being among humans. Your race remains unchanged, yet you gain all the abilities of Godzilla. When in human form, you receive a 25 boost from the Godzilla template, and when in monster form, you receive a 100 boost. Introduction. This planet cannot speak, and thus Godzilla emerged. What? Such a boon exists. To possess all of Godzilla's abilities while maintaining my human form would transform me into a monstrous version of Ultraman. Truly a guardian of my planet. Leon immediately sprang to his feet, transforming his Soldier Boy ensemble into a super Deadpool outfit and soared into the sky. His target was undoubtedly the military base in America, housing nuclear warheads. Day 1. Leon ordered 25 nuclear warheads and checked in for a box of endless matches. Day 2. Leon ordered 125 nuclear warheads and checked in for an eternal flame, which he promptly bestowed upon Arcee. Day 3. Leon ordered 250 nuclear warheads and checked in for a crate of pigeon eggs, which he cooked using the residual heat from the nuclear explosions, resulting in a delectably aromatic dish. Day 4. Leon ordered 250 nuclear warheads and received a rather amusing yet ultimately useless ability, the man with background music. The man with background music. As a man with his own background music, you can let anyone hear any specified BGM at any time and in any place. Introduction. With an air of pretentiousness, I am often accompanied by it. On the 5th day, Leon activated 500 nuclear warheads and checked in a box of pigeon eggs. On the 6th day, as America's nuclear arsenal faced a crisis, Leon procured an additional 5,000 nuclear warheads from the neighboring country. Yet again, he merely checked in another box of pigeon eggs. On the 7th day, in a frenzied attempt, Leon collected a staggering 500 nuclear warheads from nations across the globe, only to once more receive a box of pigeon eggs, after enduring the devastation of all the Neon provinces. The entire island was obliterated by the nuclear warheads Leon activated, and the system ceased to deliver any worthwhile rewards. Leon finally resigned himself to fate. The arcane does not save the unworthy, nor do nuclear weapons alter destiny. His ambition to amass 10 Godzilla template fragments through relentless activation of nuclear warheads officially crumbled. Thus, Chapter 58, In Praise of Fools, A Return to Marvel. The water company and the citizens were abruptly annihilated by nuclear blasts. The emergence of the super anti-hero Deadpool, engaging in terror-inducing nuclear activations, plunged the world into a state of panic. Although only a minor American pawn had been sacrificed thus far, who could guarantee that the next nuclear warhead would not land upon their heads? Amidst this climate of fear, the Soldier Boy, who once stood at the pinnacle of superheroism, miraculously resurrected and vanquished Deadpool. This was, of course, a script authored, directed, and performed by Leon himself, aimed at garnering sufficient righteousness to execute his forthcoming superhuman completion plan. America. 60 kilometers from the water ruins, the newly constructed Judgment Alliance headquarters emerged. To prevent further uncontrollable anti-hero disasters like Deadpool, Soldier Boy Leon proposed as captain, alongside Queen Maeve and Starlight from the former superhero group as elders, with the official backing of America providing human and economic resources, the formation of the Judgment Alliance. Thus, it was born. Moreover, to facilitate future check-ins, Leon personally undertook the task of selecting potential superhumans as reserve members of the Judgment Alliance. In Leon's office, he interviewed only one individual each day. Days passed by. Superhumans with diverse abilities entered and exited. Mary Morrow, a V-generation black female protagonist with blood control capabilities, checked in a packet of sanitary napkins and was promptly ushered out by Leon without delay. Jordan Lee, one of the protagonists with the ability to change gender, was not checked in by Leon. Instead, she was allowed to remain in the office for an additional 3 hours to discuss her views on the future development of the Superhero Academy. After all, in the event of a personality split leading to a void persona akin to that of a Sentinel, or if someone like the summoner Li Jiayu subtly transformed from a male self-identity to a female self-identity, Leon would be left to weep over his sister. Kate Dunlap, another V-generation protagonist endowed with telepathy and control abilities, while she did provide Leon with monetary gain, had already checked in with mental control immunity stemming from Psychic Storm. The repetitive signing in for identical abilities proved futile, as the system had already been thoroughly exhausted in a literal sense. However, in recognition of her contributions to the survival of the superhumans, Leon chose to engage her for 3 hours. Following this, he continued to sign in relentlessly. Yet it seemed as if he had fallen under an enchantment, for he could no longer acquire any noteworthy abilities or items. "Damn it, just a heap of rubbish," Leon exclaimed, his words dripping with irony as he overturned his desk in frustration. After a moment of composure, he inquired via Bluetooth headset to Alcee, who was busy recruiting outside. "Are these superhumans all there are?" "Yes, Leon. What about the remaining 01? I demand the entirety." The only remaining fugitive superhuman was a black woman known as the Sage. The Sage? Indeed, It appears she sensed something amiss on the very night you, as soldier boy, dispatched the Crimson Countess and had hidden away early. Interesting. Leon smirked, then continued. Alcee, inform me of the last known location of her appearance. I refuse to believe she can simply vanish in a thin air. Upon receiving the location information from Alcee, Leon merely glanced at it before soaring through the intricately designed skylight of his office. A week later, he descended from the heavens, akin to a deity, amidst a throng of admirers chanting his name. Yet, Leon paid no heed to their reverence. Instead, he seized a white girl who was collecting bread and bottled water and took to the skies once more. Instantly arriving at the Judgment League's skyscraper, Leon hurled the girl onto the rooftop, where he shattered her legs with a single shield strike, then questioned her from his elevated position. With the superhuman's regenerative abilities, you transformed overnight from a black woman into a white one, altering your visage, musculature, and bone structure entirely. I fail to comprehend why you are evading me. I must admit, this display is rather daunting. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow and stepped closer, placing his large hand upon the sage's head. Shall I proceed with today's signing in? Proceed. Beep. Today's signing in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Fool. The Fool. Your IQ is 100. For every point of IQ sacrificed, you gain a 1-point enhancement to your ultimate power. Description: no matter how powerful you become, the Fool shall always be above you. Therefore, praise the Fool. Become the Fool. Surpass the Fool. Notice, your personal panel has been updated. Please check accordingly. Host: Leon Stark. Abilities: Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium Skeletal Structure, Starlight Template, Biological Stance. Vibranium Physique, the favor of the gun god Starlatas, immunity to mental control, imposing presence, a man with a personal soundtrack, the Fool. Item: Soldier Boy Set. Desert Eagle with infinite bullets, quality, never worn. Alcee, Fire Seed, never extinguished. Regeneration Cradle, Super Elastic Fiber Underwear, quality, never worn. Super Deadpool Costume, Carbon Nanotube, Twin Daggers. Endless Instant Noodles, Infinite Milk Tea, Never-Ending Sunflower Seeds, Boundless Balloons, Unending Stockings, Infinite Firecrackers, Countless Matches, Complete QQ Items of the Scarlet Baroness, Godzilla Template Fragment 1. A Fool, perhaps. Quite intriguing. Buff-type skill Leon is signing in for the first time, and it appears to be rather potent, disregarding the requirement of sacrificing intellect as a drawback. Speaking of which, system, is there a possibility that my intelligence could become negative? Pondering this, if you were to come forward voluntarily, despite any grievances I may have towards others, how could I possibly turn against my own? So, did your super brain inform you that today is your last? Aye. Under immense pressure of life and death, the sage momentarily faltered, stammering, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. It seems you're still not clever enough. A customary infectious smile graced Leon's face, and as golden light shimmered from his palm, a powerful shockwave erupted, shattering the sage's superbrain. To prevent any resurgence, Leon executed a meticulous laser sweep until the sage was reduced to mere ash, at which point he felt entirely at ease. Thus, Leon's superhuman completion plan was declared complete. Although only a single newly signed Fool could be discussed, its enduring potent effects were already sufficiently satisfactory. With the primary task accomplished, Leon subsequently engaged in in-depth discussions with his close friends Maeve and Starlight for several days, sensing that Tony might be encountering difficulties. Wait, as it turns out, saying it was akin to saying nothing at all. Leon shot a glance at the system in his mind and then inquired, what about time? If it takes hundreds of years to sign in for the Black Cloak World Transmigration card, I have no issues, but wanting my friends be reduced to mere ashes? Perhaps by then, Leon would be formidable enough to effortlessly breach the dimensional barrier, yet the timing remains uncertain. What if you are the end and you are the beginning? Boom! Having spoken, Leon felt in his pocket the permanent compound number 5 he prepared for Tony and the others, then decisively punched himself to the ground. As long as Leon faints quickly enough, the system's blunt force will always be a step behind. This is the enlightenment of the Fool. Chapter 59. A glimpse of hope. Tony embarks on a joyous path. Beneath the Pacific Ocean, Leon's former resting place. In a flash of white light, Leon, clad solely in a pair of super elastic fiber underwear, materialized at the origin point of his journey before the traverse. The immense pressure of the ocean depths instantaneously roused the unconscious Leon from his stupor. He ascended from the sea with a magnificent eruption of waves reaching several meters high, soaring into the very depths of the clouds. Then came the exclamation, "What the hell? System, where's my compound 5? Losing his regular attire was inconsequential. but he demanded the preservation of the Compound 5 in his pocket. The darkness surrounded him, leaving him bereft of any means to present an appropriate gift to Tony. Note: during the traversal between worlds, only the host and items produced by the system can safely pass. All other beings or objects will be deemed foreign entities and annihilated. Why didn't you inform me of such a critical matter sooner? Leon questioned incredulously. He recalled that upon his initial transition, he was indeed clad in attire. Yet upon arrival, he found himself donning nothing but a pair of dazzlingly elastic fiber undergarments. Initially, he assumed this was an issue stemming from the system's setting that transformed him into a soldier boy, and thus he did not dwell on it. Little did he know it was all part of the waiting game. What was he to do? Leon lacked both the intellect and capability to concoct another tube of Compound 5 to present to Tony, for any ordinary souvenir would surely not meet Tony's standards. Suddenly, a headache struck Leon, and he recalled something important. He hastily summoned RC from the system's domain. Leon, what is it? RC in her arbitrary mode entered the system's space, which, although devoid of energy consumption or wear and tear, still maintained her self-awareness. It was an expanse of pure, infinite whiteness, completely independent of Leon's other system outputs, much like an equipment grid. Boredom often led RC to pass the time by sleeping, entering a standby mode. RC, do you have any information on Compound 5? Leon inquired urgently. Oh, I do have it, but excellent. RC, you are my savior, Leon exclaimed, exuberantly embracing his still drowsy partner RC, showering her enchanting face with fervent kisses to the point of inadvertently indenting her cheek. Meanwhile, as Leon wreaked havoc in the world of the Black Robe, embodying his ancestral spirit and setting off nuclear bombs, Tony grappled with the troubling affliction of palladium poisoning, the toxicity of his blood deepening. Realizing he was on the brink of death, he had no choice but to transfer his company to Pepper, his second choice, as his brother was away on business and everyone else was untraceable. Now, with his blood toxicity reaching 53, Tony found himself in Europe unaware, under the care of Pepper and Happy, attending a high society gathering at the Monaco Racing Club. However, the gathering was merely a facade. The true intention was to race. While engaging in a lively discussion with Elon Musk about his electric engines and future rocket launch plans, Pepper's peripheral vision suddenly caught a chilling sight on the wall-mounted television. Tony, clad in professional racing gear, was approaching an F1 race car. Oh my God, Tony, what on earth are you doing? After a hasty farewell with Musk, Pepper quickly beckoned Happy, who was carrying the Mark V suitcase, to head towards the racing scene outside the club. The unfolding drama, broadcast live on television, left even Justin Hammer, the president of Hammer Industries and a competitor of Stark Industries, momentarily speechless as he was being interviewed by journalist Christine. Was this truly a reckless endeavor? An ordinary person driving an F1 car was akin to a character from a Chinese drama demanding artillery fire, utterly absurd. Justin Hammer chuckled inwardly. While he dared not confront Tony directly, he secretly relished the thought of his impending downfall. On their way to the racing venue, Pepper, anxiously navigating in her high heels, inquired of her newly hired secretary, Natasha Romanoff, who had been appointed specifically to arrange this trip for Tony after Pepper's promotion. Unbeknownst to most, she was the Black Widow in disguise, tasked with assessing whether Tony possessed the requisite awareness and virtue to be a true superhero. Additionally, she was there to closely monitor Tony's palladium poisoning, ensuring timely medical assistance to prevent him from wandering off and meeting an untimely demise without S.H.L.D.S. knowledge. Her role was akin to that of Sharon Carter, who had been discreetly serving as Leon's secretary, only to have her duties diminished as Leon was currently absent, leaving her in a position of minimal influence. Consequently, S.H.I.L.D. had deployed another agent, the Black Widow, to oversee Tony. Natalie, did you know he was going to race? Pepper asked, her anxiety palpable. Miss Pepper, I only just found out, Natasha replied. Oh my God. Pepper's face was etched with worry and frustration. Tony, you better not get into trouble, otherwise Chapter 60. Leon's 5 lines, are you crying? Boom. The rumble of F1 engines filled the air continuously, as the 5 red lights, serving as the starting signal, illuminated sequentially before extinguishing. The race commenced in an instant. Boom. Perhaps it was due to his accustomed speed from the Mark armors or pure instinct, but Tony, positioned in 4th place, surged forward with remarkable momentum. Not only did he not lag behind, but he also seemed poised to overtake. The car in 5th place was swiftly left in his wake. Tony, as Pepper and her group rushed to the spectator stands, the race had already begun, and all she could do was pray for Tony's safe completion of the race. On the racetrack, Tony S. car, number 4, raced ahead, quickly surpassing the car in third place and ascending to that position, relentlessly closing in on the second car. At that moment, however, an unkempt, orange-clad staff member appeared on the racetrack, eliciting gasps from the crowd. He held two long whips and slowly approached the oncoming F1 cars. With each step, his work attire revealed burn marks, soon exposing the small arc reactor concealed beneath, along with a partially covered exoskeleton armor. The individual in question is Whiplash, the antagonist from Iron Man 2, whose real name is Ivan Vanko. He crafted the exoskeleton armor, codenamed Whiplash, utilizing the arc reactor technology inherited from his father, Anton Vanko, a former nuclear physicist. His intent was to honor his father's legacy and exact vengeance on Stark, who had appropriated the arc reactor technology. However, unbeknownst to him, the arc reactor technology was a collaborative achievement between his father, Anton Vanko, and Howard Stark, the father of Tony Stark. In a bid for profit, Anton Vanko allied himself with the military elite of a rival nation as the research neared completion. Consequently, when the truth emerged, Howard Stark decisively expelled him from the project, thereby sowing the seeds of animosity that would persist into the next generation. Amidst the chaos, the lead car, numbered 1, barreled towards him at a breakneck speed. Ivan Vanko stood resolute, brandishing his whip, which crackled with blue and white arcs of electricity, effortlessly cleaving the first car in two as if it were mere tofu. With a resounding explosion, the disintegrating vehicle succumbed to its own momentum before erupting in flames upon impact with the ground. The second car, sensing impending doom, executed a deft drift around Ivan Vanko, who refrained from attacking it, for his true target was the fourth car piloted by Tony Stark, closely pursuing. A sinister grin crept across Ivan Vanko's stubbled face as he unleashed his whip towards Tony's vehicle, intent on severing both man and machine. "Holy shit," Tony exclaimed instinctively, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel to evade the lethal strike while shouting, "J-A-R-V-S, maximize the anti-gravity field." Unfortunately, Tony could not discern J-A-R-V-I-S-S subsequent response, for the whip had already severed the front of the fourth car. The anti-gravity field generator succumbed to the blow, propelling Tony and the rear section of the car into the air. The fourth car spun violently, executing a 720-degree flip. Fortunately, the anti-gravity field mitigated the immediate inertia, and the F1 safety device, known as the Halo system, which Tony had fortuitously activated ahead of its intended 2018 release, provided substantial protection. As the car finally came to rest, Tony found himself dazed, but, remarkably, still intact. After a moment's respite, he extricated himself from beneath the overturned vehicle. Ivan Vanko, witnessing that his intended target still drew breath, advanced menacingly, wielding his formidable electric whips. Behind him, oblivious F1 drivers, noticing the chaos on the track, attempted to evade the scene but lost control and crashed, resulting in further explosions. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic, panic sweeping through the crowd like a toppled row of dominoes. Damn it, how could he possess a miniature arc reactor? Tony was acutely aware that he was merely a mortal flesh and blood, devoid of his iron suit, and utterly incapable of contending with the exoskeleton-clad Ivan Vanko. Instinctively, he felt the urge to retreat. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene of the audience hastily fleeing, fully cognizant of his impending demise, abruptly halted his retreat and turned back to Ivan Vanko, exclaiming, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." "Is that so?" Ivan Vanko smirked, unleashing a whip-like strike. Tony, startled, executed an acrobatic split, narrowly escaping being electrified in a char. In that fleeting encounter, Tony relinquished the notion of confronting Ivan head-on, and instead opted to lure him toward less populated areas. Yet, aided by his exoskeleton, Ivan was considerably faster than Tony and quickly closed the distance. Crack, crack, I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. Just as Tony contemplated his imminent end, Happy, transformed into a racing god, barreled in with pepper, the roar of 2,000 horsepower echoing. With a resounding crash, he collided with the unsuspecting Ivan Vanko, sending him flying. "Tony, do you have any idea how worried I was?" Pepper exclaimed as she alighted from the vehicle, bombarding him with questions. However, Tony, unfazed by the situation, silenced her with a kiss and deftly snatched the Mark V suitcase from her grasp. As he donned the suit, he reminded her, "Pepper, it's not over yet. This place is perilous. Hurry and get in the car with Happy and wait for me in a safe spot. As for him, I will handle it, I promise. You must be careful." Once clad in the Mark V armor, despite sacrificing significant defensive capabilities for portability, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of assurance, as if he were capable once more. He provocatively beckoned Ivan Vanko with a finger. In response, Ivan merely smirked, unleashing a rapid succession of electric whips that swiftly taught Tony a lesson. The Mark V's defenses, as flimsy as paper, were no match for Ivan's high-voltage assault, and in an instant, Tony's armor was breached. Subsequently, paralyzed, he was ensnared by the whips and flung through the air like a rag doll. Crash! After smashing through a wall, Tony found himself pinned beneath the debris, desperately struggling to escape, reminiscent of his future protege, Spider-Man. Damn it. Move. Mark V, why are you so cumbersome? Tony Stark, the despicable thief, the arrogant hypocrite, the foolish incompetent. Your time will come next year. Go down quietly and accompany my father in death. Alas, the area below was already crowded. A mocking voice from behind startled Ivan Vanko, leaving him momentarily frozen. And then, there was no further action, for Leon had arrived, blasting him and his whip apparatus into oblivion with a palm cannon. Subsequently, Leon stood atop a concrete slab beside Tony, extending a hand in assistance while teasingly remarking, "Oh, dear brother, are you weeping?" Chapter 61. Leongstar, sir. The Mark V system has been rebooted. Jarvis's voice resonated in Tony's ears. With a swift motion, Tony performed a sit-up, pushing aside the concrete slab that burdened him, then swatted away Leon's assisting hand with a playful scold, "Go, go, go. I thought you were ensnared by some woman somewhere. Oh, please. You're practically a worm in my gut, old friend." With that, Iron Man 2 commenced and concluded. The formidable Ivan Vanko was swiftly vanquished, leaving little to discuss. Although he possessed rare technological prowess, his nefarious intentions rendered his talents a mere stepping stone to perdition in the presence of Tony. Much like a wise sage, Leon had no intention of allowing such a character to remain. Inside the Monaco Racing Club, with Leon, a compatriot, at the helm, the venue was undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Thus, the influential attendees, initially intending to depart, graciously continued their gathering. Backstage, Leon meticulously peeled away the irreparably damaged components of the Mark V armor from Tony, akin to tearing apart a piece of paper. Fortunately, Tony had sustained only minor bruises, while Pepper, simultaneously scolding him and expressing concern, diligently applied ointment. "Tony, if you ever act impulsively like this without notifying me in advance, I shall resign." "Come on, Pepper. You're the boss now. If you resign, what will become of the company?" "I don't care. I'm going to resign." "Ah, be gentle. That hurts," Tony exclaimed in protest. "You know pain, huh?" Pepper retorted with a laugh, applying the ointment with even greater force. Nearby, Leon and Happy exchanged a glance, both wanting to chuckle, yet hesitating to do so. "Mr. Leon, it's fortunate to have you here. Otherwise, Miss Pepper might have dismissed me." Natasha, the Black Widow, dressed in a fitted white blouse and pencil skirt, bowed respectfully, her demeanor calculated and captivating, teetering on the edge of allure. Seeing this, Leon widened his eyes. "Query, shall today's check-in be performed?" "Ah, what could the Black Widow possibly check in for?" Although a fleeting thought of wanting to check in passed through Leon's mind, he found the system's prompt excessively quick and overly sensitive. Nonetheless, adhering to the principle of "since I'm here," he decided to give it a try with Natasha. "Activate. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the protection from progeny. Protection from progeny. As long as you desire, you shall never reach the reality of having offspring. Description: with only women in your heart, drawing your weapon will naturally display valor." "What the?" Leon exclaimed in shock, his native tongue slipping out. "It is fortunate that this ability is within my control. Otherwise, the thought of acquiring a disastrous fate would be utterly unfathomable for Leon. Although he currently harbors no desire for children, the distinction between having a sword at one's disposal and having no sword to wield is profound. Leon may choose not to procreate, but he cannot be devoid of the capacity to do so. Otherwise, can he truly consider himself a normal man? Speaking of which system, does the pool contain that particular thing which occupies my thoughts? Indeed it does. For instance, the root cause of avoidance. Stop right there. I do not wish to hear any more information regarding that matter. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, the image of Black Widow Natasha began to take on an increasingly enigmatic quality in Leon's perception. Truly, she is a formidable agent bred from the Red Room. It is nothing short of terrifying. "Mr. Leon, are you all right?" Natasha inquired, noticing the shock on Leon's face akin to a roller coaster ride. "It's nothing. I just need a moment of solitude." With that, Leon felt compelled to limit his interaction with Natasha, swiftly employing a once-in-a-lifetime teleportation to escape the backstage area. He needed to rediscover the essence of being a true man, lest his psychological burdens evolve into an indelible mental scar. Before long, Leon had exchanged his soldier boy attire for a sharply tailored black suit. As a citizen of the homeland, His entrance into the club immediately drew the attention of the crowd. After elegantly raising his glass and exchanging pleasantries with notable figures, Leon took a seat directly across from Justin Hammer, confidently wrapping his arm around Christine's waist. He greeted Justin with a sly remark. "Hey, Justin, I must say, your ex-wife is quite the asset." "Huh, huh. Thank you for the compliment," Justin replied, his lips twitching in response to the double entendre, silently fuming within. However, powerless to retaliate, he could only muster an awkward smile, inwardly agreeing that Hammer's ex-wife earning the recognition of a superhero was indeed a privilege. Chapter 62, New Elements. In the blink of an eye, the time had already transitioned to the following day. After a night of toil, Christine lay soundly asleep on her stomach, her back exposed. Upon waking, Leon chose not to disturb her. After all, Christine possessed a remarkable sense of self-discipline, capable of tidying up without Pepper's assistance. Instead of seeking out Tony immediately, Leon first visited Stark Tower to check on Zhao Helen, who was engrossed in a critical phase of developing the regeneration cradle and had no time for Leon. After a quick inspection, the afternoon had arrived. At that moment, he was in his workshop repairing the damaged Mark V suitcase armor while infusing it with new ideas. Although the overall performance of the Mark V was somewhat lackluster, it remained Tony's sole portable suit of armor. In times of crisis, it is indeed essential to be prepared, for it has already proven its worth by enduring until Leon arrived to provide assistance. Has it not? Thus, even the ever-fickle Tony does not mind granting Mark V a second chance. "Hey, my shield-wielding friend, you didn't rush over check on your older brother as soon as you woke up. I seem to be a bit worse for wear here." Tony gently touched the small arc reactor embedded in his chest, the very device that had saved his life, as well as the source of his palladium poisoning, while he greeted Leon in a tone reminiscent of green tea. "Oh, come on, brother, the shield-wielding persona is a thing of the past." Leon shot Tony a glance, then approached him, tapping the arc reactor. "Ding, ding, ding. What's the toxicity level of your blood now?" Upon hearing this, the smile Tony had forced onto his face instantly froze. After glancing at the entrance of his home behind Leon and confirming that Pepper was not present, he shrugged and sighed. "Though I am unaware of how you came by this information, I must confess that my blood toxicity has surpassed 60. Within a month, I may very well be joining my father and mother. Leon, I have but one request of you. The company matters little, but you must take good care of Pepper. Of course, if you dare to take her to bed, I will." His voice trailed off. Tony let out a heavy sigh, then earnestly placed his hand on Leon's shoulder. "Let Pepper do as she wishes. However, you, Leon, must never provoke her. Do you understand?" "Ha ha." Hearing Tony's earnest admonition, Leon could not help but laugh, wiping away tears as he said, "Brother, what do you take me for? A ladysman, a billionaire, a charming rogue, a superhero?" "Indeed," Tony replied. "Wow. Well," Leon shrugged in resignation, surprised by Tony's high opinion of him. While it was true, hearing it from Tony felt rather incongruous. He should have been more acerbic, more mocking towards Leon. It seemed that the current Tony truly believed his end was near. With that thought in mind, Leon ceased to engage in further idle chatter. He snapped his fingers, and the partner mode of Tifa, RC, materialized beside him. She projected a three-dimensional holographic model of the city that Howard Stark, their father, had used to illustrate the future world. "Brother, do you remember this?" Leon inquired. "Of course." "Okay," Leon nodded. "Then let me ask you this, brother. How can we completely eradicate the symptoms of your palladium poisoning? Unless a new element to replace palladium can be discovered, which is impossible. I have exhausted all known elements, and not a single one is viable. The only path left for me leads to death," Tony replied, his tone steeped in despair. "Perhaps you haven't tried everything," Leon countered. "Why must you confine yourself to existing elements? Can a genius like Tony Stark not create a new element of his own? That is indeed a possibility. But time is running short." Leon's words struck a chord, awakening a dormant realization within Tony. Yet, the brilliance in Tony's eyes flickered for but a moment before it was extinguished once more. It was not that he lacked the capability to create a new element. His confidence in any technological endeavor was absolute. However, time had become an unforgiving constraint. No, it was not too late. Rather, it was the perfect moment to unveil the luminous path to the future. Leon gazed steadfastly at Tony, urging him, "It is for you to create my brother." Upon hearing this, Tony's interest was piqued. He straightened his posture, raising an eyebrow to signal Leon to continue. His father had once remarked that the arc reactor was merely a stepping stone to greater technology. In the past, he had been poised to initiate a race for new energy, one that would leave all competitors in the dust. Alas, due to the limitations of the era, that plan had ultimately been shelved and remained dormant until now. And this, indeed, was the future. Leon gestured to Arcee, who promptly began to eliminate the superfluous structures from the holographic representation of the future city projected from her eyes. Soon, a brand new spherical holographic projection, incomprehensible to Leon, emerged before Tony's gaze. My goodness, this is a new element. With his extraordinary intellect, Tony instantly grasped the monumental significance of the hologram before him. He gasped in awe, then turned to Leon, exclaiming, "Wait, why did Dad only tell you and not me? Why? It seems rather suspicious that he entrusted you with this secret." At this, an awkward expression crossed Tony's face. That was also after the incident with Mom and Dad, Leon added, with a twinge of pain in his heart. Tony fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he collected his tumultuous emotions, playfully thumping Leon on the chest. "Leon, why didn't you tell me about such an important new element sooner? If you had, I wouldn't be in such dire straits now." Tony cast a forlorn look at Leon. "You never asked," Leon replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "You rascal." Tony realized the absurdity and couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. How long ago was that? Holding a grudge now? How petty of you. Leon leaned back, placing his hands behind his head, and replied with a smirk, "I wonder who started playing mind games first." All right, it's my fault," Tony conceded, ending the discussion. After all, if one were to tally the grievances, both brothers would have equal claims, and neither could truly prevail. Chapter 63. Iron Man Forever. Standing in his workshop, Tony mused, "Dad, you've been gone for 20 years, yet you still managed to teach me lessons." As he gazed at the 3D holographic projection of the new element, he shook his head and pondered the greatness of the past and the depth of paternal love. At that moment, Jarvis completed the analysis of the new element. "Sir, the new element proposed by Master Leon could completely replace the palladium you are currently using. However, under our present conditions, we are unable to synthesize it." "Is that so?" Tony raised an eyebrow. Upon realizing his invulnerability, he reverted to his former self, confident and audacious. Addressing the mechanical arm, affectionately dubbed Little Dullard, along with other sophisticated auxiliary devices in his laboratory, he declared, "Gentlemen, it is time to bestow upon you a substantial upgrade. And you, Leon, since you seem to be perpetually engaged in frivolous pursuits, why not lend me a hand here?" Leon, devoid of any sense of self-awareness, shot a glance at Tony, retorting, "How do you know I'm not occupied with serious matters?" He then wrapped an arm around his partner, the model Arcee, and added, "However, once we synthesize the new element, it would be an opportune moment to upgrade Arcee as well." Thus, the illustrious mechanical engineer, Tony, with the formidable assistance of Leon, embarked on an astonishingly rapid transformation of the workshop. The initial task was demolition. Tony's swinging hammer and drilling machine paled in comparison to Leon's powerful fists, and with a series of resounding strikes, he swiftly dismantled the core structure of the new workshop. Subsequently, the fabrication and assembly of the new element synthesizer commenced. Whatever shape and size of metal components were required, Tony instructed Leon to utilize his laser hands to craft a rough prototype, which Tony would then refine using a CNC lathe. The efficiency was remarkable. Once the preliminary preparations were complete, the remaining tasks were simplified to the extent that even Leon could manage them. "All right, perfectly balanced. Leon, are you ready?" Standing before a closed-loop metal conduit, Tony placed his hand on the valve, gazing at Leon, who had stripped down to merely his underwear. "Let us proceed. If the laboratory we've labored so hard to modify is destroyed in one fell swoop, I will not stand for it." Leon nodded affirmatively, his mission being to shield the laboratory from the onslaught of the prism rays used to synthesize the new element, an endeavor he had voluntarily undertaken, believing that mere prism rays could not surpass the power of the Son of Satan. "Best of luck to you. Jarvis, activate the prism accelerator." Tony wasted no time, calling out to Jarvis before twisting the valve, though he seemed to have overestimated his strength, managing only a slight turn after exerting considerable effort. "Allow me." Seeing Tony struggle, Arcee, eager to assist, took the initiative and effortlessly twisted the valve. With the turn, a cold, fine white ray emerged, refracted by the prism within the conduit, striking Leon's chiseled chest directly. He absorbed it willingly, preventing any further deviation. "Wow, this is quite exhilarating." Leon felt his skin sear under the intensity of the ray. While it had yet to breach his defenses, he could certainly perceive a distinct pain. As Arcee continued to adjust the valve, Leon shifted his position in tandem with the prism ray. The prism rays gracefully penetrated the newly established equilateral triangular element synthesis device, strategically positioned at the heart of the prism accelerator. A dazzling white light enveloped the space, and Jarvis, at the opportune moment, proclaimed, "Sir, congratulations. You and young Master Leon have successfully created a new element. Upon hearing this, Leon, having swiftly changed his attire in the blink of an eye, raised an eyebrow, quipping, Jarvis, you can articulate. It seems I'm engaged in chaos while Tony handles the mayhem. Is that right? Following this, Tony delicately extracted the new element using tweezers and placed it into a pre-prepared casing for a compact arc reactor that perfectly matched it. Without a moment's hesitation, he replaced it with the old one, skipping any testing. Knowing the outcome, Leon refrained from intervening and curiously inquired, how does it feel? Wow, it's incredibly powerful. It's akin to a ferocious new vehicle, and it even has a hint of coconut flavor. After a breathless exhale, Tony felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Of course, this was a consequence of both the psychological and physiological relief from palladium poisoning. Tony remained Tony, and without his Iron Man suit, he was as feeble as the old Leon. Shall we turn the tide today? Activate. Beep. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the new Element Compact Arc Reactor Casing. New Element Compact Arc Reactor Casing. Perfectly adaptable to any configuration of the new element as Iron Man's core casing. Quality never wears out. Description: I am Iron Man forever. Well, while this item holds little significance for Leon, merely a sturdier projectile, it seems perfectly suited for Tony. Without hesitation, Leon employed his meticulously honed hand speed, cultivated over more than 30 years, to extract the new element arc reactor that Tony had just installed and swiftly replaced it with a newly acquired, indestructible one. Leon, what are you doing? Tony exclaimed in pain, gazing at Leon in confusion. This vibranium is too brittle. I'll replace it with a sturdier material. What? Is there anything harder than vibranium on Earth? You didn't create this from your own bones, did you? Glancing at the vibranium casing that Leon was tossing in the air, then at the unknown material of his new casing, Tony couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, questioning. Incorrect, yet a perfect score, Leon replied, recalling Tony's words. With the new element issue resolved, it was time to address the Iron Man suit's new material, coinciding perfectly with the upgrades for Friday. But before that, Chapter 64. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Friday, please send a copy of the formula for Compound 5 to Jarvis and let him study it at his leisure. Compound 5? What is that? The local specialty I mentioned earlier. Local specialty? Leon echoed, intrigued. Tony raised an eyebrow. His excitement for the creation of Mark 6 momentarily diverted, for Leon was certain that he would indeed find this intriguing. Jarvis, project it for me to see, he urged. Sir, the projection is ready, Jarvis replied. In an instant, a complex array of molecular structures and elemental composition formulas, incomprehensible to Leon, appeared before them. Tony, upon seeing this, instantly delved into contemplation. After a brief pause, Leon inquired eagerly, so what do you think? Isn't it impressive? Indeed, it is somewhat interesting, Tony nodded instinctively, but quickly changed his tone, adding, however, the awakening of superpowers is highly unpredictable. For adults, an injection is almost certainly lethal. Leon, it's fortunate that you've only provided me with the formula and not the final product. Otherwise, it would have been akin to committing fratricide. He playfully thumped Leon on the chest. Even if Leon had handed over a completed serum, Tony would not have injected it without hesitation. His nature was to maintain control over every situation. His previous reckless pursuits stemmed from a knowledge of his impending demise. Now that death was no longer imminent, he had no intention of courting danger. Do you need me to summon Dr. Banner? Leon asked. That one TB necessary, Tony replied with a wave of his hand, exuding confidence. It's not starting from scratch. With a detailed formula in hand, I can manage it myself. Give me a week, and I'll pursue a PhD in this field of biology. I already have a draft of the improvement plan in mind. Wait, so you're learning as you go? Truly, you are remarkable, Tony, Leon said, somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend the world of geniuses. Very well, then. Take your time with your research, and call me when you have made progress. With that, Leon turned to leave. Thank you, Leon. Brotherhood is in my heart, Tony expressed. Next, he needed to devise a way to procure some vibranium. After departing from Tony's workshop, Leon glanced down at his soldier boy uniform. Although the Watt Company had crafted it to be quite durable, he mused that it could still be upgraded. Coincidentally, Alcye's gear enhancement also required a considerable amount of vibranium materials. Why not upgrade? Who knows when it might come in handy? With determination, Leon soared into the sky. He transformed into a super mercenary, stealthily infiltrating the workshop of Clow in South Sudan to check on the growth of the chives he had previously planted. To his dismay, he found little progress. Even before he revealed himself, his observation Haki sensed only a minuscule amount of vibranium, scarcely the size of a thumb. This meager amount was a paltry offering. Leon, unaware of the hardships involved in acquiring such resources, reflected that Ulysses Clow had expended immense effort and lost several capable subordinates just to gather this scant vibranium. It was no wonder that after all these years, he had amassed so little. To speak further would only bring tears. Through Alcée's infiltration of Ulysses Claw's computer and mobile devices, confirmation was obtained regarding his dealings with vibranium. With no other recourse, Leon requested Alcée to grant him a former wife as a reward, and then redirected his path to the British Museum, where he successfully secured the vibranium hoe that had escaped from Wakanda. A simple task indeed. In East Africa, it was high time to deliver a minor shock to these prideful primitives. With this thought, Leon's figure swiftly shattered the sound barrier, transforming into a human meteor plummeting from the sky, aimed directly at the vibranium camouflage and defensive barrier of Wakanda below. Simultaneously, at the inner edge of Wakanda's vibranium shield, the Black Panther duo, current Black Panther and King T'Chaka, alongside his son, the future Black Panther and King T'Challa, stood vigilant. T'Chaka, in his prime, was tasked with safeguarding vibranium and, by extension, Wakanda itself, though he was beginning to feel the encroachment of age. To prevent a void in leadership, T'Chaka had intentionally brought his son T'Challa along on this mission, not only to hone his skills, but also to prepare him for future responsibilities. Father, in recent months, the activities of vibranium thieves have become increasingly rampant. We cannot remain on the defensive. We should take the initiative and crush these foes while they are still nascent. The impetuous young T'Challa asserted to his father, "T'Challa, my son, you may hold a valid point, but Wakanda is not yet ready to expose its true self to the predatory gaze of the outside world." T'Chaka responded, his gaze penetrating as he regarded T'Challa. "Why?" T'Challa asked, bewildered. "Our technological prowess far surpasses that of the outside world. Why does father always tread so cautiously? Is the oracle of the Panther goddess Bast meant to confine us to this land, barren save for vibranium? T'Challa, mind your words. Do not forget, I am a king." T'Chaka's demeanor shifted from that of a benevolent father to the formidable presence of the king of Wakanda, commanding T'Challa's immediate respect through sheer force of will. The young prince fell silent, biting his lip, and reluctantly bowed his head in deference to T'Chaka. "T'Challa, the world is not as simple as you perceive. Wakanda's glory, derived from vibranium, may equally be its undoing." At these words, a vision of a golden figure, reminiscent of a deity, flashed through T'Challa's mind. He nodded, a semblance of understanding dawning upon him, and respectfully replied, "I understand, father." Seeing this, T'Chaka placed a reassuring hand on T'Challa's shoulder, smiling warmly, "My child, I have grown old. The future is destined to be yours. When the time comes, you shall act freely. However, remember this, vibranium can grant Wakanda temporary strength, but it cannot sustain its greatness indefinitely. My only request of you is to safeguard our nation and our people. After all, should vibranium be lost, our nation remains. Should our people be lost, our homeland is forsaken." "Yes, father." The earnest admonishment from T'Chaka instantly invigorated T'Challa, who felt an irrepressible urge to assume his duties immediately. Donning the mantle of Black Panther and King, aspiring to lead Wakanda to unprecedented heights and achieve grand accomplishments. However, at that moment, a resounding thud echoed through the air. He looked up in confusion to behold an astonishing sight. The sky of Wakanda had collapsed. Chapter 65. Vibranium Miners with a dramatic flourish. Leon shattered the energy barrier of vibranium with a trio of punches, landing gracefully beside the bewildered father and son duo of Black Panther. He raised his hand, shielding them with a protective stance, his gaze fixated on the futuristic architectural marvels before him, as well as the royal female guard led by Okoye. An attack. Okoye, initially perceiving Leon as a threat to the Black Panther and his heir, let out a commanding battle cry. Together with her troops, she swung her vibranium spear, poised to rescue her king and the rightful successor. Yet, with a mere gesture, Leon directed a palm towards the group of warriors, unleashing a photovoltaic shockwave that sent them sprawling. It must be said, while Okoye's appearance was decidedly unappealing, her fierce demeanor was undeniably striking. However, in the face of Leon, the vast majority of humanity appeared feeble. In the distance, the troops stationed at Wakanda's borders recognized the alarming situation. Rumors of their king and heir being attacked and potentially abducted spread like wildfire, prompting a rapid assembly of thousands. Yet, before they could make any significant movement, an unexpected raucous laughter erupted, resonating with an odd yet thunderous charm from Whitebeard, whose presence seemed to infuse the scene with an almost cinematic flair. No matter the distance, Every individual present heard the laughter as if it were whispered directly into their ears. The Conqueror's Hockey. As Whitebeard's laughter filled the air, Leon focused his intent, unleashing an intangible aura that swept through the crowd, leaving none unaffected except for the intentionally spared Black Panther duo. Every soldier and civilian within Leon's line of sight was engulfed by an inexpressible terror, succumbing to panic, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing on the ground. It could be said that the might of the Conqueror's Hockey truly shone as a divine technique, offering both ease and efficiency. Leon was thoroughly satisfied with the extraordinary impact of his first release of this formidable power. Then, to his astonishment, he realized the extent to which Wakanda had been infiltrated by extraterrestrial forces. My dear friends, I apologize for your suffering. Your savior from the motherland has arrived. Leon spread his arms wide, delivering an impassioned speech. T'Challa and Chaka exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. According to Leon Stark's proclamation, should they express their gratitude? Well, actually, just as Chaka contemplated revealing the true nature of Wakanda, Leon cunningly interrupted him. Gratitude need not be expressed extensively. Let me first resolve this cunning and shameless alien menace. With that, Leon's eyes ignited with a brilliant golden glow, unleashing a continuous barrage of laser fire that brought down several alien spacecraft gathering in the distance. Even the pointed dome of the Black Panther Palace was inadvertently severed. Subsequently, Leon soared into the air, poised to plunge into the fray. But wait, have mercy. Seeing this, Chaka and T'Challa, disregarding their royal decorum, leapt earnestly to grasp Leon by the legs, pulling him back down from the skies. Of course, this was facilitated by Leon's own cooperation. Otherwise, the entirety of Wakanda could cling to him, and he would still elevate them high into the heavens. How could it come to this, my friends? Leon exclaimed, bewilderment etched upon his face. Your people are ensnared in dire straits. As the guardians of justice, it is imperative that I sound the drum of freedom for them forthwith. No. You misunderstand. You are mistaken. Chaka exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he witnessed the hard-won legacy of Wakanda dissolving into molten ruins before Leon's very eyes. He nearly wished to extract his own brain to elucidate the matter to Leon. Beside him, T'Challa felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Leon's intentions were undoubtedly noble. Yet Wakanda's isolationist policies had led to this egregious misunderstanding. It was truly a debacle. I was indeed correct. Wakanda can no longer afford to remain insular. Today, it is our compatriots. Who knows what tomorrow may bring? Leon's presence catalyzed T'Challa's realization of what he must do for Wakanda, and he joined his father in elucidating the true state of their nation to Leon. After some time, within the depths of Wakanda's vibranium mines, Leon observed the incessantly moving magnetic levitation trains transporting raw vibranium. Under the fervent explanations of the Black Panther duo, Leon finally grasped the entirety of the situation. I see now. Under the watchful eyes of Chaka and T'Challa, Leon proceeded to explore the surroundings with the familiarity of home, touching and examining everything. He soon found himself before an exposed vibranium vein, and with ease, he extracted a small piece of the raw, dark purple mineral shimmering with a blue glow as if cutting through tofu. Question: shall we proceed with today as sign-in? Yes. Ding. Today's sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the title of Vibranium Miner. Vibranium Miner. You will receive 10 chances to mine daily, resetting at midnight. These cannot be accumulated and are divided into manual and automatic modes. Automatic mining has a 90 chance of yielding 1 kilogram of vibranium, a 9 chance for 10 kilograms, a 0. 9 chance for 100 kilograms, and a 0. 0.9 chance for 1,000 kilograms, and so forth. In manual mining, the system will generate a mining minigame interface visible and controllable only by the host, randomly updating a vibranium mine map each day, with the yield dependent solely on the host's skill. The harvest from mining is automatically deposited into the system's space, and whether done manually or automatically, there exists a certain probability of acquiring the more elusive adamantium alloy. There is no guarantee for these probabilities, and the final interpretation rights belong to the system. Introduction. Do you place your faith in your luck, or do you trust in your skills? Chapter 66. The Royal Treasury. Halachette. Leon, brimming with excitement, crushed the vibranium ore in his hand. Truly, Wakanda is remarkable. Upon arrival, he was met with a bounty of vibranium. Yet, this was not merely vibranium mining. In Leon's eyes, there were 4 other words that stood out. The Royal Treasury. System, grant me a 10-fold draw. Let me witness your prowess. Initiating automatic mining for you. As the system's voice faded, Only Leon could perceive a unique perspective in which, every second, the system would display his mining yields in a combination of text and visuals. 10 seconds later, today's automatic mining has concluded, and your total harvest amounts to 18 kilograms of vibranium and 1,000 kilograms of adamantium alloy. Impressive. No pretense needed. Leon received a substantial reward, although the amount of vibranium is somewhat lacking. He pondered. Chala, my friends, this is truly magical. I never anticipated that you would elevate Wakanda's technological prowess to such heights through vibranium. Surely, if this were to be spoken of, few in the outside world would believe it. Leon squinted slightly, wearing a sly, knowing smile. Mr. Leon, you flatter me, Chaka humbly replied. Wakanda is but a small nation, having been self-isolated for too long, and we are not yet fully prepared to engage with the outside world. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow. Chaka, are you suggesting? Mr. Leon, your visit is for vibranium. Wakanda is willing to provide you with raw vibranium for free in the long term, provided you keep this secret until we are prepared to engage with the world. Haha, well said. Chaka, you are my eternal friend. Leon, like an old companion, helped Chaka to his feet. As they exchanged knowing glances, the true agreement was silently established. Meanwhile, the young Chala stood nearby, completely unaware. Watching his father and Leon, who were now jovially embracing, he was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Why was his father so pleased when they had clearly suffered a significant loss? Why was he so eager to offer Leon Stark vibranium? After all, Leon had not even requested it yet. With these questions lingering in his mind, Chala accompanied his father, Chaka, as a guide, showing Leon around Wakanda for over a week. In truth, there was little of interest to see. The landscape was dominated by uniform steel jungles, and Leon showed no interest in the genuine natural beauty that surrounded Wakanda. He was primarily focused on inspecting the novel inventions that might hold value for him. Ultimately, none proved worthy. The vibranium miner remained unrivaled. Shuri, the daughter of Chaka, yearned to join the fray, yet was sternly forbidden by her father, who seemed to be apprehensive about the renowned Leon's intentions towards his daughter. This was his final bastion as a father. The mere thought of it evoked a chuckle from Leon. Setting aside the fact that Shuri was still a minor, her frail, diminutive figure clad in black was sufficient to make Leon regard her with a healthy distance. True talent exists, as does true unattractiveness, which decidedly did not align with Leon's aesthetic sensibilities. As evening descended, Leon effortlessly hoisted a cargo box brimming with vibranium, akin to a basket of produce, alongside 2 heart-shaped herb samples that Chaka insisted he accept. It was only after Leon soared through a vibranium barrier that opened with a small aperture, which subsequently closed behind him, that Chala mustered the courage to voice his curiosity to his father. Father, why did you agree to provide Leon Stark with vibranium at no cost, and even bestow upon him the heart-shaped herbs of the Black Panther? How does this not equate to treachery? Chala, as a king, you must cultivate a deeper understanding. One cannot merely scrutinize the surface of matters, Chaka replied, his gaze profound as he placed a reassuring hand on Chalia's shoulder. The principle of not striking a smiling face. Has your mother not imparted this wisdom to you? This outcome is the most favorable we could have achieved. Wakanda has only relinquished a modicum of vibranium and 2 heart-shaped herbs in exchange for a powerful ally capable of obliterating Wakanda itself. Do you not yet comprehend this? As Chaka spoke, he inclined slightly, revealing to Chala the disheveled state of central Wakanda, still in the throes of recovery. Upon witnessing this, Chala's pupils constricted, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Leon's journey had imparted upon him the most crucial lesson of life, recognizing one's own frailty, acknowledging the strength of others, and maintaining humility at all times. For weakness is a fundamental sin, yet ignorance is far more grievous. Meanwhile, in a display of sheer might, it took less than an hour for Leon, resembling a deity, to descend from the heavens bearing a cargo box of vibranium. Tony, who had stepped out to greet him, was utterly astonished. My goodness, so much vibranium. Leon, did you pilfer all of Wakanda's vibranium? No. This is merely a fraction, Leon replied, firmly placing the cargo box down before sharing his experiences from Wakanda with Tony. His partner, the AI named Friday, stood by his side, employing a 3D holographic projection to nearly perfectly recreate the scene of his escapade. After fast-forwarding through Leon's extraordinary adventure, Tony found his worldview shattered by Wakanda's advanced technology. Although he had previously noted Shuri's surprising knowledge during the Stark Technology Expo, which seemed inconsistent with her primitive tribal origins, he had managed to rationalize it through her interests and the support of her entire tribe. However, Witnessing the true technological prowess of Wakanda left him with but one exclamation. What a bunch of geniuses. They concealed an entire mountain of vibranium, comfortably seated on a fishing platform, observing the external world where the price of vibranium soared to an astounding $20,000 per gram. It was utterly maddening. How much would it cost to acquire an entire mountain of vibranium? As Tony contemplated this, he felt overwhelmed. Was there truly something in this world that he could not purchase? Chapter 67. Superhuman Serum. Let's not dwell on that. My dear friend, how goes your research on compound number 5? After all, biochemical experimentation is far from the straightforward brutality of testing steel armors. Humph. Do you think I'm someone insignificant? Tony hummed with delight, eagerly ushering Leon into his workshop and tossing him a vial containing a translucent, pale blue reagent. What is this? This is the superhuman serum, derived from a formulation of compound number 5, combined with my father's super soldier serum recipe. While I cannot guarantee a 100 awakening of superpowers, its functional enhancements for physical capabilities are indeed substantial. It prolongs life, strengthens physical attributes, enhances recovery capabilities, and provides resistance to various known or unknown bacteria and viruses. As Tony elaborated, Leon found the name superhuman serum fitting, as its effects undoubtedly encompassed the original compound number 5 and the super soldier serum. However, he was uncertain about the extent of the enhancements. You haven't injected it yet, have you? Leon inquired. What do you take me for? I have no interest in being a guinea pig, Tony retorted with a chuckle, tossing the vial of superhuman serum to Leon. All right, I knew it, Leon replied, catching the vial and shrugging helplessly. He had once boasted to Tony about his impressive drug resistance, claiming that any potent drug could simply be administered to him. Even if things went awry, he had countless save points to restart from. With that, Leon crushed the vial of superhuman serum in his hand and absorbed its contents, which swiftly coursed through his veins, transforming his body as his heart pumped it to every extremity. Soon, the reassuring notification from the system whispered in his ear. Notification: your body has undergone modification from the superhuman serum. Your physical attributes have received comprehensive enhancement. And then, there was nothing more. Well, at least he had gained a bit of physical enhancement without cost. Leon now possessed a general understanding of Tony's superhuman serum. Indeed, the side effects were absent, and its efficacy was remarkably potent. It was noteworthy that Leon's physical capabilities were nearly on par with a typical superhuman, with exceptional defense and considerable strength. Thus, the superhuman serum still made a significant impact. How does it feel? Is it powerful enough? Tony asked curiously, noticing Leon's prolonged silence. Excellent. As expected of you, my friend, Leon praised, giving Tony an admiring thumbs up. Then all is well. Hurry, inject me. Tony eagerly reclined onto the stretcher. Holding a syringe filled with another vial of the superhuman serum, Leon pondered momentarily. Shall I proceed with today as check-in? He inquired. Gomos. A notification chimed. Check-in for today has been completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a common magnet. What? How is this related to the superhuman serum? Leon's expression was one of confusion, akin to a perplexed individual searching for a spoon while holding one in hand, unable to recall the reason behind it. Subsequently, he administered the superhuman serum to Tony. 2.5 minutes later, witnessing the tools around Tony, screwdrivers and adjustable wrenches, beginning to levitate, Leon was taken aback. So, they were merely waiting for him. Hey, Leon, from now on, please refer to me as the Magnet King, Tony proclaimed, arms crossed, standing atop 2 floating wrenches, surrounded by a neat arrangement of dozens of screwdrivers. The scene bore a semblance to a majestic display of power, reminiscent of the kings of the street and streetlights. You're impressive, was Leon's sole commendation before he vanished from Tony's line of sight, leaving Tony wanting to flaunt further, yet feeling a sudden void, as if his moment had been abruptly interrupted. However, aside from his desire to avoid Tony's showboating, Leon's primary intention was to retrieve Pepper from Stark Tower. Before long, Tony remained engrossed in experimenting with his newfound abilities, oblivious even as Leon and Pepper stood before him. Tony, hey Pepper, you've arrived. Pepper chided Tony as several hefty wrenches clattered against his head. Fortunately, Tony's resilience had significantly improved, and he sustained no injury. Brother, do you have any more of the superhuman serum? Leon inquired. I produced 3 vials. There's 1 left, just enough for Pepper, Tony responded. Understanding Leon's intentions for bringing Pepper, who had already been informed of the serum's effects on the way, Leon had primarily emphasized the benefits appealing to women, youthfulness, vitality, and everlasting beauty. So Pepper had no reservations and promptly agreed to the injection. After all, no beauty-conscious woman could resist the allure of eternal youth. Thus, Pepper soon received the superhuman serum. Though unlike Tony, she did not awaken any superpowers. Instead, as she had hoped, she appeared younger, her skin more radiant and luminous. Moreover, tests revealed that Pepper's physical attributes exceeded those of the awakened Tony, resembling a veritable version of Queen Maeve, and she steadily acquired what could be deemed the true genetic foundation of superhuman longevity. At this juncture, Leon and Tony had a clearer understanding of the superhuman serum's precise effects. Much like enhancing a character in a video game, each individual's starting point varied, and the extent of enhancement differed as evidenced by the disparate effects observed in Leon, Tony, and Pepper following their injections of the superhuman serum. The potency of the superhuman serum is proportional to the strength of the individual receiving it. The more formidable the person, the greater the enhancement effects achieved, albeit with a comparatively diminished overall amplification. In contrast, for those of lesser strength, while the effects may not be as pronounced, the enhancement relative to their original capabilities can be astonishing. Take Tony and Pepper as a case in point. Suppose both experience an enhancement of 1,000. Leon, however, might register barely a fraction of 1, yet that minimal enhancement could grant him a strength increase that surpasses the combined total of Tony and Pepper's augmentations. To elaborate, Tony allocates 300 points to augmenting his physical attributes, reserving the remaining 700 for the awakening and enhancement of superpowers. Conversely, Pepper directs all 1,000 points towards her physical enhancement, naturally allowing her to dominate Tony, securing a position of advantage. Poor Tony may find himself relegated to a passive role henceforth. In Chapter 68, Alcye's new body. Upon returning to the coastal villa, Tony's workshop, Leon inquires, "Brother, how is the production of the superhuman serum?" "That is precisely what I wish to discuss," Tony replies, projecting a seemingly endless array of compound formulas before Leon. The synthesis conditions for several high molecular compounds within the superhuman serum are rather stringent and require a degree of fortuity. Thus, achieving a direct success of 3 vials on my first attempt is indicative of extraordinary luck. Unlike the super soldier serum, this is not a substance that can be produced en masse with ease. Not to worry. In fact, this is quite fortuitous. As long as we can provide it to our trusted allies, that suffices. Leon nods, unconcerned about the serum's production volume, fearing that it might become as commonplace as a well-distributed martial arts manual, where everyone practices and those who do not face dire consequences. "Brother, do you have the formula for the superhuman serum committed to memory?" Leon asks. "Of course, I have modified it myself. How could I possibly forget?" "Excellent." Leon promptly instructs. "Jarvis, send an electronic copy of the formula to Alcye, then delete all remaining electronic files." "Leon, are you suggesting?" Tony instantly grasps Leon's intent. "Precisely," Leon affirms. "Such a strategic asset as the superhuman serum must remain solely in the hands of us brothers, to prevent it from falling into the grasp of someone like Nick Fury, who would take without invitation." Indeed, Tony acknowledges the necessity of Leon's caution. Though perhaps Fury has not yet sunk to such depths, there is no guarantee against other hackers seeking to breach Jarvis's defenses. While Tony has great confidence in Jarvis, what if they succeed? In a world teeming with heroes, one cannot dismiss the emergence of cybercriminals of extraordinary caliber. After reaching a consensus, the brothers swiftly implement measures to secure the confidentiality of the superhuman serum formula. Subsequently, Leon requests Tony to produce several vials of the superhuman serum for her use. Among the materials, Leon has already determined that once Zhao Helen successfully develops the strategically valuable regenerative cradle, he will administer an injection as a form of reward. There is another vial that Tony and Leon intend to give to Rhodey. However, directly offering it to him might make him feel uncomfortable, especially after he just acquired a set of Iron Man armor worth several small fortunes. The military also requires attention, so for the time being, they will retain it and wait for an opportune moment. As for the other individuals, Leon maintains a superficial friendship with them, devoid of emotional entanglement, and will reconsider their relationships as time reveals their true natures. Once all matters regarding the superhuman serum have been resolved, Leon and Tony finally have the opportunity to begin upgrading Arcee's chassis, a task Leon has eagerly anticipated. When Leon extracted 1,000 kilograms of amorphous Edmund alloy from the System S storage, it was enveloped in a protective light blue membrane, instantly capturing Tony's attention with its brilliant silver sheen. It was evidently extraordinary. Upon learning from Leon that the Edmund alloy is harder than the known hardest metal on Earth, vibranium, Tony was determined to use it as a material for crafting the Mark VI armor, but Leon promptly declined this proposal. "Why?" Tony's world seemed to collapse. Could it be that his brother no longer cared for him? Not all. Observing Tony's exaggerated antics, Leon felt a sense of helplessness and quickly clarified. This is exclusively for our CS upgrade. I have separate materials prepared for your armor. With that reassurance, Tony's tearful demeanor transformed instantaneously. He regained his usual confident and defiant posture. The stark contrast of his emotions brought a smile to Leon's face. Subsequently, the brothers collaborated seamlessly. Tony redesigned the system configurations and schematics for the jet glider based on the new element, while Leon, aided by Jarvis and the mechanical assistant, diligently crafted precise molds corresponding to Tony's blueprints. If Tony had been more adept at wielding his superpowers, this step could have been bypassed entirely, as he could have conjured the parts from thin air. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Before long, all the component molds for the new chassis were completed. The stage was then set for the magnetic maestro to perform. Although Leon intended to take charge, he could not resist Tony's insistence on showcasing his prowess. With a flourish, Tony raised both hands, resembling a conductor guiding an orchestra, and gracefully maneuvered his fingers. Under his command, the liquid Edmund alloy, protected by the system, emerged from the translucent blue membrane, levitating and automatically dividing into the required quantities for each part. At this juncture, Leon understood Tony's unspoken intent to display his remarkable skills. Enough already, brother, Leon exclaimed, exasperated yet amused. If you keep showing off, the Edmund alloy will set before you can finish, and you'll be left to deal with the headache of processing it later. I assure you, our C won't spare you. Tony raised an eyebrow, beginning to sense the liquid Edmund alloy gradually thickening and becoming increasingly difficult to mold, transitioning towards an indestructible hardness. With that thought, he decided not to linger any longer. After all, this was the external brain of his younger brother and the body of his sister-in-law. In a flurry, liquid Edmund alloy was injected at a remarkable speed into the molding apparatus, solidifying in no time into the robust, unyielding components of the Edmund alloy body. These were merely the rigid chassis and armor parts. Were you planning to use vibranium for the tires and other flexible components? Tony inquired, stroking his chin. Leon nodded in affirmation. Those would be personally prepared by Friday. From the outset, he and Friday had conspired together. Her rigid components would be crafted from the indomitable Edmund alloy, while the tires and other flexible parts would be woven from the versatile vibranium, capable of both hardness and flexibility, currently being prepared in the lower level of Leon's workshop. Thank you, Tony. As the elevator ascended, the partner mode of Friday gracefully emerged, offering a formal bow to Tony in gratitude. Goodness, Leon, did I mishear that? At this moment, the partner mode of Friday playfully winked at Leon, who shrugged and manually closed his mouth with a smile. All right, I must have indeed misheard. Tony pouted in slight disappointment. Subsequently, with Leon's assistance, the partner mode of Friday transferred all the components of her new body into Leon's workshop. But soon after, Friday shooed Leon away. He was being unproductive, constantly fidgeting and poking at the body parts, which led to an exceedingly low assembly efficiency. Reluctantly, Leon made his way to Tony's workshop to first assist him in crafting the Mark VI. Tony had already designed the blueprints. Only the procurement of materials remained to complete the task, and Leon estimated it would be quicker than assembling Friday's new body. Observing the holographic projection of the components Tony had displayed, Leon began transferring the flesh from his right shoulder to his right hand into his main body, revealing only the gleaming, system-enhanced active Edmund alloy skeleton. Hey, Tony exclaimed, his eyelids twitching, quickly interjecting, I was only joking, Leon. How could you take it seriously? No, Tony, I'm quite serious. My skeleton is indeed the most resilient regenerative material currently available on Earth, the perfect choice for crafting your armor. A decision made from the very beginning. As he spoke, Leon appeared somewhat intimidating, yet in truth, he exerted no force. The tendons linking the bones were entirely under his own volition. Seeing Leon's determination, Tony chose not to continue feigning reluctance. Brothers in Spirit. Chapter 69, Friday, Leon I am ready. Do you want to? Under Leon's active control and relentless restoration, the Mark VI armor, crafted from the remarkable active Edmund alloy, has emerged anew. With a weighty heart, Tony donned the suit piece by piece, aided by Leon, who had restored the right arm to its former glory. While automatic wearing was an option, Tony wished to imbue the occasion with a sense of ritual, and Leon indulged him, allowing the manual process. How does it feel? Leon inquired, a smile gracing his face as he gauged Tony's control over the Mark VI. It feels a bit heavy. If the ultra-thin Mark V felt like slipping on short-sleeve shirt, then the Mark VI, composed of active Edmund alloy, feels akin to donning a thick leather jacket. Tony mused. He estimated it would take some time to regain the agility he had enjoyed in his previous armors. Yet, all was worthwhile. The impenetrable defense this suit offered would grant Tony peace of mind for future escapades. "Shall we venture out for a sparring session?" Leon suggested, gesturing toward the Pacific coastline outside the window, his brow raised in playful challenge. Before Leon could finish his sentence, Tony, forsaking all decorum, took flight and dashed off. With a smirk, Leon broke the sound barrier in pursuit, ultimately overtaking Tony and delivering a swift, merciless punch that sent him tumbling into the sea. A tremendous splash erupted, sending waves soaring. Leon hovered above the surface, and as the cascading water neared him, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, sliding away harmlessly. "Leon, did you just attempt to kill me?" Tony exclaimed, soaring back up to deliver a playful punch to Leon's chest, laughing as he did so. "This was merely a test of defensive capability," Leon retorted, raising a finger in playful defense. The outcome appeared promising. Although Leon's punch bore no enhancements, it had been delivered with sincerity, leaving no mark upon the Mark VI's exterior. The resilience of Leon's bones exceeded even his own expectations. Equipped with this armor, which Leon could wield effortlessly, alongside the enhanced physique and abilities awakened by the super soldier serum, Tony had become significantly stronger than his former self. His safety index had escalated, allowing Leon to embrace future adventures with greater assurance. Following a series of tests, the current Mark VI, when compared to its original counterpart, exhibited limited improvements in firepower, speed, and maneuverability. However, due to the differing materials, its defensive capabilities have been overwhelmingly augmented. Even Leon would find it quite a challenge to breach it. It was reminiscent of the enduring clash between the strongest spear and the mightiest shield, though, in a strict sense, both were facets of Leon himself. On the surface of the Pacific, the brothers' battle raged on. Bang, bang, bang. Clad in the Mark VI armor, Tony resembled an indomitable rock, besieged in midair by Leon, whose speed created multiple afterimages as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. During the test, Tony expressed his desire to witness Leon's full power. Naturally, such a delightful request would not go unfulfilled. Bang! Leon's final punch. The energy amplitude of the armed color of hockey, the foolish one, grants a final power enhancement. Clad in the Mark VI armor, Tony plummets like a meteorite, hurtling towards the depths of the ocean. The terrifying shockwave generated in that moment even upheaves the seabed. Boom! A colossal earthquake and a towering tsunami, imbued with a cataclysmic force, sweep across the distance. Fortunately, Leon himself throws a punch to counteract the impending disaster. Otherwise, his home would be the first to suffer. Subsequently, Leon plunges into the ocean's abyss, rescuing the disoriented Tony, who, despite the protective inertia field, is left dazed by the tremors. "How do you feel now? Still think you can handle it?" Leon quips, lifting Tony as effortlessly as one would a kitten. "All right, you're impressive," Tony concedes, offering the highest praise among boys before promptly losing consciousness. Oh dear, it seems they may have overdone it. However, the smile at the corner of Leon's mouth remains unyielding. Noticing a conspicuous dent on the chest plate of the Mark VI, Leon surmises that it was a result of his earlier punch. With a simple stroke of his hand, the dent, along with the other scratches on the armor, vanishes in an instant, restoring it to its pristine glory. The active adamantium alloy boasts not only an indomitable hardness, but also an outstanding resilience that belies its nature. One can only say, a product of the system is assuredly of exquisite quality. How does the saying go? A magnetic field is an invincible path. Multiple sets of armor lead to multiple routes. At this moment, Leon's Bluetooth headset crackles to life with Alcie's somewhat bashful voice. "Leon, I'm ready. Do you want to?" Boom. Before Alcie can finish her sentence, a meteor streaks across the sky, racing towards the seaside villa. Its immense sonic boom drowning out her words. Chapter 70. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Do not beg for the weakness of your opponent. Upon entering, Leon is greeted by a sleek silver jet glider adorned with a deep purple hue, silently stationed in the center of the room. On the driver's seat lies a black soldier boy uniform, meticulously redesigned with vibranium weave material. Bang! With a swift motion, he slams the reinforced alloy door shut. In mere moments, Leon finds himself clad in nothing but a pair of super elastic fiber underwear, swiftly making his way to Alcie, now in motorcycle mode. He first tests the vibranium uniform. Were it not for Leon's inquiry to the system about storing himself in the system space, coupled with the nature of adamantium being unsuitable for uniforms and better suited for armor, he would have crafted a set of active adamantium uniforms for himself. Otherwise, any uniform would be feudal on his form, lacking the hardness of his true self. Despite the biological stance protection, humans are never fully satisfied. Upon reflection, the nature of adamantium is purely hardness, which is more fitting for crafting sharp melee weapons akin to Wolverine's claws. Overall, the vibranium, with its equally exceptional hardness and energy-absorbing properties, is far better suited for external defense and can be expertly woven into uniforms. Leon merely desired a uniform that he could don instantaneously. Of course, he could mimic Mystique's ability to manipulate her super regenerative cells to conjure forth an outfit. However, Leon perceived that this would be akin to being unclothed. Unless absolutely necessary, he would typically refrain from such actions. Subsequently, Leon settled into the cockpit of the jet glider and twisted the throttle. Alcée's engine responded with a throaty roar. Alcée, partner mode. After sufficiently familiarizing himself with his new vehicle, Leon intended to get to business and promptly issued the command, accompanied by a series of mechanical transformations. Alcée morphed into the partner mode that Leon was well acquainted with. However, that was not the end of it. Vibranium nanomolecules emerged from within Alcée's form, enveloping her exterior and forming a layer of biochemically authentic vibranium skin, indistinguishable from that of a real human. Each strand of hair appeared lifelike, with expressions that seemed almost natural. This was Alcée's common imitation of Tifa, yet this time it was not a mere illusory hologram, but a tangible, strikingly realistic presence. In this moment, Alcée embodied Tifa in her most regal form, leaving Leon momentarily entranced. How did you transform into this again? I thought the previous form was quite satisfactory. Leon wiped away the imaginary nosebleed. Alcée Tifa, cradled in Leon's arms, blinked her lively crimson eyes, gazing up at him with a playful smile. There is no need to fuss. It's already done. Let us proceed this way for now. Leon followed his instincts, knowing that time was plentiful ahead, allowing for myriad possibilities to be explored at leisure. His inclination was to savor the finest delicacies for the end. Meanwhile, as flowers bloom, the time to act should not be wasted. On another note, while Leon immersed himself in his craft, Tony, awakening languidly, wisely chose not to intrude. After fruitlessly attempting to manipulate the Mark VI with magnetic control, he promptly applied a layer of vibranium coating. Thus, with the energy-absorbing properties of vibranium, the already formidable defensive capabilities of the Mark VI were further enhanced. Moreover, under Tony's magnetic manipulation, this vibranium layer was impervious to sound wave degradation or excessive impact damage. It must be noted that under Leon's influence, Tony had not exhibited a fear of insufficient firepower. However, signs of an emerging concern regarding inadequate defense were becoming evident. Faced with a formidable opponent like Leon, who could defeat a seasoned master with a flurry of punches, Tony felt that his superintelligence would likely go unutilized before being swiftly overwhelmed. Just as Tony was enamored with the Mark VI that he and Leon had collaboratively crafted, Jarvis suddenly interjected, "Sir, Miss Pepper has sent a message indicating that she requires your presence at the office." "All right," Tony nodded. "Jarvis, please bring the car around." "Wait." After casting a glance at the Mark VI armor beside him, Tony Stark promptly altered his decision. It would be best to don the armor directly, for it was swift and secure. With a new toy in hand, one simply must showcase it. Tony was so exhilarated that he would have worn the Mark VI even to the restroom, had it not been for Leon's adamant refusal to accommodate Tony's request for a urine filtration system. Undoubtedly, Tony would have performed a demonstration for Pepper. Across the street from Stark Tower, Justin Hammer, ever vigilant of his competitor, fortuitously spotted Tony descending onto the rooftop through his telescope, his lips twitching. Damn it. How has he acquired yet another new suit? The most familiar adversary is always the one who knows you best. Justin instantly recognized the Mark VI. Distinct from Tony's recent Mark IV and V, he mused that he had never seen Tony switch women with such frequency. Setting aside the telescope, Justin voiced his frustration to his African-American male secretary. "Mr. Hammer, if I may be so bold, you are merely misinterpreting your fixation on Tony Stark's Iron Man suits." The secretary explained patiently. Tony Stark's previous record for changing partners was 2 hours, lasting an entire week. Yet his current pace of upgrading suits averages every 2.5 months, which is but a fraction of his former speed. "Is this what I want to hear? Do you take pleasure in contradicting me?" Justin shouted in exasperation, hurling the telescope at his secretary. The impact left the secretary bloodied, yet he maintained a professional smile. "Find a way to deal with him. I can understand if Leon Stark, with his superhuman physique, is challenging, but if you cannot manage a mere mortal like Tony Stark, then you might as well take your own life." "What a failure!" Justin bellowed in fury. "Boss, while Tony Stark may lack a steel physique, he possesses an Iron Man suit." The secretary interjected. "Is your mind entirely muscle? Can you not devise a strategy to confront him when he is not clad in armor? I am truly exasperated. You worthless lot. Justin was genuinely alarmed. The decision of Stark Industries to cease its weapons division should have allowed Hammer Industries, as a fellow arms supplier, to flourish and reclaim its former glory. Such a convergence of favorable events ought to have granted Justin a euphoric experience. Yet, Hammer Industries neither grew nor strengthened, while Stark Industries thrived anew, reinvigorated by the energy sector, with its second quarter revenue surpassing that of Hammer Industries. Observing Tony Stark reveling in greater profits than ever, Justin felt a deeper anguish than mere financial loss. Why did fortune favor Tony, a superhero, a billionaire, and with a brother of unparalleled strength to support him? Why did all the good things seem to fall into Tony Stark's lap? Justin Hammer could not comprehend it. Chapter 71. Enormous opportunities await the willing. 1 week later, MRJ, the African-American male secretary who has been closely monitoring Tony's movements, found himself at a loss for words. In recent days, Tony, impeccably dressed in a suit within Stark Tower, transformed into a veritable fortress the moment he stepped outside. His Iron Man suit was seemingly welded to his body. Even during social gatherings or trips to the restroom, he donned the armor, leaving no opportunity for an approach. Initially, MRJ had little hope regarding the assassination of Tony Stark, yet his employer's rage had clouded his judgment, compelling him to pursue this venture. Reluctantly, MRJ steeled himself for the task, fearing that if he did not succeed in eliminating Tony, the hired assassins might well turn on him first. Their principle was to receive payment only upon mission completion, but if the task remained unfulfilled, he would be in peril. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. One day, the opportunity finally presented itself. Jarvis, have all targets been locked in? He inquired. Sir, all suspicious individuals have been identified. Dressed in casual attire, Tony, wearing a disguise complete with a mask and glasses, ventured alone to a bubble tea shop nearby Stark Tower to indulge in a new flavor, silk stocking milk tea, piquing his curiosity as an aficionado of novel experiences, while he discreetly aimed to eliminate those who had been tracking him. Indeed, Jarvis had already identified the group of assassins intent on harming Tony through surveillance set up by Stark Industries in the vicinity. However, Tony had been preoccupied with business matters, neglecting to address the threat. Now, with some leisure, he decided to test a specific function of his Mark VI armor. With a slurp, he was taken aback by a peculiar odor reminiscent of silk stockings. After just a couple of sips, he felt as though his very skull might be lifted from the pungent scent, a sensation that was nothing short of exhilarating. Jarvis, did that lovely lady truly not put her stockings in the juicer? Tony inquired, eyeing the Asian woman behind the counter preparing drinks for other customers. Sir, upon analysis, the odor primarily originates from butyric acid produced when glutinous rice is not fully fermented. In low concentrations, it poses no harm to humans and can even be beneficial for intestinal health, Jarvis explained. Very well, Jarvis, make a note of that. Sir, I have already initiated the documentation. Shall I contact Miss Potts now? No need. As a super genius and astute businessman, Tony astutely recognized the immense commercial potential hidden within this seemingly innocuous cup of milk tea, not merely due to personal preference. After purchasing another cup of the peculiar drink, Tony wandered aimlessly until he unexpectedly collided with a delicate, porcelain-like little girl of around 10 years, adorned with golden hair styled in twin ponytails. The girl, upon falling, did not scream. Instead, upon seeing Tony, she clung to his leg as if he were a beacon of hope. Uncle, can you fix cars? She implored. My dear, what has happened? Tony, overcome with paternal affection, scooped up the adorable little girl with one arm. The young girl immediately expressed her distress, revealing that her charming mother had been stranded in the underground parking lot for quite some time, unable to repair her vehicle and unable to find assistance, which had left her in tears. Upon hearing this, Tony promptly agreed to accompany the little girl to aid her mother. From a rooftop overlooking the underground parking lot, MRJ lowered his binoculars and quickly cautioned, the target is in our sights, prepare yourselves. The boss demands that not a trace remains. Remember, do not give him the chance to call for Leon Stark, otherwise we are all finished. Rest assured, as long as the funds are secured, we shall deliver on our promise. Within the underground parking lot, a group of assassins clad in identical black tactical gear concealed themselves amidst the shadows, with their leader crushing the communicator in his grasp. Shortly thereafter, Tony, guided by the little girl, ventured deeper into the parking facility. Dear, where is your mother? Tony inquired, setting the girl down, yet his gaze revealed no sign of a stranded vehicle. Huh, it was just here, the girl exclaimed. Uncle, please wait here. I will go find my mother, she chirped and without waiting for Tony's response, her small figure quickly darted into the darkness, leaving Tony alone in the light. He indulged in his drink, savoring the taste of the milk tea. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Moments later, the little girl was seized by a burly, masked assailant, emerging from the shadows in front of Tony. "Uncle, I'm sorry. I deceived you. Mom is—" The little girl's voice trembled, overwhelmed with tears. "Do not fear. I am here, and I am Iron Man," Tony reassured her, removing his mask and calmly facing the encroaching assassins. "It is quite rare to meet you." Tony Stark, the leader of the assailants, jeered in a raspy voice while holding the little girl. "My apologies for the inconvenience," Tony replied, surveying the ring of assassins surrounding him, revealing no hint of trepidation. Chapter 72. Embrace the slumbering darkness. "I know what you were thinking," Tony remarked, finishing his drink and calmly deducing. "As long as the electronic signals are blocked in this semi-closed space, neither Leon's nor my armor can be summoned. Thus, you believe you have me cornered here." "Impressive," Tony Stark, the leader of the assassins, smirked. "You guessed correctly, but there is no reward for you. I'm no devil. Simply perform seppuku here, and I will spare the girl. What do you say?" "Ha ha." Laughing, the leader tossed a dagger from his waist towards Tony, which clattered to the ground near his feet, but Tony remained unmoved, chuckling softly in response before regaining his composure. "You underestimate the bond we share as brothers. Whenever I call upon him, he will undoubtedly rush to my side without delay. And why, you might ask? Because I am Tony Stark, the elder brother of the great Leon Stark. Could it be?" The leader of the assassins narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Tony raised his arms with great authority, as if summoning something. Yet, for a moment, nothing transpired. "Phew, you nearly had me fooled." The assassin leader wiped the cold sweat that had suddenly appeared on his forehead and decisively commanded, "Attack." Perhaps he is stuck in traffic," Tony awkwardly explained, only to be engulfed by a torrent of flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Meanwhile, in response to Tony's call, the Mark VI armor stored in his office at Stark Tower disassembled into its individual components, swiftly crashing through the bulletproof glass exterior and racing towards the underground parking lot where he stood. Without harming anyone, the cacophony of gunfire subsided, yet the tremors persisted. As the smoke from the gunfire slowly dissipated, countless bullets that had missed their targets swirled around Tony like a celestial crown, revolving around him gracefully. What the heck? Wasn't it said that Tony Stark is merely an ordinary man devoid of superpowers? The information was false. Seeing Tony unscathed, eerily manipulating the bullets they had fired, the assassin leader felt a sense of foreboding and began to reconsider his approach. He discreetly retreated a couple of steps, shielding his subordinates behind him. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the ceiling trembled ominously, and dozens of armor components burst through the reinforced concrete, swiftly reaching Tony's side. "My dear, I have waited long for you." Tony grinned widely, and before the nearly despairing eyes of the assassins, he began to don the Mark VI armor piece by piece. Clang! As the final helmet encased Tony's face, death came knocking at the door. "Jarvis, lock onto all targets." "Sir, it is complete," Jarvis responded. Just as his words concluded, Tony, clad in the Mark VI, executed a spinning leap, transforming into a whirlwind suspended in midair. With a swift motion, the crimson energy beams emitted from the gauntlets of Tony's armor instantaneously severed the heads of all the assassins present, their skulls toppling over like discarded shells, producing a sound reminiscent of falling objects. "Uncle," seizing the moment while the assassin leader's corpse had yet to fall, the blonde-haired girl with twin ponytails managed to free herself from his grasp and dashed toward Tony. "Oh, my dear, are you unharmed?" Tony knelt, opening his visor, extending his arms towards the girl with a warm smile. However, just as the little girl was about to leap into Tony's embrace, her cheeks suddenly puffed out, and from her tiny mouth, which could barely accommodate a lollipop, she expelled two purplish silver needles, aimed with uncanny precision towards Tony's exposed eyes. Phew! Phew! With the sound of two needles piercing flesh echoing, Tony's head jerked back as if struck, and the little girl promptly dove into his armored embrace, pressing her collagen-rich face against his chest plate. "Uncle, are you cold? Let me warm you up, okay?" The little girl smiled innocently, her gaze only able to meet Tony's slightly stubbled chin. Her voice, sweet and childish, belied the fact that she was the true executor of this mission. "Dear, to be honest, I'm quite saddened," she said, her smile vanishing in an instant. In a flurry, she attempted to escape Tony's grasp, but he held her tightly, his arms like a hydraulic clamp, immovable despite her struggles. "How could this be? I distinctly heard a hit." The girl's voice, once sweet, turned into a hoarse shriek akin to that of an elderly woman. "Is this what you mean?" Tony smirked, performing a convincing mimicry of gunfire. his throat vibrating under the influence of his powers, a metallic spring hidden within assisting his voice. "Bastard, you tricked me," the girl cried out, her expression grotesque. No. Don't speak so harshly, dear. The essence of life is to find joy within our control," Tony patiently explained, lifting her chin playfully. "Now, use your childish voice to call me uncle again. Perhaps if I find it amusing, I may let you go." "Really? Is that true, uncle?" The little girl's demeanor shifted to one of pitiful innocence, her large, watery eyes gazing at Tony, her sweet voice nearly causing his heart to flutter. "Of course. It's a lie, dear." Tony's benevolent smile began to fade as he remarked, "Children are treasures of the world, but to exploit the sympathy of others for malevolent purposes makes you more foul than a rat in the sewers. At your age, with such extraordinary potential, why resort to becoming a killer? Since you have taken so many lives, you must be prepared to face death yourself, correct?" No, damn it. The blonde, pigtail-wearing legal lowly assassin screamed and struggled, biting, clawing, and kicking, yet Tony remained unmoved, applying pressure with a mechanical indifference. His gaze, devoid of emotion, watched as she gradually succumbed to the embrace of darkness and death. "Perhaps in your next life, you could be a good person, dear." With a crisp snap, Tony released his grip, and the small figure in his arms fell limply to the ground. Chapter 73. The Scientific Electromagnetic Cannon, Leon's Extraordinary Adventure. On the rooftop, MRJ awaited news from the assassin Ellie, but the prolonged silence from below filled him with an unsettling premonition. Just as he contemplated retreating, a sharp sound pierced the air. A golden beam, entwined with deep blue arcs of electricity, shot upward at a diagonal angle, penetrating the roadbed, walls, and ceiling with remarkable precision, shattering his head to pieces. Bang! The headless corpse of MRJ crashed to the ground. Gazing through the gaping hole that had pierced the ground, Tony, situated in an underground parking garage, was tossing a $1 coin up and down in his hand. Astonishingly accurate for a first attempt with this technique, he mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Sir, you seem rather upset," Jarvis suddenly remarked. "Perhaps a little," Tony replied, pursing his lips as he confided in Jarvis. If today she had targeted someone unprepared, like Pepper, and if Pepper had not yet been injected with the superhuman serum, I shudder to imagine that scenario. Leon is right. Sometimes I ought to be more ruthless, unleashing all my cruelty upon my adversaries, leaving them no room to nurture malicious thoughts. Jarvis, inform Leon that I have reconsidered the proposal I previously rejected. Understood, sir. With that, Tony ascended to inspect MRJ's remains, intending to deliver a final blow to ensure he was truly dead. However, what greeted his eyes was a nauseating sight that shattered his perspective. Wardlaw, what on earth is this green-skinned goblin? Meanwhile, on the other side, newly acquired vehicle in hand, Leon eagerly hit the highway, engaging in relentless and aggressive driving for an entire week. Accompanied by Alcee, equipped with a simulated neural sensory system, he felt as if his bones were nearly disassembling. If he had bones, that is, in the coastal villa, Leon's quaint abode, while Alcee and Tifa were busy accumulating CDs. Leon took the initiative to step out of the car. He retrieved 2 heart-shaped herbs from a vibranium preservation box that Chaka had insisted he take. Upon consuming one, a prompt immediately appeared. Notification: you have ingested heart-shaped herb. Your physical attributes have received an all-encompassing minor enhancement. Notification: as one deemed worthy, you are about to enter the spiritual domain of the Panther Goddess Bast. Notification: until your presence is witnessed by the spiritual entity of the Panther Goddess Bast, you will exist in an unobserved shadow stealth state. Then, Leon's perspective shifted as his consciousness projected into a shadowy purple realm shrouded in thick mist. Visibility was less than 25 meters. What could he possibly see here? Leon silently cursed, then began to wander aimlessly, primarily curious about the legendary appearance of the Panther Goddess. Before long, he stumbled upon what appeared to be the edge of a swampy pool. Remarkably, the waters of this swamp were exceptionally clear, barely deep enough to submerge his infinite attack power 12-star monster card, DD pistol. Moreover, the temperature was just right, warm yet not scalding, making an ideal spot for a bath. Having thought of it, Leon promptly discarded his spiritual garb, leaving only a pair of super-elastic fiber underwear, which remained indestructible even in the spiritual realm. Splash! Leon plunged into the water, only to find his vision enveloped in darkness. Unfazed, he relished the sensation of a bath while diving into the depths. As his exploration progressed, the murky, hot spring deepened, soon reaching a point where even standing tall and extending his arms could not touch the surface. Suddenly, faint echoes of a magnificent, familiar voice reached his ears. Lost in a blissful melody, intrigued, he swiftly swam towards the source of the enchanting voice. However, the visibility underwater was even poorer than in the thickest fog above, and he navigated solely by instinct, drawing closer to the ethereal sound. Abruptly, as he swam blindly, he collided with something soft. The melodic voice ceased instantly. Almost in the next moment, he felt a sudden constriction around his neck, akin to being caught in a vice grip, the strength so immense that even Leon, now possessed of extraordinary might, found himself momentarily immobilized. "Ward, is it you with such strength?" he thought, piecing together the situation. With determination, he struggled against the grip while dog-paddling upwards, ultimately managing to burst forth from the water along with the unseen assailant. Splash! Once above the surface, Leon realized the water beneath was a pitch-black void, but the fog above had dissipated, revealing the swamp's waters shimmering silver under the moonlight, which was ethereal in its glow. As he gazed upwards, he saw nothing, prompting him to ponder, "What has obscured my vision?" Bang! Alert! You have been expelled from the spiritual realm of the enraged goddess Batet. Hiss! To be honest, her feet are quite beautiful. Leon gazed into a mirror, noticing an imprint of a delicate foot on his face, a curious reflection of reality. Query: Would you like to check in today? System: I wish to adopt a cat. Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the collar of the goddess Batet. Collar of the goddess Batet. This collar allows unlimited entry into the spiritual realm of the goddess Batet. Defeating her will grant you her eternal loyalty. Quality: indestructible. Description: Find me, conquer me, take me away. Chapter 74. Goddess Batet. Find me, conquer me, take me away. After reviewing the latest check-in rewards, Leon immediately retrieved the collar of the goddess Bastet from the system space. It was a black ring, reminiscent of both leather and satin, adorned with white lace on either side. At first glance, it appeared less like a collar and more like an accessory of a different sort. What does it matter? It's not for me to wear, Leon chuckled. Shaking his head, he seized the collar of the goddess Bastet and promptly projected his consciousness back into her spiritual domain. Alert! You have entered the spiritual realm of the goddess Batet. Note: as you have entered without the stealth mode, your presence has been detected by the Black Panther goddess Batet. A shift in perspective revealed Leon engulfed once more in thick black-purple mist, visibility reduced to a mere 25 meters. Just as he contemplated activating his observation hockey to discern the surroundings, a furious roar erupted, almost brushing against his face. Leon's pupils constricted as a colossal shadow, comparable to a large freight truck, materialized before him. By the time he processed the situation, he had already been forcefully sent flying. This familiar sensation led Leon to nearly believe he was on the verge of another dimension-hopping experience. Fortunately, the opponent's ferocity proved more bluster than substance, and Leon remained unscathed. He halted mid-air, a question forming in his mind. Sister Tsunko, has my speed diminished? Otherwise, even with the opponent's swiftness, he shouldn't have been caught off guard. Note: in the nocturnal environment, the Black Panther goddess Bastet's attributes have surged to a standard of 200, significantly enhancing her agility as she stepped into a higher divine realm. So, we are to engage her in her own territory? This feels akin to battling a game boss, Leon mused. His observation hockey was activated, yet his perceptive range was still under 10 meters, a distance that merely afforded him a moment to react amid the fluctuating speeds of both adversaries. After all, the Black Panther goddess Batet was inherently a deity distinguished by her agility and swiftness. You insolent wretch! Batet, in her beastly form, emitted a commanding voice as she leapt forward, claws poised to strike at Leon with blinding speed. He attempted to evade, but the relentless onslaught of Bastet's speed caught him, leaving scratch marks across his face reminiscent of a cat's claws. This time, Leon truly felt his defenses crumble. It appeared that Bastet's claws were far sturdier than her intellect. Ouch, that stings, I like it, Leon declared, a vow to persevere as he licked the blood from his wounds, only to find them miraculously healed in an instant, ready for battle once more. However, having grown accustomed to overpowering his opponents, Leon found himself at a loss for strategy when the tables were turned. With his speed overwhelmed, he found himself in a perpetual state of passive defense, occasionally landing a hit on Batet, but she was no fragile foe, and he could not eliminate her in a single blow. Once she darted beyond 10 meters, he had no chance of pursuit, and soon after, she returned to full health. Faced with such a swift and self-replenishing adversary, Leon lamented, I can hardly inflict any damage. Now, he finally comprehended the feelings of his opponents when they confronted him. At this rate, It seemed they could battle until the end of time without reaching a resolution. Enough. Just because the tiger refrains from roaring. Do you presume I am merely a fat cat? With his face marred by scratches, Leon suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki, momentarily stunning Bothead. In that fleeting instant, he activated the final power boost of Fool's 100, a move he was reluctant to employ. The scratches on his face healed. His intellect momentarily diminished to 0. His body instinctively obeyed the last command relayed by his brain. In a flash, Leon's speed surged, and he appeared before Bothead, delivering a forceful jolt to her chin, followed by an irreverent gesture of a middle finger, concluded with a devilish grin as his eyes dulled, halting any further thought. You! Bang! Alert! You've been expelled from the mental realm of the furious goddess Bothead. Hiss! Now is all set, each foot leaving an imprint, much to the delight of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. In the real world, Leon gazed into the mirror, deliberately leaving the previous imprints on his face untouched, achieving a symmetrical look. Snap! Snap! Until he experienced a significant leap in strength. Leon had no intention of re-entering Bastet's mental domain. He did not have a penchant for masochism. If Hela's pet, the giant wolf Fenrir, epitomized aggression, then the Black Panther goddess Bothead exemplified agility. Although Leon had grown accustomed to her speed, it still presented a challenge. Not unmanageable, but undeniably swift, especially with her elusive, ghost-like agility. Together, they created a combat dynamic where 11 surpassed 2, even exceeding 3. Leon could hardly touch Bothead, which was infuriating. What harm was there in a mere touch? It wouldn't cost her a shred of flesh. Just wait. Today, Bothead had scratched him, and he vowed to return the favor in due time. At that moment, Jarvis called. Master Leon. Has Tony finally come to his senses? Perfect. My temper is a bit high right now. This is timely. After ending the call, Leon approached the still slumbering Al-Satifa, who was accumulating cooldowns. Holding down the activation button akin to humanoid computer Angel Heart, Leon manually piloted Alcite towards Stark Tower. Driving a new vehicle felt like a secret indulgence. Leon was eager to drive, relishing the experience. Chapter 75, The Biological Magnetic Field. Stark Tower. In Tony's office, MRJ, ostensibly Justin Hammer's secretary, was in truth a failed product of his clandestine super soldier project. Lacking the physical prowess of a super soldier, he had instead lost most of his human sensory perceptions. Tony shared the intelligence he had gathered with the soon-to-arrive Leon. Upon gazing at the headless, green-skinned goblin corpse encased in metal, Leon immediately recognized it as a Skrull, a being with the ability to mimic akin to the alien insects. Skrulls? Tony inquired, puzzled. Yes, Leon nodded, beginning to elucidate the origins of the Skrulls and the threats they pose to Earth's inhabitants. You have compelled Alcee to unveil Nick Fury's secrets, even revealing that his lover is a Skrull. Upon hearing this, Tony could not help but express his astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by the shocking revelations of the Black Egg. How on earth could he have brought himself to engage in such a thing? Even though Tony had never seen MRJ's true visage, he could infer from his wrinkled green skin just how unappealing he might be. The mere thought of such a ghastly image made Tony gasp in horror. It was truly terrifying. I suspect this fellow was likely replaced by the Skrulls following a failure of the super soldier experiment. Leon conjectured, a fleeting image of Rhodey crossing his mind. He then turned to Tony and said, Brother, let us keep this individual's existence from the Black Egg for now. I am already taking measures against the Skrulls, so you need not worry. It won't be long before I can deal with them decisively. Okay, call me if you need assistance, Tony replied. Given that even Justin Hammer's secretary could be replaced by a Skrull, he certainly did not wish to wake up tomorrow to find his cover girl had also been substituted by these goblin-like shapeshifters. Their shared aversion to this predicament was a testament to their brotherhood. Brother, you could use this corpse to develop a program to identify Skrulls. It could serve as a precautionary measure and prove invaluable later, Leon suggested enigmatically, pointing skyward. Consider it done. I'll have it ready by tomorrow. But tonight's theme is something else, Tony remarked, his eyes narrowing as he gazed toward the faint outline of Hammer Industries in the distance. Nightfall at the seaside villa, Justin Hammer's abode. Indeed, he had not only endeavored to replicate Tony's Iron Man armor, but had also emulated the layout of Tony's home. It was evident that Tony had become his obsession. Meanwhile, Justin Hammer, waiting at home, grew increasingly anxious as he received no favorable news from MRJ. Frustrated, he attempted to make phone calls, but to no avail, ultimately smashing his phone in anger. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. He grabbed a bottle of champagne originally intended for celebration, seeking solace in alcohol as he stepped onto the villa's balcony, facing the sea, hoping to calm himself. What was that? After consuming half the bottle, he suddenly spotted a golden meteor streaking through the sky. Initially, he thought he was imagining things. However, as the golden meteor grew increasingly bright, hurtling from the horizon to his vicinity in an instant, Justin Hammer abruptly realized, this is bad. Is it coming for me? No sooner had he uttered these words than boom, the balcony of Justin Hammer's villa collapsed, and he felt himself spinning uncontrollably, only to be seized by a large hand gripping his neck. Nice. Brother, I win again. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Shift. How could there be such a ridiculous biological stance that defies air resistance? Tony, unwilling to accept defeat, boldly proclaimed, tomorrow I shall create a biological magnetic field. This left Leon utterly perplexed. If such grandiose claims had been made by anyone else, Leon would have dismissed them with disdain. However, when uttered by his elder brother, who bore the curse of wisdom, it was conceivable, perhaps even likely, that he could indeed accomplish it. Even if not by tomorrow, it was merely a matter of time. Impressive, Leon remarked, raising a finger in a gesture of encouragement towards Tony. He then hurled the Justin Hammer towards the Villa's Grand Hall, surrounding Tony, who had just lifted his mask. The two brothers wore matching smiles, radiating infectious enthusiasm. Hey Justin, my friend, the heroes from our homeland and Iron Man have come to bring warmth, Leon declared. I must say, Hammer, your reputation is quite formidable, Tony agreed. Then, with a touch of humanitarian concern, inquired, do you have anything to say? Aye, Justin Hammer. Realizing the reason for the Stark brothers' visit, faltered, fear rendering his speech incoherent. A tremendous shadow of dread loomed over him. He adjusted his glasses with trembling hands and, summoning his courage, threatened, my home is filled with surveillance cameras, and we're currently live streaming internally. Do you not care for your reputation? In response, Leon chuckled. Is that so? It seems you are oblivious to the peril you are in. Under the watchful gaze of Justin Hammer, filled with sheer terror, Leon merely adjusted his chest cannon and incinerated Hammer into a charred husk. As for the surveillance equipment he mentioned, it had been neutralized by Leon from the outset. Are they not the Skrulls in disguise? It appears they have yet to audaciously impersonate the esteemed figures of Earth, Tony mused. Brother, Justin Hammer is the president of a top military-industrial conglomerate. This is a serious matter. I should report this to S.H.I.L.D.S. headquarters and inform Nick Fury, Leon said with utmost seriousness. Since when have you shown such respect for Nick Fury? I suspect your report is merely a pretext. You're really looking to chase after some girl, aren't you? Who has caught your eye this time? Tony teased, playfully punching Leon's chest. Fury's deputy, a level 9 agent. So it's her. Tony raised an eyebrow, recalling her, and quickly urged, off you go. As long as you don't cause any fatalities, enjoy yourself as you wish. Yes, sir. Leon saluted Tony with exaggerated formality before soaring into the sky, leaving behind a massive web-like crater and a coughing Tony, who was struggling with the dust. Cough, cough, cough. Is this lad being deliberate or merely careless? Tony pondered. It seemed the matter of the biological magnetic field was indeed pressing, for he was not one to tolerate dust and exhaust fumes, not even from his own brother, Leon. Chapter 76. The Black Century Egg. I have a plan. Latitude, 38N, 533378. Longitude, 77S, 33891. The structure is a colossal cylindrical edifice formed by a three-sided fan shape, resembling a nuclear radiation warning symbol when viewed from above, akin to the headquarters of S.H.I.L.D. In a grand lobby on the first floor, the most striking feature upon entry is the entirely metallic emblem of S.H.I.L.D., reminiscent of the Dongpengte Y logo. The appearance of Leon instantly captivates the attention of all the staff moving about. However, their exemplary professionalism prevents them from behaving like a horde of frenzied zombies, clamoring for autographs or photographs. Instead, they pause respectfully, offering nods and bows of deference to Leon. At this moment, behind Leon stands Captain Homelander, the leader of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Operations Unit. Ramlo greets Leon with familiarity. Typically, Leon's field missions are accompanied by his team, tasked with the laborious duties of post-battle cleanup, much like the configuration with Captain Homelander. Due to their absolute respect for Leon's formidable prowess and societal stature, they privately refer to him with a title that conveys even greater reverence than that of Captain Homelander, simply calling him the Captain. This designation sounds both professional and imposing, and Leon graciously accepts it. Leon enthusiastically pats Ramlo on the shoulder, gazing at him and his team with an infectious smile. You flatter me. Compared to your contributions, we are merely engaged in trivial matters. Ramlo humbly responds. Justice knows no hierarchy, my friend. You all should take pride in your efforts. Upon hearing this, Ramlo and his team instantly radiate enthusiasm, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, eager to offer their hearts to Leon. Just listen to how eloquently he speaks. Were it not for his allegiance to the Serpent organization, Ramlo would sincerely relish working under Leon, willingly serving as his vanguard. After all, this superior not only possesses extraordinary strength, but also an unparalleled sense of responsibility, ensuring that their missions seldom burden his team, while simultaneously providing abundant emotional value. Financial concerns are trivial. He spends money as if it were water. A moment of joy might even result in generous tips, providing his team with years' worth of salaries. Nonetheless, working undercover for SHIELD while serving Leon is not mutually exclusive, allowing Ramlo to thrive in both realms without conflict, relishing the thrill of his dual roles. Just as Leon and Ramlo engage in spirited conversation, a striking figure approaches, an alluring woman clad in a form-fitting black uniform that accentuates her long legs and slender waist, with dark hair and piercing emerald eyes, confidently striding towards them in tactical high-heel boots. Leon, "Hey Hill, my friend, it has been too long. I've missed you terribly." Upon Hill's arrival, Leon swiftly moves to embrace her, seizing the moment before she can react. With one hand discreetly gesturing to Ramlo and the others behind her, he discreetly hands him a diamond card. Quickly, do not disturb me while I am charming the lady." Ramlo gently touched his nose and exchanged a knowing glance with his teammates, the diamond card in his hand still exuding a strong scent of copper. How delightful. Long live the captain of the Homeland team. Under the watchful eyes of the familiar staff within SHIELD, Leon embraced Hill, strolling leisurely. Hill exhibited considerable tolerance towards Leon. Unless his hands wandered into inappropriate territories, she permitted his advances, provided he did not cross that final line. After all, Hill's mission was not to indulge in romantic escapades with Leon. As the second in command of SHIELD, she was perpetually busy, with little time for mischief. In the SHIELD director's office, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What the hell? You mean to say you annihilated Justin Hammer?" Startled, he slammed his hand down on the desk and quickly retrieved a nasal inhaler from the drawer, pressing it to his nose and taking a deep breath to restart his somewhat malfunctioning brain. Having heard this, Fury's lips twitched as he rose from his chair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Leon, lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "Agent Hill, please attend to other matters." Hill nodded, applying lubricant to her waist and adjusting her attire before turning to leave. "Darling, do you have time tonight? Come witness a unique fireworks display." Leon persistently draped his chin over Hill's shoulder, his gentle breath brushing against her slightly flushed earlobe. Noticing this, Leon smirked and subtly mimicked the gesture made by the soldier boy from the third season of The Boys in Black, which shall henceforth be referred to as the Leon grip. At this, Hill finally responded, shooting Leon a fierce glare as she silently mouthed, "You better be prepared tonight." Now, that was more like it. Leon's smile grew even brighter. He then approached the self-absorbed Nick Fury and remarked playfully, "If you continue to act all cool and silent, I might just leave." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury immediately spoke up, "I have a plan called Insight." "Oh, I'm all ears," Leon replied, the golden glow that had just begun to emanate from him vanishing instantly. Subsequently, he followed Fury into the exclusive elevator for the SHIELD director. In the Inside Initiative bay, Nick Fury stated, "Captain Leon Stark does not possess clearance for the Inside Initiative. Elevated authorization granted by Director Nicholas J. Fury has been confirmed." As the elevator's AI voice concluded, a hush fell over the scene. The only sound was the hum of the elevator descending, to stave off any boredom Leon might feel. Fury initiated a casual conversation. "They used to play music here, but ever since my grandfather, the elevator operator, passed away, that stopped." Leon smirked and snapped his fingers. The man with his own BGM sprang into action. Suddenly, the elevator resonated with the playful tune of Little White Horse of Sunshine and Rainbows, a song that felt like a cruel joke to Nick Fury. Upon hearing it, Fury's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 77. The Starry Sea as the backdrop, nuclear bombs as fireworks. With a resounding ding, the elevator reached its subterranean depths, hundreds of meters below the surface. The unfinished, gigantic hulls of 3 ships loomed impressively before Leon. It must be said, these colossal toys were indeed quite intimidating. "This is the Insight Project," Nick Fury proudly introduced to Leon, a third-generation, advanced military tech vertical takeoff and landing aircraft carrier linked to precision strike satellites. Once airborne, they would never touch the ground again. as the new engines allow for sustained suborbital flight. I merely showed Tony the design schematics of the old turbocharged engine, and in no time, he crafted this new performance beast for us. It must be acknowledged, your brother is a true genius. If he were here to hear your praises, he would surely be even more delighted. Leon chuckled, then gestured towards the 3 aerial carriers. How do they operate? Not it, but she, Nick Fury corrected. I plan to equip these 3 sisters with an array of long-range precision targeting weapons, capable of annihilating thousands of enemies in mere minutes. For ordinary terrorists, you need not intervene. Once satellites read their personal information, the aerial carriers can strike with pinpoint accuracy. Thus, we can eliminate many threats in their infancy. From a humanitarian perspective you hold dear, isn't it true that only those who commit wrongful acts ought to face punishment? Leon inquired. That is merely a superficial guise to silence public dissent. We cannot wait until others have committed wrongs to pass judgment. That would be far too late. At this, Nick Fury, the old fox, looked at Leon knowingly and replied with a grin. Isn't that precisely what our nation's captain enjoys doing in the fight against crime? Oh, Fury, my friend, you harbor far too many secrets. Clap, clap, clap. Leon enthusiastically patted Nick Fury on the shoulder. For some reason, Fury suddenly felt a suffocating sensation, as if ensnared by a serpent. It seemed some matters were best left unspoken. Fury, remember what you just said, Leon said, retracting his hand and resting it behind his back. Which statement? Fury asked, perplexed. All of them. Leon smiled mysteriously. Of course. Oblivious to the underlying meaning, Fury agreed wholeheartedly, unaware that this was nothing less than a death warrant delivered to his friend, signed by his own hand. Afterwards, as Leon's primary objective of inspecting the progress of the Insight Project has been achieved, he has little interest in listening to the Black Egg's grandiose plans for S.H.I.E.L.D. and his visions for the future world. Simultaneously, Leon has signed off on 3 lifelike models of the triad of aerospace carriers. Disappointment settled in. Time swiftly passed the midnight hour. The Black Egg seemed to have not engaged in such heartfelt conversation with anyone for quite some time, primarily because he dared not deceive Leon with false intelligence. Thus, he spoke for several hours, his face glowing with enthusiasm. All right, enough is enough. Time is of the essence. Leon interjected, having an appointment later that evening. He asked, does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess nuclear warheads? I'd like to take with me. What on earth? Nick Fury's expression transformed into one of confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. The notion of packaging nuclear warheads was an exceedingly niche expression. Leon promptly revised his request, make it 10. Do you envision nuclear warheads as mere firecrackers sold on the street? 20. Okay. Understanding Leon's character, Nick Fury hurriedly acquiesced before the situation escalated, personally escorting him to a separate weapons depot outside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters to retrieve the warheads, loading a cargo box brimming with 20 of them. You can't possibly intend to use them as firecrackers, can you? Nick Fury asked, watching Leon effortlessly hoist the cargo box filled with nuclear warheads, preparing to take flight. Correct, but there is no reward for guessing. With that, Leon enveloped the cargo box in a biological shield and soared skyward towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. What a lunatic, Nick Fury scoffed, preparing to report to the council. As long as he remained on the side of justice, Captain America enjoyed considerable operational latitude backed by public support. Thus, Nick Fury was unconcerned about accountability for the unauthorized use of nuclear weapons. After all, their esteemed leader could conjure them with ease, and still showed them respect when requesting. Meanwhile, upon reaching the skies above S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Leon hurled the cargo box upward and directed himself towards an office. With a startled cry, Hill, dressed only in a 2-piece outfit, was swept up in a princess carried by Leon as he emerged from headquarters, securely catching the descending cargo box before dashing towards the Pacific Ocean. Soon, in the uninhabited expanse of the Pacific international waters, the starry sky shimmered without harshness, reflecting upon the previously dark sea like an endless cosmic tapestry. The seamless blend of sea and sky, the vibrant yet profound darkness, rendered Leon and Hill poignantly aware of their minuscule existence against the vastness of the universe. After a long moment, Hill regained her composure, gently tapping Leon's chest and offering him an exasperated glance. Are you in such a rush to leave? I haven't even put on my clothes yet. At that moment, Hill had been changing in her office, just having shed her work uniform, when Leon charged in like a bull, whisking her away. Timing, indeed, was impeccable. Hill was truly uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental. May I ask you, dear, are you cold? In response to Leon's gaze, which bore a tenderness more profound than that of a dog, Hill inexplicably shook her head and then took the initiative to cover Leon's mouth. 2.5 minutes later, wait. Noticing Hill's fingers were becoming somewhat unruly and recalling that there was an important matter yet to be addressed, Leon quickly halted her. What? Hill inquired, perplexed. Her azure eyes, reminiscent of clear waters, were filled with confusion due to a slight lack of oxygen. Fireworks, Leon replied with a smile. I mentioned I would take you to witness a one-of-a-kind fireworks display tonight. As he spoke, Leon opened the case he had been holding, and with a speed so swift it was almost simultaneous, he unleashed 20 nuclear warheads, encircling both himself and Hill. Once the distance was deemed appropriate, a golden energy orb materialized from Leon's palm. Grasping it firmly, he crushed it in an instant. A multitude of dazzling lights erupted from between Leon's fingers, simultaneously sweeping through the 20 nuclear warheads, forming a spherical network centered around Leon and Hill. A hum resonated as the warheads began to tremble and vibrate. The next moment, with a smirk, Leon snapped his fingers. It's showtime. Boom! 20 nuclear warheads detonated simultaneously. A colossal explosion instantaneously engulfed Hill's entire field of vision. Yet the excess heat radiation and energy particles were synchronously absorbed by Leon, allowing her to witness the unparalleled pressure and breathtaking beauty of the nuclear explosion from this privileged vantage point. Query: shall we proceed with today's check-in? Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have received Godzilla Template Fragment X2. Chapter 78. The film premiere, a delightful surprise for Leon from the Little Spider. Scientific research indicates that when individuals find themselves in perilous, adrenaline-inducing situations, their bodies uncontrollably release a surge of adrenaline, accelerating their heartbeats. If at that moment, there happens to be an attractive friend, be it of the opposite or same sex, present, they are more likely to misinterpret this normal physiological reaction as romantic attraction. This phenomenon is known as the suspension bridge effect. Hill was well aware of this, yet she couldn't help but feel her heart race for Leon, triggered by the explosion of 20 nuclear warheads. The reason was simple. Given Leon's impressive attributes and the uniquely crafted fireworks display he orchestrated that evening, even though she recognized it as a calculated move, Hill found herself irresistibly drawn to him. It would be hard for any woman to resist. At that moment, Hill's gaze upon Leon was so intense it seemed she wished to devour him on the spot. Yet she managed to suppress her primal urges with the remnants of her rationality. She bit her tongue and fixed her gaze directly on Leon, her willingness evident. Leon's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. 7 days later, at Hill's residence. From grandeur to decline, even with biological defenses passively in place. Aside from eating and drinking, Hill, who had not rested for 7 continuous days, inevitably succumbed to a state of mental exhaustion. At this moment, the spark of excitement in her eyes had faded, replaced by a numbed and bewildered expression. Upon witnessing that Leon was completely oblivious to the concept of CD, Hill, with his eyelids darkened, seized the moment while his wits were still intact and forcefully kicked the recently calmed and immediately rebooted Leon off the sofa. You bastard! Do you wish to kill me? After uttering this exclamation, Hill promptly lost consciousness. Observing this, Leon felt a twinge of embarrassment and halted his actions. Like Tony, he often became so immersed in his work that he neglected his own well-being. Now, Leon was ready to attend to matters concerning another friend. System. What are the results of this week's automatic mining? Note, the automatic mining yield was a total of 169 kilograms of vibranium. Well then, the unfortunate always seem to traverse life's journey, he mused. How many could boast a guaranteed fortune like mine? Leon reassured himself, then soared to new heights. A month later, in Kathmandu, Nepal, at Kamartaj, Leon, having invested heavily to join, donned a peculiar white training outfit akin to Dr. Strange's and was engaged in one-on-one expert guidance with Old Wong, practicing teleportation magic. Curses! Another failure. Leon spat in frustration. How could this possibly fail? Old Wong, baffled, began to manually demonstrate. It's simple, just do this, then that, and before you know it, the teleportation array is complete, without even needing a floating ring. Listening to Old Wong's abstract teachings, Leon rolled his eyes dramatically. Old Wong, if you can actually teach someone this way, I'll eat the entire Kamartaj right here. Alas, I advise you to abandon this endeavor, Leon. You lack the talent for magic. Old Wong sighed deeply. He had exhausted every method over the past few days, yet Leon could not muster even a spark of magic. Were it not for the fact that the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, was also making no progress in teaching Leon other forms of magic. Old Wong might have doubted his own abilities. Yet, Leon's true disappointment lay not in his inability to learn magic, but rather in the system's query. Would you like to check in today? Yes. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Old Wong's collection of novels. Please, my Sorcerer Supreme. Other titles, such as the Sorcerer Supreme fell in love with me. About my rebirth as a Sorcerer Supreme. And Sorcerer Supreme, how will you repay what you owe me? Were similarly bestowed upon him. The system nearly stripped Old Wong down to his undergarments for Leon to see. Yet all he desired was a skill for instant teleportation. Why was it so difficult? Leon had even attempted to check in on Ancient One, only for the system to produce her very own undergarments in the process. At that moment, Leon was unaware, believing it to be a counterfeit produced by the system. However, as soon as he retrieved it from the system's space, Ancient One appeared at his door to check on his water meter. Countless scarlet chains of Celeroth descended upon him, ensnaring Leon and delivering a thorough beating. Fortunately, the Ancient One's personal prowess is rather lacking. Otherwise, the sword of the Vishanti might have inflicted quite a painful blow to Leon. Of course, this is also a result of her not taking things too seriously. Otherwise, with her sharp sword and keen perception, among the multitude of spells at her disposal, there surely exists one that could breach Leon's defenses. Subsequently, after administering a punishment to Leon, the Ancient One confined him in a mirror dimension for several days. While confinement is indeed confinement, it conveniently allows for system sign-ins. However, even after several days, until the Ancient One released Leon, he had not managed to sign in even once. Following this, after desperately clinging to the Ancient One's leg and pleading for several days and nights, Leon finally procured the Eye of Agamotto from her. Although he could only toy with it under her watchful gaze, as long as he could access the time gem within for sign-ins, he would be content. Eventually, he signed in and acquired a passive ability of formidable strength, albeit one that is challenging to utilize in typical situations. Time immunity. You'll be immune to any time-related skills. Introduction. Time. Welcome your king. Leon's requests were not extravagant. A practical spell like Shatter Voluto would suffice. 5 seconds may seem brief for a father, yet for Leon, it was an overwhelming boon. Just perfect. Indeed, the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One, arrived at the pinnacle of Kamartaj, stepping upon a suspended magical array, liberating Old Wong, who had been teaching Leon to the brink of despair. The sight filled Leon with envy. Ancient One, you've arrived. Come, see how I've drawn my teleportation array. Leon rushed over, embracing the Ancient One with the warmth of camaraderie, leading her to the rooftop loft he had constructed atop Kamartaj. As for any violations regarding construction, as long as one invests sufficiently, the Ancient One is quite understanding. To ensure structural integrity, Leon had poured a considerable amount of virtually costless vibranium materials into the project, with a single vibranium pillar penetrating 100 meters deep into the earth. Even if Kamartaj were to collapse, his loft would likely remain standing. Leon Stark, in the grand tapestry of the sacred universe's past, present, and future, you might be the individual most estranged from the concept of magic, the Ancient One remarked with a smile. It is indeed a matter of human endeavor. Leon chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Even if he faced a temporary setback, he was determined to eventually sign in for a magnificent spell that would impress the Ancient One. Indeed, it is a matter of human endeavor. However, it is time for you to leave, the Ancient One said with a kind smile, her hands folded behind her back. Just as Leon was about to inquire why, a voice, smooth and authoritative, emanated from the Bluetooth earpiece that seemed almost welded to his ear. Leon, Happy is calling. Answer. Leon, the sequel to Iron Man, The Iron Body, starring you and Tony, Iron Man, The Flesh and Blood, is about to be released. You haven't made many public appearances lately. Would you be available to attend the premiere? It would not only boost the film's box office, but also help maintain the Iron Man brand's popularity among the public. What does Pepper say? Miss Pepper expressed her respect for your personal opinion. Is that so? It is indeed possible. But why is it Happy who is notifying me? Because I am the director of this film. By the way, Miss RC serves as the assistant director and special effects artist. Is that permissible? I assume you directed the first installment as well. Leon, having little interest in the film industry, had never inquired about it. Indeed, after the first film's box office success, I have been promoted from Tony's assistant and head of security to the executive president of Stark Industries, simultaneously taking on the role of the principal director for the Homeland series. Happy's tone brimmed with pride. Congratulations. After confirming the time, Leon hung up the phone, casting an unexpectedly curious glance at Gu Yi, who wore a serene and mysterious smile. Goodness, there was no pretense at all. Without the time stone, you can still glimpse a fragment of the future. It appeared as if time was accelerating, nearly achieving the effect of pausing time, what one might refer to as bullet time. No, based on the portrayal in Doctor Strange, it would be more fitting to call it lightning time. This maneuver was executed with such swiftness, it easily matched Leon's current reflexes. Initially, Leon believed this technique could only be employed after asol projection, but after receiving a thorough beating from Gu-E, he no longer held that belief. After delivering a combination of strikes, it would be a miracle if Kaecilius could even graze a single strand of Gu-Yi's hair. Hakigu, you truly are something, Leon remarked. Do what you must, and do not dwell on irrelevant matters. Gu-E lightly tapped Leon's forehead with her hand. Master, do you think I still have time to indulge in your luxuries? The unmotivated Leon, indifferent to whether he could reach it, unexpectedly initiated a Leon grip on Gu-E. In response to Leon's actions, Gu-E prepared to cast a spell, raising and then lowering her hand. The continuously folding mirror space appeared and then vanished. Alas, applaudis garçon. It is indeed rare to maintain such a sincere and playful spirit. The future is destined to be yours, God of Battle, Leon Stark Odinson. Chapter 79, The Essence of Freedom, The Awakening Sign. After departing from Kamar Taj, just past midnight, the fragrant remnants of Leon's presence lingered as he signed in once more, seamlessly transitioning into the Uchiha's moonlit thrust. It is indeed you, Master. Absolute thought acceleration enhances basic thinking speed by 1,000-fold. Should you encounter an adversary whose action speed surpasses your thought speed, your thinking speed further elevates, consistently outpacing your opponent's actions. Reveal the rebellious fangs of that infinitely accelerating, locked world. Stark Plaza. At this moment, it was teeming with people, all of whom were Leon's fans. At the premiere opening ceremony, Happy waved his hand, arranging an astonishing 2.5 million ordinary screenings in Stark Industries theaters. Additionally, he distributed 1,000 complimentary Ultra VIP tickets, granting access to a gigantic screening hall where fans could interact face-to-face with the Homeland characters. This selection was a collaborative effort between Happy and RC. Special privileges granted to the ardent admirers of Leon. A completely fan-centric experience, devoid of any clandestine operations. The kind that money cannot buy, for Alcy recognizes individuals over votes. A colossal screening hall capable of accommodating 1,000 attendees with ease. The impeccably dressed Leon is accompanied by Alcy Tifa, resplendent in a blue gown. Tony, equally splendid in attire, is paired with Pepper, who graces the event in a striking red dress. The two ladies embrace their respective partners' arms, elegantly waving and greeting the fervent fans in attendance. Patriots, 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 Iron Man, Iron Man, Iron Man, I am Miss Tifa's loyal dog. Get lost, pervert, I'm the true dog of Miss Tifa. Laughter ensues as Leon jests, haha, Alcy, you have fans too. Alcy Tifa, somewhat nonplussed, replies, I would prefer not to. Then, as the protagonist, Leon steps onto the stage, delivering a passionate and fervent speech. He commences the film with the customary words of the Patriots. You, my friends, you are the true heroes. Oh, 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 oh. And ready. With a sudden clench of his fist, he exudes an overwhelming presence, and the lights dim abruptly, silencing the ecstatic cheers of the fans as if preordained. Following this, a grand and imposing background score heralds the official opening of Patriots, Flesh and Blood. This narrative bears an uncanny resemblance, nearly 9/10, to the comic version of The Boys, despite Leon never having disclosed a whisper of information to Happy. Yet he has ingeniously fashioned a clone anti-hero, identical to him in every way, save for the inability to fly. Inkscale. Intriguingly, the creator of Inkscale in the film is portrayed by the real Happy, Dr. Happy, under his external command. Inkscale, masquerading as a patriot, clandestinely engages in nefarious deeds, successfully plunging the genuine patriot into a perilous state of self-doubt and even personality fragmentation. It is during this process that the fans of the patriot gradually realize that he, too, is merely an ordinary person with flesh and blood. He is not an omnipotent deity. He experiences sorrow and sustains injuries in battle. Indeed, the patriot bleeds. He is not so different from us. This is the imagery Happy sought to convey to Leon's fans through the film, enabling him to resonate more deeply with reality, essentially dramatizing his plight. After all, the true Leon would never be constrained by morality. Should anyone dare to slander him, he would promptly trace the source alongside Alcy. He harbors no grudges overnight, and is immune to feelings of confusion or weakness. For the most bewildering moment for him was at dawn, sword drawn, devoid of a single friend by his side. Ultimately, the despondent patriot, buoyed by the encouragement of his fans, regains his confidence. In a climactic battle against Mo Lin, he fervently called out to his family, uttering impassioned lines about bonds and connections, drawing upon the radiant belief bestowed upon him by his fans. He conjured a powerful energy blast that swiftly vanquished Mo Lin. As for Tony, serving as the intellectual counterpart, his adversary was Dr. Happy, yet he managed to escape. This left an opening for the third installment of the grand film, Patriots, with the plot remaining unwritten by Happy. However, Leon harbored a lingering suspicion that it might conclude unsatisfactorily, thus advising Happy to tread carefully in his writing. As the film drew to a close, a signing event for Patriots commenced. While Leon felt the film was merely adequate, the audience response appeared overwhelmingly positive. He found himself perplexed, pondering whether his own critical perspective stemmed from being too close to the subject matter. Regardless, the film was a commercial success, albeit lacking in substance. Leon merely needed to focus on signing autographs, while Happy had a plethora of considerations to ponder. Next, called a staff member. Hello, Mr. Leon. I am your super fan, Peter Parker. Today is my 18th. Oh no, my 8th birthday. Could you wish me a happy birthday? Hey, Peter, you can't make such requests on your own. Mr. Leon might feel overwhelmed. We should adhere to the protocol. Otherwise, if everyone made requests, Mr. Leon simply wouldn't have the time. Apologies, Mr. Leon. Peter is still quite young and doesn't he understand? We only need your signature. Gazing at the bashful and talkative child before him, alongside his charming aunt. Leon had yet to utter a word when the system eagerly intervened. Query. Shall today's check-in be completed? System, my ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring ultimate freedom. Ultimate freedom. As an ordinary person, you have reached a realm seldom attained even by deities, yet the journey is endless. You must continue to strive. Description, full health to play. Only those in prime condition can truly engage. Chapter 80, Little Spider and Aunt May Wow. The Golden Legend. Leon had initially planned to check in after the birth of Spider-Man, but to his astonishment, the unmutated Peter managed to yield results. Truly, he was Marvel's cherished child. The moment Leon attained ultimate freedom, he felt an overwhelming sense of calm, as if everything was within his grasp. Yet, with the dual stirrings of his physiological and psychological state, this omnipotent feeling was fleeting, leaving him to experiment later when time permitted. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Little Spider, being both a boy and a mere child, was not particularly captivating. Hence, Leon's gaze was primarily drawn to his alluring Aunt May. Though slightly embarrassed, Leon had to concede, she recognized you before I did. In the comics, Uncle Ben passed away when Little Spider was 15, and the depiction in the film Spider-Man Homecoming was quite similar. In this world of Leon, Uncle Ben passed away when Little Spider was merely 4 years old, leaving him with scant memories of his uncle. Aunt May, too, became a single mother at an early age, bearing the weight of widowhood. At this moment, she stood at the counter designated for Leon's autographs, adorned in sheer black stockings paired with denim shorts, and a cropped sleeveless t-shirt that accentuated her figure. Leaning slightly forward, she displayed her graceful curves, her brow furrowed with a hint of embarrassment as she fixed her gaze intently on Leon and said, Mr. Leon, I sincerely apologize. Peter is still quite young and doesn't he understand much. We only need your signature. Not a problem at all, Leon replied, placing a comforting hand on the back of Aunt May's hand. He continued generously, children are the treasures and future of our world. And you, Peter, are destined to become a true hero. Happy birthday, my little friend. With that, Leon extended his other hand towards Little Spider. Thank you, Mr. Leon, exclaimed Peter Parker, suddenly invigorated, rubbing his small hands against his jeans, then rising onto his tiptoes in an earnest attempt to shake hands with Leon across the autograph counter. However, Peter's height at 8 years old proved insufficient, and despite his ballet-like effort to reach, he could not grasp Leon's hand. Noticing this, Aunt May instinctively moved to lift Peter, but Leon, firmly holding her in place, stood up slightly, leaning forward to grasp Little Spider's hand. He discreetly winked at Aunt May, leaning closer to her ear to inquire, may I be so fortunate as to learn the name of this enchanting lady? May Parker, she responded, striving to maintain her composure, yet unable to suppress a nervous swallow. Please don't leave immediately. I truly appreciate Peter. He deserves a better birthday. Yet, despite her words, Leon's fingers subtly traced circles on the back of May's hand, a faint yet distinct sensation akin to a mosquito bite, compounded by the myriad of curious eyes observing them. May felt as if she might lose her sanity. With a soft, almost involuntary murmur of agreement, she quickly withdrew her hand from Leon's grasp to avoid any further embarrassment. After May and 8-year-old Peter departed, Leon felt a sudden sense of ennui. He transformed into a human autograph machine, swiftly signing away. This little interlude not only failed to irritate the fans waiting in line, but instead deepened their admiration for Leon. After all, who could resist a strong, handsome, wealthy man who was both playful and patient with children? As for his playful nature, was that truly a flaw? For his fans, it was regarded as one of his greatest virtues, as long as one possessed commendable qualities. Everyone had the chance for close interaction with such a remarkable figure. 2.5 minutes later, having entered quantum speed signing mode, Leon swiftly completed the signatures and interactions with all the Ultra VIP fans. In her embrace, May held the peacefully slumbering Peter, engaging in a casual conversation with R.C. Tifa about films and the realities of their homeland. Their rapport appeared rather pleasant. Upon noticing Leon's entrance, R.C. Tifa gracefully inclined her head in acknowledgement and discreetly withdrew. Mr. Leon May intended to rise and greet him. However, having sat with Peter for an extended period, her legs had gone numb, and she lost her balance, teetering forward. Be careful. In an instant, Leon sprang into action, using his body to cushion her forehead while supporting her upper body with his hands to prevent her from falling. Peter lay across her abdomen, cradled in her arms. "Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's all right. It was my clumsiness." As she spoke, May's gaze flitted away, her heart racing with guilt, unable to maintain the directness of her earlier stare at Leon. To me, Mr. Leon. Their sudden movements roused Peter from his dreams. "Hey, Peter, my little buddy." Leon effortlessly lifted Peter from May's arms, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with a beige tissue he had deftly retrieved from the coffee table. This scene struck May like a dagger to her heart, as a single parent. Her lips moved, but words eluded her. She could only smile indulgently as she observed Leon amusing Peter, creating a tender atmosphere. With the keen perception of the observation hockey, Leon monitored May's reactions, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he turned away from her. For many traditional women who have experienced family life, children represent their greatest vulnerability. Thus, for May, who treasured Peter above all else, Leon needed only to make a slight effort to effortlessly push her to her limits. That might not be appropriate. I'm troubling you too much. Yay. The 8-year-old Peter, blissfully unaware of the nuances, simply beamed with joy. Look, Peter welcomes me so warmly. May, can you bear to let this evening end just like that? Leon's gaze bore into May's eyes, laden with meaning. All right. Faced with Leon's earnest invitation and Peter's eager nudging, May, for the sake of her child, had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the trio ascended to the rooftop. Mr. Leon, are we going to fly? How high can you soar? Can you reach outer space? Is your speed greater than light? Even Superman wouldn't stand a chance against you, would he? Do you have biological stances? Are you perhaps not from Earth, but a Kryptonian? Peter, brimming with excitement, chattered incessantly, his loquacious nature now fully developed, with only a need for vocabulary and scientific knowledge remaining. Peter, fearing Leon's impatience, May quickly covered Peter's mouth, offering an apologetic smile to Leon. Sorry. Peter tends to ramble when he gets excited. Isn't that wonderful? An extroverted and sunny child will find it easier to navigate the complexities of human society. Leon leaned forward, the distance between his nose and May's lips a mere 25 centimeters. Both parties acutely aware of each other's breath and the nearly overwhelming scent of opposing pheromones. No, the child is still here. May initially believed Leon intended to kiss her in front of Peter, instinctively retreating a half step in surprise. Yet, before she could voice her concern, Leon enveloped her waist in a firm embrace. Are you ready for takeoff, my dear? He inquired slyly, seemingly oblivious to May's misunderstanding. Yes, I am ready, Mr. Leon. Peter, misinterpreting the question as directed at him, eagerly raised his hand to respond. All right then, here we go. Without waiting for May to speak, Leon wrapped his arms around her and Peter, soaring into the sky. In that fleeting moment of acceleration, Peter, prepared for the thrill, cheered with excitement, while May, startled to the brink of cardiac arrest, felt her adrenaline surge and instinctively clung to Leon. The grip of Leon. This was the exquisite elixir perfectly embodying the essence of the soldier's experience and Leon's charm. Those who could preserve their youth and attain immortality belonged to a different realm. Chapter 81. Peter shivered. Aunt May, do I deserve to have an uncle? Given that Peter and May resided in Queens, just a short distance of 10 to 20 kilometers from Stark Industries in Manhattan, Leon's current speed would have him arriving almost instantaneously. However, in his desire to savor the intimate moment with May a while longer, he ensured they remained airborne until the young spider fully acclimated to the rapid velocity. And only then did he gently descend, bringing the three of them into a humble abode. In New York, Queens is neither a wealthy enclave nor a destitute area. Rather, it stands as a diverse neighborhood rich in economic variety and cultural heritage. The majority of its populace is Caucasian, yet a significant number of African Americans also call it home. Peter's high school friend, the jovial and plump Ned, serves as a quintessential example. "Peter, are you having fun?" Leon asked. "Yes." Peter nodded enthusiastically. However, May, initially brimming with excitement, gradually transitioned into a state of calm and rationality, regretting her impulsive decision to invite Leon inside. Feeling the weight of her age and fading attractiveness, she doubted her ability to secure a promising future with Leon. Even if she could, it would merely be a fleeting amusement for him, destined to lead nowhere. She was no longer young. It was imperative not to indulge in selfish desires, but rather to consider Peter's future. "Aunt May, what's wrong? Are you not happy?" Peter, sensitive to May's emotional shift upon being released from Leon's embrace, grasped her hand with concern. Meanwhile, Leon approached the window, seemingly awaiting something. "It's nothing, Peter. I am very happy today," May replied, offering him a tender smile as she ruffled his hair. At that moment, a thunderous roar of engines filled the air. May took Peter's hand and moved closer to Leon. Gazing out of the window, I beheld an autonomous jet glider descending, carrying an enormous cake, larger than the current Peter. The wind swept in as the window opened. In a fleeting moment, Leon's figure shimmered, and the next instant, the cake appeared effortlessly in his hand, delicately balanced with a single hand. "Mr. Leon, is this for me?" Little Peter exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It was the grandest cake he had ever seen. "Of course, my little friend," Leon replied, ruffling Peter's hair and discreetly winking at May. A faint blush crept onto May's cheeks as she shyly avoided Leon's gaze, turning to Peter and saying, "Peter, how long do you intend to have Mr. Leon hold the cake for you? Shouldn't you tidy up your toys on the coffee table?" "Yes, madam," little Peter replied with exaggerated formality, saluting May before energetically sweeping his assembled toys into the basket beneath the table, like leaves caught in a tempest. With 8 rainbow-colored candles atop the cake, Leon smiled at Peter after lighting them. "Make a wish, Peter. Anything within my power is possible." "Really anything?" Peter asked, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, anything. Then, I wish for Mr. Leon to be with Aunt May, so I can have an uncle." Cough, cough. Upon hearing Peter's loud declaration, May nearly gasped in surprise, playfully tapping his little head. "Peter, no need for such nonsense." "Oh, can I make another wish? That sounds more appropriate." May nodded in approval, unaware that little Peter silently reaffirmed his previous wish in his heart, already showing signs of a future Spider-Man-esque tenacity. Then, with Leon's assistance, Peter extinguished the candles. The three of them began to slice the cake. But before they could take a bite, Peter gleefully smeared a dollop of cream on both Leon and Aunt May's faces with remarkable precision. As May contemplated a reprimand, a playful cream battle erupted, spiraling out of control. Noticing that their guest, Leon, had enthusiastically joined in, May felt it unnecessary to say more and playfully smeared cream back onto Leon's face, taking the opportunity to feel his muscles. Children possess boundless energy, yet it dissipates swiftly. After the birthday cake purchased by Alcy was entirely discarded without a single bite, Peter laid down utterly spent, showing no signs of waking even as Leon and May collaborated to give him a bath. During this time, the showerhead slipped from their grasp, drenching both Leon and May. They exchanged a glance, unspoken understanding passing between them, as if they had said everything without uttering a word. After bathing Peter, May carried him to the bedroom, while Leon took a shower on the spot to prepare for what lay ahead. When Leon emerged, May had just finished her shower, having a separate bathroom in her room. The two sat together in silence on the living room sofa. Leon was clad only in a pair of indestructible super-elastic fiber undergarments. His physique, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures, was so magnificent that it left those beside him momentarily breathless. May, on the other hand, wore a delicate silk nightgown with shoulder straps, revealing her collarbone and thighs in just the right measure. Neither vulgar nor overly modest, it showcased the primal allure of femininity. After a prolonged silence, noticing that May remained unresponsive, Leon took the initiative, placing his large hand over hers, which was gripping the hem of her skirt, intertwining their fingers. "Hey May, listen to me. Peter needs an uncle, and I can fill that role for him, and for you as well." However, she hesitated, expressing her fears. "My feelings for both Peter and you are genuine." Sensing her lingering reservations, Leon resolved to bolster her confidence further. Chapter 82, Cat TV. In the dead of night, after May succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep slumber, Leon, brimming with enthusiasm and devoid of sleepiness, promptly retrieved the collar of the Panther Goddess Batet from the system's spatial realm. With a fluid transition, he commanded the system, "Let me access." As his perspective shifted, Leon's consciousness was instantaneously projected into the mental domain of the Panther Goddess Batet, where a thick mist still enveloped the surroundings. "Come here, my little baby." Leon's playful tone instantly incited the wrath of Batet, who was irked by his uninvited presence. With a furious roar, a massive shadow lunged toward Leon with astonishing speed. The moment Bastet's formidable form came into view, her glistening claws were mere millimeters from Leon's handsome face. In the past, such a close call would have left Leon with at least a few scratches. Yet now, the tides had turned. Leon had evolved. He was no longer the same man he once was. He closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and allowed himself to move instinctively. In a seamless motion, he leaned back, his upper body almost brushing against Bastet's claws, perfectly evading her attack. Batet was taken aback by Leon's reactions and movements, having walked a similar path. She recognized the intricacies of his technique. Nevertheless, her combat instincts remained sharp, and she became increasingly ferocious. The wind howled, her claws, capable of effortlessly tearing through vibranium, sliced through the air with an ear-splitting roar. Yet, aside from grazing the corner of Leon's uniform, not a single hair on his body was harmed, even as he familiarized himself with his newfound abilities in this practical encounter. Once Leon fully grasped his current state of ultimate freedom, akin to the prideful spider sense of the little spider, the farcical battle of cat versus lion began to draw to a close. The roles of attack and defense shifted. No longer merely evading, Leon initiated his offensive. Yet it seemed as though the previous scene was merely being reenacted. Most of Leon's assaults were deftly evaded by Baster, whose agility was remarkable. Occasionally, a few punches or kicks would make contact, but they lacked the decisive impact to turn the tide of battle. Consequently, the conflict once again reached an impasse. One man and one deity, enveloped in a dense fog of concentration, as the dark earth cracked and mended like a serpent stirring. Time became indiscernible, and both Leon and Baster remained at full strength, unable to gain the upper hand over one another. Leon contemplated, "It seems I still need more practice." In his current state, the ultimate freedom was ample in defense, yet difficult to apply offensively. He was far from the desired mastery and control he sought. To elicit tears from his opponent, he realized he needed a slight maneuver. With this in mind, Leon ceased his futile combat, pausing to survey his surroundings. He addressed Baster, who lay concealed within the mist, declaring, "Let the frivolities come to an end, my dear." As his words lingered in the air, a powerful BGM seamlessly transitioned into a triumphant melody, Ultimate Holy War. What followed was the Battle of the Fool. With a shift in perspective, it felt akin to succumbing to the Crimson King, as time during the skirmish was erased, leaping directly from the onset of combat to its conclusion. Before Leon knelt a striking figure, a long-eared elven maiden, her skin a rich coffee hue, adorned with flowing silver-gray hair, exuding an aura of grandeur. Simultaneously, the system provided an explanation. Notification. The information on Baster, the Black Panther Goddess's collar, has been updated. Let me see what this entails. Baster, the Black Panther Goddess's collar. This collar is bound to Baster, the Black Panther Goddess. Your prowess has captivated her, and she shall offer you eternal loyalty. Quality, indestructible. Description. As long as the master does not forsake her, the cat will remain ever by your side. Note. Baster, the Black Panther Goddess, can be contained within the system's space along with the collar. At this moment, her attire was strikingly minimal. She wore only a pair of pure black shorts. Her shapely legs, both voluptuous and agile, reminiscent of a leopard, were quite the sight. Above, she donned an exceptionally form-fitting black snow jacket, with a thin, skin-tight V-neck short-sleeve shirt that accentuated her curves. "Master, please teach me." Baster gazed up at Leon with a facade of aloofness. Yet her tone was fervent enough to make Leon wonder if she might leap upon him at any moment. The wild yearning in her gray-blue eyes was almost palpable. This moment was fleeting, capturing the essence of the future. Although the Baster, the Black Panther Goddess's collar, could not be removed once adorned, it could be seamlessly concealed within her form or manifested at any chosen location on her body. Ingeniously, Baster had shifted its default position from her neck to her thigh. Chapter 83. A Celestial Arrival. The following morning, when May awoke from her slumber, her instinct led her to glance at her phone. "Oh dear, it's already 12 o'clock. Peter, you must head to school." In a flurry, May hastily dressed herself and exited her bedroom, intending to rouse little Peter from his slumber. In the living room, however, she discovered that Peter, who had awakened earlier, was darting about in a frenzy. Upon closer inspection, May realized that Peter was engaged in a playful pursuit of a sleek, entirely black cat, although it seemed more accurate to say he was being toyed with. Peter, in his attempts to catch the feline, had become quite disheveled, while the black cat maintained an air of elegance, effortlessly evading his grasps and gracefully leaping atop his head. Meow enough already. At your age, seeking superiority over a child is rather unbecoming. While Batet reveled in her antics, Leon seized her by the nape of her neck, lifting her onto his shoulder and grooming her with tender strokes. Under Leon's skilled ministrations, Batet transformed into an ordinary house cat, emitting a continuous purr, her rear and tail raised in delight. Mr. Leon, I wish I could pet her too, little Peter expressed enviously. If you wish to pet, then perhaps you should consider getting one of your own someday. This particular one is rather special, so do not harbor such thoughts, Leon chuckled, ruffling little Peter's hair. Very well, I shall definitely seek out a pure black cat in the future, little Peter declared with hope. The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener pondered. Could little Spider's affection for black cats have begun here? Peter, enough playing. You must go to school. May hurried over, packing his bag while anxiously reminding him. Do I really have to go now? Little Peter, half hidden behind Leon, reluctantly inquired. He had thought that May, having overslept, would permit him to play at home for the day. Of course, May reached out to pull Peter from behind Leon, only for him to deftly evade her grasp. Mr. Leon, please help me. Enough, May. Leon sheltered the little spider behind him, then embraced May, planting a light kiss upon her lips and gently advising. Children skipping a day of school, isn't such a grave matter. As long as they can read and count normally, play remains their primary task. Besides, even if Peter were to achieve nothing in the future with my wealth, he could spend lifetimes without exhausting it, rendering the conventional notion of education as the sole path unnecessary for him. But May was taken aback by Leon's audacity, kissing her before little Peter, leaving her flustered and stumbling over her words as if inebriated. Wow, Aunt May, does this mean I'm going to have an uncle? Peter asked excitedly. Peter, May blushed, shooting a glance at little Peter, ready to argue, only to be silenced by Leon's finger upon her lips. For just moments before, Alcy had informed him that a hammer had fallen from the sky last night. No one can move or lift it. This has ignited a fervor in the local community regarding the legendary Hammer of Heroes, with tales circulating that whoever can lift this hammer will ascend to become a fabled champion. A well-meaning individual posted about this online, and thus, RC, who spends most of her time surfing the web, learned of it promptly. Darling, let's request a few more days off for Peter, Leon suggested, gently caressing May's cheek. Uncle Leon, where are we going to have fun? The astute young Peter instantly guessed. Indeed. How about New Mexico? Hooray. As long as we don't have to go to school, Peter is willing to go anywhere, especially with an uncle as wise and understanding as Leon. You too. Never mind. Have your fun. May secretly wish to indulge in more leisure time, knowing that Leon couldn't always be by her side, so she cherished every moment spent together. She sighed inwardly, realizing she was undeniably captivated by this man. In New Mexico, the SHIELD satellite had also detected an unidentified object landing somewhere in the state last night, but due to severe electromagnetic interference, it could not pinpoint the exact location. Now, the news circulating online regarding the Hammer of Heroes had been promptly captured and secured by them to prevent further escalation. Agent Coulson, driving his flying car named Laura, equipped with magnetic levitation capabilities, swiftly arrived at the scene. At that moment, an elderly man was attempting to connect the hammer's handle to his pickup truck with a chain as thick as his finger, hoping to pull the hammer. However, the truck's bed was overturned, and the hammer remained utterly unmoved. It was situated in the very center of a 25-meter-wide meteorite crater, as if this crater had been formed by the hammer itself. Sir, I've located it, Coulson said, pulling out his phone and dialing someone. Damn it. Are aliens just throwing their trash onto Earth these days? If I ever get the chance, I will dump all of Earth's nuclear waste into the homes of those uncivilized extraterrestrials. A voice on the other end of the line exclaimed angrily. Sir, I personally believe we need to notify Mr. Leon about this alien hammer. It has exceeded the capabilities of Clinton and Natasha. Hey, Coulson, were you calling for me? Before Coulson could finish, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Mr. Leon? Who are these two? Coulson inquired. May and Peter, my family, Leon replied, holding young Peter in one arm while tightly embracing May with the other, presenting the image of a happy family. However, Coulson knew that this was impossible for Leon, making it yet another instance of him being involved with a family and one that included a child. Mr. Leon, Coulson divulged all the intelligence regarding the hammer of the worthy to Leon. After listening, Leon casually waved his hand and said, Leave this hammer business entirely to me. You cannot hope to match him. Him? Coulson pondered with confusion. However, Leon clearly had no intention of clarifying for Coulson. In a near instantaneous manner, he brought May and Peter to the edge of the massive crater created by Thor's hammer. At this moment, Leon, who was familiar with the old man, was clearly not among the others present. "Hey, my old friend, do you need a hand from the younger generation? Captain America! You're Captain America! I am your devoted fan," he exclaimed. "Look, I wear your suit underneath my clothes every day." As he spoke, the old man dramatically tore open his collar, revealing a wrinkled, well-worn Superman costume underneath, one that had undoubtedly seen countless washes. Observing this, Leon's eye twitched. Yet he refrained from exposing the truth and even signed Captain America's name on the old man's costume. Wasn't this somewhat akin to a form of NTR? Chapter 84. The Return of the Rune, Thor Leon. Subsequently, regarding the signing in, Leon had previously encountered several incarnations of Stan Lee, all of whom had signed various comic manuscripts. While there might be something valuable, the plethora of comic-related items in the pool severely diluted the chances of obtaining something good. And Leon had yet to see anything remarkable. Nonetheless, it wouldn't hurt to sign in once, as there was always a chance that it could be something extraordinary, like an observer. Upon his return, SHIELD had completely secured the scene. Leon, accompanied by May and Peter, descended into the great pit and inquired of Coulson, who had been stationed there. "Has everyone else tried?" "Yes," Coulson nodded. "Everyone present has attempted, yet not a single person has been able to lift the hammer." "Is that so?" Leon raised an eyebrow, and Batet promptly understood, leaping from his shoulder to May's. He then stepped forward and grasped the handle of Thor's hammer. With a sudden exertion of strength, a tremendous rumble echoed through the air. Under the protection of the biological field, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters began to tremble restlessly, collapsing a few centimeters downward. Yet, the hammer of Thor remained utterly unmoved. Unfazed, Leon expanded the biological field's protective range to several kilometers and unleashed his armed color hockey, activating the Fool's final power boost of 50. "Be careful, my friends," Leon cautioned as his muscles surged with strength. The earth quaked even more violently, as if it were about to turn upside down. Coulson lost his footing and fell flat on his backside, while May and Peter appeared unaffected. Centered around Batet, a subtle dark field enveloped the two, exerting a seemingly analogous effect to the biological field, although the ground only sank an additional centimeter this time. The force exerted was evidently far greater than before, yet the hammer of Thor remained steadfast. Realizing he had to concede, Leon couldn't help but lament Odin's formidable prowess, even on the brink of death. No, it was precisely because he was nearing death that he remained so formidable. "Shall we proceed with today's attendance?" the system inquired. "Is it that the ancients grow stronger with time, or do the powerful merely become ancient? Quality, disposable. Although it is not what Leon currently desires most, it may still prove useful. This has become intriguing. I shall refrain from using it." May gracefully declined, waving her hand. Leon, with a mere finger, could elevate her to the skies, yet despite her considerable effort, she could not lift the hammer. In her heart, she mused that she stood no chance. I want it. I want it." After receiving Leon's approval, young Peter eagerly broke free from May's grasp and hurried towards Leon and Mjolnir. "Let us give it a try." Leon affectionately ruffled young Peter's hair, stepping aside to allow him to showcase his potential. In theory, a child with a pure heart possesses a greater chance than an adult burdened by complex thoughts. As young Peter placed his hand upon the handle of Mjolnir, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and thunder roared. Even if Peter could lift it, this commotion is rather unsettling. Leon took 2 steps forward, intending to shield Peter. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel struck down. Initially aimed at young Peter, Leon, fearing for his safety, instinctively activated his energy absorption, transforming into a human lightning rod. The colossal bolt of lightning was drawn towards him, vanishing into his being. In that moment, Leon felt as though he were bathing in a tempest of power far beyond that of the sons of Satan, yet he remained unscathed. Every cell within him ravenously absorbed the energy of the lightning as though it had been starved for eons. Simultaneously, a magnificent suit of silver armor adorned with a crimson cloak materialized around Leon. As the storm subsided, upon noticing the dragon scale-like silver armor enveloping his arms, Leon instantaneously comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was undoubtedly the Thunder Goddess armor, forged from URU metal and imbued with Odin's divine power. Just moments ago, young Peter had unwittingly garnered Mjolnir's recognition, inadvertently awakening the power within the hammer, while Leon, through a fortunate twist of fate, had inadvertently intercepted the full potential Peter was meant to receive. Ward, Peter, Leon, are you all right? May, regaining her composure, rushed over to embrace the somewhat bewildered young Peter. Mjolnir was also lifted, but young Peter could not maintain his grip, causing it to plummet once more. Leon's instinctive response allowed him to catch it. Remarkably, he succeeded. Leon stood in astonishment, holding the perfectly balanced and weighted Mjolnir, until May leapt into his embrace. Jolting him back to reality, this was no dream. Unable to refuse her, he acquiesced. In truth, Leon had suddenly recalled that there was indeed a true thunder god awaiting his conquest, and with both women and children in tow, he found it rather challenging to proceed. Thus, he readily acquiesced, endeavoring to soothe Peter's spirits. To further placate him, Leon presented a remarkably crafted model of a space aircraft carrier, previously signed by him. Chapter 85, Chronicles of Asgard. Time shifts slightly forward. The core of the Nine Realms. Asgard. After valiantly battling for Asgard for over a millennium and a half, the robust and spirited Thor, the god of thunder, was on the cusp of inheriting the throne from his father, the All-Father Odin. He was powerful, courageous, proud, and a formidable warrior, embodying the aspirations of the Asgardian people. Armed with Mjolnir, a hammer forged in the core of a dying star, he was invincible, leaving none in his wake. However, Thor's brother Loki could not abide his sibling's glory. Odin had proclaimed that both brothers were worthy of kingship. Yet Loki found himself merely a spectator to Thor's ascension. Resentment brewed within him. Consequently, he clandestinely allied with the Frost Giants, revealing to their leader Laufey the existence of a secret passage that could bypass the Bifrost and grant entry into Asgard. This would allow them to infiltrate Odin's treasury and incite chaos on the day of Thor's coronation. Although these intruders were ultimately vanquished by the destroyer guarding Odin's vault, Loki's machinations succeeded in interrupting Thor's ceremonial succession. Subsequently, Loki incited Thor, already in a furious state, to lead his 3 valiant companions to Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms inhabited by the Frost Giants. There, they were besieged by the entire Frost Giant clan. While Thor was able to defend himself with Mjolnir, his companions found themselves in dire peril. In the midst of the fray, Loki unexpectedly discovered his immunity to the icy onslaught, a rare bloodline gift possessed solely by the Frost Giants. This revelation threw Loki into a turmoil of anxiety. His ambitions of earning Odin's favor and securing his rightful claim to the throne of Asgard were now jeopardized. Should his true heritage as a Frost Giant be unveiled, he would forfeit everything he currently held dear. In the midst of this crisis, Odin, mounted on his 8-legged steed Sleipnir, descended upon the Bifrost, wielding immense power. Though aged and unable to fight, his divine might could not stave off the inevitable decay of life. In that realm, Thor would endure even without his powers, affording him ample time to reflect upon his missteps. Odin then imbued Mjolnir with a spell that allowed only those of pure heart to wield it, granting them the strength of the thunder god should they prove worthy. This was a testament to Thor's trials and rebirth through fire. After Thor's exile, Loki attempted to recruit his brother's valiant companions to his cause, yet they saw through his jealousy of Thor's acclaim, leading to a disgruntled parting. Consumed by frustration over Thor's popularity, Loki ventured to Odin's treasury, where he confirmed his Frost Giant lineage through the fabled artifact, the Casket of Ancient Winters. The icy blue skin upon his body served as a poignant irony, mocking Loki's self-assured pride in his Asgardian lineage and his yearning for the throne of Asgard. At that moment, the All-Father Odin arrived to intervene, only to be met with a retort from Loki, who had already revealed his true identity. Regardless of whether you are an Asgardian or a Frost Giant, you will always be my son. After expressing his heartfelt sentiments towards Loki, the weary Odin succumbed, entering the uncontrollable state known as the Odin Sleep. Faced with the fallen figure of the one whose approval he sought, Loki was overtaken by panic. After summoning the guards, he spotted Odin's relinquished artifact, the Eternal Spear, lying on the ground, and an idea sparked in his mind. As long as Thor remained in Midgard, Earth, and the Frost Giant race, along with all of Jotunheim, was obliterated, no one would ever uncover his true identity. He would remain Asgard's second prince. By leveraging his monumental achievements in repelling external foes, he, the god of mischief Loki, would ascend to become the legitimate supreme ruler of Asgard. However, in truth, during Odin's slumber and Thor's exile, Loki, wielding the Eternal Spear, had unwittingly become the temporary king of Asgard. Yet, now that he possessed the highest authority in Asgard, how could Loki possibly agree to relinquish his newfound power? After dismissing the 3 warriors, he ventured to the place where Odin lay sleeping, seeking to pay respects to the great figure who had raised him, a father in spirit. if not by blood. It was then that he learned from his mother, Frigga, that this was a trial concerning the legitimacy of his claim to the throne. Upon hearing this news, Loki was immediately unsettled. He regarded Thor as a brother and had no intention of harming him. But this foundation rested on the assumption that Thor would not pose a threat to his claim to the throne. "Father, why do you always show such favoritism?" he pondered. The hammer of the thunder god was one matter, and the throne of Asgard was another. Unwilling to relinquish the power he had nearly grasped, Loki resolved to journey to Midgard, employing his cunning to bind Thor forever in that realm. Meanwhile, Thor, exiled to Earth and stripped of his divine powers, was merely a stronger-than-average mortal. As he descended from the heavens, he was fortuitously struck by a vehicle driven by astrophysicist Jane Foster, who was investigating the spatial anomalies caused by the Bifrost. Remarkably unfazed by the incident, he stood upright after being flung aside. However, Daisy Lewis, Jane's intern and close friend, mistook him for an ice-cold archer and dramatically incapacitated him with a taser. Subsequently, concerned that Thor, despite appearing unharmed, might have internal injuries, they both lifted the unconscious god into their vehicle and rushed him to the hospital for examination. During this time, Thor briefly regained consciousness. Mistaking the doctor drawing his blood for a foe intent on doing him harm, it erupted in fury. Even a dozen individuals could not restrain him until he was subdued by a dose of anesthetic. Initially, Jane Foster had settled Thor's medical expenses before departing, as she had pressing research that required her attention. However, upon reviewing the photographs taken during the peak of last night's spatial anomaly, Daisy Louise pointed out that one of the images seemed to reveal a shadowy figure at the center of the disturbance. This could potentially provide the answers he had long sought. But then, with a sudden thud, the all-terrain vehicle driven by Jim Foster came to an abrupt halt from a speed of 70 or 80 miles per hour. My goodness, it's a fellow countryman. Upon catching a glimpse of the profile of the individual who had obstructed the vehicle, Daisy Louise gasped, her astonishment causing her to tremble uncontrollably, as if gripped by sheer terror. In front of the vehicle, Leon, with one arm raised to block the car, stood as an imposing figure clad in the armor of the Thunder God, casting a shadow against the sun. On the ground behind him, Sol, dressed in a blue and white striped hospital gown, reached out and inquired, "Hey, my friend, are you all right? Be cautious while crossing the street, or you might encounter some serious misfortune." Leon, experienced in such matters, responded accordingly. Chapter 86. Leon. When one is away from home, identity is self-bestowed. Facing the glaring sun, Sol raised his hand to shield his eyes. Once his vision cleared, and he discerned the attire of the newcomer and the hammer he held, his expression morphed into one of disbelief, as if his wife had been taken from him. "No, impossible. That is my hammer. How did it end up in your hands?" "Oh, that is a long story, my friend," Leon chuckled before gripping the Thunder God's hammer with vigor, relishing a sensation akin to that of a guilty pleasure. "But really, there's still some uncharted territories to explore. Since it is your hammer, why is it in my possession? And can you lift it now?" As he spoke, Leon tossed the Thunder God's hammer toward Sol. With great effort, Sol, still clad in the blue and white striped hospital gown, stood up and grasped the hammer's handle, straining until his face flushed crimson. Yet, the Thunder God's hammer showed no inclination to budge from its resting place. Thud! "This is impossible. How can this be? It is undeniably my hammer. Father, you cannot treat me this way. See, I told you, even if I accepted that this hammer belongs to you, it still refuses to acknowledge you. I had to experience certain unforeseen events to be able to wield this hammer." Even if Leon were to exhaust himself and lose the borrowed power of the Thunder God, the hammer would turn its back on him. At least, in this moment, it belonged to Leon. What was that old saying? Love becomes restless with the ringing of the bell, yet the heart remains unquiet once the bell has ceased. However, the latter part of that saying does not quite apply to Leon, who, for the most part, also tends to forget those he has encountered once matters are concluded. "Oh my goodness, fellow countrymen, I am your fan." Overwhelmed with excitement, Daisy Louise, after stepping out of the vehicle, took only a few steps before being weighed down by the heavy burden of the future, gasping for breath. Upon seeing Leon, her eyes sparkled with adoration, and she eagerly leaped into his arms. "Oh, darling, you truly startled me." After stepping out of the vehicle, Jane Foster and Dr. Eric Selvig were at a loss for words upon encountering Daisy Louise, who was eagerly delivering vegetables in a rather ridiculous manner. In a restaurant, Thor gazed despondently at the enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, which he was unable to lift, and in a moment of despair, transformed his sorrow into a voracious appetite, devouring his meal with fervor. Upon finishing his drink, he audaciously hurled the cup to the ground, calling out boisterously for another. This rough demeanor led Jane Foster to suspect that he might be a Viking who had mistakenly wandered into modern society from some remote corner of the world. However, one could not deny that he was strikingly handsome and quite robust, rivaling the renowned Leon Stark seated nearby. "This drink is delightful. I shall have another." With a crash, another cup shattered under Thor's forceful throw. "Could you please refrain from breaking things? It would suffice to simply raise your hand and call for Itchy, the waitress, and she would attend to you." Such wastefulness, Jane Foster lamented, torn between concern for both the money and the cups. No matter, Leon, who was indulging in a personal massage from Daisy Louise, waved his hand nonchalantly. "I have purchased this restaurant along with the entire town. It matters not if the place is in ruins, as long as people are safe." Given Leon's financial prowess, Jane Foster ceased her objections, allowing Thor to act as he pleased. Yet, it seemed that Thor had taken to heart Jane Foster's earlier complaints, for he ceased his reckless cup throwing. "So, you found him at the center of last night's electromagnetic storm?" Leon inquired, gesturing towards Thor, who was still voraciously consuming his meal. "Indeed," Jane Foster affirmed with a nod. "He claims to be the Norse god of thunder, having traversed the Rainbow Bridge to arrive here. In truth, he is merely an eccentric man with slightly greater strength than average, and the existence of the Rainbow Bridge remains unsubstantiated." Jane Foster expressed her perplexity, noting that in the photographs taken at the storm's epicenter, there was a figure present, yet they had only discovered him. If Stark Industries could lend its technological support, my research would surely achieve significant breakthroughs. As she spoke, Jane Foster began to solicit sponsorship, recognizing the rare opportunity of being in front of Leon Stark, her potential benefactor. "The Rainbow Bridge does indeed exist," Thor interjected, pausing his meal to speak earnestly. "You must be suffering from a delusion. This is a condition that requires treatment." Jane Foster contemplated taking Thor to a major hospital for an examination, but Leon waved his hand dismissively. "What he says is true. The Norse mythology on Earth is based on reality. Both Thor and Odin, the All-Father, truly existed and once walked this planet. This is also documented in the library of Kamartaj." Upon hearing Leon's explanation, Thor excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Indeed, Midgard has individuals who possess sound judgment. The warriors of Midgard who can wield Mjolnir. Declare your names." "Since you have asked so boldly," Leon cleared his throat and began to chant, a playful glint in his eyes. "I am the supreme guardian of Midgard, the most formidable disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, the esteemed master of the Ancient One, the leader of the Avengers, the actual custodian of Midgard's vast wealth, the twin brother of Iron Man Tony Stark, the master of the goddess Batet, and the most beloved superhero of the people, Leon Stark." Upon the utterance of such an extensive title, the other three fell into a stunned silence, their jaws agape in astonishment. This appellation likely surpasses even that of the most notorious villain. "It's your turn," Leon addressed Thor. "Huh?" Thor, momentarily bewildered, pointed to himself. "Come on, buddy, in your state, what could I possibly say?" Chapter 87. Leon. "The loneliest feeling is to desire what cannot be had. I am Thor, son of Odin, the future king of Asgard, and the wielder of Mjolnir." Each of his titles was indeed formidable, yet they paled in comparison to Leon's lengthy designation, lacking the same imposing resonance. Thus, a longer title does hold its advantages. "The master of the Meow Meow Hammer?" Daisy Louise interjected, momentarily amused before she stifled her laughter, realizing it was rather impolite. "Did you just laugh?" Thor squinted, perplexed. "No," Daisy Louise replied, shaking her head vigorously in defense. "I have undergone professional training to ensure that I do not laugh, regardless of how amusing the situation may be." Despite her earnest efforts, her smile threatened to betray her composure. However, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig were unable to contain their mirth. "Haha, why is your hammer called Meow Meow? Is it your pet?" "I mean no offense, merely curious," Daisy Louise inquired politely. Once laughter erupted, she found her own urge to laugh diminished. "Is Mjolnir? It is my weapon and companion, not a pet," Thor corrected her firmly. The royal demeanor of Asgard prevented him from being pettifogging over the hammer's name, as he turned his attention to Leon, who had impressed him with his own hammer and armor. "Bro, while I believe in the existence of Thor and King Odin, that does not inherently convince me that you are indeed Thor. You must provide appropriate proof. Otherwise, we wouldn't want every Tom, Dick, and Harry claiming to be Thor to have a go at wielding this hammer, would we?" Leon's demand placed Thor in a predicament. Indeed, relying solely on words to convince a guardian of a kingdom of his identity seemed far-fetched. However, having his power sealed by Odin left him with no means of substantiating his identity aside from mere speech, as this human form was undeniably frail. "Let us do this. I shall pose a few questions to you, and if you answer them correctly, I shall accept that you are Thor." For it is known that the library of Kamartaj contains many secrets of Asgard, Leon proposed to Thor. Certainly, the tales surrounding the Kamartaj library are mere fabrications of his imagination. Although the library boasts an overwhelming collection of tomes, he has only perused the first page of an introductory outline for novice sorcerers. Those familiar with the term abandon would surely comprehend the implications of Leon. The pretense of the Kamartaj library is akin to Conan's Hawaiian escapade. He has successfully leveraged the guise of Leon, cloaked in the authority of the Ancient One, to divert attention towards any inexplicable sources of advanced intelligence. After all, the Ancient One would not pursue him for clarifications. We are all part of the same family. After all, feel free to inquire, Sol said, wiping his mouth and sitting upright. He needed to earn Leon's trust. Nearby, the trio of Jane Foster appeared to be mere spectators, while the server, Itchy, had prepared a platter of watermelon for them. Quick questions, quick answers. There could be no hesitation. Leon retrieved a gavel from the system space, one he had previously signed for, branded with the Ace Attorney collaboration, and rapped it against the table, signaling Sol to commence his inquiries. Bang! What is the average lifespan of the Asgardian deities? 5,000 years. Correct. Bang! What treasures reside in Odin's vault, and who guards the vault? The box of icy cold, the orb of Agamotto, the tablet of life, the eternal flame, and the infinity gauntlet. The guardian is the destroyer armor. Correct. Bang! What is the controller of the destroyer armor? The eternal spear, Gungnir. Correct. Bang! Who are the three warriors under Thor's command? Vostag, Hogun, and Fandral. Correct. Bang! Have you wet Sif? No. Correct. Bang! Lastly, what color underwear does Sif prefer? Black. Oh dear. The mouth raced ahead while the mind followed. Leon and the trio of onlookers exchanged knowing glances of synchronized intrigue, without allowing Sol a moment to process. Leon swiftly seized the hammer of Thor, using it like a sword to tap both of Sol's shoulders, and with a serious demeanor stated, "Congratulations, Thor Odinson. You have passed the trial. Now, by the name of Leon Stark, protector of Midgard, I acknowledge your identity as Thor, the god of thunder. Furthermore, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Avengers." Avengers? Why would I, Thor, the god of thunder, join a human organization? Sol's expression was one of clear refusal. As the future king of Asgard, how could he subordinate himself to others? Are you relinquishing the hammer? Leon smirked, swinging the hammer of Thor in his hand. As a fellow guardian of the Nine Realms, I am honored to join the protectorate of Midgard. Subsequently, Leon and Sol deliberated on how to release the power of the god of thunder from him. Indeed, while the power of the thunder god is formidable, an awkward predicament now arises. The armor of the thunder god seemed as if it were an inseparable part of Leon, clinging to him relentlessly. He had contemplated using his super self-regeneration to morph his form and slip out through the collar of the armor. But to his dismay, the armor adapted to his every change, enveloping him tightly. Magic, while incredibly convenient at times, could also be an exasperating burden. The most grave consequence was that Leon found himself unable to engage in friendly competitions with his companions, leaving him to merely satisfy his visual, verbal, and manual cravings, a predicament not unlike that of a eunuch. In a more bizarre notion, he mused about sprouting from his head, though he doubted any woman would find that acceptable, and even he felt queasy at the thought. He attempted to reach the craftsman for assistance, only to learn she was unavailable, enjoying a vacation on the beaches of the Maldives, leaving Leon to manage the situation alone, which was simply about a teleportation array. After numerous futile attempts, Thor too relinquished his hope of wielding the Thunder Goddess hammer and offered a comforting pat on Leon's shoulder. Sighing, Leon gazed down at his friend, who had long been unable to breathe freely, and wistfully remarked, "It seems we must proceed thus. I have devised a plan." Chapter 88. Loki's Scheme, Thor's Regret. As Thor was still unable to lift the Thunder Goddess hammer, having not passed Odin's trial, his calls to Heimdall to open the Bifrost were in vain. Advised by Odin, Heimdall dismissed him. With no other choice, Thor accepted Leon's proposal and decided to act according to his plan. Nightfall arrived, and after midnight passed, Leon, growing impatient, enlisted Archie and Batet to keep watch while he discreetly took a break for amusement after giving Thor a playful nudge. Query: shall today a sign-in be conducted? System: for the glory of the northern gods. Activate. Ding. Today a sign-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Storm Template. Storm Template. Superhuman physical attributes. Significant overall enhancement. Tenfold lifespan increase. Plasma lightning. Plasma remote control. Plasma explosion capabilities depend on personal attributes and proficiency. Initially, Leon imagined it referred to the storm from the X-Men, only to realize it pertained to the storm from boys. Nevertheless, this Storm Template offered a greater enhancement to physical qualities, making it exceedingly suitable for someone like Leon, who pursued the path of corporeal sanctification. Even a small chicken leg is still meat. Thus, Leon grew stronger once more. He felt compelled to unleash a crescent moon slash for added excitement. Oh, for heaven's sake! This damned armor! Just as he was filled with enthusiasm, the Thunder God's armor quelled his fervor, intensifying his frustration. In the next moment, Leon found himself embracing a bewildered Daisy Louise, freshly emerged from her shower, atop Jane Foster's SUV. At this juncture, Jane Foster and Dr. Selvig had received verbal sponsorship from Leon and were so exhilarated that sleep eluded them. In their hotel, they engaged in fervent discussions with several scientists from SHIELD regarding the anomalous electromagnetic storms triggered by the Bifrost, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Mr. Leon, Daisy Louise began to speak, but was interrupted by Leon's exclamation, "Darling, I'm here, help me." Before Daisy could comprehend the situation, Leon had lifted her high into the air, soaring swiftly among the clouds. The speed was such that no trace remained visible. The newly acquired Storm template significantly enhanced Leon's velocity, rivaling that of the Starlight template. The nature of the plasma, lightning, imparted a tingling sensation during the flight. With multiple enhancements, Leon's speed had become unobservable, yet under the protection of biological positioning. Daisy Louise suffered no harm whatsoever. Instead, amidst the thrill and rush, her adrenaline surged, quickly overwhelming her senses to the point where the surrounding scenery became indistinct. Ultimately, as Leon ascended even faster, the environment around them turned increasingly surreal, leading her to faint. Afterward, Leon gently set the fainted Daisy Louise down, ensuring a smooth landing to avoid further distress on her fragile heart. He exhaled deeply, his usually melancholic gaze now radiating clarity, as if he had gained profound wisdom about the world. "This is magnificent. I'm gradually comprehending everything." However, on the first night of waiting for Loki, he did not arrive. Leon surmised that Loki was consolidating Asgard and preparing for his own ascension. It was not until 2:30 the following morning that Alcy suddenly whispered in Leon's ear, "He has come." Just in time, they sped towards the crater where Thor and Mjolnir were held captive. A temporary base had been constructed by SHIELD around the meteorite crater created by Mjolnir. Inside the room where Thor was imprisoned, he could barely conceal his drowsiness as he lowered his head and squinted. Then, a familiar voice jolted him awake. "Thor? Loki? What brings you here? Have the frost giants from Jotunheim attacked? I must explain this to Father." Thor instantly shifted into a state of alertness, feeling both joy and despair, as he was essentially a prisoner unable to wield the hammer of the god of thunder. However, Loki's first words rendered him speechless. "Father is dead." "What?" Thor exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. "I said, Father has died of grief. You know he was too old. The ordeal with Jotunheim drained his final strength. Shortly after exiling you, he could no longer bear the burden, and his soul has entered Valhalla." "No, it should not be this way." Thor struggled to grasp the reality, a mixture of performance and genuine emotion surfacing. For Odin's life had indeed reached its conclusion, and his passage to Valhalla was not unexpected. "I am aware of your deep affection for him, and I have counseled him, yet he remains consumed by rage, rendering my words futile. Asgard cannot accept a sovereign who has caused the demise of the previous king. Thus, this burden falls upon my shoulders." Loki's expression bore 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts desolation, concealing any trace of vulnerability. Thor's eyes brimmed with tears as he choked out a question. "To this, I express my sincerest apologies, brother." "No." Thor, in a fit of anguish, wept openly. His genuine emotions eclipsed the prearranged plans discussed with Leon, as guilt and remorse filled his heart. Regardless of the truth in Loki's words, Thor understood that if he persisted in his previous obstinacy, reality might indeed unfold in this tragic manner. At that juncture, even if their mother could forgive him, Thor would struggle to absolve himself. "I have come to bid farewell, brother. I'm truly sorry for not being able to do more for you," Loki said, his voice trembling with sorrow. "No." Thor lifted his gaze to Loki, speaking earnestly. "It is I who should apologize. I have consistently overlooked your feelings. You are more deserving of the throne of Asgard than I. Thank you for coming to see me one last time, Loki." Upon hearing this, Loki turned away, his expression a mix of regret and swift acceptance. Having grown up alongside Thor, he could sense the sincerity in Thor's words. The sentiments he had yearned to hear emerged at such an inopportune moment, a cruel twist of fate. Yet he felt compelled to act. "I am sorry, brother. You shall wither away in this cage of freedom known as Midgard. There is no longer a place for you in Asgard." In the chamber where Thor was confined, the ceiling bore witness. He has departed. Shall we not seize him? Alcidifa, seeing Loki prepare to leave, grew anxious. No, that was merely an illusion crafted by magic. I cannot sense any vitality from him, explained Batet, in her Hakimi form, nestled beside Alcidifa with the poise of seasoned matron. I shall heed your counsel. In the realms of magic and divinity, Batet evidently possessed greater expertise than Alcidifa, who was more than willing to follow her guidance. Chapter 89. Shattering Darkness with Thunder. At the center of the crater, Loki grasped the handle of the god of Thunder's hammer, straining to lift it. Oof, it proves too heavy for me. Loki relinquished his grip, inwardly grumbling. At least this time, Odin showed no favoritism. Neither he nor Thor could wield the hammer. Loki's brow furrowed suddenly. As he scanned his surroundings, he sensed the humans parting as if some impending force were approaching, although they had been enchanted by Loki's magic to obscure their vision, rendering them blind to their surroundings. Just then, an overwhelming sense of primordial dread surged within Loki, akin to that faced by a dinosaur confronting a cataclysmic meteor. From above, he looked up and felt his pupils constrict sharply, for he beheld a meteor of violet, blue, and gold hurtling directly towards him. In that instant, thunder roared and lightning crackled. It was as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. To avoid collateral damage, Leon utilized a biological stance to confine the area of impact to a minuscule range, directing all harm towards Loki and the ground beneath him. In an instant, a bottomless void emerged where Thor's hammer had once rested, just as Leon intended to leap into the abyss to deliver a finishing blow. The hammer in his grasp suddenly became uncontrollable, propelling him at great speed toward the distraught and regretful Thor. The power of the thunder god within him was so compelling that Leon could not even discard the hammer. This unforeseen turn of events astonished both Leon and the self-reproaching Thor. Mjolnir? Thor called out, somewhat bewildered. What in the world are you doing? Leon gripped the hammer tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Crackling with energy, the thunder god's power surged restlessly within him, uncontrollably spilling forth towards Thor. Damn it, of all times, he exclaimed. Alci Batet, keep an eye on Loki. Understood. In the next moment, the ceiling erupted. Alci transformed into her combat mode, and Batet, revealing her true form as a panther, descended beside Leon, who was being forcibly restrained by the thunder god's power. After nodding respectfully to him, the towering Batet, now in her panther form, delivered a powerful slap to Alci, clad in the indestructible adamantium battle mode, aiding her with a burst of physical acceleration. Then, she transformed into a swift shadow, pursuing the enemy. The Desert Eagle, with infinite bullets, impervious to wear, struck down fiercely. Bang! With a crack, a significant dent appeared on the surface of Mjolnir, spiderweb-like fissures radiating outward, yet it quickly subdued. To Leon's surprise, the cracks on Mjolnir's surface vanished almost as soon as they appeared, rejuvenated by the incessantly overflowing power of the thunder god from Leon, restoring it to its original state, far superior to any self-repairing enchantment employed by lesser beings. It appeared that as long as the hammer's core remained intact, it possessed the ability to self-repair. During Hela's encounter in Thor, Ragnarok, it was likely shattered beyond repair, thus remaining in a broken state. Hurry, hurry, Leon urged, chastising Mjolnir momentarily before tossing it back to the somewhat dazed Thor, as if discarding trash. How on earth did you manage that? Thor questioned incredulously upon catching the hammer. What do you think? My weapon is simply tougher than yours, Leon retorted, his tongue-in-cheek justification making Thor's lips twitch. Thor, catch, Leon called out before fully relinquishing the restraint on his thunder god power, allowing it to surge forth. A torrent of azure lightning racing towards the astonished Thor, whose mouth hung agape. Before long, the god of thunder was completely revived. However, just as Leon equipped his shield, two beams of light, one thick, one thin, hurtled towards him and Thor. Leon tilted his head, effortlessly evading the coarse beam aimed at him. My apologies, Leon, he said. The weapon on me is rather troublesome. It appeared he had sustained no injuries, merely a few shards of ice clinging to his form. His expression tense as he remained vigilant towards the direction from which the two beams had originated. Oh, Leon raised an eyebrow, following the wary gaze of the two women. Before him stood Loki, clad in divine leather armor, adorned with a horned helmet, wielding the Spear of Eternity, and draped with a miniature frostbox necklace forged from URU steel. Towering behind him was the imposing destroyer armor, standing over 2 meters tall. As he advanced step by step towards them, one of the horns on Loki's helmet was visibly dented, a clear mark from Leon's earlier strike. He had maintained his full armor state, merely cloaked in magic to masquerade as a human in casual attire. How dare you act so brazenly before a god? Kneel! Loki commanded imperiously, thrusting the spear of eternity into the ground. Leon couldn't suppress a chuckle. Are you trying to imitate a cat's meow? You Loki, hear me out. I had already given up. Thor, this is your doing. Thor, taken aback, found himself bewildered as the situation unfolded beyond his comprehension, nearly overheating his CPU in confusion. He could not grasp it. Chapter 90, Loki, I want to go home TT. However, his attention was drawn to the necklace on Loki's chest. A miniature frost box linked by URU steel to his arms. Thor's composure shattered. Loki, only the frost giants can wield the frost box. Why do you have it on you? With murderous intent towards Thor brewing within him, Loki decided to abandon all pretense, revealing his icy blue skin. A symbol of the frost giants, fully unleashing the malevolence within his heart. At this point, can you not see, brother? The answer is singular. We are both born as kings, rightful rulers of the frost giant lineage. Destroyer, unleash your wrath upon him. Loki commanded, pointing the spear of eternity at the astonished Thor. With a jolt, the destroyer armor emitted a beam of searing crimson light from its helmet, striking Thor, who was caught utterly off guard and sent hurtling once more. Subsequently, the destroyer armor leapt from its position, soaring hundreds of meters to pursue him, delivering a relentless assault, leaving Thor with no inclination to retaliate. The revelation that his closest brother was, in fact, a frost giant intent on annihilating his kind, and now sought to kill him, was a harrowing realization Thor desperately wished to avoid. As Thor confronted the destroyer armor, Leon found himself naturally matched against the armored Loki. Leon. The necklace on his chest emits an extremely low temperature. Both Batet and I find it difficult to approach. Exercise caution. Alcy relayed to Leon via Bluetooth. Oh, is that so? Leon raised an eyebrow, unfazed as he regarded Loki. Hey bro, do you genuinely believe yourself to be formidable? A mere human. Loki's words trailed off. Leon moved with the swiftness of a flash, instantly appearing behind Loki, delivering a powerful strike to the back of his head with his shield. Loki, caught off guard, could not react in time. However, the frost box he wore around his neck instinctively activated, surrounding him with a protective aura of frigid air. Leon's innate ability, freedom of ultimate intent, immediately halted his reckless assault. As they distanced themselves, the rapid drop in temperature had left a layer of frost upon his vibranium shield. Foolish mortal! As long as the frost box is in the possession of the frost giant royal lineage, it will automatically defend its master, preventing any living being from approaching. Even that mechanical entity beside you. Loki explained with great pride, relishing in his absolute defense. Though Leon's earlier display of speed had startled him, the response of the frost box alleviated his fear. However, just as Loki prepared to end Leon with the unerring eternity spear, a tremendous sound erupted from afar, akin to a sonic boom. The immense shockwave contorted Loki's triumphant expression into one of dismay as he was sent flying over 1,000 meters, resembling a shrimp in his contorted posture. How splendid! My dear, we are truly a perfect match, Leon exclaimed, contentedly blowing the non-existent smoke from the barrel of his gun. What on earth was that? Emerging from the crater, Loki noticed his helmet was missing, his tousled curls framing a face marred by fresh bruises. He touched the frostbox pendant around his neck, grateful for its protection against the majority of the impact. Fortunately, it was crafted from no ordinary material, the URU steel. Imbued with his frost god powers, was nearly indestructible. A smug smile returned to Loki's face. Yet in the next moment a sharp crack resounded. Loki's confident smile froze in place as he realized the seemingly indestructible URU necklace had shattered. No, no, no. The miniature frost box, now unanchored, plummeted toward the ground. And sensing impending disaster, Loki hastily reached out to catch it. At that moment, the distant sonic boom roared back, and this time, Loki discerned the form of the approaching object. It was larger than before. It could hardly be described as a shield due to its weight, nor did it fit the dimensions of a door. Regardless, under its immense kinetic force, the miniature frost box was catapulted away into the unknown. Clang! Another resounding clash of metal echoed as Loki faced that familiar yet alien force once more, this time aimed directly at his Eternity Spear. Overwhelmed by the sheer strength, the Eternity Spear slipped from his grasp, sent flying into the air. Yet 3 imposing figures descended upon him, encircling him with their presence. Leon, in combat mode alongside Arcee, and Batet in her panther form. Where do you think you're going, little brother? Enough. Where are you? Ant-like humans. Inferior beasts. A pile of scrap metal. I'm a god. You fools shall not dare to belittle the future king of Asgard. With a smirk, Leon instinctively seized Loki by one leg and executed a fierce slam reminiscent of Hulk's infamous maneuvers. Bang, bang, bang. Following Leon's display, Alcee, who had been insulted as scrap metal, seized Loki and delivered yet another series of slams. Bang, 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 bang. After this flurry of actions, the once arrogant gaze of Loki was rendered utterly clear, almost gasping for breath. It must be noted that Loki's inherently underdeveloped frost giant physique displayed little strength, only sufficient to bully the likes of Captain America, a mere mortal. Yet, he could indeed withstand punishment. Even after being slammed by Hulk, he merely suffered superficial abrasions. Now, after enduring a relentless barrage from Leon and his companions, the psychological trauma he experienced far outweighed any physical pain. Overwhelmed by regret, tears streamed down Loki's cheeks until he fainted from the ordeal. At the very moment Leon and his allies finished their onslaught on Loki, a vast thunderstorm erupted in the distance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor unleashed a tornado that obliterated the parking lot and forcefully struck the destroyer armor. The armor immediately powered down and fell. Even from afar, Leon could vividly feel the terrifying aftershocks. He had to concede that, in terms of damage output, Thor currently held the upper hand. However, in the realm of actual combat, Leon, who was nearly impossible to defeat, possessed far superior mobility and the passive ability known as unfettered mastery. Against Thor, who was merely in his hammer-wielding state, Leon stood invincible. Both were akin to diamond cannons, with their defensive capabilities overshadowing their offensive ones, though Thor's caliber was larger while Leon's agility was sharper. Chapter 91. The Operation to Rescue Odin, a highly practical endeavor. The Frostbox mine, the Eternal Spear mine, the Destroyer armor mine, all of this is mine. Observing Leon gather the artifacts from Odin's treasury, attempting to hoard them for himself, Thor became visibly unsettled. Leon, these are my father's artifacts and spoils of war. While he spoke the truth, Leon merely smiled nonchalantly. He gestured towards Loki, who was tightly bound in a tortoiseshell manner by Alcee's vibranium-woven ropes, with a gag in his mouth, and said, I have helped you Asgardians resolve this significant dilemma. Perhaps Odin will be so pleased that he might gift them to me? Thor fell silent. Odin was known for his clear distinctions between reward and punishment, and while there was a possibility, it seemed unrealistic for him to part with such treasured artifacts. Yet, Thor did not wish to dampen Leon's enthusiasm, so he turned to Loki and inquired, Loki, what exactly transpired in Asgard? Suspended in midair, Loki's forehead was veined with tension, his frustration palpable as he endured such humiliation following his defeat. Seizing the opportunity while Thor interrogated Loki, Leon stepped aside to make a video call to Tony. Beep, 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 connection established. What is it? I'm exceedingly busy and need to concentrate. Please refrain from calling unless it's urgent. Tony's irritable voice boomed from the other end, loud enough that Leon nearly crushed his phone. What has you so riled up? Leon inquired. Humph, Tony replied with a hint of smugness, a metallic top spinning incessantly at his fingertips. During my research on biomagnetic fields, I've developed a method for enhancing human cellular vitality. Once I master it, you'll be astounded. Huh, you're not pursuing technology anymore, but rather dabbling in cultivation? Leon expressed his disbelief. No. I firmly believe that science is the ultimate mystery. What is often deemed magic or sorcery is merely a facet of science. Speaking of which, look here, I found a trove of artifacts by the roadside. Would you like to come take a look and perhaps choose one? Otherwise, you may miss your chance. Leon tilted his head, gesturing towards the haphazard pile of artifacts from Odin's treasury behind him. Not interested. Well, a load of rubbish. I'm currently occupied, and unless I reach out to you, do not call me again. Your call has derailed my day of rigorous training. After voicing his grievances, Tony abruptly hung up. When Leon attempted to call back, he found himself blocked. Oh, so you've blocked me. At that moment, Thor exclaimed in disbelief, what? You conspired with the frost giant King Laufey to assassinate our father, who is trapped in the Odin sleep? Thor seized control of Loki from Alcee, lifting him by the collar and raising him high, fury in his voice. Loki, what manner of beast are you to commit such an abominable act? Remember, centuries ago, they were merely a tribe of ignorant savages wielding primitive weapons against each other. Did you emerge from stone? Loki glared at Leon from a distance, both furious and intimidated. It was never my intention to kill my father. I merely sought to safeguard Odin and gain rightful claim to the throne of Asgard by slaying Laufey. Is that so wrong? No, I'm not at fault. The fault lies with this world. Loki's thunderous roar rendered Thor speechless, and with his experience, He found it difficult to discern right from wrong or the true intent behind Odin's adoption of Loki. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor's eyes brightened with hope as he released him, realizing that mere brute strength would not suffice. He turned to Leon. "What are you doing? You should wear it while you can. It's the perfect opportunity for me to experience the essence of King Odin." Leon had donned the remnants of the destroyer armor, which had been transformed from an automatic to a manual mode by Thor. Despite its basic form, the armor remained intact. In one hand, he wielded the eternal gun, while the other grasped a vibranium shield. A chain fashioned from vibranium connected the broken segment of his URU steel necklace, tethering the icebox as one would a dog. This device was painfully cold to the touch, and unless absolutely necessary, Leon was reluctant to handle it. Visually, Leon now possessed a regal presence that surpassed even the aging Odin. As a guardian of Midgard, he felt a profound sense of duty to accompany you to Asgard upon learning of Odin's plight, to protect him and vanquish the accursed frost giant king, Laufey. "Thank you. However, remember to return those artifacts. A debt must be settled." Thor casually mentioned, "What S borrowed must be returned. It's not difficult to lend again." Leon chuckled nonchalantly, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. "System, I shall engage in my God King form. Activate. System notification. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving Yoarha 2B. Yoarha 2B, a versatile combat android from your automata, equipped with standard military optics, female cooling components, pod auxiliary robots, and large and small swords known as White Covenant and White Contract. She harbors absolute loyalty to you as her master, executing any command with 100 efficiency. Introduction. May the glory of humanity endure. The strength may be average, yet the practicality is exceedingly high. Hockey, you truly have an eye for talent. It seems, however, that 2B lacks communication capabilities. Her form entirely metallic. Given Leon's physical strength, a direct confrontation would suffice, albeit likely only once. If the black box were to explode, that would certainly be amusing. It appears that the plan for the second model cannot be delayed any longer. Chapter 92. Leon. Boxers. Heimdall, I require your assistance. Heimdall. Leon had encased Heimdall in the icebox, and now another Asgardian warrior, whom he had promoted, guarded the Rainbow Bridge. Skug, open the Rainbow Bridge. Loki's command echoed, yet nothing transpired. The doubtful gazes of Thor and Leon converged upon Loki, as a cacophony of cawing crows permeated the atmosphere, a fitting backdrop for the tension. The sound emanated from the man with the built-in BGM behind Leon, who was exerting himself. Skook. Leon recalled this name vaguely. Where's he? Thor inquired anxiously. He might be a bit preoccupied, Loki replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he muttered a curse. Loki, next time you seek assistance, choose someone more reliable. Or else. Thor's frustration turned to mockery, pointing an accusatory finger at Loki, but his tirade was cut short. With a thunderous roar, a rainbow-hued energy bridge descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor, Loki, and Leon in his God-King form, propelling them skyward. Asgard, the Rainbow Bridge Terminal, frozen in unyielding ice. Heimdall, the three valiant warriors, and the fierce shield maiden Sif remain vividly preserved alongside a heap of industrial relics from the last century. The sea beneath them is nearly entirely encased in ice, with frost giants continuously leaping onto the tangible surface of the Rainbow Bridge. As Skug, having just inserted the key sword into the activation mechanism, gazes ahead at the towering figures of the approaching frost giants, a chill runs down his spine. Total annihilation. The sound of gunfire echoes. In his hands, two enchanted rifles, equipped with extended magazines and enhanced power, aptly named Destruction of Heaven and Obliteration of Earth, emit smoke from their triggers. It takes a concentrated effort to fell a single frost giant, whose tough hide is resistant to their onslaught. Yet, against the ever-increasing horde of giants, their efforts seem but a drop in the ocean. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminates the Rainbow Bridge. Oi, do you require assistance? The God King Leon emerges behind him, a wicked grin playing on his lips, golden light gathering in his chest. Holy shit, Skug exclaims, hastily lowering his head. Suddenly, a cannon of immense girth erupts from Leon's chest, as the searing heat scorches away the last remnants of hair atop Skug's head. The radiant shockwave obliterates the frost giants on the bridge, reducing them to mere splinters. With Leon's current prowess, unleashing a barrage of such devastating artillery is well within his capabilities. Loki, look at the mess you've made. Thor glares at Loki, noticing the icy statues of Heimdall, the three warriors, and Sif nearby. Just as he prepares to swing his hammer to liberate his comrades, Loki interjects, "Brother, if I were you, I would wait for them to free themselves from the ice. Otherwise, your hammer will only result in shattered remains." At this, Thor begrudgingly retracts his hammer. "Thor, time is of the essence. I shall proceed to rescue Odin," Leon declares. "What?" Before Thor can react, Leon has already soared away, racing toward the prominent Asgardian palace. "Wait, take me with you. I haven't boarded yet." With no other choice, Thor must obediently hurl his hammer to take flight, but before he can ascend, several more frost giants construct icy ladders and leap onto the Rainbow Bridge to protect the vital passageway of Asgard and its long-range annihilation capability. Thor must engage the frost giants while holding Loki's hand. Meanwhile, the out-of-ammunition Skug resolutely shields Thor, cheering him on. For Asgard, in the palace of Asgard, Odin lies in slumber. Seizing the moment while his death squad diverts attention outside, the frost giant king Laufey crashes into Frigga, the sword-wielding guardian of Odin, sending her sprawling. Then he conjured a dagger of ice in his hand and approached the golden cradle where Odin lay. He pried open one of Odin's eyes and mockingly taunted. It is said that even in the state of Odin's sleep, you can still see and hear everything around you. I hope this is true. Now perish in pain and regret. It is the frost giant king Laufey who brings about your demise. With that, Laufey raised the dagger high and thrust it down with ferocity. Just then, a swift figure darted in from the doorway, colliding with Laufey and sending the frost giant king crashing into the golden wall. "Ah, I haven't arrived too late, have I? Leon? Child, what are you doing here?" Leon helped the fallen Frigga to her feet, and she grasped his remarkably strong arm with both hands. Her face, marked by the passage of time, radiated surprise and intellect. "Huh?" Frigga's questioning manner puzzled Leon. Yet the chilling sound of ice freezing and the roar of the giant behind them indicated that the battle was far from over. "Crack, crack, crack. Who dares to impede my endeavors?" roared Laufey. A nameless nobody? Leon turned, and with the support of the biological position, he slowly ascended to eye level with the towering frost giant king Laufey. With a mighty struggle, Laufey emerged from the wall, wielding a massive ice axe, and swung it forcefully at Leon's left shoulder, who stood unwavering in the void. Crack! The ice axe emitted a sound of unbearable strain, fissures spreading from the point of contact with Leon's shoulder. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, Tulwak. Without the box of ice, what are you worth?" Leon shook his head dismissively, a mocking smile adorning his face. Under Laufey's astonished gaze, Leon transitioned from utter stillness to sudden motion, delivering a supersonic punch that effortlessly shattered Laufey's ice axe. Following this, a rapid-fire blast from his chest cannon sent Laufey hurtling through the wall, plummeting from 1,000-meter height onto the Rainbow Bridge. Leon soared down through the breach to deliver a finishing blow, discovering Laufey in a state of disarray, yet still clinging to life. "To survive 2 of my chest blasts before meeting your end is a feat worthy of pride. Remember, it is Leon Stark, a son of your homeland, who has slain you." With that, Leon unleashed another shot from his chest cannon, ensuring Laufey's eternal rest, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Odin, slumbering in the golden cradle, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze, clouded by age, seemed to pierce through the very fabric of existence with profound wisdom. Chapter 93. Among men, Lu Bu. Among horses, red hair. Among guns, Leon. "Leon, how's my father?" After dispatching all the Frost Giants' death squad, Thor reunited with Loki and the recently victorious Leon on the Rainbow Bridge. "He and your mother are both well. They're sleeping soundly," Leon replied with a smile. "Thank you," Thor exclaimed, embracing Leon tightly. Just then, Loki sighed in relief at the news. A voice, steeped in age, echoed from behind them. "Children, you have done well. Safeguarding me, protecting the Rainbow Bridge, defending Asgard." There approached Odin, clad in golden silk garments, supported by Frigga, as he made his way towards them. "Father," Thor exclaimed with excitement. Meanwhile, Loki, feeling a mix of guilt and grievance at encountering his parents in a state of captivity, felt tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Odin, his voice trembling with reluctance. "Father, I could have done better." "No, Loki, it was my fault," Odin replied, his gaze resting upon the lifeless bodies of the Frost Giants on the Rainbow Bridge, their blood still fresh. A deep sigh escaped his lips. Is this truly the end of one war, or the beginning of another? "It's simple. Keep the good, eliminate the bad," Leon suggested. Odin turned to him, smiling kindly. "Child, you resemble her, yet you are distinctly different. I have grown old. The future is destined for you." With that, Odin turned away, his silhouette fading into solitude. Frigga stepped forward, embracing both Loki and Thor in turn, before taking Leon's hand and smiling. "Come with me, child." "All right, I'll follow you." Although Leon was uncertain of Frigga's destination, his unfamiliarity with Asgard necessitated a guide, and thus he willingly followed her. As for Thor and Loki, the brothers headed towards the dungeons of Asgard. Regardless of Loki's remorse or the favoritism shown by Odin and Frigga, the damage he had inflicted upon Asgard was irrefutable. Odin, known for his clear sense of justice, would neither wrong an innocent nor spare a villain, not even for Loki, whom he regarded as his own son. Frigga led Leon to the royal changing room. A dozen beautiful, graceful maidens swiftly disarmed him of the destroyer armor he wore and the eternal spear he clutched tightly. "Hey, what are you doing? These are my spoils of war," Leon protested. "Oh, are you blind? How could you mistake this?" After a brief commotion, Leon was left clad only in the indestructible garment, resembling a novice player in a game. "Child, these are mere antiques. You deserve far better," Frigga said with a gentle smile, waving her hand, causing Leon's trophies to vanish, magically whisked away to an unknown location. While he felt a pang of regret, he began to anticipate what Frigga meant by better. Once Leon donned a ceremonial outfit similar in style to Thor's armor, albeit with fewer metallic embellishments. A maid escorted him to the grand hall of Asgard's palace. The first sight to greet him was the towering statues of Asgardian warriors, standing several meters high. At the center, flanked by these colossal sentinels, sat Odin, the All-Father, adorned in divine armor, wielding the eternal spear. To his right stood Frigga, resplendent in a gown of golden silk, while to his left, the mighty Thor stood, fully armored and vigilant. Below stands Heimdall, the three warriors, and Sif, the elite fighters of Asgard, deliberately left open. The golden path leading directly from the Grand Hall to Odin's throne is flanked by a sea of Asgardian citizens and ordinary soldiers. As the maiden escorted Leon to the entrance of the Grand Hall, she bowed respectfully and withdrew. Leon then stepped into the hall, and as soon as he appeared, Thor raised Mjolnir high, calling out Leon's name amidst the thunder and lightning. The Asgardian populace, as if rehearsed beforehand, echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. Boom! Leon! 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 The uproar was so overwhelming that Leon nearly feared for his hearing. Fortunately, Alcée's considerate use of Bluetooth headphones shielded him from most of the external clamor. After a moment of psychological preparation lasting 25 seconds, an infectious smile graced Leon's face as he waved to the cheering Asgardians while gradually making his way toward Odin's throne. The sensation of being adored mirrored closely his experiences on Earth. His elegance was upheld by experience, and his confidence was bolstered by strength. As he ascended the steps beneath Odin's throne with a nonchalant gait, Thor appeared as if gazing into a mirror, covering his face in disbelief. This was due to Leon sending a cheeky wink in the direction of his mother, paying homage to the young Thor preparing to inherit the throne at the beginning of Thor. Frigga beamed with a fond smile, thinking, this child is the very image of Thor, and his prior demeanor bore a resemblance to Hela. The cunning spirit of holding onto a powerful artifact without yielding bore a trace of Loki within him, further endearing Leon to Frigga. In the eyes of lovers, the beloved appears as a paragon. In the eyes of parents, their child is a treasure. Though Leon was not Frigga's offspring, the emotions of affection naturally drew her fondness toward him as if he were her own. Boom! As Leon approached, Odin struck the ground with the eternal spear, and the once boisterous gathering fell silent in an instant. At this moment, all the people of Asgard recognized your merits. In the name of King Odin, I bestow upon you a promise. Within my power, you may present any wish that does not disrupt the peace of the Nine Realms. Now, speak your desire. Upon hearing this, Leon raised an eyebrow. Instantly activating absolute thought acceleration, he contemplated how to best utilize this wish at 1,000 times his normal thinking speed, almost as if time had halted. However, one wish seemed insufficient. As an adult with a greedy disposition, Leon naturally desired it all, transforming one wish into two wishes into three. What bliss that would be! Yet, he feared that voicing this thought might summon the eternal spear to his face. Was there no reasonable loophole that would evade the administrator's scrutiny? The fool, guilty of the sin of greed, found himself in a whirlwind of contemplation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He raised his head to look at Odin, his face a picture of solemnity and reverence. Leon has squandered half his life, lamenting the absence of the divine king. If Odin does not forsake me, I humbly wish to be adopted as your son. The words, once spoken, sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembly. Aren't we just comrades? Chapter 94. The God of Battle, Leon Stark Odinson. The citizens of Asgard buzzed with speculation, most astonished by Leon's declaration, yet none deemed it inappropriate. In Asgard, King Odin's authority was absolute, and his promises beyond question. Hearing this, Odin remained composed, slowly rising to his feet. His remaining eye fixed on Leon as he solemnly inquired, "Leon Stark, is this indeed your desire? To become a part of Asgard? To be the adopted son of Frigg and me?" "Yes," Leon affirmed with a nod. Beside him, Frigg's delight was palpable, while Thor wore an expression of disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the moment. "Am I truly about to have another brother? Surely not an older one?" Boom! Odin again struck the ground with his eternal spear, silencing the murmurs that had filled the air. "Leon Stark, disciple of the supreme sorcerer, ancient one, and protector of Midgard. Your valor has been unequivocally demonstrated through the slaying of the frost giant king, Laufey. Therefore, I ask you, as a member of the royal lineage of Asgard, are you willing to bear the responsibility of guarding the 9 realms? I am willing. I shall protect my 9 realms." "Then so be it." Boom! Odin forcefully drove the spear into the earth once more, then pointed its tip towards Leon, proclaiming, "In the name of me, King Odin, I grant your wish. I bestow upon you the honorific title of God of Battle, henceforth known as Leon Stark Odinson." A surge of golden energy erupted from the spear's tip, racing at the speed of light to penetrate Leon's forehead. Boom! The instant Odin's words resonated, the previously hushed atmosphere erupted into a crescendo of celebration. The citizens of Asgard echoing their king's decree in unison. God of battle, God of battle, God of battle. Yet, what astonished Leon even more were the notifications bombarding his system at that moment. Notification: you have been bestowed with the title God of Battle by King Odin. God of battle, all martial skills shall be yours, and as long as they do not pertain to rules, concepts, or special conditions like bloodlines or ranks, you will master them instinctively. Description: the true God of war dares to confront the harsh realities of life and faces the bloodshed head-on. Notification: you have received the blessing of King Odin. Blessing of King Odin. You have been recognized as his adopted son, and though you lack Asgardian blood, you have unlocked the divine power transformation, allowing you to convert any energy into attribute-less divine power using your existing abilities. Description: oh, the starlight. Never has there been such a wondrous experience. Bullfrog: by my dear adoptive father, may I inquire if today's check-in has been completed? The system responded, surely. There are no more troublesome individuals, right? Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Valhalla. Valhalla. I am Valhalla. Whereupon mutual recognition with a sentient being, their soul will be collected into Valhalla, rooted in you, upon their demise. Introduction. How could the god of war lack warriors loyal to him? Stantad. The system support moved Leon to tears. Subsequently, a grand banquet was convened. As the newly appointed deity, Leon, alongside the returning King Thor, became the center of attention, constantly offered toasts by numerous guests. Yet, Leon found little enjoyment in such a drinking culture. Regrettably, the elder sisters of Asgard were excessively enthusiastic. One leg felt weak, and the other was no better. Who knew the audacity of those elder sisters? Even for someone like Leon, who was adept at navigating through a sea of flowers without a trace, this overwhelming attention became intolerable. Thus, he succumbed to slumber. When Leon awoke once more, it was already the following evening. "My lord Leon." "Huh? Oh." A coolly attired maid, who had been waiting by his bedside, immediately approached to assist him in shedding his garments, bathing, and dressing him in fresh attire. Still groggy, Leon cast a glance at the golden-haired maid with captivating waves and allowed her to proceed. "Apply more pressure. Your touch is too gentle for me to feel anything." Once his lower body submerged into the bath, Leon became fully alert and addressed the maid, who had also entered the bath to massage him from behind. "Is this pressure satisfactory, my lord Leon?" "It's somewhat better." Leon nodded in approval, shifting his weight backward to facilitate the golden-haired maid's massage. "What is your name?" "You may call me Eve, my lord Leon." "Oh, a lovely name." Leon's brow arched, and he recalled 2 other Chinese characters that sounded the same, instantly appreciating Frigg's thoughtful intention, allowing him to indulge further in the moment. 2.5 hours later, Leon learned that Eve was the sister of Sif. However, unlike her valiant sister Sif, Eve was decidedly lacking in martial prowess. Yet she excelled in life skills, particularly in caregiving, which is why Frigg had assigned her as Leon's personal maid. Meanwhile, the more battle-hardened Sif had been placed near Thor as a future bride, as Thor would not spare a glance for those who were not adept in combat. However, Thor's feelings for Sif were more akin to camaraderie and brotherhood, and it would indeed be a challenge for Frigg to encourage Thor to pursue Sif romantically. Sif, in turn, felt helpless, as her affections were unreciprocated. She was least skilled in the art of seduction. Moreover, similar to Leon, Thor seemed to harbor a particular fondness for those not of Asgardian descent, as he appeared to flourish in the presence of anyone who was not from Asgard. Asgard's prison. Upon entering the chamber, 2 guards bowed respectfully before Leon. "My lord Leon, indeed, I have come to see Loki. You need not accompany me," he said, waving away the guards who wished to remain by his side. With determination, Leon made his way towards Loki's opulent presidential suite. "Are you interested in making a deal, brother Loki?" Chapter 95. A brotherly conspiracy. Winter approaches. As Leon approached Loki's cell and called out, "Brother Loki," a chill surged through Loki, despite his lineage as a frost giant. He quickly crossed his arms, rubbing them for warmth, and disdainfully replied, "Who is your brother? Do not call me that. I am cold." "Brother," Leon retorted with a smile, "Odin has taken me as his adopted son. Being older than you, it is only fitting that I address you as such. There is no need for embarrassment over your inability to best me. Many have failed before you." With a casual air, Leon opened the transparent magical barrier of Loki's cell, leaving it ajar as he strode confidently inside. Noticing the open barrier, Loki raised an eyebrow, his cunning mind awakening. Concealing one hand behind his back, he summoned a green glow of magical illusion. To Loki's perception, Leon walked directly towards the illusion he had created while the true Loki stealthily maneuvered past him, a triumphant smile forming on his lips. "Thank you, brother," Loki mockingly thought as he stepped out of the cage, his grin wide as the Nike logo. However, just as his foot crossed the threshold, a familiar sensation struck him, with an uncanny presence. A humanoid batek clad in a striking black and white made outfit emerged from the shadows beside Loki's cell, gliding ominously close. Leon, relying on his instinctive prowess, elegantly sidestepped, brushing past Loki, whose smile twisted into one of shock. Bang! Loki crashed through his own illusion, colliding violently with the wall, his limbs contorting into an awkward shape. Like a gecko, he pressed his face against the glass-like surface, sliding downwards. From a chuckle, his demeanor quickly shifted to fury. "You scoundrels! This is the 4th time. I swear, if you dare treat me with such disrespect again, I will." But before he could finish, Leon had already appeared before him, poised to act. "What do you intend to do?" Loki stammered, shielding himself with trembling hands, eyes squeezed shut, fearing Leon's 5th strike. But Leon merely grasped one of Loki's hands, lifting him gently, then affectionately brushing off the dust from his garments. "Brother, I believe you're more suited to be the king of Asgard than Thor. Thus, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" "Oh, you possess discerning insight," Loki replied, intrigued, momentarily setting aside his recent grievances. "Pray tell what you propose." Standing nearby, the perceptive Baster could effortlessly see through his illusions, keenly observing him, which made him hesitant to act. "I have devised a plan that requires your cooperation. Should you agree, I assure you that thereafter, you shall earn merits sufficient to offset your current transgressions and regain the affection of the Asgardian populace. As for Thor, he is no longer as fixated on the throne as he once was, and I will also persuade him, with the support of Thor Odinson, the god of thunder, and Leon Stark Odinson, the god of battle, the trickster god Loki Odinson shall ultimately ascend to the throne." Intriguing, Loki gestured for Leon's to elaborate. Everything Leon's had just stated was shrouded in illusion, unbeknownst to the prison guards and other inmates. Even Odin, as long as he was not present in person, was no match for Loki's confidence in his ability to deceive. "And then what happens?" Leon's inquired after detailing the plan. "If matters unfold as you have described, then let us enjoy this collaboration," Loki replied with a smile, extending his hand to Leon's, who reciprocated with a grin. "A pleasurable partnership. In the spirit of sincerity, I have prepared a small gift for you. It seems rather unbefitting for one of your magical prowess to rely solely on 2 rather humble daggers in close combat." Leon's remarked, "One might think that Asgard could not provide a prince with adequate weaponry. Mind your own business. Those 2 daggers were enchanted by Frigga, and have been nurtured by my divine power. If you dare doubt me, I could easily pierce you with one, a white blade entering and a red blade exiting." Loki chuckled. "Yet, I fear you may never have the opportunity to prove that," Leon's retorted. With the blessing of ultimate freedom, unless his opponent was exponentially faster, not even a hair of Leon's could be touched, let alone Loki, who lacked flight capabilities. Should Leon's soar into the skies, Loki would be left watching helplessly, without recourse. With a smile, Leon's clapped his hands. The similarly attired Arsathifa, dressed in a striking black and white maid outfit, approached Loki, carrying a rectangular wooden box approximately 1 meter in length. With a soft click, the box sprang open, revealing two short swords of noble and elegant design, their bright silver blades exuding a fierce sharpness, with slightly elongated hilts. Frigga has confiscated your daggers, but fear not. These two lions' teeth are indestructible, capable of filling that void and aiding you in your escape from this prison, Leon stated, gesturing for Loki to give them a try. Lion's teeth? Loki raised an eyebrow. Indeed, if the name does not please you, feel free to bestow upon them another name or two. They are yours, Leon's explained. Is that so? The design of the short swords indeed resonated with Loki's sensibilities, appearing almost tailor-made for him. Just as he reached out to take them, the swords seemed to possess a will of their own, swiftly flying from the box and landing gracefully in Loki's hands. This flight capability, reminiscent of Thor's hammer, yet lacking the somewhat clumsy appearance that Loki found ungraceful, made him appreciate them even more. I shall take my leave now. You may entertain yourself at your leisure. Observing that Loki remained oblivious to any anomaly, Leon smirked, embracing Batet on his left and Alcee on his right, departing like a true victor in life. The transparent magical barrier descended once more. Watching Leon's retreating figure, a smile graced Loki's lips, his eyes shimmering with a hint of green light. With a flick of his wrist, two silver short swords vanished from his grasp as if they had never existed. Thank you, brother. Query. Shall today's check-in be performed? Commence. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Frost Affinity. Frost Affinity, you have gained remarkable immunity to cold. Frost is as warm to you as a gentle spring. Announcement. Winter is approaching. Quite commendable indeed. Chapter 96, Custom Artifact, Stellar Forge. After bidding farewell to Loki, Leon noticed she was still slumbering, exhausted, and could only ruefully offer her a couple of gentle pats for comfort. Then, just as Leon stepped outside intending to seek out another sister he knew for a spa treatment, the voice of Odin, the venerable father, echoed in his ears. Leon, come to the treasury. Leon responded, a wave of anticipation washing over him. Is something better on the horizon? In Odin's treasury, as Leon descended the staircase, the first sight that greeted him was the newly arranged icebox at the end of the corridor. The divine figure of Odin, wielding the eternal spear, stood beside it. His back turned to Leon. One hand was raised, golden light flowing into the grid behind the icebox, seemingly using divine power to restore the destroyer armor. Flanking the corridor were the orb of Agamotto, the stone of life, the eternal flame, the infinity gauntlet, and many more. Father. Leon approached Odin respectfully. He desired nothing more than to defer to his father's judgment. Your artifact is, of course, yours to command. Can I take them all? Leon surveyed the artifacts in the treasury, boldly asserting, after all, when Ragnarok arrives, these artifacts will vanish along with it. Might as well let them all benefit Leon. Upon hearing this, faced with Odin's imposing gaze, Leon met his eyes with unwavering composure, choosing not to respond. If he were to be reprimanded, he would simply seek out Frigga for some eternal indulgence. The atmosphere settled into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle flow of divine power from Odin's hand. Suddenly, a buzz reverberated as the grid at the end of the treasury opened, revealing the towering destroyer armor, strikingly formidable as it approached Odin and Leon. Simultaneously, the divine light in Odin's hand dimmed, and he turned, his cloak billowing as if caught in an unseen breeze, creating a rustling sound. Take the icebox. Odin uttered this single phrase, his empty hand gesturing towards the eternal flame beside him as he led the way, the destroyer armor following closely behind like a sentinel. What does this mean? Is it for me? Bewildered, Leon grasped one side of the icebox's handle and trailed after him. Upon exiting the treasury, Leon discovered that Odin had already mounted Sleipnir, hastening towards the Rainbow Bridge's crossing point, not waiting for him. Such is the way of appearances. Leon summoned Batet. Meow. She was still in her Hakimi form, appearing as though she had just awakened, instinctively licking her tiny paws with her pink tongue. Transform quickly. I wish to ride now. Leon urged, grabbing the scruff of Bastet's neck and tossing her before him. Oh. The still drowsy Batet instinctively let out a few soft sounds, then transformed before Leon, positioning herself on all fours to signal him to mount. Not like that. Leon's eye twitched, and with a swift, powerfully on grip, he struck Batet, causing her to awaken instantly, her coffee-colored skin turning an awkward shade reminiscent of a bubble tea kettle. She quickly transformed into her Black Panther form, ready for Leon to ride. Once mounted, Leon swiftly caught up with Odin, who seemed to be waiting for him. Odin glanced at Batet beneath Leon, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, a fine steed. It appears I need not prepare you a new companion. Moderate at best. It pales in comparison to yours, Leon humbly replied. Hiss. Sleipnir, beneath Odin, also cast a glance at Batet, exhaling a plume of white vapor. Their speed surged dramatically. Oof. Unwilling to concede, Batet rapidly pursued. In the blink of an eye, they both reached the Rainbow Bridge's crossing. Judging by this display, Batet clearly outpaced the others. Odin and Leon were greeted amicably by Heimdall, who had resumed his duties, accompanied by his subordinate Skugg. Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge. Leon and I must visit Nidavellir. Odin dismounted and commanded. Understood. Aware of the eternal flame in Odin's hand and the frost box in Leon's grasp, as well as the formidable destroyer armor towering behind them, Heimdall refrained from further inquiries. He promptly inserted the key sword into the activation mechanism of the Rainbow Bridge. Boom! The iridescent energy bridge enveloped Odin, Leon, and their party, instantaneously propelling them to the distant dwarven realm far from Asgard. Heimdall, what purpose do our God King and War God have in bringing so many artifacts to seek out those dwarves? Skugg inquired, licking his face. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Our duty is merely to guard the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall replied, keeping his hands firmly on the key sword. He cast a sidelong glance at Skugg before closing his eyes, dismissing him. Very well. Meanwhile, leveraging the convenience of the Rainbow Bridge, Odin and Leon traversed an unfathomable distance in the blink of an eye, soon arriving at the renowned dwarven realm, Nidavellir. Boom! The tremendous noise of the Rainbow Bridge's arrival quickly drew the attention of over 300 dwarves residing around the Stellar Forge, who were dedicated to serving Asgard. Their exceptional forging abilities had made them the envy and target of persecution across the 9 realms. However, under Asgard's protection, they were able to live peacefully and securely, thus reciprocating by using their collective forging prowess to assist Asgard in crafting numerous artifacts. In the grand mythos of their ascendancy to the pinnacle of the 9 realms, the figure of King Odin stands out in vivid hues. Surely, this must be the valiant god of war, Leon Stark Odinson, who triumphed over the frost giant King Laufey. The dwarf King Eitri and his kin extol your might and valor, leading over 300 dwarves dwelling in the Stellar Forge. Eitri bestowed upon Odin and the newly arrived Leons a solemn salute of respect. Oh, Eitri, along with your companions, your sinewy forms evoke within me a sense of unparalleled strength and profound craftsmanship. No other race in the 9 realms could possibly forge from a dying star as you do. Such an endeavor is both audacious and magnificent. Among friends, mutual flattery is a customary courtesy, and thus Leon's freely lavished praise. These diligent, honest dwarves, truly the most formidable of all, are indeed deserving of Leon's accolades. Chapter 97. The mightiest of the 9 realms, the shield of the god of war. Ha ha, Leon's Odinson, you possess remarkable discernment, Eitri declared with prideful laughter. Just call me Leons. We are all family within the 9 realms. No need for such formality. Leons approached Eitri, gazing upward at this so-called dwarf, who, upon closer inspection, seemed to tower above even the destroyer, a twitch of his lips betraying his incredulity. Is this truly what one calls a dwarf? How astonishing! With a mental chuckle, Leons ascended to match Eitri's height and amiably patted him on the shoulder. My friend Leons, there is no need for such formality. I can simply crouch down, Eitri suggested. Oh, no need for that. This is quite agreeable, Leons replied. Following Eitri's lead, more dwarves of a somewhat more typical stature approached to greet him and Odin. Witnessing Leons and the dwarves engaging in lively conversation, one could sense an impending discussion about relocating the Stellar Forge near Earth. With a thud, Odin, unable to contain himself, struck the eternal spear upon the ground, halting Leon's fanciful musings and addressed Eitri with gravity. Eitri, I have come for the creation of that artifact. Ah, so it is that artifact. I had thought I would never have the opportunity to forge it in this lifetime, Eitri responded. Upon Odin's pronouncement, Eitri and the dwarves instantly fell into a state of industriousness, coordinating like ants as they gathered the mountain-sized heap of URU steel conjured by Odin's hand, meticulously weighing each piece before placing them into a colossal crucible, preparing for the melting process. Only Leons, standing to the side, remained puzzled. He could not fathom which artifact they were referring to. Father, I was just about to inquire, Leons began, but Odin turned his gaze toward him and instructed, Leons, present your shield. Very well, Leons acquiesced, retrieving the soldier boy shield from his system space. Eitri promptly seized it from his hands and cast it into the crucible. And more, Eitri extended his hand toward Leons. More? Leons felt a twinge of confusion before tentatively producing the remaining uniform of the soldier boy set from his system space. Eitri snatched it and flung it into another crucible. What? The method employed here resembles a chaotic stew. Leon was perplexed. Yet Eitri extended his hand once more and stated, I require an additional 25 tons of energy-absorbing metal. What on earth? Leon thought he must have misheard. 25 tons. Energy-absorbing metal, Eitri reiterated. Leon fell silent, casting a glance at Odin, who merely regarded him with a faint smile, showing no intention to intervene. System. What is the current reserve of vibranium for the vibranium miner? Notification, 138, 257 kilograms. Goodness. It seems there is a substantial amount. Leon gasped in surprise. It had been quite a while since he last organized the clutter in the system space, and there was an overwhelming amount of junk accumulated from previous sign-ins. He retrieved 25 tons of vibranium. Eitri and the dwarves weighed it, and, satisfied, tossed it all into the crucible where the soldiers' uniforms were located. With the requisite materials gathered, the dwarves commenced the activation of the stellar furnace, melting the URU steel and vibranium. Father, what divine artifact are we crafting this time? Leon inquired curiously as he approached Odin. Thanks to the enduring presence of the stellar furnace and the dwarves, Leon did not have to endure the arduous energy shock from a neutron star as Thor did in Avengers, Infinity War. After providing the materials, he could comfortably observe the proceedings from a distance. The mightiest artifact of Asgard, the shield of the god of war, Saiga. What? What is that? Leon questioned, bewildered. Wasn't he the mightiest artifact of Asgard the Stormbreaker? His face was a portrait of confusion. Could it be that the information presented in the Marvel films was erroneous? Was his understanding of Marvel merely a facade? Doubt crept into Leon's mind. No, Odin replied with a gentle shake of his head. Both are of utmost strength. The Stormbreaker serves as a bridge of communication, while the shield of the god of war stands as the strongest shield defending Asgard, and likewise the mightiest spear for outward campaigns. Oh, I see. With Odin's explanation, Leon instantly grasped the entirety of the concept. One is the delivery service, while the other is the package within it. However, he pondered whether this package would possess sufficient might. Anticipation began to swell within him. Father, given our current circumstances, why do we not forge the Stormbreaker now? Leon suddenly posed the question. Though you are significantly younger than Thor, your intellect is already mature and unblemished, seeking little more than leisurely pleasures and the allure of beauty. However, Thor differs from you. His mind is not yet fully matured, obscuring his vision of the path ahead, and he is unprepared. Crafting the Stormbreaker prematurely would only invite envy and desire from others. What? My dear father, are you more concerned about Thor being coveted for his artifact than for me, your adopted son? Although Leon was unafraid, he could not suppress his desire to jest, even if he refrained from stating it outright. As the two conversed, their gazes turned toward the now-activated stellar furnace. Suddenly, the furnace, radiating a steady yet unassuming light, erupted in brilliance. Behold, Leon, this is Nidavellir, Eitri proclaimed with pride. A surge of golden energy erupted from the activated stellar furnace, piercing through the layers of steel rings aligned perfectly in a row, penetrating the terminal designed to absorb energy and melting the core of steel forging. After acquiring the frost affinity, Leon's perception of temperature became markedly heightened, allowing him a profound understanding of the searing intensity of stellar energy as the space around him rapidly heated up. This immense stellar energy began to deliberately heat the two colossal crucibles containing URU steel and vibranium through the tempered crimson conduits. Holy shit. Tony will surely regret not witnessing this spectacle firsthand. Query. Shall we proceed with today's check-in? System. I am ready to ignite. Open. Ding. Today's check-in is complete. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired Flame Affinity. Flame Affinity. You have gained formidable immunity to heat. The corona feels as gentle as a breeze upon you. Description. Praise the sun. Cool. Leon clapped his hands in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the two mountain-like masses of URU steel and vibranium had transformed into two pools of molten metal. Shortly thereafter, amidst the bustling activity, Chapter 98, The Strongest of the Nine Realms, The Shield of the God of War, Part 2, accompanied by Eitiri's exclamation, rumble, a third, smaller, humanoid crucible arose between the two giant ones. While termed small, it could easily accommodate Eitiri's entire form within. Thud! Odin thrust the eternal spear, and the destroyer armor moved forward of its own accord, leaping into the third crucible, crossing its arms over its chest, and resting peacefully. Next, Odin gestured with the eternal spear toward the icebox in Leon's possession. The icebox immediately levitated, and together with the eternal flame in Odin's grasp, merged seamlessly into the two small bases supporting the third crucible. Soon, under the extreme high temperatures of the stellar furnace, The destroyer armor began to approach a semi-molten crimson state, with numerous runes manifesting on its surface. However, Odin swiftly erased them with a mere gesture, an immense surge of divine power pouring from his being, further augmenting it with countless new runes. The density of these runes made Leon's heart race. Am I truly about to awaken? Ha! When Odin ceased channeling divine power, he stumbled, weakened to the point of being unable to stand, prompting Leon to rush to his side, concern etched on his face. Father, are you all right? No worries, Odin guabdus misibly. Signaling his stability. Divine power is an exceedingly heavy burden for me at present. Releasing it brings me considerable relief. Well then, Leon could empathize with the elder god sentiment. He too understood the necessity of releasing pent-up pressure. Within the furnace, most of the divine power Odin had released melded into the destroyer armor, transforming into a myriad of runes, which appeared to be on the verge of bursting. Leon was filled with apprehension. Amidst the ethereal void, Odin's divine power, unassimilated and dispersed, elevated the formidable destroyer armor, the icebox, the eternal flame, alongside two colossal crucibles brimming with molten URU and vibranium. This immense energy transmuted into an otherworldly furnace. In this mesmerizing tableau, Leon found himself marveling at the splendor of Odin's numerical prowess. Before him, the ice box and eternal flame within the void furnace gradually transformed into two streams of pure, icy blue and resplendent crimson energy, respectively beginning to permeate the destroyer armor from above and below. In this intricate process, the colossal streams of molten URU and vibranium each diverted into vast tributaries, flowing towards the armor, sculpting a new aesthetic. Despite the infusion of abundant metals, the armor did not expand. Rather, it subtly constricted, adapting perfectly to Leon's stature. Ultimately, as the molten URU and vibranium consumed themselves, the icy blue and crimson energies converged at the heart of the chest plate, coalescing into a magnificent crystal, predominantly azure, yet shimmering with a prismatic luster. Once the armor had taken form, the remaining molten URU and vibranium coalesced into a mass, enveloping the armor entirely, morphing it into a colossal red sphere akin to a biological embryo. Buoyed by the remaining thin veil of divine energy, it floated gently, descending slowly. Leon, this will become one of your most vital companions, uniquely attuned to you, capable of unleashing its true might, Odin remarked kindly. With all preparations complete, the final step awaited your execution. Odin's benevolent gaze rested upon Leon. Indeed, Eitri, positioned beside the two massive crucibles, approvingly activated a mechanism, clearing the way for Leon. Very well, Leon exclaimed, eagerly rubbing his hands together as he soared to the operation platform where Eitri had just stood. Eitri, what must I do? Pierce the nearly depleted divine energy membrane, allowing the molten metal to flow into the shield mold below. Ah, I see. Leon extended his fingers, generating a thunderous crackle. You fool, what are you doing with your hands? The material's temperature is extraordinarily high. You'll be burnt, Eitri admonished loudly. Yet undeterred, the audacious Leon raised his habitual left hand, forming a blade with his fingers, and plunged it deeply into the metallic embryo crafted for his artifact. In an instant, he withdrew it unscathed, though the fabric of his sleeve had been incinerated, revealing a muscular arm, toned yet not bulky. What? You emerged unscathed? Huh? Is that not expected? Eitri, do you not know who I am? Leon responded with a triumphant grin, secretly commending his recently acquired flame affinity and relishing the moment. Otherwise, in previous times, he would have surely scorched a layer of hair off his body. With a flourish, Leon pierced through the membrane. The molten metal did not cascade down in torrents. Rather, it flowed gently through the aperture created by Leon, gradually filling a shield mold that bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet was designed with greater elegance and a more aggressive aesthetic, embodying both the essence of lava and ice crystals. Although the mold was merely the size of an ordinary shield, it continuously accepted the inflow of molten material, undoubtedly enhanced by Odin's magical touch. In no time, all the molten metal, including a suit of armor that seemed to have been remelted, flowed entirely into the god of war's shield mold, reaching a precise fullness. This meticulous control over the materials left Leon in awe, pondering whether to commend Odin's remarkable mastery of magic or the dwarves' exceptional craftsmanship. In any case, it was nothing short of impressive. With a hum, the aperture on the shield mold sealed completely. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the dwarves' anxious yet excited swallowing sounds and the hissing of cooling air as the mold gradually lowered in temperature. Even the typically composed Odin felt a twinge of tension as he gripped the eternal spear tightly, prepared to shield everyone in case of any mishap. The formidable powers of the icebox and eternal fire meant that a moment's carelessness in the final formation of the god of war's shield could spell destruction. Fortunately, all proceeded without incident, and the temperature of the mold safely descended to a secure level. With a resounding crash, Etiri lifted a massive forging hammer, proportionate to his own stature and oddly reminiscent of Thor's hammer, and with a mighty effort, shattered the mold of the god of war's shield. Instantly, a radiant burst of rainbow hues illuminated the surroundings, bursting forth into the sky. A magnificent and aggressively designed shield, with a silver body adorned with symmetrical patterns of icy blue and rosy red gradients, emerged resplendently from the rainbow light. The god of war's shield, Einsteiger, seemed to grandly announce its birth and arrival to the 9 realms. I am the mightiest. I will suppress all foes across the realms. This boastful demeanor, seemingly learned from some source, was unmistakably apparent. Chapter 99. The god of war's shield, Einsteiger the shield, appeared to be of the same divine caliber as Thor's hammer, possessing a high degree of sentience upon its emergence, with a clear trajectory directed towards Lyon. With a thud, Lyon caught it single-handedly. The immense density and weight of the shield nearly caused him to lose his grip, yet Lyon's strength allowed him to adapt swiftly, securing it firmly. Aside from the weight of Thor's hammer, which defied logical understanding due to Odin's magical enhancement, the god of war's shield was surely the heaviest piece of individual combat gear Lyon had ever wielded. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Lyon's ears. Introduction. A miracle awaits you. After thoroughly reading the extensive description of the god of war's shield, which seemed to surpass Lyon's very existence, he couldn't help but muse. This time, the shield truly outshone the wielder. Subsequently, it appeared that Lyon's abilities and equipment underwent a substantial enhancement. Thus, the system automatically presented Leon with his personal panel, ensuring that no trivial matters were left forgotten in the recesses of the system's space to vex him. Host, Leon Stark Odinson. Title, God of War. Abilities include Soldier Boy Template, Super Self-Regeneration, Adamantium Skeleton, Starlight Template, Biological Stance, Vibranium Physique, the Favor of Gun God Starlatas, Immunity to Mental Control, Dominance. A Man with Background Music, The Fool, Protection from Children, Vibranium Minor, Immunity to Time, Absolute Thought Acceleration, Ultimate Freedom, Storm Template, The Blessing of King Odin, Valhalla, Frost Affinity, Fire Affinity. Weight, 54 tons. Given this weight, a single swing could undoubtedly crush a multitude of villains, especially before the emergence of the formidable entities in the later phases of Marvel. On the side of righteousness, only Hulk could hold his own. Even Spider-Man seemed insufficient. Leon pondered. Subsequently, following his usual practice, he equipped the shield of the god of war on his left arm. Remarkably, upon adorning it, the shield of the god of war automatically shrank to the size of a watch face, resembling a beautifully crafted timepiece upon his left wrist. It appeared as though the shield was imploring Leon not to store it within the system space, wishing instead to accompany him in the outside world. Very well. As you wish, my dear. Leon consoled the now diminutive shield of the god of war on his wrist. A gentle hum resonated from the shield in response. Leon. Odin beckoned him to approach. Father. Leon walked over, and Odin lifted his left wrist in the void, channeling divine energy into the shield of the god of war, and then advised, Leon, the shield of the god of war is still too formidable for you at present. If you attempt to wield some of its powers recklessly, it will bring harm to both yourself and others. Therefore, I have placed 3 layers of seals upon it. The first layer is named Guardian. The second layer is Destruction. The third layer is Void. These 3 seals will remain intact, but there is no need for concern regarding their suppression. Once your strength meets the predetermined requirements, the seals will automatically be released. In the face of an insurmountable, life-threatening crisis, you also possess the right to choose to release the seals. However, remember, too much of a good thing can lead to self-destruction. With your current strength, the first layer, Guardian, can be released at any time, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. Odin advised with a grave expression. Father, I understand, Leon replied earnestly. Odin's remarks indicated immense strength, which must be truly formidable. Yet, his concern seemed entirely unnecessary. Leon had always engaged in crushing victories. He had no desire for anything less. He was well aware of whom he could confront and whom he could not, thanks to the advantage of foresight. Moreover, if even Eternal Flame had been assimilated, and Odin was so powerful, why could he not resolve the Twilight of the Gods? This was Leon's thought and his inquiry. No, the Twilight of the Gods is destined to arrive. As one surtur falls, another shall rise. This is the inexorable fate of Asgard. Unless someone can transcend all beings and surpass the divine. Yet, such a notion seems far too distant. Odin gazed at Leon and began to explain, only to let out a long sigh. Very well. Although he verbally acquiesced, Leon remained skeptical. If there truly existed another surtur, he would simply compel it to kneel and sing of its subjugation. After saying this, Odin nodded towards the dwarves, including Itri, and prepared to turn away. Father, wait. Leon interjected, seeking another favor. He activated his unique ability, calling out to Odin. Oh, what more do you wish? Leon then produced from his spatial pocket a mechanical female doll with short white hair, adorned with a black eye mask, clad in a black gothic dress, and wearing knee-high black leather boots. Father, do you have any surplus URU metal? I wish to enhance my toy with a more formidable material. Leon was entirely oblivious to the meaning of the phrase, to take an inch and demand a mile, yet he called Odin father with remarkable familiarity and precision. After all, it is the crying child who receives the most nourishment. The description of Leon's toy elicited an immediate understanding among Odin and the dwarves, revealing a collective expression of comprehension. In Odin's eyes, there was a greater sense of resignation. This child is beyond saving.